hours. We're going to try to bring all the news to you as and when it breaks, give you all the breakdown, the analysis, bring the guests on that we do. Suleiman does his interviews throughout, so you get a complete picture. And the only thing we ask you to do is please share the space and share his videos on YouTube and subscribe to YouTube. None of these cost any money. It takes 30 seconds. So firstly, if I can ask everybody, on the bottom right hand side, you'll see the number 10, which is where the it's a purple pill. Oh, it's number 11 now. It's a purple pill on your bottom right hand side of your screen. If you press that, it'll open a tweet up. Quote tweet that or retweet it. Put a comment underneath it. People are already commenting underneath it. I appreciate everyone who's commenting underneath it. But more importantly, if you quote tweet it, Suleiman will retweet as many as he can. So I see Loud Unapologetic has already quote tweeted. I appreciate you. Hope AN. I think you're a long time listener of ours, long time. So I see Hope always quote tweets, always. Really appreciate you. Kung Flu Tariffs, appreciate you too. Thomas Burrell, guys, keep going. I'm really appreciating all the quote tweets, all the retweets. Let's get people in here. Let's get this space going. And I'm going to keep asking people to retweet it so we can actually just get going. There's something, Suleiman's account is massively shadow banned on here. Since they took away his blue tick and his monetization, so which means that it is difficult for people to even see the space sometimes on their purple pill, which is why we ask you to help us share it out as much as possible. On top of that, let me start giving you some news, and then I'll come back and ask you once again. Let me see. Oh, I appreciate everyone who's quote tweeting it. Thank you so much. Deborah Irvin. Deborah, I see you. I think you're the person that I engaged with on the YouTube chat. I really appreciate you. Thank you. Frez, Pompeo, Wellness Warriors. I see you on the YouTube chat as well, Wellness Warriors. See, I do remember. So thank you so much for coming here and sharing and also supporting on YouTube. Conscious Mankind, appreciate you. You give us the figures every day of the sad reality of the cost of this war. Thank you. Appreciate you. Fafo Global, appreciate you. So guys, keep quote tweeting that. And I'll keep giving a shout out to those who have, and I'll keep going in and having a look. In the meantime, let me just give you some news, right? So the Iranian military has outlined a potential. So yesterday, if you were with us,
just before you give
go
the
ahead.
news, yeah, guys. I hope you're doing well, guys. Appreciate you. We're back for another space. As Beatrix said, it's gonna go a lot of long hours. Be ready for it. We're going. Your boy's had more than 5 hours sleep, so he's ready to go. But anyway, separate to that, guys, retweet the space and reshare the space like I normally do. Anyone who quote tweets the space, I will retweet your quote tweet. Let's try and get as many people in here as possible. Appreciate all of you guys. Beatrix, go ahead with the news.
Yeah, thank you, Suleiman. Yeah, we do appreciate them. We do appreciate all of you guys often. So, yeah, okay. Let me give you some news. I'm getting as bad at multitasking as Suleiman is, to be honest. When I check a message, I go quiet, which shouldn't be the case because
So
I
you've
should
gone
be
really good
better
at
than
it.
him. Right, let me give you some good news.
Right, I need
Welcome,
some quote.
Andrew.
Right, guys, I need some quote tweets. We've only got 80 quote tweets, guys. We need more than that. Come across, do your thing. The only way people know about this space is because of you guys. So if you can help support, that would be awesome. We would really appreciate it. Quote tweet. Bro, one guy, like, he quote tweets and he puts the most mental. Like, normally I don't even look, I just retweet everything. But there's one guy who puts, like, mental stuff. I can't quote tweet it. But anyway, back to the.
Yeah. So guys, you know what? There's something else I want you to do. Let's see how many people do this, okay? I do this for every space, every single space, because why are we here? We are here to get the news out. I'd like everyone to do this. So on the bottom right-hand side, where you see that purple pill, don't touch the purple pill, but where you see that purple pill, just to the left of that is a little triangle, half a triangle with 3 little circles, right? The symbol to the left of the purple pill. If you click on that, you've got 4 options. I want you to go to the first option, share via post. When you click on that, just put a message like jump in this space or spaces live. I normally just put spaces live or spaces live and let. And then make sure there's a space after it so the link stays. And then post it. And then once you've posted it, what I'd like you to do is go back to it. Welcome, Jonah. I'd like you to go back to it and press the 3 little dots on that post you've done on the right-hand side and pin it to your profile. Because when you pin it to your profile, it means all your followers will see that this space is live, and it really helps. It really helps massively. So I appreciate that. Right, let me go back to the news really quickly. So yesterday, if you were with us, what you will have seen is that Iran laid out its conditions in a kind of way. It laid out its conditions in terms of what it wants. It wants a stop to war. It doesn't want one of these, these temporary ceasefires that we're used to seeing that these guys do in Gaza, where they'll ceasefire for a week and then, Israel will rearm itself and then start again. None of that nonsense. So Iran was like, the war has to stop. We want guarantees that you can never attack us again. You've got to give us compensation, and it laid out 6 terms in conversation, not specifically directed at Trump, but that ideally you would think would be Trump's opportunity to say, okay, now I know what they want. That's the basis from which I can start negotiation. But Trump being Trump, he didn't do that. What he did was he gave them an ultimatum, a threat. He dismissed what they'd put down. He says, if you don't open the Strait of Hormuz within 48 hours, I'm going to bomb your energy infrastructure, and that's it. So then they retaliated and said, right, fine, you do that, and we'll do the same back in return. Let's see where this goes. So today, the Iranian military has outlined a potential response to, this is reported by Al Jazeera, to President Trump's threats to attack the country's power plants if Iran does not open the Strait of Hormuz. And what Al Jazeera is saying is that the Strait of Hormuz, that this is coming from the Iranian military, the Strait of Hormuz will be completely closed and will not reopen until our damaged power plants are rebuilt. So if you hit our power plants, we'll just close the Strait of Hormuz permanently. And it's never going to be open again for anybody. So some countries may be struggling now, but if you do this, the whole world is going to struggle. And you're going to have to rebuild all our power plants before we open it. And then the second thing is all power plants and the energy and information technology infrastructure of Israel would be widely targeted. All similar companies in the region that have American shareholders would be completely destroyed. Now, that is massive because they're not even talking about American companies. They're talking about any company across the Middle East that has American shareholders, which is going to be huge amounts. And power plants in regional countries hosting US bases will be considered legitimate targets. So they're going to take out all the power plants all across the Middle East. So let's see, these are very tense times. Let's see what Trump does. And we're going to talk about this in a bit. Let me just get through the news and then we'll continue the conversation about what we think and what you guys think Trump is going to do. Put a comment in the chat, the purple pill on the right-hand side, bottom right-hand side. Do you think Trump's just bluffing? Do you think he's crazy? Do you think he's going to go through with it regardless of the consequences? Do you think Israel's going to push him into it? Put a comment. Let's see what your thoughts are. Next thing on the news is that there was a new strike in the central part of Israel in a place called Holon. There's a video of that out as well, where you can see on a highway.
Boom, Tel Aviv.
You can see a video on a highway. It's up in smokes. It's bish, bash, bosh. Boom, boom. Okay. The Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian released a statement earlier today, actually in the last couple of hours. He says the illusion of erasing Iran from the map shows desperation against the will of a history-making nation. Threats and terror only strengthen our unity. The Strait of Hormuz is open to all except those who violate our soil. We firmly confront delirious threats on the battlefield. So you can give us your delirious threats, but we'll confront you on the battlefield. We're open to everybody, apart from those who violate our soil. They're saying basically, why should we give you access if you're bombing our country? It's open to everybody who hasn't violated our soil. Also, there's a clip of Joe Kent that's come out where he says America's 18 intelligence agencies all agreed that Iran had no capacity to develop a nuclear bomb. but that Israel was telling us that they would be able to assemble 10 bombs in 2 weeks. So America's 18 intelligence agencies were saying, nah, they've got no capacity to get a bomb. But Israel was saying, no, no, they're going to make 10 bombs in 2 weeks. And guess who Trump listened to? Well, you know who Trump listened to, right?
Goy ve.
Oh God, like seriously, like this is how it's going to be. You're just going to give commentary in the background while I'm reading the
I'm giving
news.
the people entertainment. This is it. We're bringing the content.
Okay, so oh, where's that? Let me send this mic request to Brother Resistance as well. See if he can come up, because I was thinking about him today. You guys know why I was thinking about him, right? You know, I was thinking about him because Netanyahu has been seen in Israel, walking around with the crowd. I mean, look, personally, for me, right, I don't know whether Netanyahu's alive or dead, but I do think this guy's a body double. And also, you're going at a site where Israelis have definitely, according to them, been injured in their hundreds, and I suspect been killed too. If you listen to the space last night when Ryan Dawson was on, Ryan Dawson made a really good point and said, you know, we only know the numbers that are injured because they have to take those to hospital. So there's a hospital record of it. We don't know the numbers that are killed because those that are killed are just left out there in the field. They don't care about them, or they're just buried quickly. So assume some have been killed, many we know have been injured. He has gone to that site as the commander of chief for the first time, showed his face amongst public, and the guy's got his sunglasses on. He's actually stood there in his sunglasses. Like, how disrespectful is this? But anyway, let me continue with the news quickly. Some of the things Netanyahu said while he was there in the center, I assure you this is not irony. Some of the things he said while he was there, he said, Israel and the United States are working together for the entire world, and it's time to see the leaders of the rest of the countries join up. It's for the security of the entire world, and it's time for them to act. So, okay, we're not actually buying any of that, Hasbara. Let's continue. There are some more things that I will read out what he said, but I just want to mention as well. I want everyone to keep Cuba in their thoughts and prayers, because Cuba have had a complete blackout. They're running on minimum power, and somebody posted that every single patient in a hospital that was on a ventilator died last night for one particular hospital because they have zero power. There's a blackout in Cuba. So I just wanted to mention that as well, because we are all for the oppressed and those suffering around the world, and definitely the Cubans are. Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz says, we will turn... Okay, so I want you to pay attention to Israel Katz's words. Then I'm going to read to you in a bit what else Netanyahu said when he was on the field today. So Israel Katz says, we will turn the contact villages in southern Lebanon into areas like Beit Hanun and Rafah, Gaza, as in flatten them completely and destroy them. And I'll go to Netanyahu in a second. Trump was asked today, how's everything going? And he says, everything's going great. Everything was going great. The economy was great. I hate to make this excursion, but we're going to have to do it. And I actually thought the numbers would be worse. I thought it would go up more than it did. I have no idea what this guy's talking about, by the way. So I'm just going to read it to you. I just have zero idea what he's talking about. This was important. Iran's foreign minister, Abbas Araghchi, was asked about negotiations with the United States. And he said, I quote, negotiations with the Americans are over forever. Forever. A bitter experience and betrayal after promises of no attack. There is no longer any room for talk with the Americans. They deceived us with promises of no attack, and even after significant progress in negotiations, they decided to attack us regardless. The experience is very bitter, and trust is completely non-existent. Regional war is closing the doors of diplomacy for good. So that's a really important statement, because what he's saying is this is now becoming regional and we're not going to negotiate with America. We don't trust them. Zero trust there. They've betrayed us every time and we're really bitter about their betrayal. So they want to turn this into a regional war. He's saying bring it on. This was a comical statement from this idiot, Raza Pahlavi, this clown prince sat in America. Let me read it to you and then let me just sum up what I took from this. So he says, Iran is not the Islamic Republic. Iran's civilian infrastructure belongs to the Iranian people and to the future of a free Iran. The Islamic Republic's infrastructure is the machinery of repression and terror used to keep that future from becoming reality. Iran must be protected. The regime must be dismantled. I asked President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu to continue targeting the regime and its apparatus of repression while sparing the civilian infrastructure. Iranians will need to rebuild our country. With the support of the US and Israel, and above all, the sacrifice of Iranian patriots, the hour of Iran's freedom is at hand. Long live Iran. So what he's saying there, guys, right? He's saying to Trump and Netanyahu, exactly what who's that little gay guy from Congress? Lindsey Graham, right? Him, exactly what Lindsey Graham said. He's saying, listen, bomb the hell out of the people, or as he calls them here, what does he call them? He calls them Iranian patriots. That's what he calls them. Bomb the hell out of the country, bomb the hell out of the people, but spare the oil. Spare the oil, please, because we're going to need that. I want that. I want that. That's what he's saying. This is absolutely disgraceful. And for any Iranian to still support him after these kind of statements, you're not a patriot. You're just an Israeli shell. That's all you are. We've had footage revealing the aftermath of the HQ of Mer Group in Israel. Mer Group is an Israeli giant specializing in military communications and defense systems. Now, their HQ, remember, they specialize in military communication and defense systems. Their HQ was bish bash boshed by Iran. Absolutely bish bash boshed by Iran. Let me see what else there is. So Netanyahu further said when he went out on the field, he said, if you want proof that Iran endangers the entire world, the last 48 hours have given it. In the last 48 hours, Iran targeted a civilian area. Like, he seriously said this. Netanyahu said this. We have witnessed 3 years of Gaza, and Netanyahu's complaining that Iran targeted a civilian area. And remember, I just read to you earlier about what Israel Katz said, that he's going to make southern Lebanon look like Gaza and Beit Hanun. He's going to flatten it. So it's okay for them to say it, but nobody can actually attack them or anything. Netanyahu's basically panicking. He admits on camera that he and Trump are desperately trying to drag Europe and the rest of the world into their disastrous war. He's begging the international community, right, for help, because US and Israel can't win this alone. I read that out to you earlier, where he's saying, look, we're fighting for the world. I think they're listening to our spaces, because we say Iran is fighting for the world. He's just flipped that and said Israel and America are fighting for the world and the rest of the countries need to join them. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. Bezalel Smotrich said, we will do everything to destroy the Iranian enemy. We are working for the good of a free world. This is Israel's finance minister. He went out onto the field. He said he's working for the good of a free world. Like, these guys are delusional, right? The whole reason this is happening is because people didn't have freedom from their Zionist claws, their Zionist clutches. Meanwhile, in America, MAGA Republicans have gone on Fox News and kind of do agree with this, but in a different way. And they're telling Americans that it's their patriotic duty to pay higher gas prices so Trump can fight in Iran. So they literally, MAGA are pushing this on mainstream media, saying it's your patriotic duty to not complain about the gas prices so Trump can fight in Iran. Now, MAGA are doing this because Trump is fighting for Israel. I think it's our human duty not to complain about gas prices being too high, so that Iran can do whatever it needs to do to make sure that we are freed from Zionism once and for all. Um, let's have a look what else there was. There were quite a few statements made by Mohammed Al Baradi. He is the former IAEA chief. They're like the nuclear inspectors, and he says this war is illegal. It will not achieve anything. He says it echoes the deception of Iraq. So he's basically saying American, and there's quite a few statements he's made, but I won't go into them. But there's quite a few statements he's made where he's saying basically they've lied us into a war. Netanyahu furthermore says Iran targeted a civilian area. Their intention is to murder civilians. We have clips. We can maybe play them later. Just makes me feel a bit nauseous, really, to be honest, to play them. But we might have to. I did read out this summary. NATO's chief, Mark Rutte, he said Trump is doing this to make the whole world safer. Okay, sure he is. Treasury Secretary Bessent, American Treasury Secretary Bessent was asked, why did the US lift sanctions on Iranian oil? This made me laugh. He says, we've always planned for this contingency. We are jiu-jitsuing the Iranians. Right. So you lift the sanctions on their oil and give them freedom from those sanctions because you're jiu-jitsuing the Iranians. Like, I don't know who these stupid people are, but it's crazy that they have any public position in any government. Slovenia's temporary has put limited fuel purchases due to shortages at gas stations already. I think that's coming down in the UK as well very, very soon. I think that's it for me, Suleiman. Oh, Trump's been posting, that Saturday Night Live sketch about Keir Starmer, mocking Keir Starmer. He's posted that to his Truth Social. Like, he's really going to get Britain's help when he goes down that road. Really going to get it. And Lebanese president, this was interesting, right? Lebanese president Joseph Aoun says Israel's targeting of the bridge, they destroyed the bridge over the Litani River. Well, not all of it, but they hit it so that now it's not usable. You cannot use it as a functioning bridge over the Litani River. So he says Israel's targeting of the bridge is a policy of collective punishment and expansion because it's cut off the south of the country to the rest of the country. And this made me think that him saying that Israel's targeting of that bridge is a policy of collective punishment and expansion, he's like the European leaders, right? He should have got a spine a long time ago to stand up to Israel. This guy, right, became a complete jellyfish and an American-Israeli puppet. And he demonized Hezbollah as much as they did. Zero resistance. Completely capitulated and agreed to all of their terms. And now he's saying that Israel has a policy of collective punishment and expansion. Where were you when they were doing this for the last 3 years? That's what I have to say. Netanyahu endorsed Viktor Orban, completely unrelated, but he wants to thank my friend Viktor Orban. He's been like a rock. And then he goes on giving some gay speech, praising Viktor Orban. We always said he was a Zio. Now you know he's a Zio, right? I think that's it for now, Suleiman, from me, to be honest. That was a bit of a news round.
Yeah, appreciate it. Yeah, it's good to get the update because we've been offline for a few hours. That is the latest update, guys. We're live on YouTube. Retweet the space as well. Thanks to Hussein Shafi with the £50 super chat. Really appreciate your support. He says, good afternoon to you, gang. Looking forward to your voices for the rest of the night. Yeah, we will be going for the rest of the night. Also, these super chats via the website, which is the tweet in the nest. I've been loving your stream, Suleiman, especially for the last 3 weeks. Appreciate all you're doing and the brilliant guests you've been having on. I've learned so much. Thanks to all the regulars you also have on the show. We also got another one saying, great speakers today. Thank you all. That was from yesterday, by the way. This is Patriot Mum. We love the Patriot Mums, especially those who are putting America first. It says, thank you to Suleiman, Beatrix, Simon, Jonah, you mean Joa, Andrew, Joa, I don't know. Andrew,
Jonah.
and for all your hard work. Boom, boom, Tel Aviv, Goive, Bish, Bash, Bosh. Okay, you were doing really well at the end. Appreciate it. Um, Hello, this is Kay. This is a gift for Beatrix. Really appreciate your work and pray that Allah bless you and your family. I bought coffee off of Suleiman during Ramadan. Thanks for sharing the truth. Appreciate your support as well. Really do appreciate it. I don't know what's going on with this bish bash bosh business, but it needs to be rejected wholeheartedly. Just want to welcome Joa onto the space, Robert, Andrew, Hassan, and Conscious, and Iran Policy, and Ali. Appreciate all of you guys coming on. Hope you're doing well. We'll obviously give you the news as and when we receive it live. Joa, how are you?
Doing well. Haven't been able to catch up on the news today. That's why I came here, of course. Just looking to react to what I hear.
Awesome. Appreciate you as always. Robert, thanks for joining us as well. Hope you're doing well. Actually, I'll come to Robert in a second because I think that conversation will be a bit more expansive. Andrew, hope you're doing well. How are you?
Good morning, dear Suleiman and dear Beatrice. What a blessing to have you in the opening the space up to us this morning. Both of you, are incredible. You inspire us and keep it moving. Doing great. Just adding on watching. I commented down below. I really believe with all my heart Trump's going to have to back down. And that will be a way where he comes out as the winner, but we'll see. But thank you, Suleiman, Beatrice. Let's get it. Let's get it going here.
Yeah, appreciate you as always, Sam. Andrew, appreciate you as always. Hassan, how are you doing? Can't hear you, Hassan, but I think you're saying, Suleiman, you are amazing. You changed my life. Every time you speak, it's like music to my ears. It's like a symphony. It's like listening to Beethoven, but in real time, in real talk. I think that's what Hassan's saying. But in the meantime, we'll let him refresh. We can't hear you, Hassan. You'll have to re-rotate. But let's go to Conscious. Obviously, Conscious is going to give us some of the bad news. So I will be like, should we go to him first or should we get the bad news in a second? But I appreciate you, Conscious, giving us, unfortunately, the figures of this war that has been perpetuated and promoted and pushed by Israel and the United States of America.
Thanks, Suleiman. I am really sad to be the conveyor of the bad news, but hopefully, with time, things will be better. So I'll start with Iran. Today, what I will do, I will just update the numbers which changed from yesterday. I I put all the numbers in the purple pill so that everybody can refer to it. But in the few minutes now, I will just update the changes from from yesterday. I'll start with Iran. We have unfortunately 44 more deaths in Iran, and the injuries now in Iran around 21,000. And I want to remind everybody that these are not simple numbers, these are people. And every one of them is like us. They have life, they have families, they used to have future. Unfortunately, the US and Israel killed their future. Lebanon, now it's around 1,020, and the injuries increased around 57. Now it is 2,641. Iraq did not change from yesterday. Now for Israel, unfortunately, there is big censorship, as Beatrix was saying, on the number of deaths in Israel. But due to the two major strikes yesterday, the number of injuries are now in the north of 4,300. So we have an increase of around 300, less than 300, the official numbers. I have added Haaretz in the references today because Haaretz confirmed these numbers of injuries. They said we have around 193 in Arad strike and 84 in Dimona's strike. So I do incident by incident to make sure that the numbers are correct. For the US, then the change is only in the number of injuries. Now we have 232. The West Bank, no change. United Arab Emirates, no change. Kuwait, no change. But the surprise was Qatar for me. They increased the number of deaths to 4 today, which is again confirmed by mostly now. There is a Wikipedia tracker which I also confirm with Reuters and Al Jazeera. So Oman did not change, Bahrain did not change. Turkey, and everybody knows the story of the Turkish base. They reported 3 deaths. These are the same, I think the helicopter which fell down, these are 3 Turkish soldiers. Saudi Arabia did not change. Syria did not change. France and the rest of the countries did not change. However, I would like to say one last thing is the grand total. The lowest estimate of the total casualties I have gathered is around 4,400. The highest, but I have to warn you that this includes, probably some inflated number for Iran, 8,700. So the range, I would say, to me is between 4,400 to 8,700. Now, the number of total injuries is around 27,000 in all the places. Thank you very much, Beatrix and Sulaiman.
Appreciate you, Conscious. Thank you so much for that.
Can you hear me now, Sulaiman?
But thanks so much for that update. Yeah, I can hear you now, Hassan. Just before I go to you, Hassan, just want to thank Ibrahim for the 10 Swiss franc, which I've told account to Joe is worth $10 billion. So thank you, Suleiman and Beatrix. Impressive performance. Pray for the resistance in Iran. Yeah, we are. Iran is fighting for the world, basically, in order to bring freedom to all of us. Hassan, go ahead, give us your thoughts. I think what you said before was much better, but do go ahead and give us your thoughts.
Yeah, no, I'd like Eid Mubarak. I don't know if I said it to people here, but just wish everyone Eid Mubarak. All Muslims, all people across the world, hopefully are celebrating. Hope they had I think a Mubarak Eid is not really a joyful Eid, let's say, given what's happened over the last month. But, hopefully it's full of blessings nonetheless. What I would say is, regarding the event yesterday, the biggest thing for me was just the announcement of Trump on Truth Social. For me, that was a major escalation for him to announce, even to threaten that. Forget whether you do it or not. Just to utter those words of "I will destroy your power, your energy," for a country, for a sovereign nation, just to threaten that kind of thing. Even if he had zero intention of doing it, I think is a major escalation. But I don't think it is zero. I think it's low. But even if it was the case that it was zero, to say those words is major, and it will have it has an impact psychologically. It will cause panic in the region, economic damage. People will start stockpiling. Everything becomes unstable. So what he's done is just set off another chain of events which are just potentially catastrophic. And then, what's your upfront from this? I mean, everybody knows that the Islamic Republic is not going to buckle, isn't going to surrender. So what is the objective here? And I don't see anything other than escalation. So let's say, for example, he says, "All right, I'm not going to do it." Then Netanyahu will do it, and it'll probably be with his approval, and you'll blame him, and then it will be, it'll be further escalation. So whichever way you look, this situation is very, very dangerous right now, and it's literally a game of chicken. Who's gonna back down first? But the problem is backing down for the state is, again, I've said it before, is surrendering as an empire, surrendering your status as an empire. And, that's not something you easily give up. So we're again in this really difficult situation globally, where I can only see more more war, more destruction, more economic turmoil. And yeah, I don't know where we go from here really, but that was a major event for me. Is just that message on Truth Social.
Yeah, that is huge. That is going to be major escalation. We're going to have to see. That's why we've got in the title 48 hours. Are we going to have an energy crisis, energy war? And this is a good point to bring in Robert and Darkside in the conversation. I appreciate both of you guys coming on. Obviously, Joe as well, we've got here for the finances. But Trump's given 48 hours notice that he's going to destroy power plants and Iranian energy infrastructure. Iran says, if you do this, we're going to lay waste to the Middle East. To the Gulf states. And it's going to be the energy infrastructure and the power plants that are going to be taken out. We're in the middle of the 48-hour warning. I guess let's deal with this in two elements. Just based on Trump's statement, I assume that this is going to cause the market to go crazy, the oil prices to go crazy. I believe the market shut till 6 p.m. Eastern. And then the second question after that will be, if this did happen, what would happen? But if you can answer the first one, guys.
If he did target infrastructure and they started to retaliate.
So the first question
the
is
first?
just based on the warning, just based on this 48-hour warning that he's given to say that we're going to destroy the power plants and the infrastructure, and then Iran responding and saying, well, you do that in 48 hours, we're going to do the exact same thing as the Gulf states and take out the desalination plants. How does that impact the market and the oil prices?
Yeah, I think it's probably pretty bad. We saw Bitcoin, which is really the only globally traded liquid 24/7 asset. We saw Bitcoin decline by about 2% off the back of that news. So that's kind of the best judge that we have for what risk assets like the S&P 500, the Nasdaq, kind of the best proxy for probably what's going to happen there. I would imagine oil probably moves higher. There are actually ways to kind of sort of track weekend oil. I haven't checked actually. I'll do that now. But I would imagine oil probably moves higher. The thing with oil is we are still, even though we're talking about $100 Brent, we are still very, very, very far away from the oil price that will be required to clear the market. We're talking about, and I put a thread in the comment section for people to go through. I tried to, very well sourced with step by step. We're talking about the largest energy crisis in the modern world, in modern history. Certainly post World War II, this is the largest energy shock we've ever seen. About Strait of Hormuz, that's about 20% of global oil taken offline. Now, sure, there's a tanker here, tanker there, but generally 97% of that oil was taken offline. That's 20% of global oil. Well, if you look at, meaning demand is going to have to fall by 20% if we're just talking the strait with no diversions. Just for comparison, what that looks like for demand to fall by 20% would be equivalent to the height of the COVID lockdowns in April. The entire global economy was shut down. Streets were empty, right? Everything was shut down. I was still going to work. I was still out and about during that time period. I worked in healthcare, right? So I was still out and about. It was eerie. I mean, I live in LA, and we're talking one of the busiest cities in the world, right? Every street takes 30 minutes to go a mile in LA, right? It's like a joke, an inside joke. It was desolate. It was empty. That is what a contraction, a 23% contraction of demand. That is what that looks like. And it wasn't just LA. It wasn't just the US. It was global. So, there's diversions, right? The Saudi Arabian pipeline down to the Red Sea, Yanbu. But we know that Iran hit Yanbu successfully just, 2 or 3 days ago. If you take that offline, you're talking about a 17% disruption or reduction in supply. And again, supply demand must balance. And the way that they balance is the price. That is the kind of clearing mechanism to meet the equilibrium between the supply and demand imbalance. And the fuel shortages that we're seeing, you know, and the rationing, that is just the start of it. We're going to have, you know, they're already talking in Australia about basically kind of lockdown-esque kind of stuff, like don't go out if you don't have to kind of stuff, right? Maybe certain people don't go to work, they work remote, because it is, you know, physics, right? You cannot print oil, you cannot print energy. And remember that when it comes, you know, when we finance people talk about demand, you know, supply, I think makes sense, right? That's the amount of oil being put out into the world. Demand, you should equate the word demand to economic activity, right? I think once you do that, once you realize that's really what demand means, it shows you how severe this issue is. And I think that even if Trump wanted to taco, I don't think you could. I think we are so far gone. I think we only have another couple weeks before this gets really, really ugly. And I think that oil still, you know, if you look at the forward curve, still is not really woken up to the true reality of how severe this disruption is. So I think in general, oil, Brent at least, right, is probably headed significantly higher because oil is very inelastic. You know, what that means is that, you know, if oil goes up 10%, well, the world, you know, that happens on every week, right? You know, that is not uncommon. Oil goes up 10%. The, you know, things still go on, right? You still go to work. The grocery store still gets stocked with food, right? Everything, life goes on. That is what inelastic demand means. It means that the price of oil would have to go up really, 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 really a lot in order to create a reduction in the actual demand. And so, you know, we're talking like $200 plus on Brent you know, from my calculations. And again, it depends on kind of, you know, pipelines, diversions, oil on water. But look, a lot of those things are temporary. When you talk about the waiver of the Russian oil or the Iranian oil, or the strategic stockpile release from the IEA, all that stuff is temporary. I mean, the oil on water, that's probably only another couple weeks. And the IEA stuff, that's maybe 2 or 3 months, right? But if this drags on long, I mean, it is on the scale of COVID. And the market still really hasn't woken up to that.
I guess this is the more crazy question we've all been discussing. If Trump follows through, he bombs the Iranian infrastructure, bombs the Iranian plants, and then what to call it again? Then the Iranians respond in kind. How far does this go? How bad does it get?
It gets really, really bad. So, you know, I think that probably, like, look, even just taking one target from Iran that they listed in their retaliation package, Yanbu, or the pipeline that goes to Yanbu. If you target that, you just took 3 million barrels per day off the market. So you just went from maybe a 15% supply disruption to an 18% supply disruption overnight with one strike. I mean, for example, we know the Qatari natural gas refinery that was hit in Fujairah. Again, excuse the pronunciation, I'm American, but we know that one strike with two drones, two $20,000 drones, took out 3.5% of the global natural gas supply in a single strike. So yeah, like it gets biblically bad if this really continues to escalate. I would argue it's already really bad. You know, words are already kind of difficult to describe how bad it is already. If it gets even worse, I mean, you're talking, you know, like catastrophe. There's really no other word to describe it other than catastrophe. Things would be just unbelievably bad. And again, you know, America might be able to insulate itself somewhat, right, with export controls on oil, for example. But there's issues there, right? Like California, for example, relies on Asian refined for our gas. We rely on Asian refineries, right? So it's not, oil is fungible, but there are different types of oil, and there are nuance to that. So, like, could we insulate ourselves a little bit? Maybe, but like you're talking about a global economic crisis on par with COVID, maybe even worse. I mean, it's really, really hard to understate how bad this situation could be.
I mean, Dark Side, just to you as well. What's your thoughts on this conversation? How bad can it get?
Yeah, well, I echo Robert's sentiments, but I take it a step further, which is this will spread from oil and oil related products into financial related products, derivatives, interest rates, swaps. The entire world is tied together, as I always say, by a quadrillion dollars in derivative paper contracts between counterparties, institutions, governments, banks. And what we're looking at is a catastrophe that goes way, way beyond oil. And to think that the United States is insulated because we produce oil or we're a net exporter of oil, that's ridiculous because the United States is tied at the hip, completely dependent upon the Western banking system, the Fed, the ECB, the Bank of Japan, the Bank of International Settlements, the International Monetary Fund. These are all one construct to which the United States functions upon. And the thought that you could lose Bank of Sumitomo Bank, UBS, Society Generale, Deutsche Bank, all of these global systemically important banks, the thought that any one or two of them could fall without taking the United States with them is ridiculous. On
Yeah,
top
like
of
for
which,
example, oh,
yeah,
sorry,
go ahead, Rob. Go ahead, Robert.
Oh yeah, no, well, just to kind of play that out, like one angle how that happens, right? If you're Europe, you are short dollars, right? You have dollar-denominated debts, you have dollar issue obligations, right, and transactions. You are short dollars. Well, the dollar has strengthened during this conflict already. Oil is priced in dollars, right? So when we talk about the Brent price, we're talking about the Brent oil priced in dollars. But if you're in Europe, if you're in Asia, Japan, for example, right, your currency is weakening due to the fact that you're a net importer of energy, right? And that's an increased burden on your economy. So your currency is getting weakened, pressured lower, meaning that, say Brent goes from 110 to 120, that's already bad enough because you're short energy, right? You're a net importer. But then it's even worse because the currency that you need to buy the oil costs you that much more, right? It takes that many more yen, that many more euros to get $1 to get the Brent oil, right? So you're getting squeezed on both directions. What do? You sell US dollar denominated assets. And we know this is public data. We know that the rest of the world owns about $65 trillion worth of dollar denominated assets. So think US stocks, US corporate bonds, US treasuries. They have a lot that they could sell. And we know from history, we can kind of draw a parallel to 2022. There was a huge, nowhere near as bad as this, like 1/8 as bad as what we have now. But there's still a pretty significant spike in the price of oil. We know that Europe sold like $400 billion. Well, in total, Europe and Asia sold about $700 billion worth of U.S. Government bonds. 700 billion. So you start selling bonds, U.S. Treasury yields go up, right? Because inverse to the price of the bond, the yield. So yields are going up. That attracts even more capital into the dollar, right? Because you're getting more interest rate. If you're, globally speaking, we have more attractive interest rates, more capital flows into the dollar. Well, what does that cause? Cause the dollar to go up, strengthen even more, which means that Europe and Japan and these currencies that are weakening even more, the price of oil just went up even more, right? So you get, hopefully, I'm explaining that kind of reflexive loop. And of course, as that happens, they dump more US assets, causing yields to go further up, causing more dollar strength. causing their oil price to go up even more, causing more burden, so more selling, and it just goes on and on and on. It's really catastrophic.
Yeah, exactly. That's that negative feedback loop I've been talking about. And Robert hit on a key point. We like to focus on markets, stock markets and asset markets, Bitcoin, oil, but the real market here is the bond markets. And we're seeing a global spasm when it comes to sovereign debt. And if that continues, everything gets more expensive, everything begins to break. The largest single buyer of US Treasuries are leveraged hedge funds out of the Cayman Islands that are doing what we call the basis trade. They're picking up pennies in front of a steamroller, essentially. Same trade long term capital management had on in 1998. If that were to break and the derivatives contracts having to do with interest rates begin to go down the tubes, yeah, the stage is set for global collapse, and we're probably 30% of the way down the ladder. So I'm not sure where we go from here, Sully.
Dark, do you know that Hyperliquid has perps on oil? So you can kind of get a bearing.
Yeah, I saw that, but it's still relatively small.
Yeah, it's light, but it still went up 7% since the announcement yesterday.
Yeah. Again, I won't read that much into
What's
it.
your mix of what?
Yeah, 107.
109 right now.
Really? That's it.
Wow.
I thought it'd go chaotic after that announcement. They just don't believe you what he's saying.
But it's just very light volume. Like, not a lot of people on Hyperliquid trade oil. Like, I doubt even most people know how to trade oil that use Hyperliquid, but at least it gives you like an indication.
Yeah, I wouldn't read that much into it. Again, it's not about price, although price matters. It's about oil itself. It's about the straight. It's about the products. They can manipulate the price.
Can't print oil. Yep.
But you can't print oil. So I expect that they will manipulate price. But I don't think they, look, in the end, is Trump going to pull the ripcord on bombing these critical infrastructure? Man, I don't know. I don't see an off road. I'd love to get Wade. I see Wade's hands up. Wade's super smart, great guy.
Hey guys, I saw Larry Lepard had posted some concern about the 48-hour deadline potentially being tied to financial distress and or treasury issues with keeping the markets in order. And I just, some things that I'm looking at here, it looks like Vietnam is out of jet fuel and they are max bid, and they've asked the Chinese for emergency deliveries and they've been denied. So, like, just putting this in concept from like supply chain commodities, right? You have players out there that are max bid and their money is not money good for the fuel. And so look at what DOD is doing right now. Like, the amount of diesel and the amount of jet fuel that the Department of Defense is going through, and the Department of Defense is going to get their jet fuel. But the problem is they're also a buyer at any price. I mean, and you've got the base petroleum, the base crude going up so high. Like, if we lose control of this and the Department of Defense is sucking down the amount of fuel that they're sucking down, we've already seen jet fuel effectively double, haven't we? And with people like max bid, I have serious concerns that we are all the victims of wishful thinking right now, and that this could get catastrophically bad if there's not a negotiated solution, a negotiated settlement. And I do not see any perspective from like a DOD, from a DOD angle, that there is the combined arms operational force or plan to actually force the straits open. And even if they did, I think, to what Robert was saying, we're still looking at a catastrophic shock. And this, I'm concerned that this is a catastrophic shock of global proportion, and no one's prepared for it. And I'm just very, very concerned that we're all victims of wishful thinking right now.
Can I also weigh in? Very important issue here. You said Vietnam. Right now, Vietnam has a very strategic alliance with the United States Navy specifically in the deep water port there. We're looking at Cam Ranh Bay there. there's going to be a tremendous amount of leverage on the United States to say, hey, we got your back here. You let us use your port. We exchange our military, our naval forces exchange and help each other out to keep China in check. That's going to be huge for the South China Sea, which is the entire strategic region of Asia. Wow, that's big news.
Yeah, well, we better, if we want those deals to go forward, we better be shipping them some oil or some jet fuel. Otherwise, they very well may renege and find another supplier.
Exactly. And China, real quick here, has been leveraging against to push the United States out of that deepwater port. China's been very upset because Indian warships, even my time there, now I know I'm going back to 2000, let's see, excuse me, 2014, 2015 was the last time I was there, but the Indian Navy, I was on one of the Indian warships that pulled in there, and I was invited on board, and the Indians were so proud that they were being able to come in and keep the Chinese in check, and there was this talk of alliance with U.S. naval forces in India, but I mean, really, in reality, that's a different subject. But yeah, there's going to be a tremendous leverage on the U.S. to keep Vietnam's fuel supply. That's a very big deal. Thank you for that info.
Hey, Robert Darkside, do you guys have any thoughts on how the Gulf states are going to keep liquid during this event when they, some of them are looking at massively decreased cash flows for the next 1 to 5 years? Have you guys thought about what that's going to mean from like a macro perspective, and what the bondholders for all those projects, for all the, the LNG projects and whatnot, petro projects there, how do they keep those bondholders satisfied, and how do they keep their budgets afloat for the next 1 to 5 years?
Well, the bondholders, that illustrates the degree of contagion that is possible that Darkside was getting at, right? Everything is interlinked because those bonds start to go, not money good. Well, those bonds might have been pledged as collateral for another loan, right? That was rehypothecated and pledged, right? And you go on and on and on. So, but to the point of the GCC, I think one of the super important things with what's going on with their economy is that, number one, there could be some selling of gold, monetizing gold to keep dollar peg. Simon's been talking about that for a while, and we've seen gold sell off quite sharply over the past 5 days. So I think that's one area to keep an eye on. And I think the other area that's super kind of under discussed is that if you look at the one sector of the U.S. economy that's been propping us up, it is AI, data center. But if you look at where the investment is coming from for a lot of it was coming from the GCC. Well, that is predicated on the GCC making money, right? Exporting oil, exporting natural gas. Those exports start to fall. The other way of saying that is that the amount of outbound capital also falls. So there's the current account, right? And they all run, except Saudi Arabia, actually a slight current account deficit, surprisingly. But generally, they run a current account surplus. The other way of saying that is that they run a capital and financial account deficit. They have more capital flowing out of their country into foreign financial markets than are flowing into their financial markets. And a lot of that was being pledged just kind of verbally, right? Like a promise to a lot of this data center sort of thing here in America. Well, if their economies start to grind to a halt and their current account, right, they're not able to run a trade surplus, they're not able to export a lot. The other way of saying that is that the outbound capital that they might have assumed they were going to have, right, for the next 10 years or whatever, it is vanishing as well. And then that puts, the one sector of the American economy that's been propping everything up, that puts the one sector at risk with the whole AI thing. So I think it's a super important area to keep an eye on. But the bondholders of for example, the infrastructure projects like that, I think that's just one illustration of how things can spread, how financial issues can be like a virus, where those bonds are probably pledged as collateral by the bank that bought them on another loan, right? And then whatever security was there was pledged yet again as collateral on yet another loan. So that's what Darkside was getting at with the kind of interlink of all the, the global financial system really, and how this is, I mean, I really cannot understate just how severe of a shock to the economy and to the financial system this issue is going to be.
And
Well,
just to summarize this, Wade, in every financial crisis I've lived through, and that's a bunch of them, stage one is always denial, right? And I think right now we're still, as a globe, in a state of denial. People know things are wrong, people know things are bad, but there's a belief that this too shall pass. And unfortunately, the situation we're in won't pass, and we will go into stage two, which is fear. And once we get into fear, uh, banks begin to lock up, credit becomes impossible, counterparty exposure becomes a focus of financial markets, and that's when things get really rough.
Yeah, like
well,
during COVID, during that panic stage, just to put it into real terms, what Darkside is talking about, during COVID, when that panic hit, when the fear hit, the S&P 500 declined by like 35% in a matter of like 3 weeks. So that is the practical implication of what we could see.
Well, for an administration that was leaning on low fuel costs, low oil costs, I mean, what does it look like when the entirety of our CBO budget estimates are based upon 2% adjusted like annual inflation for the year? But if your fuel costs double or triple, and then you've got issues with with your bonds and the debt, like aren't you looking at effectively like a double whammy? That your inputs are drastically your inputs are drastically increasing in cost, particularly fuel and your base inputs, but then your cost of the debt is also hitting you from the other side, isn't it?
Exactly right. Interest rates, bond yields, U.S. Treasury yields. Here in America, we're a little bit better off than say in the UK. In the UK, their bond market is in a full blown meltdown, meaning bonds down, yields up, to the point that they are pricing in rate hikes. Which now I know this is going to sound crazy, but the UK is actually a little bit better off on the debt picture in one way, which is that if you look at their maturity profile, right? Because a government will issue a 1 month bond, they'll issue a 1 year bond, 2 year, 5 year, 10 year, 20 year, 30 year, right? They issue different duration. And if you look at the average duration in the UK, it's about 15 years, which is pretty good because that means you can hike interest rates and the debt that you issue at the front end of the yield curve in those shorter duration debt instruments, that debt will go up, right? The interest rate, the cost of the debt will go up, but overall you kind of have a buffer because you've issued in the past so much long duration debt, so you kind of have almost like a buffer. Here in America, that's not the case. Here in America, over the past couple of years, we have been issuing more and more and more of our debt in the short duration debt instruments, right? 1 year and under. Those are called T-bills. Well, T-bills are just going to follow, the yield on those just follows the Fed. So you get into a situation where if inflation starts to spike here, which it will, I mean, it kind of already was if you look at PPI, if inflation starts to spike, we won't be able to hike rates. Because if we do, then the interest, because we're rolling. We're rolling $600 billion of debt every 5 days. This is how crazy it is. We are rolling $600 billion of debt every 5 days, meaning that very quickly, right, if we hike rates and T-bill interest rates move higher, very, very quickly, our debt is getting rolled over at a higher rate, pushing our interest expense from 1.2 trillion to 1.3 to 1.4. And you can get into kind of a debt doom loop that way. So here in America, I don't think that they hike rates. So far, the bond market is not indicating that they are going to hike rates. I think that there's talk about it, but I think given the debt situation here in America, 23% of every dollar that you pay in tax is going to interest. That is insane. It's $3.5 billion per day of interest. So yeah, our debt situation is already so bad. Now, other countries, they might hike rates. but arguably they kind of have a buffer with a longer duration profile.
So doesn't it lead you to believe that the administration actually thought that they had the capacity to deal with this in a week? Because this is not the type of like behavior. You don't take these types of actions unless you seriously thought that you had the capacity to do what they were going to do in 3 days. It seems to me that they clearly didn't anticipate that this was going to drag on for, a month.
Trump said that like he was surprised that the Strait of Hormuz was being closed. I did a video last year in like June of 2025 or whatever. I did an entire video for my YouTube on that very thing because it was like widely known that was kind of the Trump card, right? Like the card in the hole or whatever it's called in poker, right? That was their kind of a real strong play was a Strait of Hormuz closure. Everyone knew that. But apparently Trump didn't, or claims that he didn't. He also said he didn't know that the GCC countries would get attacked by Iran. It's like, what? Like everyone knew that. So I don't know if he's just dumb. I don't know if he's lying. I don't know if he was misled by the Laura Loomer, Mark Levin crowd, right? Like I really don't know, but maybe it's hubris, like you mentioned. I don't know.
I mean, but the intelligence assessments and the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff clearly indicated that this was a risk as a part of their risk assessment. So, I mean, it seems to me that they were either ignored or the chairman warned. He specifically warned the president, so the president can't sit there and say he didn't know. He just decided to throw the dice, is what it looks like.
Yeah, we've hammered this out for well over 20 some days. It's clear. He fired the officers that would speak out against him. They either resigned like Admiral Halsey or they were fired like Admiral Ketcher. And he just brought in his yes man. Now, remember, he brought back in from retirement General Kane, who's an air guy. He just, yes sir, no sir, we can do everything. He does everything from the air. He's an air guy. So, take this in mind. I have it, and I put the receipts out there. This has happened throughout history when a despot and maniac will bring in his yes man and absolutely refuse to listen to those who are speaking reason. So we're in a runaway train here, not trying to spread fear, but something seismic has to shift here. But I think it has to be from the military point of view within the military itself. And I'm hoping and praying this happens.
Is the new J3, the new ops officer who was brought in to replace the admiral? I see that he's a 3-star Marine Corps general. Do we know? I haven't seen any information on this guy. Is he just another yes man?
He'd have to be. Absolutely, he would have to be sold out. He'd have to be. And I know it's impossible to believe for Marines to be sold out, but money does strange things to people and they get in strange places. Admiral Doug has talked about it. Davis has talked about it a couple times, and I've certainly seen it. Very strange things happen when Clinton brought in a very piece of excrement from way down low in the grass admiral. I'm not going to mention names. And that same admiral was wearing Combat V ribbons. Yes, sir, he sure did. And he never served in combat. And when he was finally caught, he went home and killed himself. So then Clinton's like, oh, snap, what are we going to do now? And we saw a major seismic shift within the Pentagon. And I was active when that happened. And great admirals, not mentioning their names, are saying, we're done with this shit. We are completely done with this. And they spoke out. So I'm praying this happens. When I say pray, I don't mean that figuratively, ladies and gentlemen. I mean it literally. I'm praying that we get true men of integrity, men and women of integrity that step up to the plate.
Well, it seems like the Navy's been smart enough to at least keep their boats out of harm's way.
Yes.
So at least the Navy's got that going for them.
Yes, and let me tell you, they were probably ordered, those op boards that came out on those orders of battle. I operated with battle plans. I helped write battle plans for the Submarine Force Atlantic. I was on the staff of Commander Submarine Force Atlantic. I helped draft updates on those. It's extremely tedious. I hated the work, but those op plans definitely put them in the Persian Gulf region. Honestly, they did. And that's why they crept closer and closer and closer. And I said from day one, and I got a lot of pushback saying, no, they'll come in. We could do it. I said, absolutely not. It's a kill box. No, it was not. I'm not saying that was right. No, come on. We know we played many, many war game scenarios, computer models. Read the studies. When we knew playing war games that the Persian Gulf belonged to Iran, we could not fight their war. We have to go out in the deep water Navy. But why I'll say that there.
Just some breaking news. Iran has released satellite images, which I'm going to post, of Iran released satellite images of the impact of its missile and drones on American assets in the region, specifically in the UAE. A fuel storage pumping station. Iran destroyed an ANFPS early warning radar site in northern Saudi Arabia. Iran also struck a U.S. Army backup data center in Rafah and Abu Dhabi in UAE. Iran also hit U.S. military fuel supply lines at the Asubu oil refinery in the UAE. The images also show the strikes on fuel storages, tanks, and pumping stations. What else we got? Some more news. Let's see. Someone said the U.S. Treasury bonds are drenched in the blood of Iranians, and buying them means buying a strike targeting your headquarters and assets. Okay. And then they said the financial entities that
I've got something here, Suleiman.
just the financial entities that fund the U.S. military budget are legitimate targets for us. Sorry, what were you saying, Beatrix?
Sorry, I thought you were done with news.
Sorry?
I said, sorry, I thought you were done with the news. I want to read some news out. I've got some news. Okay, thanks. So Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi says, we will not accept a ceasefire. We do not want last year's scenario to repeat. We seek a complete, comprehensive and lasting end to the war. That is the only acceptable outcome. There must be guarantees that this situation will not happen again and the damage it inflicted on us must be compensated. I think they said something similar yesterday and the day before as well.
Thanks. Okay, guys, also we have a tweet in the nest. It's a video that we put out. It's a short. And basically what it is I think it's very, very important. So if you remember, we interviewed Professor Marandi yesterday. You heard the audio wasn't great because he was in Iran, where the internet isn't great, where there's been bombing, bombardment, and destruction. And that in that clip, one of the things he says is that he believes that the U.S. intentionally targeted that girls' school in Minab where they killed 170 girls. And his reasoning for that claim is that this was part of the original strike. This was part of the original attack, so it wasn't something that happened in the flow. Like, for example, that didn't work, now we're going for target 2, 3, whatever it may be. That strike happened 45 minutes after they assassinated Ayatollah Khamenei. And also that specific school, the children in the school, a number of the children in the school were from the children of Iranian military personnel. And so he said that this was done intentionally in order to teach the Iranian military a lesson, to demoralize them and harm them. So I think it was a very unique clip that he stated. I think it's a very important clip. So that tweet's in the nest. Do check it out, watch it, and like it to boost what Professor Marandi said, who's given us that information in the midst of war. And the link's also in the YouTube as well. Sorry, Beatrix, you were going to say something?
Yeah, I was just going to ask people, everybody on this space, we've got over 2,100 people on this space. I'd like everyone to go up to the nest. If you don't know where that is, that's above where you can see myself and Suleiman on your screen now. Go above it and you'll see the tweet there. This is really important right? They killed 170 girls, as Suleiman said, because they wanted their parents who were in the military to suffer. And it was a double tap. It was intentional. I don't care what anybody says. They've got modus operandi in doing this. So I'd like everyone, 2,000 of you, to go up, retweet that tweet, put a comment underneath it, quote tweet it. Let people know that this is what's happening in Iran and these are the war crimes that are being committed. And everybody on YouTube, all of the people that are on YouTube, we've got over 500 people on YouTube. I'd like you to go onto that now. Click on that link that Suleiman's put there. Put a comment there. Make sure that if you're not subscribed to Suleiman's channel already, it's free to subscribe. You just have to press the bell icon on YouTube. Give it a thumbs up. We've got a lot of people on there, but people haven't given it a thumbs up. Please give it a thumbs up and share it. Share it. You can share the YouTube link with other people. Send it out in WhatsApp. I'm going to send it out now to people in my extended circle who I think should know this. So I appreciate all the comments that are coming through. Whom are saying, of course, the biased, hypocritical Western media would ignore, distract with the excuse of a mistake, murdering children, a mistake. That's just vile. Absolutely. Luban says, God bless those poor children. They didn't deserve this. No, they didn't deserve it. No child deserves that. We don't celebrate anybody's death. JY says, it was a horrible war crime. Rest in peace to those beautiful children of Minhab. Rest in peace indeed. Dabby says, keep the faith and win. Guys, I want to see more and more comments on there. I want to see more people join that link. It's on YouTube. I appreciate everyone who's coming over. Give it a thumbs up. Give it a like. And on X, please go up to the tweet in the nest. Make sure you quote tweet it, retweet it. I appreciate everyone who's quote tweeting it now. Hookheid says, US and Israel killed the Minab children intentionally. It was a war crime like everything else they do. Absolutely. I appreciate that. Braveheart Lover says, horrific and outrageous. Everyone needs to listen to this, says Omar Mohammed. Laura Tomman says, it was a double tap. This makes perfect sense. Of course, it was a double tap. And you hear it from somebody who was there. Philson Q 2.0 says they killed 170 innocent girls intentionally, evil and war crime. And we have to keep, we can't let them whitewash history, guys. So keep quote tweeting, retweeting it. And also on the YouTube, I'm on there now. Make sure that you click on that link, please, and give it a thumbs up. I appreciate it. And just really quickly, Suleiman, if it's okay, I'll just give a couple of bits of news very, very quickly, and then I'll pass it right back to you. So Trump has said to Israeli Channel 13, there will be a complete destruction of Iran, and this will succeed wonderfully. So Trump has just made this statement to Israeli Channel 13, that there will be a complete destruction of Iran, and this will succeed wonderfully. This time yesterday, he was saying, oh no, I think I'm going to be out of this. We're seeking de-escalation. Also, I did see some other news here really quickly. Hezbollah released footage of targeting Israeli Hermes drone. The chief of staff of the Israeli army says we are preparing to intensify attacks against Hezbollah and will not stop until the threat is removed. Pete Hegseth is doing a presser, and he's just said our ungrateful allies in Europe should be saying one thing to President Trump: thank you. They should be saying one thing to President Trump, and that's a thank you. I'll pass it to you, Suleiman. Thanks.
Appreciate it. That was the breaking news, guys, and it's coming in thick and fast. Going back to Joa, just from your perspective, where do you see this going in terms of if they do end up bombing each other's energy infrastructure? How bad can things get for the world?
How do you say really, really bad? Like the worst our lifetime has seen? Well, maybe not the worst. Yeah, I think anyone here, no one was in the 30s, were they? That are here, because I honestly think they'll close off the other strait. Like if they're not saying that, but I really think they would. And if they close that other strait, forget it. But the way I really see this playing out is you see, and I mentioned this last night, empires fall only when allies leave them, right? The allies are already leaving them. Europe is not backing up America here. If America loses here, Europe is going towards the east. America is no longer an empire. They're not going to be holding dollars. Um, that's why I think this is existential for America, and I do think America is going to go out with. They're going to fight before they leave. So I don't see this ending fast. I really don't. I wish it would, but I don't see it ending fast.
And Joe, if they do close the Red Sea, it would be, I mean, all of that, which by the way, we know they can do. We know just the Houthis could on their own. Well, granted, they're with support from Iran, but generally, like on their own. No Iranian ballistic missiles last year were being launched at the Red Sea at Yanbu, right? So today it would be the Houthis plus the Iranian ballistic missiles, that we already know hit the refinery at Yanbu. It would be catastrophic. I mean, there's no words to describe how bad it would from an economic, financial perspective. There literally are no words to describe how bad that would be, because all that oil is being rerouted that through the Suez, through Red Sea. You take that offline, oh my God. I mean, it's like biblical.
Robert, this is why I question, like, everyone knows, right? And we're not even in the government. And we know they can close that off, right? We know that they have that weapon. And even before the start, I said they don't need a nuke. They have a nuke. They have the world's energy within rocket distance, right? And they have the Strait. I didn't even think about the other one. If the military, if our government was being smart, and let's say that we were on the American side all of a sudden, right? Like, I mean, we're Americans, but I mean that we supported this war. What America should be doing right now is attacking the Houthis, not Iran, because they can't afford that risk. And I don't understand, like, are they trying to do this on purpose? Like, it just doesn't seem like there's smart people in the room.
Well,
And that's what I keep thinking.
I mean, I think the smart one. I mean, just personally, I think the smart ones were pushed out. Right. I appreciate people much more. I don't really like any politicians, right? Just off the bat, but people like Tulsi that made a career on being anti-intervention, anti-endless war, anti-spilling blood and treasure, especially for foreign countries. Those people, I think, were pushed out, and I think that the Laura Loomer, Mark Levin, Lindsey Graham, like those scumbags, those filth, those evil, demonic, horrible people are who ended up, kind of making the, guiding Trump to the decision.
Yeah, I posted on that. A retired, very highly esteemed, dear friend of mine, a retired Marine, Green Beret Colonel, Vietnam veteran, and his father-in-law, four-star general, NATO Supreme Allied Commander, and we were pretty close. I worked on a couple contracts with him. He sent me an email, and this is what's really laid out. In DOD, and especially in the DIA, Defense Intelligence Agency, there was a cleaning, and it really went unescaped from mainstream news, but that cleaning, that house cleaning, on the surface, it looked like Trump was getting rid of the DEI stuff, and all of this, bringing in, excuse me, all of this equal rights stuff. But what it really was is Laura Loomer and this colonel mentioned her name, and Mossad had infiltrated, and Don Rumsfeld even said Mossad has infiltrated our DOD, but he made it very clear there was a house cleaning to clean out the last vestiges of anyone that would reject it. And that's when I posted it several times. I spoke about it in Suleiman Space, and I think we're getting ready to see this is happening. Yeah, I think that's what we're looking at right now.
I don't think that anyone in the Department of Defense or in the United States has been honest about the collapse of the Department of Defense, and specifically the Army force structure, readiness. We've effectively lost our ability to conduct combined arms operations at the operational level. And you can just go back and look at like the force structure for what we had in Gulf War One, and effectively what we have today is half of the force for 50% more cost in inflation adjusted dollars. And that's just due, all kinds of various issues. The currency, the inflation. There's just so many things that go into that. But I think we're actually seeing here, like, why haven't we, or why didn't we go into Yemen? Because literally the force structure and the readiness rating is so poor. We don't have we probably don't have the ability to secure either strait.
And Wade,
Exactly.
on that point, sorry, just real quick on that point, it's important to think of the impact to, we talk about the debt and all that. It's important to remember that one of the large drivers of our debt crisis that, here in America is our intervention in the Middle East. In the 10 years leading up to the global war on terror, as they call it, the fiscal budget, right, the difference between what the government spends, what they collect in revenue, had actually improved. We had gone from a 4% of GDP deficit to a 2% of GDP surplus. Our government collected more money than it spent. Imagine that. VA benefits as a share of GDP had gone from 2.5 to 1.5%, of tax revenue, had gone down from 2.5% of revenue to 1.5%. VA benefits obviously exploded higher since the global war on terror. They went from 1.5% of our total tax revenue to 6.5% of our total tax revenue. The fiscal deficit, the difference between what the government spends, what it collects, that went from a 2% surplus to a 7% of GDP deficit. So, it has really catastrophic, outside of the cost and kind of all the, the issues with, no bid contracts and inflation and real cost of inflation and labor issues and all that. Outside of that, it's had like an immensely negative impact on the finances for the government already, right? Just over the past 25 years.
Well, yeah, and for every purple star that they issue, that's millions and millions of dollars of obligations. I mean, geez, the VA, they owe me a new knee. I mean, how many other body parts and replacements and medical care are they going to owe all these guys after getting blown up?
Yeah, absolutely. And then the defense budget, we've seen it just proliferate exponentially. And then we have to ask ourselves, we hear these rumors, where did a trillion go? Where did that trillion go? Trillion disappeared. People say, oh, that's just fake news. Don't worry about that. No, but there's billions in dollars that are just squandered and moved. And we know we talk about this, but what was supposed to be done and accomplished was a lot of it we can see now is smoke and mirrors. And Colonel McGregor is a very brave man. I was shocked when he came out on this and said, we have to be honest here, people. Let's stop playing a game. We don't have the force structure to do what even half, not even a fraction of what Trump's up there blabbering about. And that's what I kept saying. I repeated this 120 times. We never will, nor have seen the force movement to even begin a tiny little amount of force on Iran. Iran knows that. So it's all going to be done from the air, impossible, and from the sea, impossible, because the naval forces do not win wars. We protect and set it up, but armed ground, massive ground forces is what win wars. Any admiral or general will tell you that. Yep. So there's where we're at. It's going to be very interesting here very soon, people. We are living in a very interesting time.
Just on that, one second. Just to you, Joe. For me, I think people are not realizing the actual real ramifications of this. And so let's say what Trump says he actually enacts, which is destroy Iran. And then we had this conversation last night as well, that if he destroys Iran, he just destroys their infrastructure. And they do the exact same thing to the Gulf states. You're going to look at, throughout the world, mass starvation. There's going to be a huge amount of goods that won't get to where they need to get to. There's going to be supply chain issues. If you remember, a lot of because obviously a lot of the books I've read and such, one of the arguments they made about World War III was not that World War III would actually physically kill a lot of people, but just because of the supply chain issues, just because of issues with importation, exportation, you would have a third of the world's planet that would basically die from starvation and not being able to get goods. And many of these industries have now been built on export and import. And once you create your infrastructure in a manner that is reliant on all of these things, it's difficult to go back into it. So a society, let's say 300 years ago, could be self-sufficient and they would be able to build a society. But once you build a society that requires oil, that requires energy, that requires gas, that requires all these things just to minimally survive, importing of food and so on and so forth, the society becomes reliant on that. And even though 300 years ago they could have survived without it, now they can't, and actually ends up causing mass starvation. It ends up causing destruction. People end up dying, and this becomes a mass depopulation event. And so, what's your guys' thoughts on that? Because that's the way I see it. I think that this is actually much worse than people say if this was to happen.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think that's right. I think that's right, Sully. But I just go back to this 48-hour thing. Why would you give 48 hours? What's the reason behind the deadline? And why so soon? Why go to an ultimatum? And to me, the answer is the financial markets are about to break, and they know it. They know that they need a Hail Mary. They cannot contain global bond markets collapsing. And as much
And
as
Iran knows that.
yeah, yeah, as much as
But
we're
is there something that happens on Tuesday, Dark? Because I'm wondering why 48, why not 72? Like, do you know what I mean? Like, what is it
Yeah.
about Tuesday?
Well, remember what
That's
happened on Friday, right? We began to lose the bond markets. I think the US bond market was down 10 basis points. British bonds were down 12, 15 basis points. So they
30.
look,
30.
30, yeah, 30. They know there's trouble ahead, right? So these guys have a vision, especially Bessent at Treasury and the exchanges and the New York Fed. They know when trouble's brewing. They know 48 hours before we do. And the fact that they went to 48 hours, they probably know Monday is going to be a really bad day. And they're going to need a narrative change. I mean, they need to throw a Hail Mary. Maybe
What
they
would
know things are
What would
we're
the
gonna
Hail
break.
Mary be though? Like, that's the bit I'm not getting. Because if you can explain that, because I mean, this
Yeah,
seems
no,
like
I think the
this
Hail
seems like a
look,
nuclear bomb. What's the Hail Mary?
the Hail Mary is that Iran backs down, that forces inside the IRGC turn on other forces, right? Like that ultimately the Hail Mary is they come to the table.
Okay. You're saying the Hail Mary is that the blackmail in itself is the Hail Mary that they hope that this
Oh, sure.
will.
Well, but that is Trump's modus operandi. That is the art of the deal. Is
True.
you shoot if you want to get to the moon, you shoot for Mars.
Someone was saying that as well. I don't know if it was Joe, because I know
it was me last night.
I think it was Joe. I think it was you or Joe, right? Because you're like Joe is like very close friends with Trump, and he said that if there's anything I know about Trump that nobody else knows, because of our close relationship, he said that with Trump, it's not. He's used to this kind of brunt force of negotiating. Like it's like a bull in a china shop, in the sense of like, agree to my deal, and if you don't, you're gonna suffer the consequences, kind of thing. And most people back down. You saw it during the tariffs. A lot of countries back down.
But the issue is this time Iran has the leverage. With the tariffs, I would argue we kind of did somewhat, right? But the issue now is Iran has the leverage, and they know it. They know it. They are openly posting, on X, talking about our market manipulation, our bond market. Like they know that they have us. So why would they give that up?
Didn't Iran offer to help out the people of Greenland?
Yeah, they did.
did.
Yeah, something on that. Yes.
I mean,
they said we'll come and free Greenland. We'll come and.
I mean, you can't troll Trump any better than to hit him with a Greenland blast.
Yeah, that was hilarious. That was
But
hilarious.
And that's why, Sully, I opened when I commented this morning. And I'm not trying to be over optimistic, but unless it's total economic meltdown collapse, I think Trump will have to back down, but he'll still make it look like he won. It has to be, in other words, that we're
Well, this
a
is the
total
problem with
collapse.
the ultimatum, Andrew, right? Because by putting a 48-hour ultimatum, if you back down, it just shows your weakness and removes your credibility. The other one is you follow through and you follow through, and you're basically, I can't exaggerate this enough, like, you're going to cause the destruction of all of society. You're going to see mass starvation. You're going to see mass loss of life. Like, a part of me thinks that this might, I know this sounds very conspiratorial, but like, when you like, I've read a lot about like population and what their views about populations are and so on and so forth, and I wrote many papers on this in the past, because like, I know you guys know, like, many years ago I wrote papers on why actually I believe there's going to be population collapse, and I ended up being right, I think. But I wrote papers about 10 years ago when they were saying there's too overpopulation. I was like, no, there isn't. There's going to be population collapse. But if you read what they were writing there's overpopulation, there's way too many people, there's not enough resources, we need to reduce the population. They would write this in academic papers and in literature as well. And in the literature, when they write, and in literature and in movies, if you remember the movie Avengers, I remember watching it with my kids, and like, Thanos was like, there's way too many people, I'm gonna reduce the population by half. And then even the Avengers are like, you're right, you're right, there's way too many people, blood. So they were trying, but just you're doing it the wrong way, but there's too many people. So this idea is something that has been pushed throughout all of media as being a positive thing. And just the part of me thinks that, is this a way of causing depopulation? Because a lot of people are going to die. You're talking billions of people will die. I know it's a bit conspiratorial, but if this goes down, this is really worrying. Like, I do think that would happen in terms of the number of people dying.
I mean, Suleiman, I like, Dark knows this and can speak to this. Wade and Joe, maybe to some degree. I am not one of those people in the markets world, in the finance markets world, that is always talking about, oh, we're going into recession, the economy's going to crash, the stock market's going to crash, hair on fire kind of thing. That's not me. In fact, if anything, for the past 4 years, I've been telling those people, no, you're wrong. Everything's fine, right? The stock market's going to go up. GDP's all right. So the fact that I am saying the words that I'm saying, I think, is notable. I understand most people probably not familiar, haven't followed me, but like, things are really, really, really bad. And it makes me uncomfortable, given that I have been so kind of bullish. It makes me uncomfortable, right? Because I'm like, God, like, I haven't felt this concerned. I haven't felt this bearish and this worried about not only markets, right? Not only economics and markets, but to what Conscious was talking about, I don't know, an hour or two ago. I think it's really important, me, Dark, Wade, people that, and Joa, to, like, the people of us that talk about markets, that talk about currencies and bonds and this kind of stuff, like, we all still deeply care about the human cost, right? That is arguably probably what motivates us to speak out far more than what is going on in the financial markets. I, for one, 4,000 dead. Like, why? For what? To me, that's tragic. To me, the school that was bombed. I mean, I was going through my OSENT feed on Twitter as that happened, and I was seeing body parts of like 5-year-old girls getting pulled out of the rubble with their little backpacks. Like, that shit made me cry, and I'm not an emotional person, so I think it's just really important. I just kind of want to say that for people that are not familiar. Like, I don't want to sound like I'm one of those cold, just all that matters is money and markets and trading, and I'm not that kind of person. But on the note of what will happen, I've been talking about oil, right? But it spreads to everything. Diesel, jet fuel, right? The interconnected degree of our world nowadays is such that, it's not just oil. Oil is just kind of the big the foundation, right? But it's everything. It's diesel, it's gasoline, it's kerosene, it's heating oil, it's shipping oil, right? The heavy shipping oil. It's all of it. And because of how interconnected our world is, food, we're going to get into issues where food prices, which are largely transported, for example, the Gulf, right? They import 90% of their food. How is that going to work out when not only is the price of transport due to oil and energy costs going up, not only that, but then there's a full-blown regional war. Like, are those people just going to starve? Like, what's going to happen there? What's going to happen in Southeast Asia, where these economies are getting squeezed by higher energy prices, and there's nothing that they can really do about it? Like, it is again, like, biblically bad if things don't rapidly improve, and I don't see how they're going to rapidly improve.
Yeah, and just to
Yeah,
follow up on that real quick, the reason why I've been really negative for a couple of years now is because you understand, having done this long enough, that the entire fiat monetary system is based on crises like these. And each crisis gets exponentially worse, right? That's the way the system is built. So when you saw, 08, 09, and then you saw COVID, you realize that if there were 12 years between those two, then there can only be 6 years between the next one. And that's just the way the system is built. When the leverage and the monetary misalignment and the malinvestment in the system becomes so high, the only way they can fix it is to destroy everything. Like, that is their modus operandi. If you haven't figured it out yet, this is how they work. And this is greatly to Simon's credit, right? This is the financial industrial complex doing what it does best.
Yeah, I've been doing.
What frustrates me, what frustrates me is I know everyone up here is speaking because they have morals, and then you have spaces where you literally have someone who is on the strategic advisor board for Palantir telling you that everything's okay, doesn't announce that he works for Palantir, and that Iran's running out of weapons, and that's everything's going according to plan, and it's just setting up a lot of people for failure, right? And to Dark's point, yeah, it keeps accelerating. Like, these crashes keep accelerating. The only reason why it doesn't feel like it is because when you have innovation, like example, the internet in the 90s, you don't need to do that because efficiencies improve. But as soon as those efficiencies stop, then you have to crash the system again. That's what, it started back with the oil crisis in the late 70s, then with Reagan, then right before we had like a mini crash between Bush and Clinton, and then we had the internet, so it felt like 10 years of money making. Then we crashed it again. Like, you see what I mean? Like, this thing keeps accelerating. If you look at the M2 money supply, and I tell anyone to look it up, look at the historical chart of the M2 money supply, you will see that we are going exponential. And you can see when those things happen, it's because of crises. And it's about to just keep accelerating. So even if it's not this, based on just where the M2 money supply needs to go, or at least where the projection is, we're going to have another one by the next president. And that is the problem that I keep telling people. Stop worrying about trying to fix your government. Learn how to protect yourself. Hard assets. That's all you could do.
Yeah.
If you want to go get land and grow food, then yeah, sure. But I'd rather just focus on having hard assets so I can survive this thing.
Yeah, and we forgot the 2000.com bust. I had some close friends that get wiped out in that one. But you're right. It's a cyclic, insane problem. Keeps reappearing, but it's all planned.
Yeah, I've been doing defense-related economic risk assessments for the past decade now, and I'm forced to one of two conclusions here. When the decision was made to fire those missiles, those ordnance into the Iranian South Pars, the Pars LNG, the Pars gas facility, that is either the work of someone or a department that is recklessly negligent, or they're a Malthusian death cultist, because you could only be one of two types of people to initiate that type of destruction of critical global key infrastructure, and I'm leaning more towards the Malthusian perspective of it, and that's what's really concerning, and it's only escalating. We just don't see any off ramps.
Hey, Suleiman, a bunch of people speakers just dropped all at once. I don't know if it's just on my side it looks like that, or if it's on your
No, I
side,
think the space is really
or if it's
glitching out quite badly, and I was actually thinking it might crash. So, guys, if the space does crash, we will start immediately. So, do have your notifications on. Cause yeah, I'm trying to use my other phone and it said no internet, so I'm confused about because I'm using the same Wi-Fi.
yeah. 'Cause I see Dark and Wade in listeners now, and we didn't remove them
No, I can see them
at
as
the same
speakers. So,
time.
Dak, are you able to speak?
Yeah, no, we're here. It's you, Joa.
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay, it's me.
Davos is not giving you the best internet, Joe. Tell him to give you a better interface. But yeah, you guys, you were saying about the coming back to it in terms of this kind of like psychopathic situation that's occurring. Do you think that this is? I mean, Joe, I think your theory is that actually none of this is illogical. That this is actually Trump making the decisions for the corporations, right?
I think he's being no. My thing from the beginning was he wants to. I'm just going by the Mar-a-Lago Accords, guys. That's all I'm doing, right? Which is just a remake of the Plaza Accords, which is the Trump Plaza, by the way. That's where it was signed. Where he wants to enforce the sanctions to show that if America sanctions you, they have control the trade routes. That's why he wants Greenland, so that he can also enforce sanctions, so that you can't have ghost ships traveling around. Take Venezuela, and I even think they'll probably take Guyana because there's a portion of Guyana that's in contested land, whether it's Venezuelans or not, which is producing more oil, doesn't have more oil, but produces more oil than Venezuela does currently, in order to control the oil prices once things get out of control. And then he'll use tariffs to force countries to trade in the dollar so that America maintains its global reserve currency. The other one is exactly the same thing, but to usher in the stables. So I think, yes, I think this is America's last, they know that the multipolar world is starting, and it's like their last fight to try to make sure that doesn't happen. That's the way I see it. I don't think it's, the elites of the world getting together and planning out how things move from US to China. I think it is empires typically go down fighting, and that's what I feel like we're watching.
Could I add some color to that kind of angle? So, historically, the way that a currency was valued back, call it 200 years ago, there was trade, right, and whatnot. The way a currency was valued was what's called balance of payments, right? If you are selling a lot more stuff to the rest of the world than you're buying from them, you're running a trade surplus. Gold, right, which was money back then, would flow into your country. Well, gold was money, right? So your country was richer. There was now more money, base money at least. And so liquidity conditions improved, right? It would be akin to kind of printing money here in America. Liquidity improves, financial activity improves, and you have hotter economic conditions. Well, in order to control inflation, the way that the central bank would obviously respond is to raise rates. Raising rates would, of course, strengthen the currency. And there was kind of this ever changing equilibrium, right? It was kind of this fluid dynamic where there was never really a severe imbalance between countries where 6% of GDP trade deficit, that kind of thing didn't exist back then because gold was money, and gold was kind of the pivot point for currencies to be fairly valued. Because remember, the dollar is extremely overvalued on a fundamentals basis. And what that means functionally is that we can't sell stuff to the rest of the world, right? The reason that all that cheap Chinese stuff is so cheap is because the dollar is so much stronger versus the yuan than it arguably should be, right? The yuan is weak, meaning that, when you have a weak currency, your exports, heavily encourages you to export stuff because your currency is weak relative to the rest of the world. It makes your goods competitive. So it's good if you're trying to export. Well, on the other end of that, a strong currency or an overvalued currency like we have in America, that's bad if you're trying to export. And so I think what Trump is trying to do with like Greenland and Venezuela and even the talk about Canada and the 51st state, if I had to put my tinfoil hat on, I think to tie it into kind of the global monetary reordering, there is clearly a move away from the US Treasury as the global reserve asset, right? If you're a country and you produce more value than you consume, you got to save your national savings, right? And historically, that was put in US Treasuries. But what we've been seeing over the past couple of years is more and more of that national savings, countries like China, for example, is going into gold. Well, gold does not drive that inelastic demand for the dollar, which it creates it, being so strong, being so overvalued. When it's going into gold, you don't have that recycling into the dollar, keeping the dollar overvalued. And so it's not going to happen overnight, but what is happening over the past couple of years is much more of a shift away from this, the way that, the dollar historically was valued, say, called the past, I don't know, 50, 60, 70 years, which was, the rest of the world is always buying the dollar, propping it up, keeping it overvalued, recycling trade surpluses back into US treasuries, that kind of thing. The world has already been moving away from that into, no, you know what? We, produce more value than we consume. We're going to put it in gold. Well, what that means is that over time, this is going to take 10, 20 years to play out. But over time, currencies are going to start to be valued much more how they used to 100 years ago on that balance of payments. Well, if you were to look at the dollar, on a fundamental level, we run a huge fiscal deficit with the government spending way more money than they collect. And we run a massive current account deficit or trade deficit on the order of like over $1 trillion over the past 4 quarters. So our dollar should be severely weaker than it is. I mean, if people are familiar with the Dixie, we're talking like a Dixie of like 40, maybe even lower. The way that you offset that is by accumulating, right? We have natural resources, which is good, but you would want to try to bring into the kind of dollar system or your trading block. I think it's going to be something akin to the EU, where it's kind of a economic block. You would want to bring in resource-rich countries that can export those resources, right, and help soften your balance of payments issue, which is that in the US, we overconsume and run a huge trade deficit. Well, you would want to try to soften that, buffer that, because you might see, give it another 10, 20, 30 years, the dollar is going to be in the toilet due to the fact that everyone is de-dollarizing, right, over time. And the dollar is going to start to be priced much more on fundamentals, which are really, really bad. You would see that and go, oh, well, we could buffer that if we accumulated or brought into our kind of system, our trading block, our union, bring in countries like Greenland, like Canada, like Venezuela. What is the one common thread with all of them? They're all very resource rich.
Thanks for that, Robert. And by the way, guys, we have got Craig Murray coming in 10 minutes for an interview. It's going to be on his position, which is that this war is for, I think it's more probably in line with Joe's position, to be honest, Joe. I think he argues that it's for the military industrial complex, the corporations, and Israel. I guess your one isn't that it's Israel, but his one is all three of them. So that will be...
Yeah, Israel to me is not like it's not who's pulling the lever.
Yeah, he thinks it's all three. So stop. I was quickly reading his article before he came on. Doing some prep, guys. Doing some prep. But he was like, I think his article's kind of saying like, oh, look, the corporation prices are going up. Chevron's prices are going up. Military industrial complex already had pre-orders well before this happened to increase production. And now he's got the $200 billion. So it's more from that perspective.
Yeah, be curious to see what he has to say.
Yeah, we will be curious in what he had to say. So, like Robert Darkside, what? Because one of the things that many people on the space said was that if oil prices go above 115 and stay there, it's going to be a situation where it'll just be the entire thing will be broken. The entire financial system will be broken. No, sorry, 160 was when it's broken. 150 will be like a Great Depression. What's your kind of perspective on that?
Well, yeah, I think prices have to go significantly higher. If you're talking about 110 on Brent, I think prices have to go way higher than they already are, way higher. And you can listen to kind of the commodity guys, right, that do this for a living. I would recommend people look at Jeff Curry. He is, decades of experience in commodity markets. Works chief investment officer, chief something for Carlyle. Highly recommend, on YouTube, check him out. Couple great interviews that he's done, and also Rory Johnstone. He's over here on X. I would recommend them, right? They do this for a living, and they're talking about like $200 Brent as like the floor, right? As like if there is no dramatic improvement, right? If there's no dramatic improvement, that like $200 Brent is kind of like their base case. And the only question Rory Johnstone was saying, and he's normally not like a panic, hair on fire, world is ending. He is normally not like that. He's saying that like really the only question is, is this a global recession or is it a global depression? Really it's just a question of like how bad is the bad, but it's going to be bad, like already. You talk about $110 Brent. I think that that's already enough to create recession conditions here in the US and the rest of the world, everything being interlinked. I think 110 Brent is already kind of recession territory if it doesn't meaningfully improve in the next week. I think we're already there. I mean, you have to remember we've been here for 3 weeks. This is kind of 3 weeks in the making. If it goes on, I would say another 2-3 weeks. It's all but guaranteed that there is a global recession, and then the only question becomes: is it a global depression? And that gets to the kind of the food shortages and some really, really, really severe disruptions to life and prosperity that we could see. I mean, it is really hard to understate how big of a supply shock this is. And, if we start targeting Iranian infrastructure and they retaliate, it would, or if the Red Sea, the Bob Strait, if that gets disrupted, I mean, you're talking about probably $250 Brent pretty quickly. That for sure that's global depression. I mean, remember when we talk about recession or depression or whatever, going back to the supply and demand thing, if you have a 15-16% supply reduction of energy is the economy, energy is economic activity. So you just reduce global economic activity by 15%. The problem is that oil is very inelastic, meaning that you need oil to go way, way, way higher to get a 1% decline in demand for energy, because everyone needs energy for everything, right? So it takes radically higher prices. This is kind of part of why oil, for people that trade oil, this is part of why it's so volatile, is that it's very, very inelastic. And so what that means is that, prices that might sound crazy are just what is mathematically required to get demand to collapse, global demand for energy and global economic activity to collapse by 15 or 16%. You need dramatically higher oil prices. And again, COVID, the height of the lockdown, that was a 23% reduction in demand for oil. We're talking about something very close to the depths of the global COVID catastrophe. I'll point out during COVID, US GDP, the US economy shrank by 31%. A third of the economy here in the US disappeared in a single quarter. Now, granted, we rebounded, we printed a bunch of money, right? And that rebounded. But at the depth that I'm talking about, where 23% reduction in demand for oil, at the depth there, you were talking about GDP, an American economy that had shrunk by 33%. So yeah, it's going to take a much, much, much higher oil price to adequately destroy demand. Because again, you can't print oil, cannot print energy. So it's just it's the law of supply and demand. There's really no other way about it. Price has to go much higher to destroy 15 to 16%, if not more, right? Depending on kind of how things progress. It's going to take a dramatically higher oil price.
Doctor, that's very similar to what you're saying, isn't it? Which is that basically the price doesn't matter; it matters about the quantity of oil and how you effectively you're able to get the quantity of oil out.
Yeah, that's it, right? Think about just apply it to your own case. How high does oil have to go before you refuse to drive to the store, right? And the answer is it's going to go really high. Or you'll pay the extra $2, $4, $8 if you have to. Um, and that's just that's the inelasticity that Robert's talking about. As to your the interview you have coming up, as far as this all being about the military industrial complex, I would ask him, what is the risk that you actually damage the military industrial complex by damaging the dollar, right? Because the MIC, that they live on dollar dominance, right? And I'd be curious to hear his response as to, a damaged U.S. dollar. Does that help the military industrial complex, or does that hurt it?
Yeah,
Doc,
I second that.
how does the dollar get damaged? Because isn't the dollar being strengthened right now during the war?
No, the dollar's only being strengthened against other kind of crappy currencies. But in the end, the dollar requires the confidence in our allies to continue to want to use it. And if we do take a form of a loss here, what that will do to the dollar, as we discussed yesterday, with gold going to 10,000, 15,000, then you see the absolute destruction of the U.S. dollar. And further to Robert's points earlier, if the Gulf states don't come back online yesterday, they're going to start selling U.S. dollar denominated assets to pay their bills, and that hurts the dollar. So all of these dollars being repatriated back into the U.S. system mean real inflation and potentially seriously high inflation, and in the worst case, hyperinflation. So
Yeah,
none of that's good for the dollar.
Because if you're in the UAE and you own $1 billion of Nvidia, right? Because you've run a surplus with the US, you own $1 billion of Nvidia, and you have to pay pensions and city services and that kind of thing. You're going to sell your $1 billion of Nvidia. Now you have dollars, right? Because it's a dollar denominated asset. But you need to pay your people, right? Maybe your municipal workers at the power plant. You don't pay them in dollars, you pay them in your native currency. So then you sell the dollar to buy that native currency. So it does kind of end up putting pressure as Europe, Asia, and these various countries, as they sell dollar denominated assets, they then sell the dollars that they get, right? Because US treasuries, you can only buy with dollars, right? So if you're in Europe and you have $1 billion of US treasuries, you're not only getting your interest rate, right, whatever the yield is, but you're also structurally long the dollar, right? Because you're long.
Because they want to damage the dollar. They want to remove the dollar as the form of trade. And if they're successful in deploying that strategy, it's tremendously hurtful because you're basically removing the petrodollar, the recycling of dollars back into the U.S. system. They're now recycled back into the Chinese system.
And I'll point out that China has been wanting to strengthen their currency. They have understood for years now. This is like public information. Top CCP officials have publicly said, "Look, we understand that like our economic model, where we keep our currency way too weak, and we just export, export, export. We understand that's not sustainable. We want to strengthen our currency, which helps stimulate domestic consumption, right? China's been trying to turn their economy much more into something like the US, not obviously, 100%, but in that direction. They've been trying to do that for years. They've been trying to internationalize the yuan for years. So, this plays into what China wants as well.
Let me know if you guys can hear.
They're in the midst of a bit of a real estate crisis right now. So a stronger yuan helps their real estate prices.
Yeah. So appreciate that. Love the conversation. We're going to continue this conversation on. I always appreciate Robert and Darkside giving us the financial updates on the show, and it's not looking great. The market seems like it's about to break. We'll probably have a better idea at 6 p.m. Eastern when the market opens. But really appreciate you guys. We now have Craig Murray up. Guys, if you can let me know. Yeah, brilliant. You guys can hear. Okay, let me put the volume up. Hi, Craig. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Yeah.
Marvelous. Okay, let's start. I just want to welcome Craig Murray onto the stage. He was the UK ambassador to Uzbekistan, and he's been a geopolitical commentator for quite a while, speaking about a wide range of issues, and he's been speaking about the Iran war. Craig, thank you so much for taking your time out to join us. I hope you're doing well.
Thank you for asking me. And yes, I'm fine, thank you. I'm slightly in the dark here because the lighting was interfering strangely with the camera, but I hope you can see me okay.
Yeah, we can see you. We can see you. Now, first of all, I was reading your article, which you wrote recently, in terms of, because the kind of prevailing idea or the prevailing notion is that Donald Trump is not acting in a logical manner. It's very ad hoc. The original plan was 4 days, and now he's kind of just, winging it. Your article kind of seems to suggest the opposite, that this is a well-planned endeavor. This is exactly what he wanted to do, and it was to enrich the corporations, the military-industrial complex, and benefit Israel. Do you want to give us some ideas of what your position is on this?
Yeah, I think that's right. I think if you look back, what started me on this train of thinking was the fact that Lockheed Martin said that 4 months ago they were ordered to quadruple the production of THAAD missiles and triple the production of a different interceptor missile. And that made me think, this plan has been in gestation for a long while, because why would you be looking to quadruple interceptor missiles? Who is the United States going to need interceptor missiles against except Iran? And also, if you look at the move to take control of Venezuela's oil and the use of the US Navy for that, it seemed a very strange and isolated thing to do. But that was in preparation for securing the world's largest oil reserves against the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. And also, I never did buy the line that Donald Trump was the only person in the entire world who did not realize that if attacked, Iran was likely to close the Strait of Hormuz. Of course, he realized that, and those around him realized that. There's a danger that because we can't accept what these people are doing, and because these people think in a way that is so different to the way normal people think, you and I wouldn't think ever of killing tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people in order to pursue an objective. These people are psychopaths. They don't mind killing huge numbers of people. There's a danger because they don't think the way we think, of thinking they are idiots. They're not idiots. They are very smart. They have a plan. They're putting their plan into execution. Their plan is to destroy Iran, and their plan is to make a huge amount of money out of that, because while the war does no good at all to the ordinary people of the United States, the war provides fantastic money-making opportunities in the West and in the weapons industry and in the oil markets and in commodity future markets. For example, you can be quite certain that there are people close to Trump who have made a killing and are making a killing out of this war, not just killing people, but making a financial killing. So I believe this is all, I think that pretending they don't know what they were doing, and pretending it was only meant to last 4 days, was all part of a much broader plan where what they're trying to do is destroy Iran as a functioning state, because Iran has provided the only, and its allies have provided the only physical opposition to the creation of Greater Israel. And that's what I think we are seeing happening now.
So you're basically saying that this was never planned to be 4 days. This was a longer plan in which you would have dual benefits. The military industrial complex and the corporations would benefit. And then that would also result in the Greater Israel Project.
Exactly. And we're seeing that now. You know, everyone's looking at Iran. While everyone's looking at Iran, Israel is absolutely pounding Lebanon and moving a major army into Lebanon. I mean, the fact that they have a coherent plan doesn't mean their plan is succeeding terribly well. They're doing less well in Iran and in Lebanon than they expected. But they are attempting to take Iran at least up to the Litani River, and their evacuation orders go north of that, including the town of Nabatea and other places. So the seizure of yet more, they've already got southern Syria, they've already got bits of southern Lebanon. Seizing a substantial amount of southern Lebanon is something they are trying to do this very moment, and they're being fought by the resistance. But Greater Israel is not an idea, it's not a concept, it's actually happening this very minute.
Now, one of the things you said in your article was, you mentioned a key thing. You mentioned about the prices of Chevron increasing, and you mentioned the prices of a number of corporations increasing. So I guess the question of this is you're seeing the entire financial market collapse. Do you expect him to have the financial market collapse in the manner it did, but then still he's just enriching himself?
Well, exactly. He doesn't care how poor everyone else gets. If he in particular gets wealthier and those very close to him get wealthier. Remember, the people who knew this attack was going to happen will have invested in oil futures. It'll be done through proxies, so you can't see what they're doing. But if you're investing in futures, not just in the price, you can make 10, 20 times the value of your money or in the derivative market. Yeah, it's always a great mistake to think that political leaders care about the people they represent. They don't necessarily. They care about themselves, and they care about a section of the population. And in Trump's case, it's the billionaire class. It's the Epstein class. It's those people who are manipulating and running policy behind the scenes.
Right. And so one of the things is, so according to your position, how far is this war meant to go? Is it meant to go weeks, months, years? How long is it meant to go?
I think it's meant to go years. I mean, we saw yesterday Trump put out a statement saying that unless Iran opens a Strait of Hormuz, then he will wipe out Iran's electricity infrastructure. He always intended to wipe out Iran's electricity infrastructure. That's simply the next stage of a plan. But they come up with justifications for each step as they go along. You don't ask for $200 billion extra money for Congress for a war you're expecting to last another week. And in order to achieve the substantial destruction of Iran, which is a huge country, 80 to 90 million people, in order to achieve the substantial destruction of Iran, you've got to bomb it for years. But we've seen them prepared to do that. They bombed Gaza. They're still bombing Gaza now. They bombed Gaza for 2 years. They've been bombing Lebanon for 2 years. They are prepared to do it, and they can do it. But I'm very pleased that Iran has been able to put up as much physical resistance as Iran has been able to put up on the military side. I think they've done much better than the Americans expected, the Iranians. But they don't have any defense against bombers, against aircraft overflying. One F-35 got winged. Well, that was good, but they can't actually stop the American and Israeli Air Force from overflying Iran. And if the Americans wish to continue bombing and bombing and bombing and bombing, they have the capacity to do that, unfortunately. And I think that is the intention. I think this is intended to go a long, long way. There's no sign of there being any other intention. I see no evidence whatsoever. Trump throws out these, oh, well, it's over, it's nearly over, it may finish soon, blah, blah. This is just distraction. He couldn't go into the war saying we're intending to totally destroy Iran, because it would have led to too much opposition. What they're trying to do is portray each further step as a reaction to events, as opposed to it being the plan all along. But I believe it has been the plan all along. I think they've always, in concert with Netanyahu, the destruction of Iran has been the plan all along.
Yeah. Now, one of the questions, because I have a number of financial experts who come on my show, and one of the questions they relayed was that if this was really to benefit the military-industrial complex, then one of the situations that's occurring right now is the dollar is being harmed significantly. So how is this going to benefit the military-industrial complex when it's linked to the dollar and the dollar is being so harmed by this situation?
Well, again, that's going to impact on ordinary people. It's going to lead to an increase in inflation in the United States, for example. But it's not going to hurt the military-industrial complex, because the military-industrial complex will simply get more dollars. The dollar may be devalued, but they will get, I'm already getting 200 billion more dollars from the US Congress, and they will get, and more will come, more will be coming. The value of the dollar may decline, but they have access to in effect a limitless supply of dollars. So a slight decline in the value of those dollars doesn't enormously hurt them.
Right, okay. But surely by printing more dollars, you devalue the dollar.
You do, and that hurts the general population. But if all the dollars you print are going to the military-industrial complex, it's still benefiting the military-industrial complex in a net way. Again, the problem with that analysis is it fails to distinguish between the interests of the rest of society, which are being harmed, and the interests of the military-industrial complex, which are not, because the relative fall in the value of the dollars doesn't matter to you if you have an infinite supply. It does matter to everyone else who doesn't have an infinite supply.
So Trump's threatened to bomb all of Iran's infrastructure, their power plants, their energy infrastructure. Iran came out and responded and said that if you do that, we're going to do the exact same thing for, in terms of within the Gulf states, your allies, and Israel. So how does this interaction fall within your plan?
Well, I think I support Iran's right to resist this aggression, and I'm quite pleased by the success of some of Iran's resistance. That's my own view. But I don't think we should be over-optimistic. I think a lot of people are too excited and think Iran can actually win this war militarily. I don't think it can in a conventional sense. It can continue to resist and survive and not fall apart. That's how it wins. But I don't think we should over-exaggerate Iran's ability to inflict an equivalent amount of damage on other states. I don't think Iran can do that. It can inflict some damage. It can hit some power supply infrastructure in the Gulf states and in Israel. It can maybe hit the odd desalination plant, but it's bits and pieces here and there. It doesn't have the ability to do a total wipeout of the infrastructure of other countries in a way that the United States and Israel do have the ability to do a total wipeout of Iran's infrastructure. This is an asymmetrical warfare, and we shouldn't forget that. It is asymmetrical. Iran has a certain amount of power. It doesn't have the amount of power at the disposal of the United States.
Where do the Gulf states come into your theory?
I find it very difficult to hide my contempt for the leadership of the Gulf states. I would say.
You're singing my tune. You're singing from my home hymn sheet there.
I think the Gulf states are just pathetic. I mean, they have a leadership which depends for its own survival upon support from the United States and Israeli security services, without which their own people would probably get rid of them. And they're in this position where they have hosted American bases, where they provide all facilities for the Americans, where you have planes like American Warthog planes, which are attacking shipping in the Gulf, which can only be taking off from the Gulf states. They don't have the kind of range to be taking off from anywhere else. So their denials of attacks occurring from the Gulf states, I think, are simply not true. There have also been HIMARS attacks on Karg Islands, for example, which came from within the Gulf states. So they are complicit in this attack, apart from their general complicity with Israel and the United States in their general political alignment. They've chosen a side. They chose a side a long while ago, and that was the side which gave their elites access to London and New York and international financial centres, and being viewed and living a lifestyle of part of the Western elite. So the Gulf states are Party P. They're trying desperately to avoid open conflict. They know that they don't have the ability militarily to stand up to Iraq, and they know that they're to Iran, and they know that their own people would not stand for them fighting on the side of Israel. There's a lot of nonsense. There's some Saudi analysts talking about how Saudi Arabia could join in attacking Iran and 40 other Muslim states would follow. Absolute. He included Pakistan. I mean, if the only people who support Israel in Pakistan are the Sharif family and the military, and that's kind of it, and not all the military. If Pakistan were to join in on the side of Israel in the war, the Pakistani government would fall. There'd be a revolution. The amount of nonsense that's being talked about the view of other Muslim states and other populations of other Muslim states is quite stunning. Now, the Gulf states are, with the exception of Oman, I will say the Omanis seem to have played a very genuine role in the attempt to mediate the nuclear talks beforehand, and have been very open and honest in saying what happened, and that there was a very viable deal which they thought would be accepted, but which the Americans did not accept. They attacked in the middle of negotiations yet again. The Omanis seem to be rather different, but the rest of the Gulf states I've really got very little time for at all. I'm afraid. They're almost not worth considering.
Yeah. Well, Pakistan have come out and condemned Israel and came out and condemned Zionism. And this is during the war. They've taken the side of Iran. And I believe from the 12-day war, they did allow Iran to use some of their space in order to hide some of their military equipment. So as someone who has been very critical of Pakistan, I've actually been quite pleasantly surprised in terms of the way they've dealt with this war and taken, in some cases, a neutral stance, but in other cases been more towards Iran more than anything else. And so that's kind of like a positive thing I've seen in this specific engagement.
I accept that. I saw the Pakistani defense minister made some statements which surprised me by how good they were in criticizing Israel.
Yeah, I've been pleasantly surprised. But just a question in terms of what you said, though. In terms of the Gulf states, though, specifically, so in terms of, we're in agreement about the fact that they've sold out, the fact that they are consorting with Israel and the United States of America, the fact that their airbase, their lands, their country are helping facilitate what's happening against Iran. Never mind the fact that the UAE, what they're doing in Sudan or Yemen for gold, and the way they treat the underclass in the countries, that's a separate point. But I guess what I'm asking is, because your kind of position is that Trump is intentionally doing this in order to enrich himself and enrich the military-industrial complex. And I'm asking, where does UAE stand within that? Because where do these Gulf states stand within that? Because they offered Trump $5 trillion just about a year ago, about 6 months to a year ago. They offered $5 trillion. And now the question is, where are they with this investment? Because if the aim is to enrich the military industrial complex, if the aim is for greater Israel, and what we're seeing is these Gulf states becoming extremely weakened, both in terms of from a military perspective, also in terms of a economic perspective, where do they stand in this plan that you're relaying?
It's interesting, isn't it? The Gulf, Trump doesn't care about the interests of anybody else except Trump and and those very close to him, and he plainly doesn't care about the interests of the Gulf states, because this, in no way, is this war serving the interests of the Gulf states, and in fact, it's causing them massive economic damage, not just in the in the physical damage to their infrastructure, but in the damage to their brand, because so much of their wealth, particularly Qatar, depends not just on oil, but also on their reputation as an international financial center, a safe place. This whole idea of the new Switzerland that they've been building up, and that brand has been damaged, perhaps permanently. So it's really, and they did so much to kowtow to Trump and to, as you say, promise him massive investment. They gave him an aeroplane to be Air Force One, and he's treated them with contempt. He's treated them with utter contempt. It's possible, and there's a lot of reporting that indicates it. But on the Saudi side, and perhaps from MBS personally, there's a lot of support for this war because of the traditional hostility and enmity between Saudi and Iran, which of course we can't avoid the subject, which of course plays into the Sunni-Shia divide, which has been exploited by the imperial powers for a very long time. I wrote a biography of Alexander Burns, the British spy and diplomat who Burns Road in Karachi is named after. And when I was researching that biography, I came across letters in the British Library between senior British commanders in the Sind War, when Britain annexed Sind. And the British commanders were writing to each other about plans to turn the Shia against the Sunni in the 1830s. And this imperial game has been going on for years and years and years, where the divide in Islam has been exploited by Western imperialist interests, and it's been going on since at least the 1830s, and we see it still 200 years later.
Yeah, I completely agree with that, and they've succeeded many a times with that sectarianism. You see it, for example, with Saudi Arabia and their funding of Wahhabi Islam, which has helped promote this sectarianism. And if you look at if there's one group that has been on the side of Israel in this situation or against Iran, has been that group. So I completely agree with you. I'm a Sunni myself, but I agree with you in terms of this aim specifically to cause sectarianism in order to divide the populace and in order to cause destruction throughout the Middle East. I think Syria is a prime example of that. Just one other question I've got for you, which is how, based on your model, where do you see things going? Do we see a ground invasion? Do we see a specified ground invasion to the Karg Island? Do we see a nuclear bomb? How far does this go?
I very much doubt we'll see a ground invasion. We might see a limited incursion onto something like Karg Island as a kind of display. I doubt they'll do even that, because it's going to be a disaster. It would be a crazy thing to do. Again, they might not be against doing crazy things, but it might be at some stage that if support for the war is flagging, they may do a ground invasion in which a lot of American troops get killed in order to enrage American public opinion and be able to continue the war, if you see what I mean. They may sacrifice some troops doing something they know is stupid in order to inflame American public opinion. I don't put that past them at all. But in my analysis, what's likely to happen, though, is just massive continued pounding from it. They've already, today Iran put out, the Iranian Red Crescent put out that they've already hit, I think, 51,000 civilian targets. 51,000 targets they've hit already in 3 weeks. That's 2,500 targets a day they've hit. And if they keep that going, that's really going to be huge.
But you think that, for example, if they had a major military loss, for example, let's say they did try to take Kharg Island, and they failed, and there was a lot of loss of American life, you believe that the American public will be swayed towards supporting this war, and it won't be like Vietnam, where already, you remember, in the United States of America, you have the vast majority of Americans are against this war. And if you saw a loss of American lives, you don't think that people will turn on Trump and say that, look, these sacrifices are being made for Israel?
Well, I think you have to realize that democracy doesn't work in the West. The majority public opinion in America, something I thought I would never see, and I've never seen it before, turned against Israel over the destruction of Gaza. But both the Democrats and the Republicans continue to support the genocide in Gaza, because what can you do as a voter? Who can you vote for who's going to stop it? You can't vote for anyone who's going to get elected, because the Zionists have the party systems turned up. And so they don't have to sway public opinion, because they don't care about majority public opinion. Majority public opinion is already against the war. They only have to sway a key number of decision makers and politicians. And I think with that audience, yes, they could play it in such a way that it leads them to say, look, we can't, if we stop now, we've put troops into Kharg Island, our troops have all been killed. If we stop now, we've lost. We're admitting defeat. We cannot show defeat in war. We have to plow on. And I think that remember, it took years and years of humiliation of American forces for the Vietnam War to stop. And it was only really when, Saigon had actually fallen that they stopped the Vietnam War. That they can keep it up. They can keep this up for years, and I believe they will keep it up for years.
Interesting. You think this war is going to continue for years, but there just won't be no ground invasion. So appreciate you coming on, Craig. I appreciate you taking your time out to join us. I think the audience did enjoy this conversation. Where can people find your work?
My blog site is the best place to find me, which is craigmurray.org.uk, craigmurray.org.uk. And you'll also find me on Twitter at craigmurray.org. And I'm on Patreon and Substack and all those other places. But also there's only me and a skier who are well-known people called Craig Murray. So if you Google me, you should be able to come across me.
Yeah. Just don't go to the skier. But appreciate you taking your time out to join us. Everyone do give Craig a follow and do check out his blog. And I appreciate you taking your time out to join us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Simon. Nice to see you.
Thank you. That was UK ambassador, former UK ambassador to Uzbekistan. So appreciate him coming on and giving his thoughts. So let's see what you guys think about that. But yeah, that was good. That was a good interview. That was a good conversation. Let me know your thoughts, guys. What do you think? Look at my. I don't know what I did here. I look like I'm from India. I got this thing. I don't know what happened. It's like some kind of copy brand or something. Anyway. We're going to be back on the space. I'm digressing. Appreciate you. We're going to be back on the space. Let's talk about this. We've got Robert. We've got Darkside on here. Let's have this conversation. I'm going to put the space back on. Appreciate you guys. Let's bring some people up as well while I'm... Actually, let me move this across and then I'll bring people up. Let's get the space going first. Jeez. Let's get the space going fast, jeez.
So Suleiman, just while you bring people up, right, I've got to say, Hi to everybody first. Hello, everybody on the panel. I already saw Andrew earlier, but hi, Robert and Darkside. Appreciate you guys. I was listening on and off, but I heard the interview with Craig Murray and it sent a chill down my spine.
Why is that?
Because I'll tell you why, Suleiman. Listen, because I'll tell you why. Because I've been like holding on to the Simon theory, which is it's all orchestrated, it'll end soon. At some point there'll be an off ramp. I don't know when, but at some point. But China's gonna take over, there'll be peace in the region. And that's what I want to happen. What Craig Murray's saying is the polar opposite. And Craig Murray's like kind of perspective makes sense. So he's saying, I think you got hot mic, Suleiman. Yeah, he's saying that they ordered these weapons weeks and weeks ago. You don't ask for 200 billion for more weapons, which they've just done now for a war that's only going to last a week or two. Look at the Greater Israel Project. And when I thought about this, I thought they're pretty much, let's just call it what it is. Syria's occupied, Lebanon's occupied, bar the resistance, which is Hezbollah. The Lebanese government is completely capitulated to America. They're still on their killing rampage in the West Bank and Gaza with Trump's peace plan for Gaza. That would be 100% occupied, right? So I'm looking around and I'm thinking in Yemen, the resistance are the Houthis, really. So if you take out the resistance factions and the person that's backing the resistance factions, which is Iran, the Greater Israel Project comes true. And what Craig Murray is saying is this was planned, this was orchestrated. Trump has asked for another 200 billion. This is not going to end in the next day or week or so. Iran cannot win this. It can hold out for as long as possible, but it cannot win this. It cannot win against America. And it's such a bleak picture painted, and it made my heart sink. And I don't want it to be true. And I like Craig a lot, and I do listen to a lot of his stuff, and he's been on our spaces before. But I just think this time round, no, Iran's going to bish bash bosh Israel, and that's it. That's it. It cannot be that way. So that's why it sent a chill down my spine.
And what else, Beatrix? Is that it? Do you want to give us your thoughts? Do you want to actually moderate the space as well?
Hey, Beatrix, there's a really interesting
Yeah.
post that just came out. I can't pronounce the gentleman's name. Here, let me try to read MB Ghalibaf, apparently one of the leaders in Iran. But he posted alongside military bases, those financial entities that finance the U.S. military budget are legitimate targets. U.S. Treasury bonds are soaked in Iranians' blood. Purchase them, and you purchase a strike on your HQ and assets. We monitor your portfolios. This is your final notice. Wow. That goes with what I've been saying all along. That the primary way to defeat, or the primary definition of victory for the Iranians are U.S. Treasury bonds, is defeating the dollar, and the Treasury bond is the U.S. dollar.
So what's your take? What do you take from that? What do you think? I did see that statement earlier, and I did look at some of the breaking news, but I don't know. Like, I'm hoping Craig's only looking at this from a military perspective. You're looking at it from a financial perspective. Where do you see this going financially?
Well, it just proves my point that Iran's looking at this from a financial perspective. Right? They know they can't win militarily. Craig made that point. I think we probably all agree that it's an asymmetric war, and that Iran, while can put up a fight, cannot beat the U.S. and Israel in a kinetic war. Not the way we define victory in traditional military senses, but they can defeat the dollar. They can make tremendous damage to the Western financial system. And the fact that he's tweeting that out, right? It's coming, like, that's saying the quiet part out loud. We can't beat you with our weapons, but we can bring you to your knees with our weapons via the dollar.
These guys are smart. They're really smart in terms of, I feel like they're the people who have really, when you study your opponent and understand the psyche of your opponent, I feel like Iran's playing chess with America and Israel at the moment. And Trump doesn't know what to do with this. He's just all over the place. He doesn't know how to deal with this. Um, hmm. Let me just go to some news quickly and see what you guys make of this, and then we'll go. So Iran's first vice president, Mohammad Reza Arif, says energy and food reserves are in good condition, adding that necessary plans have been made to continue the normal life of the people. Or at least they've done that for their people, because I don't think Keir Starmer's done that for us here. Qatari diplomat says we're currently focused on defending our country and addressing the situation following the LNG attacks. We are not currently engaged in any mediation efforts. This just goes to show, right? I wanted to read this because it shows who it is that we're dealing with. When we say we're humanity first, I heard you speak earlier, I think it was Dark Side. I wasn't near my phone, but I think it was you who was talking about the fact that when you talk finances, it's not that you very much care for humanity. And so you look at things in terms of how things will get better or worse for people in the world. And I really appreciate that because we're humanity first. We don't want death for anybody, right? We don't want civilians to be killed in any scenario, but we're dealing with demons. And this is a tweet that was posted and subsequently it's been deleted. It's by Israeli analyst Orit Perlov, who is of the INSS think tank and is affiliated with Tel Aviv University. And she deleted this. Can you imagine if she's a woman, if she's going to have kids or whatever? How can any woman think like this? She says, please replace the state approach with a cruel religious approach. Instead of a power plant strike, a plague of the firstborn, tomorrow evening, eliminate the children of Wahidi, Arakshi, and Galibaf. These are the Iranian ministers. If we can't get to the parents, harm their children. It took us 2 years to do it in Gaza. We haven't done it in Lebanon yet. This is literally her tweet. So I just wanted to share that these are the demons that we're dealing with, and this is the kind of, it's okay for them to think like that. It's okay for them to think like that. Nobody's going to hold them accountable. No one's going to hold them responsible. And that's why we sit here and we try to actually make sure we propagate the truth. Sorry, Numa, did you want to interrupt the news?
Oh, sorry. I just wanted to ask, who said that? That quote you just gave us?
I just gave the name out. Let me go back to it now.
Sorry, I'm just curious. Yeah, that's quite a quote.
I did. Well, I did read the name out, but it's a person called Orit Perlov of the INSS think tank. It's an Israeli analyst.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's quite a. I had another question too. I forget the gentleman's name. He was speaking earlier. He had quite an amazing quote himself, where he was. It sounds like it's like a, I don't know. It's like a Sykes-Picot thing, where he's like, back in the 1830s, they're like, here's our plan to divide and conquer the Sunnis and Shias, and like they're explicitly saying it. I'm trying to like, I would love to see a source of that. It just
Okay,
because
Numa, I don't know,
sure.
Numa, I don't know if you've spoken on Spaces before, but I'm literally in the middle of reading news. There are people here with their hand up. You haven't put your hand up. You've just unmuted your mic and started speaking.
Oh,
Would you mind just
sorry.
muting your mic and putting your hand up, please?
Oh, sorry. My mistake. I thought I was going about this the right. My mistake. Okay.
No. Thank you. Okay. Let me go back to where I was. The Iranian Minister of Energy says the technology for maintaining Iranian power plants is entirely in our hands, and there is no dependence on foreign countries, so we can compensate for any damage very quickly. This is what he said. And Patrick Pouyanné, who is the CEO of French oil giant Total Energies, has cautioned against dragging out the US-Israeli war on Iran. He says that we will have some real impacts and all the economies of the world will be damaged. And the advisor to Iran's supreme leader has said that Arab leaders, I'm guessing he's talking about GCC leaders, need to make it clear to Trump that the Persian Gulf is not a place for gambling. He says that the unreasonable American president threatened the Iranian people with attacks on the country's power infrastructure. He called on the rulers of the Arab states to, in order to prevent a dark region scenario, make it clear and make it known to Trump that the Persian Gulf is not a place for political gambling and risky games. Trump on Iran, Trump has said this just a short while ago. He said, "You'll soon find out what will happen with the power stations. There will be total destruction of Iran." And then the advisor and assistant to the supreme leader of Iran has actually done a post, I won't read it all, or made statements saying the threat of targeting infrastructure constitutes a violation of Article 2, Paragraph 4 of the UN Charter. And they've broken it down into the different articles that are being breached and the different charters that are being breached. The hacker group Handala, I think that's how you pronounce it, published all the maps of the water and electricity infrastructure of Israel and the region. And they said, as we see today, all the information and exact coordinates of the critical water and electricity infrastructure in the occupied territories are fully registered and stored in Israel's target database. I suspect it was there already. Israeli Broadcasting Authority says, this is interesting. Israel is pushing towards a large-scale attack on Iranian energy facilities after the end of Trump's deadline. So if Trump doesn't do it, this is what this says to me, Israel's going to do it regardless. Israel is pushing for this, which is really, really dangerous. Iran says the disruption in the Strait of Hormuz is the fault of US and Israel. Nearly done. Iranian Foreign Ministry says we will respond to the use of any facilities or capabilities of neighboring countries against us, whether directly or indirectly. Israeli media outlet Khan reports that the country supports Trump's ultimatum regarding broad attacks. So this is how the media play it. This is Israeli media is saying that Israel supports Trump's ultimatum regarding broad attacks on Iranian energy facilities. Now, we know it's not really Trump's ultimatum, it's Israel's. And they've already said that if Trump doesn't do it after the 48-hour deadline, they will do it. But that's how they spin it. Trump said NATO countries are doing nothing, and this is a very regrettable matter. He also said the final warning will succeed wonderfully. This is the 48-hour warning. There will be total destruction and the outcome will be great. Iran is now receiving the deserved punishment for 47 years. Like, I feel like Netanyahu's written this. Why is he talking about 47 years? Netanyahu says this is his ambition of 40-odd years. This is crazy. In the last hour, Arakshi, who's the foreign minister for Iran, has said the Strait of Hormuz is not closed. Ships hesitate because insurers fear the war of choice you initiated, not Iran. No insurer and no Iranian will be swayed by more threats. Try respect. Freedom of navigation cannot exist without freedom of trade. Respect both or expect neither. So they're doubling down. They're doubling down. Netanyahu's wife is going to come to Washington in the coming days for a First Ladies
Do you
of
think
the
he's
World
doubling
conference.
down on that, or is he trying
I'll just leave.
to have an off ramp to open the strait up? Yeah.
Who? Arakshi? No, what he's saying is that like they keep saying it's closed, and Iran's always maintained that it's not closed. Iran's always said it's not closed. You know, if you want to expel your ambassadors, you can have access. If you're paying Chinese yuan, you can have access. As long as you haven't done aggression on our soil, you can have access. Which is what they said this morning. So he's saying the Strait of Hormuz is not closed. Ships are hesitating because insurance fear the war of choice you initiated, not Iran. And we know insurance has been an issue, right? So to some ships that they do want to give safe passage to, they can't because they've got no insurance anymore. It says no insurer and no Iranian will be swayed by more threats. Try respect. Like, try to respect people instead. And freedom of navigation cannot exist without freedom of trade. Respect both or expect neither. You think it's an off-ramp? I'll send it to you. I don't think it's an off-ramp. I think they're doubling down. Yeah, and I just wanted to give our American good friends here the good news that Netanyahu's wife is going to be flying to Washington in the coming days for the First Ladies of the World Conference, whatever the heck that is. Yeah, so there was this, I'm not going to read it all out, but Channel 12 in Israel revealed dramatic messages sent by American administration to Israel, including key points of the timeline of, America was informing Israel of the operational plans related to the Strait of Hormuz and how it's going to take several weeks to implement, which means they will extend the war for additional weeks. And Trump's strategy, that Trump's direction does not lean towards rapid calming, but rather seeks to exploit the oil and gas file as a maximum pressure tool. I don't believe all of this. I don't believe that Trump sent these messages to Israel. I think they've had very poor communication between them, to be honest. I think this whole thing took Trump by surprise. Arab countries have warned Trump against striking Iran. This is Wall Street Journal. Says that Arab countries have warned Trump against striking Iran's energy facilities, as this could pose a serious danger to their energy and water security. And this, I think, what you were mentioning earlier on the space, it says alongside military bases, this is who's this guy? This is a speaker of speaker for the Iranian parliament. It said alongside military bases, those financial entities that finance the US military budget are legitimate targets. US Treasury bonds are soaked in Iranian blood. Purchase them and you purchase a strike on your HQ and assets. We monitor your portfolios. This is your final notice. That sounds like pretty shaking. The Iranian foreign minister addressed the world and said, let me get one thing straight. Egypt charges $200,000 to $700,000 per transit through the Suez Canal. Large container ships or tankers can exceed 1 million. Panama charges, and then he gave the breakdown of that. He says Turkey charges for the Bosphorus. Canada charges, the US charges for St. Lawrence Seaway. Iran has refused to collect fees for the Strait of Hormuz for decades. They made it free despite the defamation, sanctions, and isolation. And then you want me to believe that Iran is the bad guy here? Good point. Good point. I think we'll pause there. I'm seeing what else there is. Yeah, I don't care what NATO says. Okay, we'll pause there. Let's get back to the space. Let's go to Atomic. Atomic, go ahead. I can't see anybody's hands, guys, so I'll just go to Atomic.
How's it going, guys? It's quite the contrast what you guys are saying now compared to before on Friday. It's like night and day from Friday to Saturday because it was all conspiracy theory, this and that, and you don't know shit, to fear-mongering nuclear war.
Atomic,
Especially,
can you have a conversation with that acting like an idiot? Because I'll just drop you. So do you want to just explain the point?
I gave you a date, a specific date, which was Saturday, Solomon, and now you're bringing up my talking points. I have a bone to pick with you, buddy.
Explain. And by the way, this is me the last time you ever on the space again. Go ahead.
Oh, this is nuclear exchange, asshole. And I told you I had a specific date.
Listen, retard. Do not insult.
Yeah, you're used to shitting in the street. And
okay, I think you're talking about your dad. Okay, let's remove this guy and block him. So I was going to have a conversation with this guy, but I guess just going to completely ban him from... Actually, let me block and ban him so he can't even come on the space again.
Andrew, why are you even following this guy? I mean, I see mazes, but then I expect that from 50% of us, but you're following all these weirdos.
Beatrice, I'm so glad you asked that. I get DM'd by this guy all the time, and here's my rule. If you want to really get to know someone, and this guy came up with the reason I'm following him is I want to get inside this guy's mind and know exactly what's running this. And I'm glad you brought that up, right? That's exactly it, Beatrice. I really want to get inside this guy's head. And you're probably thinking, why would I want to do that? Well,
No,
yeah.
each to their own. You got enough time on your hands to get into random people's heads on X. You each fill your boots. You listen. If you want to do that, Andrew, you come to the right place to find all the weirdos to get into their heads. I remember who this guy is now. That's the guy that came up the other day, who Maze found funny, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And I booted off.
That's him.
Yeah, I booted him
Yeah,
off that time, and I'm glad I did. Yeah.
I get these rants from him all the time. These elaborate rants of, and I understand that. That's the and by the way, we listened to him to an extent and said, okay, you said your piece, but then he got really ugly and started these very insane dates and stuff. Okay, fine, but that's when it got really ugly. So yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go ahead and actually pull the pin on this individual. I'm really sorry, Sully. I apologize for him. It's embarrassing for him how he completely did that. It's insane.
No problem, no problem. Okay, let's go to Ace Creamy. Ace Creamy, jump in.
Hey, Suleiman, how's it going?
Yeah, I'm doing great. How are you doing?
Doing great, doing great.
Hold on, can I just please, for the record, okay? Let the record show Maze started following this guy when he came in here, okay, on one of the late nights when the chicks were holding it down, okay? And he did, spew a little conspiracy theory, and I was like, okay, let me just see what he's about. So that's the only reason I was following him. He did not follow me.
I said that. I
Yeah,
just said
okay,
that. I
good.
said, didn't he come on our space?
I was-
I literally said to Andrew, is this the weirdo that came on the space and I didn't want to entertain? That's the one you found funny, right? And you said, oh, he's funny. He's into conspiracy. I literally said that.
Yep. But what he just did right now is unacceptable, so I will unfollow. He wasn't like somebody I bonded with over conspiracies. I mean, it was that very brief interaction.
Yeah, cool. Let's go to Ace Kareem.
Wait, what was his account? He changed it. It used to be nuclear or something.
I
It's
have
not
no
that
idea. I
anymore.
wanted to hear what he had to say, but his parents haven't taught him any manners to actually act in respect. Okay, let's go to Ace Kareemi. Go ahead.
Yes, yeah. I guess we're just talking generally, right, about the news and
Yeah, whatever you want to
some of these updates, right?
whatever you want to add to the conversation about the war with Iran.
Yeah, absolutely. I appreciate that. So yeah, so Beatrix shared a few things there, which I appreciate her bringing up. Number one, about the Strait of Hormuz and it being a potential off ramp because it's not closed, but insurers aren't insuring. That's actually been the case since the beginning. The whole threat to close it was just saying like, hey, like we're just gonna make it so unsafe, right? Because Iran's playing like a strategic game. They're not really like we talked about the military, we talked about their economic strategies and their goals here. Right, they know that they don't need to have nukes, right? They can chokehold the entire planet, which is probably even worse than a nuke in some regards, because they don't have to even, you know, uh, drop a nuke. They could just hold it a hostage. Insurers can't insure. Ships don't want to go through. They already got blown up a couple times because Trump told them to go through. So that was point one. It's Iran's strategy, right? I know we've talked on a lot of the military capacity, but I listened to a video by Scott Ritter yesterday where he said that a lot of the modern U.S. Interceptor systems are from 1970s. A lot of our technology is actually very outdated, and all this kind of like chest up about how powerful our military is, which obviously it's still number one, but we haven't updated a lot of our technology in a long time. Iran has underground missile bunkers that they've actually created in some of these new missile systems. They said they created since after the 12-day war, right? They didn't have some of this weaponry. They literally created it after that entanglement happened, which also goes to show their ability to be very resourceful, right? They're very resourceful. They don't need to spend millions and billions of dollars on military tech in order to be efficient. They can scoundrel up what they have, and then they go back to the drawing board. So a lot of the past U.S. Colonels have said that Iran's advantage is actually their strategic asymmetric warfare, right? Because again, they have a Gulf, right? But they can't. They're not like the U.S. where we're on the other side of the world, right? They can get attacked still to some degree by both sides and through the Gulf. So they need to be able to play strategy. So I just wanted to just add that, right? Because I think we overemphasize our own military capacity sometimes, and we underestimate everything else. And a lot of it is due to the media kind of just telling us that on a week to week basis. Because they're sending out rockets we've never even seen before. The world has never seen some of this military equipment before. These ballistic missiles that fragment into 80 pieces, right? The Khorramshahr, and it goes through the Iron Dome defense, which apparently was supposed to be impenetrable, but they literally figured it out since last summer. That's just one of the pieces of equipment that we haven't seen. The hypersonic missiles. I mean, I'm no military expert, but some of these things like you just can't stop them. The drones, right? Asymmetric warfare. You can't stop a $20,000 drone, and you're spending millions of dollars of military equipment. So it does come back to math, and it does come back to numbers, because it does become unsustainable at a certain point just based on the numbers. So they actually have way more leverage than we're giving them credit for. I just wanted to add that point.
Cool. Appreciate your thoughts. Let me bring in Darkside for another question. Darkside, is today 6 p.m.? Is that when we're gonna get the kind of situation? What's happening with the markets and the oil?
Yes, sir. 6 p.m. the futures will open, and I expect we're going to see equities, bonds down, and oil up. Trump seems to be doubling down on the desire to attack infrastructure assets. So it's gonna be crazy couple days.
Yeah, it is crazy. This is like you've been in the financial market for a very long time, I presume, due to your the breadth and depth of your knowledge. Like, has there been a situation in as bad as this in recent times in terms of current and possible future concerns?
Yeah, it's such a good question. I feel like I've been through so many crises, but I would say no. I think the market hasn't yet fully swallowed the pill. But no, I think given the breadth and the extent of the damage being done every day that strait is closed, and further the potential damage to be done to the assets in the GCC that haven't been hit yet. This is the worst crisis I've seen in my career, and I started in the late '80s.
Yeah, that's crazy. The late 80s. That is crazy for sure. Just want to thank a few people. I want to thank Brown Devil for the 5 gifted memberships. Appreciate your support of the space. Appreciate you a lot. Thank you so much for being an important member of the community and bringing 5 other members into the community. We also have Chifo, who's a member for 2 months. Appreciate. He said, been away for the past couple of weeks and I'm definitely missed you all. Chifo, where you been? The world's about to end. Where you been, bruv? Where you been? Money Shot says, as always, nice job. Appreciate your super chat. And Omar Shah says, for the Angels of Minab School. And that is talking about, if you remember, about Professor Marandi speaking about how Minab School was targeted by Israel intentionally. Just quickly, guys, I'm just putting this tweet out. So, just before I do, Beatrix, is there any piece of news you want to give?
Let me have a look. Let's see what else is going down.
Wait, what?
I think it's going to be boom, bish bash bosh. I think it's going to be bish bash bosh tonight. I have a feeling. We do know what that is. It's going to be big. UAE's foreign minister Abdullah bin Zayed has called Iran terrorists. He also lashed out at former French ambassador to Washington, Gerard Araud, for criticizing the UAE's growing dependence on the United States for security. These guys are all fighting amongst themselves. They're like kids in a playground. He also posted out, we will never be blackmailed by terrorists. I think that word's just overused now. The USA, I think it's come to the stage where if the West calls somebody a terrorist, you know they're the good guys, right? You know, whoever's been called a terrorist is a good guy. America's predicting that Russia's going to receive $2 billion in additional revenue from the partial lifting of sanctions against their oil by America. Trump on Channel 13 said, these Channel 13, by the way, it's Israeli Channel 13, right? It's Israeli media. He said, soon you will find out what will happen with the ultimatum about the power plants. The results will be very good. There'll be a complete destruction of Iran and it'll work out great. I did read that out earlier. This is interesting. So the judge that issued the ICC arrest warrant for Netanyahu, he was French, called Guyot. Now his Visa and MasterCard have been blocked. Visa and MasterCard have blocked his cards completely. And they won't let him access any of his money for issuing that. It's crazy.
You got something in the next?
Who's referred to?
Oh, sorry, go ahead. I thought you finished.
Yeah, I just go to this one. This is the New York Times. This is interesting. I feel that American media is actually trying to give a message to Trump as well. It's swaying the other way. So this is New York Times, and the New York Times says the US and Israel expected that their attacks would spark a mass uprising in Iran and quickly bring down the government, but that hasn't happened. Intelligence officials had already doubted this strategy, and other ideas like using Kurdish forces were also dropped. For now, the most likely outcome is that the current regime stays in power. And the headline for this article is Israel thought it could spur rebellion inside Iran. That hasn't happened. Interesting. Okay, let's go to this in the nest, guys. What have we got in the nest?
So basically, yesterday I interviewed Ethan Levens. He basically became a social media sensation recently. And the reason he did was because you may know that what he was doing was he was finding locations of key Israeli assets and then posting them online and letting Iran know, like, hit this location. For example, yesterday's one was hilarious. He posted some. Let me just quickly tell you what he posted yesterday. He said, okay, the kid actually posts a lot. Okay, here it is. He goes, after watching Iran strike the Dimona nuclear facility, it really worries me that they will target the Sorek nuclear facility and the Palmachim air base. The base holds Jericho missiles and F-16 fighter jets that carry the nuclear-capable Popeye cruise missile. And then he's put the location of where that is. He's wrote peace, which is hilarious. But he's blown up because like what he's doing is hilarious. And because of that, they've actually gave him death threats. They've doxed him. They've threatened him that they're going to take him out. So I got him on an interview to have a conversation about what his frame of mind was, what he was trying to do with the locations, what the plan was, and what he wanted to achieve. And he's a really good kid. He's a young, right-wing conservative from the deep south who loves America but doesn't like Israel. So I thought it was a really good conversation. I liked him a lot. A nice kid. So yeah, check the interview out. Watch, put it on a separate tab. Watch it, like it, share it. But Beatrix, what did you think of that conversation?
Yeah, I thought it was really good, guys. I want you to please go to it now. I'm going to do it with you. I loved it. I love that conversation, right? Let's go to this now. I don't know if you saw it or not, but I've been following his tweets today as well because I'm a little bit curious about what else he's posting. But Iran hit these Israel coordinates. That's the title. So there's two. If you're on YouTube, a bunch of you did that when at the previous video. You came onto X. So if you come into the X space and look above Suleiman on your screen after you've joined the space, you'll see a post in the nest. I'd like everyone to go to that post in the nest quote tweet it for me, please. Retweet it. Put a comment underneath it. Let me see the quote tweets coming up now. Wesley Spradling says, "Ooh, oh, okay. I won't repeat the full words of what you say, Wesley. But guys, I'd like everyone to quote tweet it and retweet it. Bea Tunisia, I appreciate you as well for sharing it. Thank you. I'm going to call out some of the people who have shared it. This is how we get the real news out there. So we've got 2,300 people on here. I'd really like people to go up to that nest above Suleiman, see that tweet, and quote tweet it, retweet it, and then press on the YouTube link for me, please. So when you press on the YouTube link, it will take you to a video. I'll do that with you now. And then on that video, just watch it. It's not a long one, it's a short one. It's premiering for the first time. So what you can do is make sure you hit the like button. Everyone on YouTube who's on the chat, on our stream now on YouTube, we've got over 600 people on here. I'd like you all to do it as well. Siddharth will be posting the link. He has done already. Brilliant, Siddharth, on it, like a carb on it as usual. Let me also post a link. So I'll post the link in the YouTube chat that we're in with the space. And I'd like everybody to go to this link. Here we go. I'm going to post it now. So give me 1 second. Here you go. Go to this link for me and open it in a separate tab. Give it a like, press the thumbs up, put a comment in the box. Make sure you watch it. I really appreciate everyone who's. I'd like more people to join there. Samira's always there. Thank you. Andrew's always there. Thank you, Andrew. Let me say hello to everyone very quickly in there. And make sure I actually like it as well. Perfect. Really appreciate all the people who've joined. Make sure you give it a like and then come over to the live chat. So you can leave a comment in the comments box where some people have commented, but make sure you come over to the live chat. You just swipe right for the live chat. More and more people are coming over. Come on over from YouTube and come over from the X Space as well, please. Just click on that link in the nest. Give it a thumbs up. It's free. YouTube doesn't cost anything, but it's a huge way of actually supporting the work that we're doing. The work that Suleiman's doing, actually. I say we because I like to say we, but it's actually him. He's scheduling these interviews, he's emailing people, he's coordinating the times, he's actually doing research. You notice in all of his interviews, he'll know exactly what the person's position was previously, what they've said in other interviews, what their thoughts are. So he's doing a lot of research and then he's interviewing them, then he's making sure the videos go out just so that the news gets out there. So really appreciate everyone who's joining. So once again, from the X Space, look above where Suleiman is, click on that link, press the YouTube link, come on over. And also from our stream, from our live chat stream, people under the space, come on over. There shouldn't be anyone chatting under that live chat for the space. Tiffany, come on over. Everyone should be coming over to this link right now. Going South, come on over, say hello. Let's see who else there is. Cruise and Massive, come on over. King, come on over to this link. I see you. Hello. Come on over, guys. With that, Suleiman, I'll pass it back to you.
Appreciate that. Appreciate that indeed. Hassan, thanks for coming up. What's your thoughts about it? Do you want to add anything?
No, I guess I'm just thinking about the scenarios here more and more. This is like very worrying what's going on. I think with Trump reiterating this, I'm just thinking that the colony Netanyahu is going to think he's got the green light to go and do this regardless, and he will do it, and Trump can't really stop him. So I'm just thinking this is becoming more and more inevitable. I don't even think it's a low chance anymore.
What's becoming more inevitable?
That they will strike the energy, the electricity in Iran, in the Republic.
And then what do you think happens after that?
Continued escalation. This is the only thing that they're looking for, right? I don't think they're looking for de-escalation, so this has to continue to escalate one way or another.
But what I mean is, so what does Iran do as a response?
It will do exactly what I said it would do. but I don't think it will be like a complete wipeout. I think it will be a gradual increase. So it might, like, if they take out one power plant, they'll take out a similar amount, do a similar amount of damage. So I don't think it'll be all out. I think it will be like they need to see through the threat, but not in a way that causes complete carnage.
Well, I think it depends on how much damage they cause to Iran, because if they basically cause Iran to be completely obliterated, then they can't just do limited damage back, right? If you take out Iran's, for example, desalination plant, then you have to respond in kind in the Gulf, right?
Yeah, I mean, if you saw when they hit the gas field, they didn't completely take out all of Iran's gas infrastructure. They hit a component of it, right? A significant component of it. And then Iran responded by causing quite a severe amount of damage, but not enough to completely bring the whole region down. So I don't see them going full, we're going to absolutely annihilate everything. It's going to be more, we're going to cause a lot of pain here, significant amount of pain, but we don't want to bring destruction on ourselves either at the same time.
But it was like for like, right? So when they hit South Pars oil field, they probably harmed about 15-20% of it. And then when Iran responded, they did the same thing. About 15-20% of Qatarian production was hit, or infrastructure was hit. Same with Saudi Arabia, and probably same in terms of Israel, maybe slightly more. So if they were to, let's say, take out a whole power plant, as an example, I presume Iran will respond and kind of take out a whole power plant in each of the countries. Is that what you think, or do you think not?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying to you. They're going to hit one power plant, but Iran's got a lot, right? So that might cause damage or cause a reduction in power, maybe some kind of rationing. But at the end of the day, I don't think they're going to go and attack all of the power plants in Iran. That would be just like bring about complete carnage and chaos across the whole world. See what I'm saying? So they can't. I don't think they'll do that. It's going to be like an escalation, significant escalation, but not one that's going to bring about complete destruction.
Yeah, that makes sense. It just depends. We'll have to see how hard America hits, and then what the response of that is going to be. Basically,
I've got a question for Brother Hassan. So I'm glad you've come up. Did you hear Craig Murray's interview with Suleiman earlier?
I haven't had a chance. No. But I will listen to it later on. But go ahead. Let me see if it's something I can help with.
And that's just his theory. You came on our space very early on, like a couple of years ago, and kind of insinuated towards this. So you certainly said that Iran should push back a bit more. Craig Murray's of the opinion that this was planned, which I also believe it was planned. Of course it was. They were doing those negotiations. Those negotiations were not in good faith, right? But he says you don't ask for 200 billion for a war you don't intend to continue. This is about the Greater Israel Project, and that's all it's about. He says Iran's going to not win in a military capacity, but it is going to win in the sense that it's going to hold out. And, a lot of damage is going to be done to Iran. But on a military front, it can't beat America and Israel. But if you get rid of Iran or the resistance, then the Greater Israel Project comes through, and that's what this is about, and that's what's going to happen. What are your thoughts with that?
Yeah, I always said that this, in my view, is the final war. Because it's you can't coexist with cancer effectively. People talk about like there'll be a negotiation, and there'll be like some kind of asset stripping of the colony, and there's going to be this and that, and it's going to be in line with China and BRICS, and I don't see it that way. Sorry for dropping off that. Dealing with cancer, I'm going to negotiate with cancer. I'm going to live with it. Come and
so, you're cutting out for me. I don't know if it's just for me or if it's for everybody.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Hello?
You're rubber banding. Is that for everybody? Or?
Yeah.
Oh, it's better.
Yeah, he's banding real bad.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, a little better.
It's better. Yeah, it's better.
Okay. So I was saying that this is it's like asking for someone to coexist with a cancer. This cancer has always been there, and they've kind of managed to live with it for a period of time. But it's got so big and so like disruptive, this cancer, that it's at a stage where if you allow it to grow anymore, it will completely destroy the whole region and take over it. And that's what the Republic has arrived at this critical stage. If either in my view, either the colony will collapse or Iran will collapse. I don't think we can be in a situation where it will be continued coexistence. It just doesn't work in my view.
Okay, I get that, but what I'm saying is, do you think this was planned by Israel and America much in advance of when it started, for the sake of a Greater Israel project, the Greater Israel project, to take out the resistance completely? Is that the motive here?
I think the Greater Israel project's been planned for decades, not even for the last 2 years. This scenario that we're seeing play out is something they would have forecast 20, 30, maybe even 40 years ago. And they've always had it in the back of their mind, and they just knew that they knew that the time would come when it would be possible to implement it. And they found the opportunity post October 7th. My view is that was not allowed to happen. It happened through resistance, but regardless of which, they used it as an opportunity to accelerate the plans to implement the Greater Israel project. And everything they do has been something that's been played out in the past. They're not stupid. They know that, for example, they're drawing in that the possible consequence would be they would need to bring in ground troops. They would have known the Strait of Hormuz would close. They would have known that all these scenarios that are played out. They're not stupid, I don't think, at all. Especially the people you're dealing with in the Jewish colony. They're not stupid people. They've brought about colonization of the region for decades. So I think it's a bit like, we can't say they're stupid. Now, Trump's is a different thing. I think Trump's manipulated and used by Netanyahu. So they're using him as a good guy, basically. So yeah, I think they've been planning the bringing about the Greater Israel from its inception. That was always the goal, but they knew they could have to do it in stages, and it might be a 100-year project to bring it about. And the next 20 years is like kind of trying to see that in fruition, to bringing about complete domination of the region. And they believe they really believe sincerely they can achieve it. And I wouldn't blame them. I mean, if you look at the level of control they've got of the world, of the region, of countries around the world, and the fact that it's so imbalanced and asymmetrical, the amount of power they've got compared to the people they're fighting, it makes sense from their perspective that they can achieve their goal. It's nothing delusional about it. It's quite a rational belief. The thing that they don't account for is the fact that their enemy, the people who are the good guys, the real good guys, they have a determination and an energy and an ideology which compensates for a large amount of that imbalance. And you see it in Lebanon, where they just can't go in without getting continuously hit and being forced to leave. You can see it with Gaza, where they managed to take over a large amount of the land, but they've now been they could never completely take over it and completely dominate it. And obviously now you're seeing with Iran the same. Iraq also is proved a difficult challenge for them, and it could be liberated soon. So what I'm saying is that the thing that they don't take into account is the level of energy and determination and how powerful the ideology of the opposing force is. But this has been in a plan for decades, in my view.
So you're saying Israel must have known that Iran would close the Strait of Hormuz and the impact it would have financially, and then therefore they must have also factored in the Middle East bases and everything and what would happen to those countries? Like the whole thing, you think they kind of knew the key steps that Iran could take and the impact it would have on the world, and they still did it?
100%, I believe that, without a shadow of a doubt. They knew the risks. Obviously, they hoped that they would bring about regime change, but if they didn't, they also had alternative plans, and we're seeing those alternative plans in action now. It's not like they're going to give up and think that that's our only plan. That's what the way they might manipulate Trump. They'll say, "Look, don't worry, we've got this. We'll achieve it." And they might manipulate Trump, but they'll have a plan. So they might go back to him after and say, well, actually, this is the new plan now. But you cannot underestimate these people, right? They've got, they're very, very sophisticated technologically. They're very, very sophisticated in terms of their history and the way they managed to bring about the colonization and the level of planning and length of the planning and like kind of strategic thinking of how to achieve their goals. So you can't underestimate them. But at the same time, they have their weaknesses. So, why they have massive strength in terms of the technology, that the way they operate with the finance and the political kind of hold they've got over the world. But they have their weaknesses. Their weaknesses are they can't tolerate much pain. Their weaknesses are they are fractured between themselves. If you look at the Knesset, there's like 10 parties, and they all hate each other. And they're divided. Someone like Netanyahu manages to. He's very smart, no doubt. He's in my view, probably the most evil person in history, but he is nonetheless very devilishly smart. He knows how to manipulate the system, bring about cohesion to achieve his goals, and he's a genius in a satanic way. So we can't underestimate them, but at the same time they have massive weaknesses. Another weakness is their hubris. So they've got a weakness in terms of they can't take pain. You saw what happened yesterday. Like the Islamic Republic has had maybe 1,000 times the amount of pain, and it's kept it's bared with it. A bit of pain, and they all scream and cry, and they can't handle it. So that's that. They've got the hubris where they believe that obviously I believe hubris was the result of October 7th was that hubris and that arrogance where they believe they've always got the edge over everybody, and they underestimate sometimes their opponents and underestimate certain things. So they've got weaknesses, but no doubt we shouldn't dismiss their strengths.
May I?
You say that, but one of the things, I don't know, was it Mace or was it Gigi?
Yes.
Okay, just 1 second, Gigi. Yeah. But one of the things, Brother Hassan, is they could have planned this, but they surely did not predict that they would be so devoid of any allies willing to jump on board, which is what Netanyahu was crying about. When he went out on the field for the first time yesterday, he said, we need our allies to come on board. We need everybody to come and help us. We need the other countries to come and support us in this, us in America. We need them. We need them. He's literally begging for support.
Yeah, I mean,
that could be the weakness.
Look. The weakness there is it shows a bit of hubris and underestimating your enemies. But no doubt they will have planned for this eventuality. I believe they will have plans for it, because even they know this is the worst case scenario that's possible. Because if we can figure out, they can definitely figure out that it's a possibility, and they will make contingencies. Now, obviously, their backs up against the wall to a certain extent, because look, there's a number of factors which Netanyahu has to take into account. He's got Trump in the White House, controlled by Madison, in my view, and he has the ability to manipulate him and use him to do whatever he wants. Biden didn't do that. I don't think the next Democrat might not do the same thing. So he's got a limited amount of time to achieve what he wants to achieve, and then the midterms are coming. If he gets weakened, he needs to accelerate his timeline. So time's against him. This is one of the He's operating within certain kind of restrictions. It's not like they're unlimited in terms of what they can do. They're not all powerful. They're not all seeing and kind of everything they can do is according to what they want. But they do plan meticulously. They do have contingencies. They do think of different scenarios. No doubt they're much more advanced than we give them. Sometimes people think they are, but at the end of the day, other things are at play here. There's other forces at play. You've got a very determined country and very capable country, as we saw, with missiles that can cause huge amounts of damage. And they've been preparing for this for 40 years, or 30 years at least. So it's not such an easy task, and they're a huge force. So they needed America to come in and fight and do the fight with them. So and that's how they operate. They got that level of control and that level of planning. Imagine that Netanyahu has been wanting this war for 30 years or whatever, how long, and he's managed to get it. That shows you that he is able to pull the strings in the way that he wants to, and he's not, and that's what he's done. But at the end of the day, their plan might not come to fruition, and I believe that's very likely.
How well do you think Iran knew their enemy then? If the enemy was planning that meticulously and had prepared for every eventuality, would Iran have known Israel's game plan and also prepared for every eventuality?
Well, my view, as you know, at the start was that the Islamic Republic was somewhat hesitant to get involved, or maybe not realizing I believe that war started on October the 7th, and they should have had a war cabinet from the October the 8th, the Islamic Republic, ready to go, realizing this war was coming. That's my view. And up until the 12-day war, I felt that they were in a state of almost like kind of slumber, where they thought this war wasn't going to come and they could avoid it and they could negotiate their way out. And part of that, a big part of that is the liberals inside the Islamic Republic. I'm sure many people in Iran will complain about them till this day. So those people effectively, kept Iran in this state where they thought they could avoid this war some way. And we saw that during True Promise 1, 2, 3. Every time they would try to find a way out of it, try to find a way to escalate, to de-escalate. And that was always my criticism of Iran, that it didn't have that readiness. But since the 12-day war, they were definitely, you could see that on day one of when this war started, that they were much more mentally prepared, psychologically prepared. The country was ready for it. And the reaction and response shows that they had woken up, but they weren't, in my view, they weren't prepared enough from the day one, and they've had to play catch up basically to get to where they are. Whereas Israel understood the game from the first day, and that's kind of my analysis of it.
Yeah, you did say that very early on, to be honest, on our spaces. So thank you for that. Guys, Ethan Levins, whose post is in the nest, you can see it above, has just done a tweet. This will interest you, Dark Side. Ethan says, let me just mute those mics. Insiders are selling everything on the stock market right now. Markets Mondays are set to crash. What the hell is happening this week? So apparently he's predicting that the markets will crash. Pezeshkian has just tweeted out, he is president of the Republic of Iran. We will make the enemy kneel. We will make the enemy kneel. Well, let's see what comes of that. Let me go to Numet first, who's waited quite a while patiently. Numet, go ahead. Okay, Numet, I think you've gone. So in that case, we'll go to Gigi. Gigi, jump in.
Hi, thank you for bringing me up and giving me the opportunity. One of the best things these days for me is to listen to you guys, because getting the real news is actually not easy. From my point of view, being an Iranian, living outside Iran, unfortunately, not by choice, but they planned it. Israel planned it well, planned it meticulously, but they miscalculated a few things. They saw the unhappiness of some Iranian in exile as a sign of the within Iran, people would uprise and get rid of the regime in Iran, which is not the case. And Iranian are first Iranian, and then they are Shia or Muslim, Sunni or Christian or whatever. And every Iranian that has ever been in Iran or has anything to do anything to do with Iran, they feel it. I feel it in my DNA, the pain of those angels of Mana and all the people that are suffering right now. So every Iranian, or I would say 90% of Iranian, despite the fact they're unhappy, and the unhappiness comes from years and years of sanctions and really bad economy that brought the middle class to their knees. And there is really, you cannot deny that Iran is not in a good shape economically and otherwise. And while they were dealing with all this problems with sanctions and so on, they had to spend all the money that they get from any revenue of oil to make missiles or drones to protect themselves. So the country is really, really has been suffering. And I don't believe that Iranian army is any match for Israel plus America. That's no way. Israel plus America is much, much stronger. But think about the population. There is 17 million Jewish in entire world. There is 2 billion Muslims. From this 17 million Jewish, 17 and change, 7.5 million of them are living in Israel. So that 7.5 millions are pro-Zionism, obviously. And 7.5 million of them live in America, which are the rich one and which are actually lobbyists for both parties in America. Hassan said that Biden wouldn't do this. I think Biden surely would do that. He didn't do anything when they were bombarding Gaza. Both Biden and both Democrat and Republican are compromised. They are all puppets of the lobbyists of Zionist government. That we know. These are all established. We don't need to go around and around and around and establish them. These plans has been in place for years and years. And there are fractions in Iran, inside Iran today, I believe, and I truly believe in that are also being run by Mossad. There are active agents of Mossad in Iran that are doing things. What they benefit from? To turn us against each other, to turn Jewish against Muslim, Shia against Sunni, and then they benefit. They just take the rest of the cream of the whatever that they can all our resources. So yes, Israel planned. I agree with Hassan that Netanyahu is smart. It's not smart. It's clever. Evil is never smart. Smart comes with some sort of, I believe, some sort of humanity and goodwill. He's clever. He's very, very clever. But he planned it, obviously, really well. But he miscalculated that Iranian are Iranian. We are Persian. We are proud group of human. I told you I'm not young anymore. I in one of your other space that I have been considering going back to Iran if need to. I have nothing to do with Iran. I've been outside Iran. I gave birth to my children outside Iran. I was one of those that left Iran at the time of revolution. But I still believe, I follow my country. I see what has been done to my country. I see how we became who we are right now, that it pains me that Iranian are actually dehumanized. When you talk about a Persian or Iranian, people don't think they're human. They think they're mosquitoes or something like that, because we have been always paired with terrorists, with terrorist-backed Iranian. So even when I look at me, my friends in here that are from all sorts of different type of walk of lives, they think I'm a mosquito and they're more important than me. Even me, I'm an architect. I lived here, I worked here, I established a life here. But everybody thinks Iranian are just not as important or not important. But we know. I know my DNA is from there. I know that country, that beautiful country, that you guys have no idea how Iran is. You're talking about desalination. Iran has a lot of fresh water. Iran has everything. Iran has a beauty uncomparable from anywhere in the world. I wish one of you or all of you one day travel to Iran in peace and see what a beautiful country
We'd
is
love
that.
to, Gigi. Yeah, we'd love to. We'd love to. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. I just don't necessarily agree when you say the Israeli and American army are going to be stronger than the Iranian army, because firstly, Israel doesn't really have an army. It has IDF unit where people do 2 years mandatory service and that's it. And then they can get called on, 10 years later or something. They're not prepared for combat. They don't put boots on the ground. And you're talking about, it's not necessarily a match between armies, but you have to look at the region. So Iran, is a completely different region. It's going to be guerrilla warfare. It's a mountainous region. Americans, if they do put boots on the ground, they don't know the terrain well enough. I don't believe they'll have the numbers either, to be honest, if you look at the size of the Iranian army. So that's what I'll say, but appreciate you, Gigi. Thank you. Let me go to Manko. Go ahead, Manko.
I have some breaking news really quickly. So unless you guys talked about this and I missed it, but Trump says in an interview with Israeli media outlet Channel 13, that you will find out what's going to happen. There will be a total decimation of Iran. It's going to work out very good. And also the UAE, Sully's favorite, the foreign minister says an apparent reference to Iran, that we will never be blackmailed by terrorists. It's crazy. Anyway, go ahead, Minkos.
Thanks, Mary. You've just done a complete Suleiman, because I think I read those out about twice.
Oh, you did? Man, I'm so
Never
sorry.
mind.
I'm so
I did.
sorry. Okay.
It's good to have a recap. It's good to have a recap, especially when
That was for
Trump's
the men. That was for
peddling
the men that
nonsense.
probably
So,
did. That probably did it.
exactly. We have to repeat it twice. We have to repeat it twice for them to understand. Appreciate it, Mace. Thanks. Manko, jump in, and then we go up to Joa.
Yeah,
Okay, I don't think
no,
Manko's
I'm
there.
here.
Joa, oh, he's there.
I'm
Okay,
here.
good.
You can hear. Yeah, so yeah, I think the best thing that Iran could do right now is back down and follow what Trump said, which is to reopen the Strait of Hormuz and to not test his ultimatum, because ultimately it is Israel's plan. This is just a pretext. Israel has no reason to believe that Iran would actually reopen the Strait of Hormuz. And they just want an excuse because they've been trying to attack Iran's economic infrastructure the entire war. They started doing it by Tehran, and then Trump told them to calm down, and then they did it again with the natural gas facility and again. But now they've set the stage where they can actually start doing it in earnest. And if Iran does not open the Strait of Hormuz, then what's going to happen is you're going to have a massive amount of attacks, especially by Israel, on all sorts of economic infrastructure in Iran, because Israel's goal in this war is to bomb Iran back into the Stone Age and to make it so Iran is so poor and so isolated that they can never again pose a threat to Israel. That's really the end game here. And by playing
Manko,
into that,
sorry.
you're actually giving Israel what they want.
So, Manko, what happens? Let me ask you a question. Just conversation, if that's okay. What happens if they open the Strait of Hormuz? What happens next?
What happens if they open the Strait of Hormuz is that, number one, it defuses a situation where Iran would have been totally isolated and they can be friends with China again and all sorts of other countries that otherwise are going to be really mad at them if they keep it closed. So number one, it defuses that situation, so it makes it much harder for Israel to isolate Iran. Number two, it opens the door for Trump to give them an off-ramp, like he already mentioned the other day, where he's like, I think our bombing is nearing completion. So I think if Iran absolutely opens the Strait of Hormuz and gives Donald Trump the win, he will reciprocate and he will move toward winding down the US bombing of Iran. And that's something that Israel absolutely doesn't want, because Israel wants probably another solid month of absolute devastation of Iranian economic infrastructure, especially.
So my view is, even if they did that, they would get hit even harder. That they would lose their leverage, and they would actually the war would continue, because there's no reason for them to stop at that point.
Well,
I don't think they'll stop it.
There is a huge reason for them to stop, because it gives Trump a reason to get on an off ramp and wind down the US by declaring victory and saying, we did it, boys, we're done, we're going home. Now, Israel might not want to do that, but Israel ultimately answers to Trump. And if Trump decides that he's going to Trump can make some kind of deal with Iran just between the US and Iran. And once that deal is made, Trump can force Israel to have to go along with it, just like he forced Israel to stop bombing last June in the 12-day war.
The issue with the reason Iran doesn't accept that is because they know it'll only be a temporary ceasefire, and they would be in a weakened state for a future attack. So that would be even worse in the future. So that's why the whole reason why they're not accepting it now. Because whatever you do, unless you finish this war once and for all, they'll come back in 6 months, 1 year's time, and they just don't accept that anymore. This is a problem.
Well, that is exactly what will happen if Iran does not do a deal which includes the relinquishment of the nuclear weapons and the nuclear enrichment and all that. If Iran wants to still pursue nuclear weapons and be defiant in that way, then you're right. Then they might as well not make a deal, because they will get bombed again if they keep going in that direction. The thing is with Israel is they're not exactly sure how easy it is or how viable it will be to go and bomb Iran every 6 months the way that they do with the Palestinians. Therefore, what they want to do, what their goal is to bomb Iran so thoroughly now and so completely destroy Iran's capacity to rebuild that they don't need to come back maybe for years.
I don't see that happening. I see the situation where, look, we all know that if they gave up their nuclear enrichment, then they'd come after the ballistic missiles, and it just doesn't end. This doesn't end. It never ends with them.
Well,
So you're just going
I
down
think I
a
saw
path.
there was an
Deterrence has
American.
to be established.
Yeah, there was an American sort of list. I don't know if this came from the State Department or what it came from, but it was from some official source that said this was the sort of list that the Americans want as the like framework for a deal. One, of course, zero enrichment. Another is stop arming the proxies. Another is to put a cap on ballistic missile production of only like 1,000 missiles or something like that. I think that's
It's never
the
going to
bulk
happen.
of what
It's
they were
never going to
asking for.
happen.
Well, here's
It's
the
not
thing.
all these. Look, this is the goalpost. The goalpost continues. And look, the thing is, Iran's learned its lesson. It knows, and they've said it openly. There's no more negotiations. That's it. It's end of negotiation. The whole era of negotiations is over now because anything you agree will be immediately destroyed. Like within a week, even within a day, maybe. So there's just no point. There's no point in any negotiation. The only negotiation now is on the battlefield, and it's with demands. They're going to make the demands. Not America's going to make any demands.
Okay, so they make the demand.
Doc, were you going to
What's
jump
the
in?
off ramp?
Just 1 second, Manko. 1 second. Doc, were you going to jump in? 1 second, Manko. Doc, were you going to jump in with something? I saw Doc's mic unmuted for a second. Okay, no worries. Go ahead,
I was
Manko.
just going to say, so then from your point of view, paint the picture of what is the path from we are now to Iran having some kind of resolution of the war in their favor. Like, show me how we get from here to there.
So already we've seen the troops leave Iraq, right? I think a massively reduced presence of American troops in the region, massively, if not completely removed. Number one. Number two, reparations either directly or indirectly. So they may tax
No,
ships,
no, no,
for
no.
example.
You didn't hear my question. Okay, I didn't ask you what Iran's demands would be. I don't care about that. What I asked you is, you know where we are here today. How does Iran move us? Now, you might have a list of things Iran wants to accomplish, and that's the end point. But I'm saying, how do we get from to there? What is it? How do you see the mechanisms working of getting us from right now to getting us to where I'm saying,
Sure.
like, show the math. We're at 0.0.
Sure,
We need
sure.
to get to 1. How do we go? Like, show me the path here to there.
Yeah, I mean, look. If Israel and the US stop attacking Iran, that will probably be step one. Iran won't unilaterally stop themselves. They'll have to wait for the other side to stop. Once they stop, then you can move towards, some kind of agreement. But it would have to be
But
with
like, how
them
does
taking
Iran
active
make them
steps.
stop? That's the first question? Is how does Iran make Israel stop bombing if they don't want to?
So just like it happened with the 12-day war, where they said we're going to be the last ones to make a strike, and Israel is not allowed to.
No,
And
but
remember,
Hassan,
America.
ask the question the other way. How does Israel or U.S. stop Iran from closing the strait? That's the question. Not how does Iran get them to stop bombing?
Well, Joa, the strait isn't the war. The strait is like one aspect of the war, right? So
It is
I
the
mean,
whole aspect of the war, Menkos. And if you don't realize that, you don't belong on this panel. Like, if you don't realize that this is
what?
the weapon they're using against the world
You want to
to
kick me off
choke
the panel, Joa?
America. No, I think it's a stupid comment to try to make it seem like the strait is not the crux of this war.
Well, it's the only thing that Iran is doing that is exerting any kind of like disruption. Sure,
Right, and
but
they
the
can
war
close
is
off
much
the Red
bigger than that.
Sea. Oh, so the bombing of Israel doesn't matter. The bombing of American bases doesn't matter. None of that stuff matters. The bombing of LNG doesn't matter. None of that matters. Like, you simplify things to a point to just go through your bias. And I really wish you would use your intellect to analyze the whole picture.
Well, Joe, I don't know why you're
Honestly.
upset about it because I'm the one who said the war was wider than just the Strait of Hormuz. And yes, you're right. There's a lot more going on in the war than just the Strait of Hormuz. I don't think that the Strait of Hormuz is the one thing that's causing the most global disruption, and the potential, if they're able to do it, is if they're able to do more damage to the GCC countries. However, I've seen reports in the last few days saying that the interception rates on Iran's drones, which primarily they attack the GCC countries with drones, has massively increased because they have all these Ukrainian advisors there now.
Manko, let me ask you this question: how much pain will the U.S. population tolerate? Financial pain. How far down do things have to go before there's blowback?
I mean, I don't see any evidence that the United States is heading for any significant amount of pain anytime soon. And we work through the mechanisms of that. I think the fact that the world is going to experience far more pain far sooner means that the world is going to exert pressure in various ways on Iran to resolve the Strait of Hormuz issue, with or without the United States doing it.
Mancos, if they were exerting pressure on Iran, the allies would be sending ships right now to go help America with Iran. They're not. They're blaming America. Wake up.
Well, the
And so
main
and so is
loser
so
of
is so are American so is the American populace for
So
the
the main
most part.
loser of the Strait of Hormuz issue is China. And so once they start feeling the pain, they're the ones in the best position to work something out with Iran one way or another to resolve the issue.
How is China
Okay, I've got to say,
go ahead, please.
no, it's fine. Go ahead, Joe. Sorry.
Yeah, how is China the one who suffers the most when at first off they have the largest reserve in the world of oil. They've been saving up for months, if not years. Um, and they have let ships go through to China. So how is China the one who suffers the most? Where do you have
Yeah,
that?
there's multiple reasons. So first, the number of ships that have gone through is a trickle. It's like a handful of ships. Maybe it's one or two ships a day versus the prior traffic, which was 100 to 120 ships a day. And like 40 to 50% of the total outflows from Hormuz were going to China. So it's a huge, like we've had a flood of oil going, of energy going from the Middle East to China, and now it's been reduced to a trickle. China might have some large reserves, but one of the things that's been discussed when discussing these reserves is that the actual throughput of the reserves is very low. So even though you might have a huge amount of reserves, the amount of million barrels per day that you can actually release from those reserves on a given day is actually nowhere near enough to resolve the loss from the Gulf area. And this is why, for example, if it was enough, this is one of the problems. If it was enough, then we wouldn't even have to worry about anything because we have enough reserves, not only in China, but in a lot of other countries to cover like
So
1 to 2 months.
by your rationale, America is giving them a 48-hour deadline to help China. Like, do you understand? You're not looking at the whole picture. You're looking
No,
at
what I'm saying is,
stats.
I
Hold
don't
on, let
even
me
think.
finish. I didn't interrupt you. Let me
Go
finish.
ahead, go ahead.
If you look at the statistics, what you're saying is correct. A lot of what comes out of the Hormuz goes to Asia, India, China, Japan, South Korea, all that. The issue is who are people blaming for this, and they're blaming America. Um, Europe is going to suffer from this greatly, right? Directly. Do you think they're going to go and buy U.S. bonds when they're on sale, right? That's where the pain comes into the U.S., right? It's not just the oil; it's everything else that comes along with it. The pressure to the banks. It is the American banking system that supports a lot of this trade, which is going to fail, right? You're looking only at the resource itself and not at all the other things that are involved with that resource. China's not the one who's going to suffer the most. If you look at anything beyond the actual oil that's going, and I think they have plenty stored up. I think I don't know, Dark Side, if it was you or someone else that said they have 6 to 9 months worth,
Yeah,
right?
Oh
They
no,
can
over
hold
not
on.
even
over a
close.
billion barrels. Hey, Mako, I got a question. Who suffered more from COVID? Did the U.S. Western system suffer more, or did China suffer more?
Well, you can't even really know how exactly much China suffered because they lie about all their data. So China lied and said that they had almost no COVID cases for a long period of time when we know that's not true. So they're not very honest in how they report data. So, I mean, yeah.
Did China experience rampant inflation that really took a toll on their society, or did they not?
China's had a lot of economic problems and it does a lot of things to try to mask the economic problems that it does have. And we don't know the extent of it. But we do know that China's not growing at the GDP rate they claim to be growing at.
I think one of the things you have to consider when you're thinking about Iran's motivations over the next 24 hours to 48 hours is to apply a Western standard to their decision making process, where the rational point of view would say, well, let's stand down and live to fight another day. Their algebra is fighting for survival, and that other day is today. They don't want to kick the can. They're set up. They've been preparing for this for a while. Who knows what their plans are? And they could expand the front to other areas, and again, I don't know what to believe when you see some of the stuff on the social media feeds, but now they're threatening corporations who are buying U.S. bonds, saying that you're not going to be immune from attack, that you're a legitimate military target. So they could expand beyond the Gulf region kinetically and go after these companies around the world, and you figure out which way that is. But I just think this thing escalates. It doesn't de-escalate because of this 48-hour ultimatum.
Well, yeah, and
Yeah,
let me
this
get
is
back
this
to
is the
something
second
Joe has
time.
said. Wait, let me.
This
Just,
is
You
just
said
let
something,
me
Joe.
let me
Let me
just
just
jump in
respond real
one
quick.
second. 1 second, guys. Manka, 1 second. I want to pass it to Joe as co-host. I want to give it to him, but there's a couple of super chats. Avi's asked me specifically to read them now between the discussion because when you respond to Joe and Thomas, he'd like your take on these. So the first one is the US economy is capitulating. Iran has total control of Hormuz. China and Iran are the new regional hegemon. Cope, Mankos. That's the first one. Okay. The second one, and I appreciate the super chats, guys. Hormuz is the entire war. Mankos is just coping because America is getting humiliated and losing billions in doing so. How does America open it? So yeah, Joe, back to you.
Yeah, I just wanted to add to Thomas's point. Like, don't forget, guys. Like, America has done this a lot. Mossadegh in Iran, Arbenz in Guatemala, Luamba in Congo, Maduro, Hussein, Gaddafi, Goulart in Brazil. Like, you can keep going. How many times America has done this when they don't want their assets, their resources, given to the Americans, right? They want it nationalized. Iran is the first place this is happening twice. These people know what happened last time. They had Mossadegh in, and it was an incredible society. And then they took him out because he wanted to nationalize the oil and put in the Shah, right? So if you listen to the American, a lot of the Iranian Americans out there, they're like, oh yeah, let's put the Shah back in. They forget that majority of the country threw the Shah out because of what he did. He sold all the resources. They didn't benefit whatsoever from it. That's why these people were not going to do the same thing as they always have, because they've been through this before. They saw what happened. It destroyed their society, right?
Joe,
They are, like Thomas said, fighting for their life.
I've got a response to you on the thing where you said, is Trump doing this to help China? I do not think that anyone who's doing this, that Trump or Israel, any of that, actually believes that there's any chance that Iran is going to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Instead, the purpose of the ultimatum was to create a pretext, a casus belli, whatever it is, in order to expand the target list in Iran and start destroying Iran's economic infrastructure, which is something Israel has been pushing for since day one, something Trump has been sort of like on the fence about, and something that was stopped because the GCC screamed for it to stop because they were afraid of Iran destroying their economic infrastructure. However, what changed in a few days? What changed was the GCC now feels confident that it can defend itself against Iranian attacks. So they switched their position and told Trump, we are on board. We think you should really start punishing Iran by annihilating their economic infrastructure. Therefore, Trump isn't just going to say, okay, we're just going to start bombing them out of the blue, because then that looks like we're the aggressor. Instead, what we can do is we can point to the bad boy behavior that Iran is doing by blocking the Strait of Hormuz and say, if you don't open the Strait of Hormuz, then you leave us no choice but to escalate against economic targets in Iran. And that creates, it's more of like from a propaganda standpoint, if that makes sense. That's my analysis on that.
Are you assuming, or do you have facts that the GCC is now saying go ahead and
No,
bomb
it's
them? Or
from
is
it's
that
from deduction, and I showed my math. It's because Trump told Israel to stop after the natural gas hit, because drones were able to get through on the GCC countries. If you follow the daily like attacks and interception reports and stuff in the last few days, the GCC country interception rates are like 99% on the drones because of that, and it's being attributed to Ukrainian advisors.
it's
Because of
yes, but it's
that, the
also because
GCC now
they're
feels
launching
confident.
less drones.
Go ahead.
They're launching way less drones, so you can also attribute it to that. And I think the GCC would be very aware, so I think your assumption is incorrect. They would be very aware that the Houthis could shut down the Red Sea. And then what?
Well, they're
Right?
not really worried about the Red Sea. The GCC isn't really worried about the Red Sea. They're worried about actually
what
inflicting pain on Iran and getting revenge for all the attacks that Iran has made on them.
have you heard the leaders from the GCC? They're not attacking Iran, they're attacking America.
I don't think any leader of any GCC country has made any attack
Oh
on America.
jeez.
I mean,
Verbal
go ahead,
attack,
quote it.
not an actual attack. Verbal attack. Is
No, that's
someone
what I
up here,
mean. Verbal
Beatrix or
attacks. I mean,
Maze?
they've been very supportive.
Who is the guy from Dubai that was saying you bring this war to here knowing that it will expand the region and destroy our economy, blah blah blah.
That was
There's
like some
been multiple.
businessman. That wasn't a political leader.
Do you understand how he's an Emirati, high up, high up? Do you understand how it works?
Yeah, so there's a
He
big
doesn't get
difference
to say that.
between
He
if
doesn't
like
get to say
Elon Musk
that.
says something versus if Donald Trump says it, right? Elon Musk
Very
is just
different.
a businessman.
Yeah, Elon Musk doesn't need to
He
go get
wasn't just a
approval
businessman,
from.
Ranko.
Yeah, and
He was instrumental in the Abraham Accords, right? He was part of the negotiate.
Yes.
He was the interface to Trump, right?
And Elon Musk
Didn't they make him delete
doesn't.
that though?
Yeah, they did, but
So
typically he doesn't
isn't that
get
an indicator?
an indicator of.
Well, the government of that country made him delete it. Thus, whatever he wrote wasn't in line with what they wanted out there.
Yeah, but they never want anything out there, right? I mean, Solomon, if you understand what they do and you know what kind of position I'm in, they can't talk much, but they're not going to let negative news that they're being attacked be out there.
That's true,
right? And he directly said that, so it could be simply that. I'm just saying to say that the
I know this as a
GCC.
matter of fact is separate to the space. The GCC, this claim that they're defending everything is just fake news. It's basically a ghost town now. Like Dubai literally is a ghost town.
Wait,
I did
so
see
I
that
just
they're
looked it up.
defending more, Suleiman, but they
Is
are
it
sending a lot less.
is it
That's
this
the
guy
thing.
Khalif Ahmad Al Habtour? Is that the guy you're talking about?
I don't recall his name.
So he's a billionaire in the UAE, and he's the chairman of the Al Habtour Group. And he was the first high-profile Middle Eastern businessman to criticize Trump in the war.
Yeah, the first.
Yeah, and this is the one. Well, I mean, this is from a news article from when he did it. And the quote is, and I think this is what you're mentioning, so I just want to confirm it with you. You have placed the countries of the Gulf Cooperation Council and the Arab countries at the heart of a danger they did not choose. Does that sound right?
Yeah, that sounds right.
So, Manko, you keep saying, I wanted to say this earlier, that they have to open up the Strait of Hormuz. The Strait of Hormuz isn't closed, it's open. But it's just not open to countries that are
Khaleesi,
bombing Iran or
like, come
complicit in
on now.
bombing Iran.
Come on now. You
Come
know
on now,
better than
what?
that.
It's open.
No, it's not
If
open.
if any
It's never
country
been open.
expelled its Israeli, of course it's open. Why isn't it open? If it wasn't open, ships
So
wouldn't be going
on the
through, would
first
it?
on the first day of the war, the IRGC publicly stated that it is closed, and they also issued radio advisories to all of the ships in the area saying it is closed, and if you try to go through it, you're going to be fired upon. And then subsequent to that, when there have been a few handful of ships that have gone through, but there's also been a bunch of ships that have been fired upon and attacked. And there was a ship a couple days ago that I saw was attacked by Iranian speedboats and left on fire. So that's what closing the strait means. I mean, if Iran's like, no, the strait isn't closed, we're not going to attack you, then all these like hundreds of backed up ships, they'd be going through the next day.
I swear I
No,
have the
no, no.
memory of
Manko, you don't
I have the Beatrix, hold on. I have the memory of an
go on.
outfit. When when it was announced that they closed the Strait of Hormuz, Manco said, "What are you guys kidding me? It's not like you can push a button and just shut down the Strait of Hormuz." And then Andrew had to school him on the fact that no, you can. You don't have to put a ship that just goes across the whole channel. You can just shoot them out, right? And now you're schooling us
No,
on
what I
the
said on
fact
the
that it's
very
closed.
what I said on the very first day is they announced it's closed, but it's not, you don't know if they can back that up again until a ship actually tries to go through and they shoot at it, which they have since then.
All right, so now you
Yeah, but
agree that
they've
it's
said
closed.
that. But Mancos, they have strictly laid down their guidelines and they have said that if you try to circumvent this, then obviously there will be consequences.
The
So it is
problem is
open.
that that's
I'll give
not
you an
been
example.
consistent,
One second,
Khaleesi.
1 second. Let me tell you something, right? So the Suez Canal, you have to pay anywhere between 200,000 to 700,000 for a ship to go through the Suez Canal. For large containers, it's up to 1 million. Can a ship go through the Suez Canal for free? No. Why not? Because they have their terms and conditions. The same applies to Panama, the same applies to the Bosphorus in Turkey. All of them have their own rules. So
The
Iran's laid out
problem
its rules.
the problem with that,
What's the
Khaleesi, is
problem?
that's inside of their national territorial waters, and the Strait of Hormuz is not inside of Iran's national territorial waters.
Yeah, okay, but like it's not American or Israeli waters, so the only countries that could potentially object are the countries whose waters it actually touches, right? What's that? Oman? Who else is there? Maybe on the other side, maybe Afghanistan. None of those countries are complaining, so it's really nothing to do with America and Israel. If you're bombing them, you cannot go through. It's as straight as that, number one. Number two, you said earlier that, Trump is in control of Israel. No, no, no. Adelson dollars are in control of Trump. Trump isn't in control of anything here. The puppet master is pulling the strings, and Trump is the puppet. Adelson money, he's swallowed millions of it to do a job. He's not in control here, Mancos. If you think he's dictating to Israel on this, you've got it so wrong. He isn't. He is being dictated to.
I mean, that was clear when they plagiarized the foundation of the defense of democracy. That's a Jewish Zionist, what do you call it, think tank. And they literally, presented that as their justification for the war when asking for the $200 billion. So, I mean, you can tell that, this is where the origination of the idea and the intention and the driving force behind it are his donors.
If Trump doesn't have the ability to check Israel at all, then why is it that he was able to stop them when they did that first attack on Iran's natural gas production facilities, and then he made them stop?
Well, I think
Yeah,
when we're
and
saying,
Mancos, what he just said, sorry, Maze, 1 second, what's he just said in the last 24 hours? Who made him make that statement in the last 24 hours that he's giving them 48 hours before he attacks all their natural gas
I think what happened is
and
that the
facilities?
GCC switched sides. Is that at first they screamed at him like, you got to stop Israel, and then he did for a few days, and then they got their ducks in a row. Now they think they can wage the fight, and then they said, okay, we're okay with it. You guys go.
This isn't GCC's fight, Manco. This is Israel's war. Everybody knows it's Israel's war. The GCC are caught in the middle, and they're just dumb enough not to be able to. They don't have the spine to actually take a stand. But it isn't their war. We know that. Sorry, Maze, you were going to jump in. Go ahead.
Beatrice, we've heard
Sorry, I got a phone call. Oh.
we've heard that the IRGC make the statement that certain people can go through, but then when you actually look at the marine traffic going through it, nothing is going through. So whether it's closed or not closed, it's de facto no activity, and that's what's driving the financial markets. When we were at 130 on a normal basis, and now we're down to like sub 10, because some do go through. But it's hard to tell. Like, are they loaded? Are they empty? What's going on? But it's less than 10. It's a trickle. That's a trickle out. There's a huge amount of traffic sitting on the east and on the west side of the choke point there. One of the interesting things I've read about, I don't know if anyone's heard this, but there a lot of the crews and these ships, and there's several hundred of them that are kind of idle, are struggling to maintain food and water. Now, a lot of them are able to generate their own water on the ship, but they also have fuel issues, and they've been struggling to at some point they run out of provisions, and because it's a war zone, it's very hard to resupply. Has anyone heard that?
Yeah, there's been posts about how what they do is they take guys will get off the ships and need to get onto launches and go to shore to try to buy more supplies, and in some cases they're being turned away and like, no, we're not going to let you land.
So there was an effort, I think, to communicate globally, but also just most recently they told Japan that to reach out to Tehran, people in Tehran, and they will help, like, I guess whoever the officials are, and they will make sure that they get through. But then Japan declined. They said that they would rather, I think, out of fear of getting, like, I guess, I don't know, the appearance of there being some sort of like alliance or normalization, so they didn't do it. But the message has been, I mean, I think a lot of people are scared, obviously. I mean, I don't know whatever came out of the insurance situation, but this is very expensive, and I think a lot of them are just erring on the side of caution.
Yeah, no, I think they've had some framework, Japan and Iran, actually. They had a meeting. I think the same day or the very next day, after meeting with Trump, the PM went to had a meeting with Iran. They've got a framework. But just on what Thomas was saying, Thomas, you're right. This is the point that Mancos made, and he was right because I looked it up. When you compare the data, there used to be roughly about 90 ships going through the Strait of Hormuz per day. Oh, actually, no, it was a higher number than that per day. And it's trickled down to, I'd say, about 3 a day. At most. So 100 ships per day, 100 plus ships per day, down to about 2 per day, according to Wall Street Journal, it says. So I'd say 2 to 3 a day. And most of those that are getting through are headed for China, India, and I think it might have been
There was some Pakistan too.
Maybe, Manco. So it's limited, but the point is that I agree. I mean, but the thing is, look, they laid down their conditions. I don't know how serious they were, and I don't know if any country's done that. But they did say, I think it was week 1, they said, if you expel your British and Israeli ambassador, you can put ships through.
Yeah,
we'll let your ships pass through.
The problem is that the ships that are in the Gulf don't trust that Iran has a system in place to really have this work in some kind of a smooth fashion, because Iran's leadership is getting attacked so much and the command and control is so broken down. The problem is you can think that you have a deal with Iran, and then you start to go through, and then somebody who's in an IRGC unit somewhere doesn't know that you're someone who's on the list, and then they shoot you anyway. So it's because Iran doesn't have its system like worked out to the point where people trust it. So very few ships are willing to take that risk that maybe, like some local commander doesn't take a shot at them.
It's not a ship decision. It's the ship's owners are making the decision, and there's insurance involved. So it's a little more complicated. Even if they opened it up, you'd have to go through the risk mitigation and insurance updates to make sure that you can, not go bankrupt as a result of making a mistake. But the ship commanders don't even get a vote.
Well, they do. It's actually both. When you're dealing with some kind of a war zone or something, the crew does have to consent to actually follow orders. Like if they think they're going to die, they don't have to listen to you. And the worst you can do is threaten to fire them, except you're not going to be able to replace them as the crew on that ship. The
Right,
insurance
that's true.
issues have already,
They could
according to what
refuse
I've
to
read
go.
and from some very knowledgeable sources, like John Conrad, he has said that the insurance issues have already been worked out because the United States came in to like subsidize and backstop them.
Yeah, I don't know if I don't believe that. I read that the United States only came through with a little bit of money, nowhere near the aggregate value of the fleets that are there. But I agree with you. They can refuse in order to go through, but they can't decide to say, you know what, it looks safe, we're going to go.
Yeah, I mean, they're not going
A
to do
lot of
that on their own without the people that are actually financially responsible for the ship agreeing to it.
and this you use the word mutiny. I mean, how many of these guys that are going aboard, going ashore for provisions, just stay on shore and don't go back? That'll be interesting.
Yeah, I mean, as long as they're able to get provisions and as long as they're being paid, I don't think most of them mind sitting out there. Because there's been many cases where there have been various situations where crews do have to sit on a ship for months at a time because of things like being unable to unload cargo or other stuff like that. And as long as they're being paid, it's no real skin off their backs, whether they're sitting in the stationary ship getting paid or whether they're sitting in like one that's in motion.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what happens in the 48 hours. We're coming up to 24 hours now. Trump's doubled down.
Well,
And
the oil market opens up at the top of the hour, I think, on Globex. So we'll get a market reaction, and I would think that the market reaction will, especially tomorrow morning, when Europe and the U.S. is open, I think that will affect some of the rhetoric. I think this is sort of I don't think this is a master plan. I think it's very much event driven.
There's going to be a lot of betting in both directions, but probably mostly in the not open direction as to what's going to happen with this ultimatum. This is very like high volatility event that's coming up here.
so the IRGC spokesman, Ibrahim Zolfagari, he mocked Trump in English. He said, "Hey, Trump, you are fired." You're familiar with that sentence? Thank you for your attention to this matter. Interesting.
That's some good trolling there.
They're literally, they are good trolls, actually.
Imitation.
Sometimes I think even their political statements are trolling.
Imitation is the sincerest form of flattery.
Oh, wow.
And what's cope?
Shots
The only
fired.
person I've seen defend Trump more than Joe is Mankos.
Don't even put me there.
Oh my God, I like that. I really like what you just said there, Suleiman. Welcome Matt to the panel as well. Let's see what Kelf's got to say, and then we'll go on with the conversation. Kelf, go ahead. You've been waiting for a while.
Yeah, hello. I have a question, and it's more or less like a breakdown with the current situation that is going on. So my question is about okay, we can see that Iran is fighting an asymmetrical war where they are attacking key infrastructure and economic let's say strongholds to affect the US currency. Because what I feel like, I don't know whether it was Indestructible or Inevitable that said it one time, that I think Iran is fighting a war against the currency domination of the US dollar rather than fighting them in a conventional way, because the US has the upper hand there. So the question I'm trying to ask now is, they are taking the right steps in order to cripple the US dollar. Just as they said that ships are allowed to pass the Straits of Hormuz if they pay in Chinese yen for the oil, and as far as they are not supporting the US in its aggression against them. And apart from that, the chokehold that is happening on the financial markets too. So my question is, I understand the way they are going about it. I don't know how long it will take, because things like this is mostly decades before it trickle down completely. But the main thing is, I feel Israel gets most of its weapons from America, and basically their whole standard of living is being subsidized by America. If the US dollar fails, it affects Israel significantly in their own aggression and their ideological move for the Greater Israel project. So I feel like maybe Netanyahu have been trying to make an off ramp to the next, I don't know, global power that he can siphon wealth from. They obviously can't do it to Russia or China, because they don't give a fuck about, sorry, they don't care about those things. I saw their move towards India, but India is not, I don't know how big of a player they are that will be able to give the same support that America can. So I want to understand how it will affect Israel if the US dollar takes a very strong hit,
Great question.
that maybe America
Sounds
will
like
be forced to
sounds
prioritize
like House.
itself.
I let one of the financial guys answer it. Thomas or Joe or Darkside. They're asking how will Israel be affected if the American dollar collapses.
Gosh, I don't know. I would, if Robert's in the audience, I'd bring him up to answer that question. He'd probably be in a good spot to answer it. But
Well,
that
I'll take a
Israel,
swing at it. They'd be
yeah.
demolished, right? Look, the entire Western financial system gets demolished if the dollar falls. The question is, to what degree does it fall? Is it just a strategic repricing, or do we see confidence lost? Um, I don't know. I mean, look, I think more interesting than the price of oil is going to be the price of bonds and what happens to the bond markets globally overnight. That's going to be very telling. If the
Dark,
route, yeah, if the
would you
route
say the strength?
continues, you'll see, a change in policy. Go ahead.
Would you say that the debt structure of the U.S., which is like with 39 trillion on book, unfunded, is unquantifiable almost? Would you say that whole structure is based on the confidence of the dollar, and if if that's lost, then that debt overhang just crushes the system? Would you agree with that?
100%, right? If foreigners start repatriating their dollars, they don't want dollars, then the only hope for the US to continue is full blown yield curve control. And then we get into, that works in the short term, but it doesn't work in the long term. And when you're the world's reserve currency and nobody wants it, what does that look like? Look, the United States has been able to finance, trillions of dollars in deficit spending on the back of the petrodollar, on the back of the fact that the world will buy our debt. And if the world won't buy our debt, then there's only one person left to do it, and that's the Fed, which means they're going to monetize our debt. And that creates, inflation or something much worse.
So we've got some breaking news. Couple of breaking news. So the French ambassador said the following about the UAE. He said, strange. It means deepening your dependence on a country that has led yours into a disastrous conflict without caring about your interests. So basically talking about how France is basically attacking the UAE for relying on the United States of America. That has led to a disaster, and then they continue to rely on it. And then the UAE foreign minister said about Iran, he said, we will never be blackmailed by terrorists.
The second piece of news is Bitcoin has dropped below 68,000. Guys, thoughts on both of those topics?
This is probably just a start. This could be the decline from tomorrow. We'll see what the markets look like. It might be a bloodbath.
What's your thoughts on the
Yeah, someone
Go ahead, Joe.
it dropped 1,000 points after your announcement yesterday. It's been pretty much holding around that range, down 1,000 points. But look, I think if something does happen, yeah, Bitcoin's going to be affected as well. I just think Bitcoin, as we saw, um, people started to treat it like gold because it's more portable, and if you need to move around and get out of that area, they're not getting on a plane with gold. And they're probably going to be too scared to be holding a currency that's pegged to the dollar. So Bitcoin makes a lot of sense.
I would say most
Um,
of the sell off of assets is a sell off for liquidity.
yeah,
There
and
will
that's
be
why
a
the
point.
dollar strengthens first,
Yeah, there will be a
right?
point in time where I think Bitcoin is the destination for liquidity that is fleeing failing systems. But that pivot point has not been reached yet. So,
We saw it a little bit, Thomas.
yeah,
We saw it a little bit. We saw that the flows were coming from gold going into Bitcoin at the very beginning of this conflict.
yeah,
Um,
I honestly would say I was surprised at how well Bitcoin held up during this past 3 weeks here. Um, I would have guessed it would have dropped into the 50s. But I do think it catches a bit on the back end of this when people realize that there's going to be a realignment of the economic system, or there very likely could be as a result of this demand destruction that will come from higher oil prices. Oil is in the modern economy just everywhere, right? And the secondary and tertiary effects are hardly understood by anyone.
You look at the chart of Bitcoin; it's playing out in the same way as the period between the 20th of November all the way to like the 20th of Jan. It's that sort of correction and then stabilization just before a dump, and now it's below the 50 MA. So on the daily, so I don't know. I mean, I could see another leg down.
Well, that's bit new.
So it's not completely immune, but it's the most immune. Everything else has I think a big counterparty risk in a system that could fail in the next few years.
Yeah. And it's not like it hasn't happened. It's not like America hasn't confiscated gold before, or countries like Lebanon, Crete, even UK. Many people forget during World War II they took money out of people's accounts because the government needed it. This happened in Crete also.
The,
You
the,
know,
the, the famous one is FDR 6102 that happened in, I think, 1933. In 1934, there was like executive order, I think it was 6184. I think that's the right number, where they did the same thing to silver and they confiscated it. But even go to the great financial crisis, more recent, when things were getting a little gnarly, they just changed the rules, saying you can't short, all kinds of stuff, and it created a lot of problems. The system will get protected before your private property rights are respected.
The problem with Bitcoin is though, like I know you guys are saying, oh, it's a long term asset, whatever it is, right? But the problem you got with Bitcoin is like you buy Bitcoin, and the only reason to buy Bitcoin is to just store it and never use it, because the problem with it is it's such a erratic commodity that fluctuates in such an extreme manner over years and even over months. I mean, it was 125 not too long ago. It's now 60. Before that, it was 70 or 80. And so, unless you're just grabbing it and holding it for a very long time, it's basically not something that you can actually have as something that you may need to use as an emergency. So that's one of the major problems. Like, why would anyone remove their dollar and go in Bitcoin, because it could be worth like half the price?
Suleiman, I would say, if you zoom out, right, I would say the volatility is you'll hear the term, the volatility is a feature, not a liability. But if you zoom out, and I'll go to the beginning of the TradFi participation in Bitcoin, the beginning of January of 24, we were at 42,000. And so now we're at 68,000. So let's call that a roughly a 50% increase. Just use it rough math. So it's 50% increase in a little over 2 years. That's not a bad return. Now, did it go on a roller coaster ride the whole way? Absolutely. It was all over the place. But if you just zoom out and look at, I think that it's more proper to look at a multi-year view. And I would do the same thing here. It's like we're sitting at 67,000, whatever it is now. If you say, where's it going to be in 29 or 2030? Now, if you don't have that kind of investment horizon, if you are trading money or putting money in, and I need it for September bills, or I need it to pay a college tuition coming up, that's not that. You may be sad if you buy it now, because you may be selling it at a lower price. But if you're holding it for multiple years, it really has held up quite well when you smooth it out and zoom out to a multi-year moving average.
I agree with that. So that's my point. Like, unless you're holding it for a while, but in a kind of even within a year, it's just so much of a risk. It's such a extreme movement it is a problem.
That's why people should just do their own homework and decide for themselves how much their stack or their portfolio can they basically sideline for the next 2 to 4 years. I wouldn't, if you're uncomfortable sidelining a portion of your capital, 5%, 10%, 50%, whatever makes sense for your family situation, then that would be your solution space for Bitcoin. I would not put in money that you need in the next 2 years.
Hey, I wanted to just add a slightly, different view on this. Oil just moved up 50% in 2 weeks. You've had every major company has seen 20% drawdowns. Like everything's volatile now. I think Bitcoin may have been even its most violent days, which most certainly it's not as violent as it was. What if Bitcoin's volatility is calming down and the rest of the world's getting ready to go insane? Because I don't know what you could invest in right now, Solomon, that would give me, the greatest certainty that one, I can access my funds quickly And by the way, that is not about By the way, you're confiscation. right. I You're believe. right as well, Gary. I agree with that. Because Oh yeah, even dude. Nvidia, like now
Oh,
with the
bro.
energy crisis, it's also a risk at the moment.
All of these AI companies with an energy crisis are fucked. Okay, most certainly they will be changing their forecast next quarter. There's no way they can't revise this. So when I look around, I go, okay, I could go into the Exxon. That's probably a good play. Okay, like who thought that energy companies were going to trade at a lower multiple than AI companies? And now we're starting to see, oh wow, energy is required, so that's going to be good. But like I look at Bitcoin, I'm like, wow, I have no CEO exposure to Epstein, Jepstein, Mepstein, or any other fucking asshole. So Bitcoin allows me to get away from any kind of toxicity that could expose my investment. I don't have a partner that could go psychotic. That's cool. Or, their agenda in life changes. Let's see. If I was to build a business like the one you're building, it is going to take you 4 years before you see a real bang for your money and your time and your investment. If I can look at Bitcoin through a 2 to 3 or 4 year time horizon, just like I would in building a business, I start looking at it and going, dude, who cares about equities? I care about putting my energy into something and making sure, one, it's safe, two, that it's growing at a rate that is greater than what I can build otherwise. Because I shouldn't be comparing my investment in Bitcoin to an investment in a mutual fund. Okay, one has human error risk all over the motherfucker, and the other one has no human error risk except me and how I decide to custody it or hold on to it or the price upon which I buy it. This is a Warren Buffett product. Okay, this is such a Warren. This is a value to me. You just sit there and wait, and I'm hoping we get below 60. But this is an opportunity. I don't look at it, and this Bitcoin has held up exceptionally well in the most violent period I can remember in history. Gold's down, by the way, okay? 18% in a day. Freaking silver moved down 30% in a day, okay? Like everything is violent. So to me, I'm just going to push it out there. I think we're going to see Bitcoin be the peacemaker. Listen, if I'm in Iraq, dude, I'm buying Bitcoin. If I'm in America, I'm scared already, dude. I'm buying Bitcoin. Self-custody is probably going to be a big winner. The industry knows I have not been a big proponent of self-custody because of its friction points, the way it's pitched. A million different reasons.
Wait, what do you
But
mean by
self-custody,
wait, what do you mean by friction point?
well, Bitcoin has a lot of friction points. The way Bitcoin is
What? Oh no,
sold.
I mean like if you can explain to a normie because I don't know what that means.
Yeah, but the way Bitcoin is push. Look. People buy. I know people. All human beings believe they buy products. The truth is, human beings are sold products. They are not. They don't wake up in the morning and go, "I need a Bitcoin derivative that pays me 12%." They don't. People don't do that. Okay, but Wall Street wakes up every morning trying to create shit that they can sell. Bitcoin has not been sold in that way. Okay, so to onboard pure custody Bitcoin, I'm buying Bitcoin from DarkSide or Simon, right? That's probably relatively easy. But to do anything beyond that, I've got to learn a whole new nomenclature. Okay, then I've got to do the seed phrases. The friction points. You know why there's so many Facebook users? You click one button. Ting dong, tilly tong. Why does X work? Click one button. So we need to get to one button. Nonetheless, what I'm saying is that I believe that the period we're getting ready to enter into, which is you don't know who your enemy is. Like I have no clue living in America. I cannot believe I'm saying this. I have no clue whether I am the enemy of the current administration, I don't mean to be, or whether I'm going to be wanted and needed in the next administration. Like I have no clue who the enemy is anymore. And when you have a geopolitical chessboard that has 3 dimensions to it and it's all fucking moving, all of it's moving.
at almost every level. Self custody should be something everyone should start saying, hey, how is this a bad option for me? That is an option that no bank and no equity, no bond, no nothing offers me, including cash, by the way. I can't carry 10, 15, $20 million worth of cash in $100 bills around, man. Okay. And like if you really want, or I mean, you can do $1 million. It's a duffel load, but it just seems Bitcoin, like if Bitcoin doesn't do exceptionally well in the next 18 months here, it's done. This is what Bitcoin was built for. So Solomon, I would say to you, and this is just my thesis, I could be completely wrong. I would say that if we don't see Bitcoin hang in here really well relative to all other things, mind you, then Bitcoin is probably not going to make it. But if it can survive through this and actually go up relative to gold, silver, equities, real estate, oil now, I mean the whole complex, then to me it's theirs to lose because there's no way Nvidia can sit there and go, I'm worth 800 trillion billion trillion dollars, and the oil price just fucking tripled, right? So we all know that. Now, who wants to give me odds tomorrow that the market isn't as slaughtered as everybody thinks it's going to be? I would love to do a survey. How much is the market going to, the Qs or whatever the most heavily quoted index is going to be, how much is the market going to be off or flat? Does anybody know? Like, we should know here in about 20 minutes, right? Thank you for letting me just kind of ran on. Appreciate you.
No, you made some great points. You made some great points there, Gary.
Gary, I just want to say, like,
I think it would be better to buy toilet paper, by the way. Okay, hey, listen, seriously. I would buy paint, toilet paper. I just bought a bunch of canvas. I'd buy anything that doesn't dematerialize rapidly. Right now, I would do it because
But Gary,
we are going to have a shock. Okay, there's going to be a supply shock here.
That's why, Gary, I'd so for me, I would long uranium stocks, critical metals, helium, and solar energy. These are the things that I think are going to be pretty strong narratives in the next year or two after this crisis. Helium, for example, Qatar supplies 30% of the helium helium production or exports to the rest of the world. 67% of helium. Of South Korea's helium production, but their chip manufacturer, semiconductor, is from Qatar itself alone. And if they've destroyed that infrastructure there, then it's you're basically, you need to reprice the helium market as well. And everything.
I wish Stark was here to tell you because you don't actually own the stocks; they're held. There is a very popular theory out there called the takening, where they do take the stocks. Dark talked about it the other day. So, it's still, I understand, if you're to speculate, yeah, it's a good speculation. But if you're to do it for safety, holding the stock would not be a safe play.
No, I just said long. I'd be long on these stocks over the next year or two, assuming that I have faith in the clearinghouses as well. So as you, this is another aspect of that discussion about holding stocks or any sort of contract.
Yeah.
Don't hold it with any IO company. I'll tell you that right now.
Yeah, but look. I think we have a number of things that we've never been confronted with before. I was at dinner last night with somebody I know quite well in the SaaS technology payments industry, and their multiples have collapsed. They've been trying to sell, and their multiples have collapsed because Wall Street's looking at businesses that are doing $60, $150 million doing SaaS programs or more. They're like, well, AI is going to kill you. So the valuations upon which company builders can get out now, they're like, wow, my exit door, everything's freezing up. See, because you not only have a war that's happening right now that's happening as we speak, that's expanding. It seems like it's getting worse. I mean, like, we got to remember we were in a war with Ukraine, and that's still happening. So this thing is not regional. I don't know why everybody keeps saying it's fucking regional. It's a world war, man.
Like there's people all over the place.
No one here is regional in this space, that's for sure.
No, I just hear this all the time, dude, on American channels. Well, you know, I mean, they pump the regional. The word regional is used every 4 or 5 paragraphs of content. It's almost like it's scripted, but it's not regional. I'm like, why are y'all lying? Every time somebody uses a word and they change the meaning of it, I'm like, do audiences really fall for that shit? I think the answer is yes. But so then you've got this AI thing. Okay, so like the whole world's changed yesterday because of crude oil prices, and now I'm looking out and looking at the AI thing, going, "Oh my God, man! There's too much happening at one time, folks." Like, so to me, Solomon, I think Bitcoin. What's the price at right now? It should be at 50 grand right now. Okay, 4 years ago, this thing would be tanked. We're at 66, 65. You're going to be able to buy $62,000, $60,000, $58,000 Bitcoin. That's awesome, dude. Try to sell a house in Dubai. Try to sell a house in the safest city in the world, which was 3 weeks ago. Remember that
Oh my
pitch?
God, Gary, don't do it.
You see what I'm saying, though, bro? I mean,
It's a
like
ghost city. It's a
everything.
ghost city now. No one's living there.
No, that's my point, dude. Of course. But it was pitched 3 weeks ago as the place to be. Okay? The place to be, man.
To be honest, Gary, it was taking a lot before the war. Any house above like 2-3 million was very hard. It took a long time to sell, anyways, in that market. So this correction is overdue.
Yeah, for Dubai, for the Gulf states, you were expecting some form of correction anyway. I was anyway, but this is it's worse than a correction. And to be honest, like looking at the language that the UAE is saying today, I think Manco actually may be right in the sense of it looks like they're gonna go more offensive in this war, and so it looks like they put the cards out and said, "Look,
Who's
we're
they? Who's they? Iran?
UAE." So I think it's going to be like you're going to see a lot more stuff being fired from the UAE and maybe more ferocious attacks by Iran. I think they think that they think in their mind that they can stop the Iran attack. But what I know is Iran's not been hitting them hard intentionally. But when they do, they'll be devastated. So I think things in UAE are going to get a lot worse.
Yeah, see,
Fingers crossed.
and that brings up something. It just when you said that, Solomon, it made me think. We're all sitting here going, "Hey, look, America's plays too big of a role," and this could be mistaken what I'm getting ready to say. So just hear me through. But what's the world going to be like if you got Iraq, Iran, Saudi Arabia, UAE, this faction, that faction, all with fucking military jets, and they're all, we're having bickerings all day long with extremely advanced weapons. That's not really a cool place to be, right? We can't possibly have tribes, flying fucking military aircraft and blowing shit up forever. So at some point, you have to have someone intervene. Some parent shows up. I'm not.
Because the problem is there is no parent in this situation. Everyone's
Yeah.
benefiting somehow.
Well, no, everyone's a little narcissistic bitch child. That's the problem, dude. None of their parents actually ever
No,
taught
but
them
like for
anything.
example, what you mean is, let's say someone like Russia, but Russia's benefiting a lot from this war. China's benefiting. So the ones who may have caused some kind of conversation are either benefiting or are complicit or are some form of ally in this war. This is the problem you've got.
Correct.
I'm expecting significant escalation. Got resistance, we can say something?
Yeah, I'll just. I'm just reading some of the posts on X because after the Kobayashi letter, where they're saying a lot of insiders are selling the past week. I'm just seeing more. I'm just seeing the order book stocks, US stocks. So I'm just seeing. I'm now seeing the order
He's
book.
saying insiders. There's been just a slew of insider people that own large volumes of stock, own or run the company. They're selling.
Yeah, so lots of directors. So, for example, in Dell, AMD, Nvidia, Apple, Netflix, loads of directors are selling. Like, it's about like millions of shares, or equivalent to millions of dollars, tens of millions of dollars each. So, or between 1 and like 30 million, I suppose, if I'm looking at the actual tape here. So yeah, there's just lots of insider selling, and I'm just seeing that. I just think, well, how is that going to stop now that Trump's given Iran 48 hours and he's basically escalating on this? So
Well, the
how
next
do I see
15
this?
minutes is going to be huge, right? The guys are telling me that's when the markets are opening in terms of futures.
Yeah, but it doesn't have to happen straight away. Like it can happen tomorrow in the market, the US market's open at 2. Oh, sorry, I mean 2 p.m. our time. So when in the US time is whatever 9 a.m. or whatever it is. But yeah, it can happen tomorrow. It doesn't have to happen tonight, overnight, but it can. But I'm not necessarily expecting it right straight away. I just think these sorts of remember slowly, and then all of us all at once. So I'm expecting. So you look at the chart, the SPY, the SPX, whatever, the S&P 500, the NDX. It's making a rounded top, and all of a sudden now we're starting. So it's a slow moving rounded top, and now we're starting to decline. But then the acceleration phase could happen now, and that's where you see like a massive red candles dumping to, I don't know, anywhere between like 5,000 S&P, like that. It could be, but we don't know. I mean, I just don't know. But it doesn't give me any confidence that you see a lot of insiders are selling. People say, well, this looks like a controlled sell, and why haven't it dumped so much? And I just think these sorts of markets, when sometimes it takes ages to make a top, and then it's slow. It's just slow, and then all of a sudden it just goes and sort of dumps very quickly. It's just how markets are.
Yeah, this is we're in a really strange time. We're gonna have to figure out what's going on because things are not looking great. Just some more breaking news, and then we'll take it from there. Oh, first of all, before we go to actually, let me get the breaking news first, actually, and then I'll come to that. So the breaking news is, first of all, we've got now satellite imagery that shows that a bomb shelter in Dimona was hit. In addition to that, we have so geolocating show that Japan paid Iran $2 million for the passage of ships through the Strait of Hormuz. So that was that $2 million, right? Do you remember the $2 million? And we were like, oh yeah, who is it? Well, Tehran has introduced a new... So this might be the second one though. It's either that one or this might be a second one. But anyway, Tehran has introduced a new approach to controlling the Strait of Hormuz. Starting to charge some ships $2 million. Iran confirmed that one of the payments of tankers came from Japan. So Iran charging a toll booth. This is like a toll. You're coming through the strait, you gotta pay the man. You gotta pay the man. Iranians fired in recent launches minutes ago towards areas where the Israel army is concentrated in the north. So Iranian missiles going towards the north. I mentioned about the UAE. Also, guys, there's a tweet in the nest. We got a video out. I think it's an important video. It's from our interview with Professor Morandi. Very much linked to this conversation that we're having. He said that if the US invade Karg Island, the global economy will be brought to its knees. I repeat, if the United States of America invades Karg Island, the world economy will be brought to its knees. Resistance, what's your... But that tweet's in the nest, guys. Make sure you like it. Make sure you watch it. It's only like a couple of minutes long. Make sure you like it, watch it, share it with your friends and family. Let everybody know what the real situation is. Professor Morandi is a legend. He did that interview with us in the middle of bombardment. You heard his internet. It wasn't even perfect because of what was going on in Iran. But Resistance, what's your thoughts about what Professor Morandi just said?
Yeah, I've got no reason not to believe him. I mean, and I think a lot of people, when last year, where after even after the 12-day war, I saw some of the comments when Professor Morandi said, "Oh, we'll just attack every base in the country, in the region, if United States and Israel escalate again, and the next time we'll just and then everyone just laughing. And what are you? Everyone saying, what are you talking about? But everything that he's predicted last year was true. Iran straight away went for the kill. They took in a restrained way. They went for every single base in the region. They didn't really care about niceties or anything like that. Any tit for tat, they did the same thing. They attacked the oil facilities. They attacked the gas and oil facilities in the region. They didn't really care, and I have no reason not to believe them in this situation. And the thing is with me is that Trump is famous for taco, and we all know that, and he might chicken out this time. But I'm just worried about the rabid dog that is Israel, and them, and the fact that they can't afford to end this war, in my opinion, simply because of the fact that they can see the writings on the wall. America's not going to help them ever again after this. I don't believe they're gonna do that, and that's probably what they're thinking right now. Is this is our last chance saloon? So we have to continue and push Trump. Whether it's bribe him or manipulate him or blackmail him, whatever it is, they're going to push Trump and the administration all the way until they think and until perhaps they think that it's either them or Iran that's going to survive. Maybe that's the case. I think it looks like they're suffering a lot more damage than the 12-day war, but they seem to be holding out. So, and I just saw a tweet this morning that confirms that U.S. Patriot systems actually attacked. This is in Kuwait. They attacked a residential area. It was actually from the U.S. And the U.S. denied at the beginning, but then the Kuwaitis came out and said, no, it is them. It was fired. It was fired by the U.S. base. So, they're creating. I don't know. Israel and the U.S. are creating a lot of disorder, mainly instigated by Israel amongst the GCC. You've got to be stupid, these GCC countries, to double down on their relationships with the United States and Israel. But I guess this is. But we already knew that because we know these Gulf monarchies, they can't be trusted. Because if I believe if Israel falls and the bases are gone, I think they will fall too. Because what's to stop anybody from any sort of uprising or civil revolution in some of these countries? So yeah. So I think it's going to be chaos, and I think Iran. I would not hesitate. I personally believe them. I think they're going to go straight away. If anyone attacks Karg Island, they're going to go and destroy whatever oil field or whatever, or maybe all of the oil fields. Maybe make them inoperable. And remember, some of the damages I'm seeing, it looks like it's like a 1-year repair job at least. Some of the damage. I don't know how they can, because in these oil fields, it's not just the cooling towers, the pylons, the vacuum pumps, etc. It's all the intricacies, the custom handmade piping and connections that you have to source from fabricators that literally take anywhere between 8 months to 2 years to hand make them. Right, and I don't believe they have that redundancy in some of these. So if you damage certain areas of these oil fields, it's going to take a long time to make them operational. And I don't know. I mean, there's some could take 2 weeks, but the more they damage them, the more they'll render the energy they'll render the energy crisis a crisis for the next 2-3 years, regardless of whether the war stops now or in a few months. If the longer they do that, and any sort of, if they start to attack Karg Island, of course, I believe Morandi. I believe he is a spokesman for the Iranian government. He knows them pretty well, and he knows what their thinking is. And I was wrong to doubt him last year. Afterwards, when I thought they wouldn't dare to attack the U.S. bases, but they attacked all of them all in the same day, on the first day. So good on him. And yeah, I hope Trump and Israel heed that warning.
Andy, jump in. We're 6 minutes away from the oil futures from opening. This is gonna be interesting. But go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, exactly. These oil futures opening are huge, and I believe everything Morandi says, because Morandi's just saying exactly what the Iranian regime has been saying, that an attack on our energy or oil infrastructure, which an attack on Karg Island would be a retaliation against the Gulf energy infrastructure. And Iran has been true to their word this entire time. Everything they said they would do in response to attack has happened. Just like they said, hey, you go at our oil infrastructure, our gas infrastructure, we'll retaliate back. And we saw exactly what happened with the South Pars field. They retaliated and hit back hard against energy infrastructure. So I have no reason to not believe when Morandi says that that Iran will plunge the world into a global recession. I think they will literally take out every oil field and all the oil infrastructure in the Gulf, and that would be 20% of the oil offline. I do not, because if Iran does not respond that way, then they won't be taken seriously. They have to respond that way. They have no choice, and I will fully support them in that endeavor if Trump is stupid enough to actually commit war crimes and attack power plants. And have you noticed now that this whole free the Iranian people ruse is completely gone? No one's talking about that besides a few fringe people. All these monarchists have disappeared because they know their people ain't getting freed now. Yeah, you want to free the Iranian people. You don't take out their power plants and plunge them into darkness. The whole free the Iranian, I mean, maybe they were delusional enough and thought, okay, we're just going to take out the Ayatollah and then the Shah's going to parade in on a golden horse or something. Yeah, that didn't happen. It's so now they're completely just coming up with whatever delusional cope that they can. Oh, now we have to take out the ballistic missiles because they can reach 4,000 miles to Diego Garcia, which may or may not have been a false flag. And let's say that was Iran's missile. Iran's not going to shoot a missile at Europe and bring NATO into this war. They're not that stupid.
Yeah, and Trump's been very disdainful of the Iranian people recently. You know, he said, "Oh, the Iranian people are terrible," or to that effect. They've been really bad. They're very bad, etc.
Didn't he
So
say something about them having bad genetics as well at one point?
yeah, exactly. That's the speech. Yeah, they got bad genetics.
You want to talk about bad genetics? I mean, look at you, buddy. I mean, I don't think you should be talking about genetics.
Exactly.
Like
Exactly.
the Ayatollah mogs you, buddy. I mean, who are we kidding?
I mean, they're totally shooting themselves in the foot. They don't have a strategy, they don't have a plan. They keep wish-washing between one idea to one motive to another motive to another motive. Clearly, it's because they've been. If you've been dragged, if you never had the plan to invade a country, but your partner, your greatest ally in the world, dragged you into it without giving any sort of concrete reasons why they should, then obviously you're going to make anything up because you don't know what the most compelling reason is. You can only just, tick off the low-hanging fruit of ideas, which is human rights and the regime is killing their people, etc. They want freedom, democracy, all the usual crap.
Yeah, but the human rights really kind of fails because Republicans aren't the party that in the past has been known for caring about human rights, and the Democrats see through the lie. And now you have Republicans pretending to care about human rights when have Republicans really ever cared for human rights in the past? I mean, I'm a Republican and yeah, obviously care for human rights, but for rank and file Republicans like Mitch McConnell to pretend they care about human rights, like, shut up. You've been supportive of every war and every atrocity ever committed, and now you're pretending it's about human rights like no one believes you.
Yeah, and now then they flip flop to nuclear weapons or the nuclear program. They'll never create ever. We don't ever want them to create a nuclear weapon, and this is why we're doing it. And then Mark Rutte, the NATO chief, just is it Friday or Thursday, he comes out and says, "Yeah, America and United States are making sure that Iran can never create a nuclear bomb, and also these dangerous ballistic missiles." It's like, how are they supposed to defend themselves? So now you're saying the ballistic missile, just like Macron did. They're just moving the goal. They're just trying to throw anything and just make up anything that sticks, so that they can have this justification to continue this war, continue actually bombing Iran. Because it's such a catastrophe right now. They have to create some sort of compelling reason why they're creating all this mess in the first place. They kicked the literal hornet's nest. And obviously we're all understating that, but it's just literally the worst sort of hornet's nest you could imagine, and Iran just made it a global problem.
Exactly, and Iran offered them a better deal than Obama
Just some breaking
offered.
news. More missiles are heading towards Tel Aviv. Boom, boom. Tel Aviv for the stock market opening. But sorry, back to you.
Exactly, and Iran offered a better deal to Trump than what Obama got, and it would have gotten rid of the nuclear. But no, Israel wanted ballistic missiles gone because they wanted to pursue their expansionist agenda without being able to be hit back. They wanted to be able to commit war crimes with impunity, but no, but so then we had to use the nuclear BS nuclear as a justification, even though we were offered a great deal that would have gotten rid of the nuclear. And Iran's like, yeah, sure, we'll get rid of our nuclear, no worries, we don't want this war. But then Trump's like, nope, not good enough. My master wants to get rid of the ballistic missiles. So then we walked right into this war and we're getting our asses handed to us. And deservedly so. We deserve everything that's coming to us over this.
We've got a
Because
statement from Iran's spokesperson, the guy who was trolling Trump earlier, from the Khatam al-Nabiyya headquarters. And he said, our defense is a defense of dignity of the Islamic Ummah to the Muslim brothers in the region and our loved ones in the land of Palestine, especially patient in Gaza today. From the Islamic Republic, we speak to you honestly, from the heart, a word of loyalty, love, and brotherhood. The Islamic Ummah and the Palestinian people have always been alive in the conscience of the people of Islamic Iran. Its name, since the first days of the victory of the revolution, has been imprinted in our awareness like a banner for a right that never falls, and for a nation that cannot be worn down no matter how heavy the hardships are, and whose will cannot be broken no matter how dire the events are. We tell you today that we are not fighting only to defend ourselves, not only to avenge our own martyrs, but we are also fighting to defend the grievances of the Islamic Ummah, the Palestinian people, and their martyrs who have steadfast and deep-rooted share in this position. Palestine has never been an issue of one nation alone. Rather, it has always been and will continue to be an issue of dignity, right, justice, and an issue of the entire Islamic Ummah. O Islamic Ummah and O people of Palestine, do not think you are alone in this battlefield against the uprising Zionist regime. We are with you upon a covenant that does not change, upon a position that does not waver. You are the nation of right and dignity, a nation that knows how to be patient, how to remain steadfast, and how to preserve its right from generation to generation. We pledge to you that we will remain steadfast by your side on this path until the right reaches its people, and dear Palestine returns free and proud to its original owners. And this is at a situation where, over the last 2 days, the West Bank has been hit by the Israeli settlers. They've been burning people's homes, they've been burning people's property, cars, and also people as well. So there's been significant escalation in the West Bank. So this is a statement by Iran pertaining to Palestine resistance. You are Palestinian. What's your thoughts on this statement made by the Iranians?
I mean, it's very heartwarming. Appreciate that. I mean, I think I heard Hassan say ever since October the 7th that Iran should have been in a war position or had a war meeting and strategized. I don't believe that that should have been a factor for them. October the 7th was strictly a localized uprising against the Israelis. But what Netanyahu did was he made it, tried to make it a localized issue, and then invited by bombing the Iranian embassy in Syria to try and involve Iran in this regional war. And then all of a sudden he attacked Iran in June last year, and now he's done it again. And it's just, it seems like there's one narrative, and it's just Israel trying to create a global problem, or trying to invite everybody. He was begging in the street, supposedly begging in the street yesterday, bringing all the European leaders involved, and then one of the Spanish ministers said, "We're not going to walk with you around the corner. Get that through your genocidal, demented head." All right, and that's basically what he said in one of the Spanish ministers, because they're not falling for this. And I think I'm heartened by the fact that Iran is actually trying to include our struggle into this. But we Palestinians don't expect Iran to fight for us, right? We're grateful of it, and we're so thankful of that. But if you ask the average Palestinian, we want to fight our own, but we just need the opportunities to have to arm ourselves, to have our own sort of weapons so we can be able to fight. But you look at all the neighbors of Israel; they've been denied, air defenses or air forces like Lebanon. Obviously, the PLO was convinced to disarm, and they foolishly disarmed under Arafat, thinking that this is how you're going to get a two-state solution. And it was the biggest mistake in our sort of recent history. Jordan has been nullified. They got the, they're in bed with the king. Israel's basically controls the king, bribes him, manipulates him, blackmails him, whatever. And they could destroy Jordan at any time. They own now al-Shara in Syria. The first week after the uprising, after the revolution, or after this fake uprising in Syria, they went off and destroyed all the missile storage sites, and destroyed a lot of the tanks and the artilleries and the heavy weapons. They have and some of the jets as well. So they wanted to really neuter Syria as well. So they're trying to just sterilize everybody around them. And it's obvious that was the plan. But the problem is Netanyahu and co are very they got a lot of hubris, but they're very stupid at the same time, because they could have really milked the October 7th tragedy and did 1 or 2 days of attacks, and then all of a sudden they'll get the whole world supporting them for the next decade, and they can get America on side to do whatever they want. But they went on into full genocide mode to try to eliminate Gaza and everybody, and everyone found out, and that was the big mistake. And then they thought, oh, it's not enough. We need to get. This is our last chance saloon, so let's go and attack Iran, our number one enemy in the region and the biggest threat. And then they underestimated Iran. Look, now they're paying for it, and I think they're going to pay for it with their own existence, in my opinion, because it doesn't look like Iran are going to back down. And I don't know what United States what guarantees the United States or any allies. Or any of the allies in the region, or any other allies in the world, G7, for example, can give any sort of guarantees, and Iran would be satisfied with that. So I think Iran might have to go all the way to the end, and they are showing their dominance in the Strait of Hormuz against, quote unquote, the most powerful navy in the world. So I just think that they are. Look, if you're talking like this, if you're the Iranians and you're talking like this, it means you're doing pretty well, and you're 3 weeks now into the 4th week of the war. It looks like you're doing a lot, and you've done like unbelievable damage with only two hypersonic missiles. You don't need to launch more than 2 missiles a day, just to cause absolute devastation in Israel. That's what they're saying, right? And yeah, they do have missile air superiority over Israel, and now they're just gonna pound them every day going forward. And all they can do, all the United States and Israel could do, is just lash out and try to destroy their civilian infrastructure. I don't know if they'll be foolish enough to destroy any sort of energy infrastructure, but I think Israel, if it was left to its own devices, it will. But I don't know if United States can stop them.
Guys, what's the situation with the oil then? Have we got the results or what? What's the situation? Have we got a new price?
I'm seeing Brent crude. It's looking like currently it's up $1.28. It's fluctuating a bit, so a slight increase on investing.com. I don't know what site you use.
I have Brent up 3% and WTI up just under 1%. So
what site are you using? So
I use TradingView.
So that's not a huge increase then, right?
No, but it's still early, and it's a low liquidity time. You got to let this settle. Usually on Sunday nights, or when the Globex opens, it just gives an indication of the direction, not the depth. We'll have to see how this plays out. Given what I see here, it wouldn't surprise me to see it flat by tomorrow morning, but it could also go up. What you're looking for here is a gap up or a gap down, and it's only slightly up. So I wouldn't read a lot into it at this point. It's going to be pretty volatile in the next couple hours. But the signal is not there for a gap up or a gap down. It's just slightly up.
It looks like, if you look at the 4 hour, it looks like it's just, again, grinding back up. So after the initial spike, was it on the 28th or the 27, 20, 26, 20, 26th? And then it sort of crashed down. So initial spike up to 114, then it crashed down to like $80, and then all of a sudden it just it's been grinding up ever since, with a few pullbacks, and now starting to continue to grind up. So I don't imagine it's going to change. I think it's still going to grind up over the next week, unless something unless a flashpoint happens, something crazy happens, in which case it could either spike up one day or gap up and the next day, whatever it is, or good news can happen and it could crash down and probably hit the 54-hour AMA, which is 95. This is, yeah. So
Just
Brent,
some breaking news.
The most important.
Just some breaking news. Trump just came out with a statement. He said the IRGC just said that if we bomb Iran's power plants, they will bomb desalination plants in the Gulf states. Do not do it. It would be a huge mistake. Majority of the people in the Gulf states rely on these desalination plants for their daily drinking water. The level of death and suffering caused would be comparable to that of a weapon of mass destruction. If the terrorist regime of Iran did it, we may have to respond with such weapons of our own. I pray I never have to do it. But if the lives of millions are at stake, I will not hesitate. Thank you for your attention to this matter. So, I think he's trying. I mean, many believe that he's basically trying to say he's going to use the nuclear bomb. So, just for the audience, so they understand.
He used the N word, which he always says can't use the N word. Not allowed to use that N word.
He didn't use it though. He's kind of saying it.
Is. We have to use our own.
Yes.
I don't think he's kind of saying it. He's saying it overtly.
You're right. I was trying to be as like actually, but you're right. Basically, what he's saying is, we're gonna bomb Iran's power plant. Iran's gonna bomb their desalination plants, and then they're gonna use a nuclear bomb against Iran.
I mean, it doesn't feel like de-escalation rhetoric. I can tell you that.
No way, Thomas. No way. Did you just say that's stating it madly.
Yeah, but hey guys, that's the rhetoric you use when you're on the brink, and on the brink is when you can make a deal. So I haven't given up hope, but I'm glad I just left Key West, Florida, on my way to Bimini. So whatever happens in the rest of the country, I'll be on a tropical island.
Have fun in the Bahamas, Doc.
It's beautiful down here.
Did you see Lindsey Graham's thing earlier where he compared Karg Island to Iwo Jima? He's like, we took Iwo Jima, we could take Karg Island. And people are like, America lost 7,000 soldiers in 36 days on Iwo Jima.
I would love if Lindsey Graham was first on the ground.
He's never been married. He has no family. When JD Vance, I mean, obviously we have issues with him, but he was right. We should not have childless cat ladies making decisions, and I agree. Lindsey Graham is one of those childless cat ladies. You have no kids. You have nothing on the line. You're not fighting for anything.
Just some clarification. Apparently, that tweet is fake. So apologies, I read that out without double checking it. But yeah, I think that tweet is either fake or deleted, but likely fake. So just sorry about that, guys.
Yeah, I quote tweeted it earlier, and then someone said it was fake, so I deleted it. So I'm not sure. Yeah, but I do agree we should not have these childless cat ladies, aka Lindsey Graham, like people that don't have anything on the line. You're a 70-year-old man. You've never been married. You don't have kids. What the heck are you fighting for? It's so easy to talk about sending people off to die. You don't have any kids. You don't have to worry about your kid's future or anything. So yeah, like really, Lindsey, like come on. It's actually insulting to talk about sending men off to die when you don't have any kids that could be drafted. You don't have.
He doesn't care about insulting anybody. And I'm just curious, what's the over/under on Barron Trump signing up for the Secret Service and being drafted? He's probably going to have bone spurs. Yeah.
Well, he's in college, so you can avoid the draft until you're done with college. So he has 2.5 more years of that, and then he'll do bone spurs.
Well, then there's graduate school, and then there's his PhD. And then there's your second PhD.
He's too tall to go in the military.
Well, he wouldn't be in the submarine service, that's for sure.
Sully, and don't worry about that. I mean, yeah, obviously now it's fake, but no one on the panel was surprised by that sort of statement.
Yeah, that is something he would post, and that's the frightening thing. Like, that's the scary thing. Like, I was sent it by a friend, and he was like, "Is this real?" And I'm like, knowing Trump, it very well could be. That's what's so frightening. He's that unhinged. That's something that very well could come from him. And this goes back to what we were saying about the Iraq war. Bush definitely thought this way. He was just media trained not to verbal diarrhea, as the term goes, and put it all out there.
Yeah, Iran has not said that they would attack the desalinization plants either, have they?
They did.
Okay, so that part is true.
Yeah.
I don't blame Iran for doing that. If they're going to commit a war crime and plunge Iran into darkness, I mean, that's exactly how I would respond if I were in charge. Anyone who doesn't is
No,
an idiot. If Israel
Handy.
was
That's
in
a
Iran,
war crime is a war crime. I'm sorry.
I'm seeing
Right?
now there's direct impacts on television.
They're not worried about being They're not worried about being convicted for a war crime. That's the last thing that anybody is thinking about right now.
Yeah,
The
I'm just
entire
saying,
thing is a
Doc.
war crime.
You don't take it out on the people of the country, right?
When it's being
That's
taken
all I'm
out on
saying,
your
Doc.
people, it's tit for tat. It's an eye for eye. Yeah, it's you're applying a moral overlay to this where there is no morality that can be asserted by any party.
Yeah, good point.
if
Yeah, but
somebody
they're
breaks into
attacking
your
third
house, you're
party.
not worried about
Doc.
ramifications.
Well, if they're using the Gulf states as airspace and their bases to launch these attacks,
They're not.
against,
They're
and
not. They're
and
not. They pulled out of the bases. Come on.
They are.
they're
They
using the air,
are.
they're using
They used in the UAE Ras Al Khaimah. They used a place close to Dubai to fire the shots at Harg Island. So they're definitely using the UAE for direct
They
use.
used something in Kuwait and Saudi Arabia. I haven't seen that they're using anything in UAE because it's way too close.
They use the UAE. What do you mean you haven't seen it? How would you see it?
Didn't they fire
See
missiles from the? They
reports
fired
about it.
missiles from the UAE. I
Yeah,
thought.
we heard reports about it. The Iranians immediately came out and said that, and they told the two specific locations. So when you say reports, you haven't heard it from Zionist media, is basically what you're saying.
exactly.
No, I mean, I see all kinds of different sources on the timeline. It's not just Zionist.
No, but when you say you haven't seen it,
attacking.
no, but when you say you haven't seen it, I'm saying it's there. Iran came out and specifically specified exactly where those locations came from. Sorry, where those hits came from. They said that they used the technology in order to basically determine the specific signatures of the missiles where they were hit and the direction they came from. And they specifically said, they didn't just say UAE, they said it came specifically from Ras Al Khaimah and it came from somewhere close to Dubai. And the location they used, there was a lot of humans there from where they used the attack. So this is being stated by Iran. So what I'm saying is, when you're saying you've not seen it, you're saying it from the Zionist media, which is fine. But the Iranian media are saying that it did come directly from Dubai.
Attacking an ally in what is essentially, I think Gary's right, World War III, is perfectly fair game, and it happens in every war, almost every war that you can think of that has any sort of legs to it.
And you want to use Ras Al Khaimah, you want to use UAE's bases and airspace to plunge Iran into darkness, basically.
And some more breaking news: major hits on Tel Aviv. Major hit on Tel Aviv. There's a number of videos coming out with the major penetration into Tel Aviv. The defense. Where's the defense interceptor missiles? Where are they? Resistance. Where are they?
I mean, if you're traveling at Mach 12, 10, I don't think there's any interceptor missile that can actually defend against that.
Which is exactly what Sully said day one. He said we'll see a systematic degradation. Even on day one, right? We were doing the rough math, right, Sully? There were about a third were getting through. And now, surprise, surprise. I wonder why this is.
Yesterday, one missile took out 3 blocks. One missile took out 3 blocks. They just need to do that. They just need to launch.
And did you see the video? I did a video on it. And they actually did try and intercept it, and the interceptor went in the direction, but they just couldn't do it because it was just too powerful. So you saw the interceptor actually go towards it here. You see it in the sky, and so the interceptor failed not because it missed, but because it just didn't have the ability to stop the such high speed and payload of the missile.
Yeah, don't forget when you're traveling at Mach 12 and a missile's traveling at, say, Mach 1, right? Just the pressure force that's traveling will actually cause some sort of disturbance and from hitting that target. So just be mindful of that. At that speed, it's really, really powerful.
Hey, Sully, have you noticed any change in your algorithm? Because my ghost span's been lifted. I'm getting 100 new followers a day. I have reach now that I haven't had in a couple years.
Do you mean
Wild.
since the war or over the last week?
Over the last 2 weeks, basically because since I've been bashing Trump.
So when they love it, the libs are pushing you. But no. So basically when the war started, of course, like anytime there's a major event, my page kind of goes viral because people come to my page for news. So that's happened overall anyway. That happens in any kind of big conflict that occurs. But over the 3 weeks, I'd say just the last week, there has been a kind of slowing down, possibly because people. It could be one or two things. It could be because people are fatigued and they just get bored of war, which is what they rely on, or it could be that they have changed the algorithm. So both of these things are possible.
I've been gaining more followers, but I think a lot of that has to do with hanging out in the spaces and people like what we have to say.
Yeah, I think it's coming. I mean, people. I'm not boasting, but like people have created a huge following by just being on these spaces because there's real people in here.
Yeah. Remember when there was that thing where like Grok would tell you, I don't know if it was fake or not, about like if your account's flagged for certain stuff like a few months ago? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, so when it did my thing, like since I was warning about war with Iran, it warned that my account was at a risk to break out if we went to war with Iran due to me talking about defunding Israel and my isolationist views.
Okay, I'm seeing Iranian cluster missiles in the sky. It's almost like fireworks on Christmas. The entire sky is lit up.
Bish bash bosh.
Oh, what?
I've got some news. Bish bash bosh. I've got some news. Let me say hi to Gary and to Doc. I already said it to Thomas. Hi to Andy and to Brother Resistance. And domestic, even though I'm not familiar
It's
with
good
what
to
domestic
have a
is.
little class on the panel. Thank you for joining us.
You're welcome, Gary. You're welcome. So let me give you some news, right? So this is
how is that? I just muted myself.
The Hebrew group. The Hebrew group of Tasnim News Agency have examined the statistics related to the cemeteries in Israel and related specifically to casualties in Arad and Dimona, which occurred yesterday, have not been included in this. So Arad and Dimona have not been included in this figure, and they've examined statistics previous to that of the cemeteries in Israel, and they said 1,281 Israelis have been killed. 1,281, not including Dimona and Arad, which occurred, and Arad was big yesterday.
The
we always said
major hits. Actually, we're getting a lot of direct hits on Tel Aviv. I'm posting this out. Cluster ammunitions in the sky. Hits we're seeing as well. Major hits happening right now on Tel Aviv. Boom, boom, Tel Aviv. Back to you, Beatrix.
Bish bash bosh, bish bash bosh. I sent you a couple of tweets as well, Suleiman. It's bish bash bosh, all over Tel Aviv. God, what a night! Resistance. Let me ask you a question. I don't know if you caught Suleiman's interview with Craig Murray earlier. He's the ex-British ambassador to Uzbekistan and one other country after that. I think it may have been Cuba, but I can't remember. But and he's been quite a kind of geopolitical analyst, and he's written books and stuff since he stopped being an ambassador. But he was talking to Suleiman, and he said that Israel and America, basically, I'm paraphrasing here, but we think that this happened, like this war happened during negotiations, and Israel persuaded Trump just to bomb 3 weeks ago on Saturday. But he's saying that's not the case. He said it was planned a long time ago, and he was giving examples of the amount of military equipment they bought, and which is that arms group, that big military group, the
Raytheon,
company.
Raytheon,
No, no,
Lockheed Martin,
something Martin. Lockheed Martin, that's
Lockheed
it.
Martin,
He
yeah.
says, yeah, Lockheed Martin. He said they'd placed orders with Lockheed Martin. The kind of production had gone up well before this war. And he said, you don't. Then Trump's also asked for another 20 billion. Sorry. He said, you don't ask for an additional 20 billion for a war that you're looking to off ramp somehow. He said they're invested in this long term. And he said Iran's army, he said, whilst Iran may be able to hold out, they're not going to be able to win in military power against Israel and America. They may be able to hold their ground, but then, what comes of that? And he said this was always in the planning because it's to do with the Greater Israel Project, and they'd planned this a long time ago. So when you look at it, Syria they've got, Lebanon they've pretty much got. And I'm paraphrasing how I understood how he said it, but it's a brilliant interview. It was earlier today, so you should watch it. But he was saying basically Syria they've got, Lebanon they've got, apart from southern Lebanon, which they can get, it's just Hezbollah. This is what he was saying. He wasn't undermining it. He's very pro-Palestinian, but he has and this is why I like listening to these interviews, because every single person has a different perspective that Suleiman interviews. So, and he was saying that, Gaza with the Trump's peace plan, whatever, West Bank they can just take, and Houthis, a resistance faction they can deal with as long as they deal with Iran. So this is the Greater Israel Project coming into fruition, and the GCC countries are just a waste of space and they ain't going to say anything. So I wanted your take on that. I was quite shocked by it, actually, to be honest. His take, it burst my bubble a bit, but
I caught the tail end of that interview because I was with family, but I caught the tail end of that interview, and in some ways I agree. The US asking for 200 billion doesn't speak. Just says that actually they're prepared to continue this war. However, the problem is and Andrew will tell you how long it may, even if you had all the money in the world, how long will it take you to build up your missiles, your Tomahawk stockpiles and your interceptor stockpiles? It takes, because they hand make them, right? This is to maximize profits. They hand make a lot of these, right, to maximize profits, and it costs $12 million for each missile. And it takes they make 6 to 7 per month in some missiles. So even if they did, how can they sustain it? Because look, if you believe, and I heard what Craig Murray said as well about, did they attack 52,000 targets or something like that? I think he said that. So they must have they used 52,000 missiles. I don't believe that, but I think they must have used at least 10,000 or at least 15,000 in 3 weeks. Certainly they used 5,000 one day, I remember, actually. So it might actually be 52,000. So to sustain this, and that's in 3 weeks. So how many? And we're hearing they're on the last sort of last batch of stockpiles left. They're practically almost depleted. So even if they don't, how long will it take them to build up a stockpile of 5,000, 10,000 missiles? Ask Andrew, and ask any military guy. It doesn't matter. You can have $1 trillion right now, unless you have the stockpiles like Iran does, which I think it's the opposite. This is where I disagree with Craig. I think it's the opposite. Iran has still anything anywhere between something like say 20,000 to 80,000 or 100,000. I'm thinking it's and that's just for missiles, and I'm thinking it's probably in the middle, somewhere between 50,000, and a lot of them obviously were mass produced in between 2000 and 2012, 2013. So you got 30,000 of those. That's that generation that you're seeing, even maybe 10,000 of the 2014, 2016, and then you've got the newer ones. We don't know. They might have 10,000 newer ones. And actually, if you're just hitting Israel, say 4 times a day with those powerful ones, that takes out 20 blocks. That you could sustain that for a year. This is why some of these generals, and I know it could be hyperbole here, military hyperbole, which you'd expect. But one general, you ask everyone. But one general said, "Oh, we can sustain this for 2 years." Another general said 10 years. right? They're saying at the beginning they were saying 6 months, but actually, I think they've seen how much their interceptors have been depleted in Israel, and the ineffectiveness of United States in the Strait of Hormuz. And I think they think they can probably sustain this even longer than what they thought. So it's actually, I would say, it's more that I think that the longer this goes on, the worse it gets for Israel. I don't know how they can hold out. I think that a lot of the people will just be on boats leaving Cyprus and wherever country they could do, because this is not sustainable, that sort of damage. They're going to realize, 2 more weeks of this, 2 missiles a day, 20 blocks per missile. Sorry, 3 blocks per missile, which was like 20, 30 buildings. Then that's not sustainable. I mean, they're all going to leave. So they eventually they have to kneel, or if they continue to their own death or their own non-existence. So I don't agree, but only because of the fact that you tie up the production capabilities of the West, and the capabilities of Iran, and the conviction and the existential threat that it poses to Iran. They're not going to leave without. They're not going to end this without a fight. They're not going to be defeated, in my opinion. And I have some biases, of course, I'll admit that, but I just look at also the data, and it doesn't suggest that their launches have been depleted, because they're coming out of the ground. You can't see them. They got like hundreds of missile cities. They got don't forget the drones. These can travel 600 miles. The newer generation, and we haven't really seen any missile from 2018 and newer, and younger. We haven't seen it. We've only just seen, I would say, up until 2018, range missiles. We've not seen how far the Iranians can escalate. But we've seen that the Americans have depleted their smart weapons, the targeting ones, because they can't go over Iranian airspace. Andrew could tell you about that, and they've only got the dumb weapons, the dumb missiles, which you just drop when you're over Iran.
Yeah.
Hey, something really
So
strange. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Ben.
Oh, go ahead, Andrew. No, go ahead, Andrew.
Are you sure? you got some real quick. Was something strange happened, but I understand why it happened. We had a dear brother. He was Air Force and with bombers, and he and I were exchanging a lot of information, and then I knew he was like really standing out there. Me, okay. What do I have to lose? Yeah, okay. We were threatened with I can be recalled back to active duty and be court-martialed. I know that. I understand that. So just like they threatened those that stood up against it. But this young man, still, he's very young and he's beginning his career. He was really standing boldly out there. And he's completely ghosted, because I know they clamped down on him hard. I really believe that. But he laid it out very clearly from an Air Force point of view. We have not. And I talked to another dear Air Force friend of mine. He was with the Air Force. He's retired 25 years. We had breakfast together. And he said, come on. But see, very few can step up and talk like that. I can stand up. Because first of all, I don't give a rip. I told my wife, my lovely wife, and my daughter, I said, I'm in this battle 24/7. I know I have not been able to discharge my duties as a husband and father, but that's just to a great extent. Sometimes I have to. And I said, if worst case, if I am, as my dear Mango said, I need my passport removed for my speaking out against this. Whatever it is, come and get me. Do what you've got to do, but I will not stop. This must stop, and I will keep speaking to my last breath here.
Thanks, Andrew.
Stunning and
We
brave.
appreciate you very much. Yeah. I want to just say, so I don't know who was on the space last night. I didn't hear it last night, but I listened to the recording today. Ryan Dawson came up, and it was a fascinating conversation. And he was talking about Iran's infrastructure, and he was saying it's completely decentralized. He said they have divided it up into, I don't know what I can't remember, 30 different regions. And each region has their own kind of military structure. There isn't a central structure. They've all got, their own kind of, I don't remember if he said bunker or tunnel networks or underground things. And he said it's going to be impossible for America to do what they want to do. And I think he was asked, what do you think of this 48-hour notice? He was making me laugh, actually. I listened back to it today. Do you think Trump's going to do it. And he says, I don't think he's going to do it. He said, I really don't. He said, but then you've got to factor in the retard factor because with Trump, you just don't know. You have to evaluate that a little bit. You just don't know if he's going to go in there. But let me just give some news really quickly that's just come out. And you might have already covered this, and apologies if you have, but WTI crude oil hits $100. Brent crude oil price rises to $114, and it continues to rise according to this. So I don't know if that's good, or I guess it's bad, right? 114 for
Very,
Brent. Is it bad?
yeah. Yeah, things will start breaking above 115 if they haven't already.
Still rising. Mike Johnson just said, Speaker Mike Johnson was caught on camera saying, if we're completing the mission and it's a limited scope, then that's not a declaration of war. So Mike Johnson still believes America's not at war. Interesting.
So can I answer the question, Beatrix, about your the Mosaic defense system that they've implemented, Iran, which is the
Yeah, that's
right?
it. It was the Mosaic. That's
Yeah.
right. Yeah.
So ever since when they killed the supreme leader, so it set up a plan of action. Obviously, this cascade effect of implementing the Mosaic defense system. So each there's 31 provinces, and they've given them provincial independence. And so each province will have a missile city and missile launch sites in those provinces. And their own there's a general command and there's provincial command set directives, right? And with detailed instructions on what to go for if this has been hit, what to go for if they've been hit, if Iran's been hit there, what to target. These are the bank of targets that you want to do, what to happen, and they give a massive decision tree as well as target banks on what to do in what scenarios. And this is like the decision tree that they have, this military decision tree they have is so well defined that it takes several people just to go through it and strategize and sort of develop the targets that they want to do for that particular province. And that's what they've got, and especially it's especially effective when the supreme leader is out of commission and they can't get hold of the top brass in the government or in the IRGC, right? So this is what they do: they give that independence until they reset communications, and then once they reset communications, they then tally up their strategies again, but they still keep that Mosaic system in case of any breakages in communication. So this is something that they've done, and each province is well armed and well stocked because of the missile cities that they have, and the probably thousands of missile launchers, tens of thousands probably all across these provinces all over Iran. So it just allows them effective decentralized defense of the whole Iranian territory. And I would say that it means that any sort of attacks by United States and America, thinking that a decapitation strike will sort of destroy the momentum or destroy the defense in an irreparable way, then unfortunately this is why the Mosaic system is implemented. It prevents all that. So their military objectives, the US and Israel's military objectives, if they ever had any, which I don't believe they had any sort of really credible ones or effective ones, I don't think that they would work. So let's see what happens. And now that they've installed a supreme leader, they're in touch with the IRGC command. They've replaced all the dead IRGC commanders as well. And remember, each position they've got three reserve people that will take their place in order. So they already know that. And then once that person has been eliminated, then they create another sort of a reserve. So the fourth reserve becomes a third, and so on and so on and so on. So this is what happens. So there's always a conveyor belt of line. And let's not forget the Iranian. So the IRGC. They haven't been in war for 47 years, or not sorry, since the 1980s, so 35 years, whatever, since the Iraq War, generally before last year, right? So you got a lot of colonels, a lot of commanders, and still a fair amount of generals there. So to take out 47 of the generals and commanders is still not. It still doesn't mean that they're losing experience and highly trained personnel, because some of these commanders, they've got 15, 20 years of training experience and battle experience, as well as strategy, tactical, military tactical training as well. Years of that. So they're already, this is their job. This is what they basically they were trained to do since they became IRGC.
Yeah, that's what he was explaining. It was really fascinating, actually, to learn that. Let me give you guys some more news. I know Suleiman's got some news as well. Really quickly. Let's have a look. Okay, so this was the US stock market futures fall at the open as markets reacted to Trump's 48-hour deadline for Iran to open the Strait of Hormuz. S&P 500 minus 0.7%, Nasdaq 100 minus 0.7%, Dow Jones minus 0.6%, WTI crude plus 2%, Brent plus 1.5%, gold plus minus 2.5%. And his deadline's now 25 hours away. That was as of 40 minutes ago. New York Times is saying that Netanyahu relied on intelligence services Mossad's optimistic assessment of a potential uprising in Iran to convince Trump that overthrowing the Iranian government was feasible. And Netanyahu expressed concern that Trump might decide to halt the war, while Mossad's operations have so far produced no results. Mossad studied the possibility of sparking a rebellion within Iran, but Washington is no longer enthusiastic about the idea of Israel using Kurdish forces in the country. Intelligence agencies believe the hardline faction will continue to hold power in Iran, and that's as per the New York Times.
I
Trump's
wish they
just
would
been
say,
asked.
Beatrix, that's a really important thing to read out, because there's a lot of people who still believe the IRCG went around just murdering people in the nights of the revolt, right? You literally have them admitting that Mossad tried to create regime change, and they failed, right? That's important to know, because a lot of people still don't know one way or the other. You kind of have a little bit of confirmation here that that whole night started because of Mossad.
Yeah, that's what, when I had that debate with Roy Casagrande, which wasn't really meant to be a debate, but I ended up turning into it, he was making that claim and I had to debunk his claim.
You know, I've always been on the fence, and I said I don't know, but it's probable. But that's the first piece of evidence that you see. Well, I saw evidence from YouTubers who went into Iran, and now you have New York Times also kind of reconfirming it.
They're still
But you had people within the American government saying that there was Mossad, our agents are with them and stuff. And let me just read a couple of more bits out, then I'll give the mic right back to you. Trump's in the White House, and he's just been asked about the war, and he says the US could end this in 2 seconds with unthinkable weapons. Whatever. Also, and this, I think this is really important. This is the last thing I'll say. Trump's called Israel's president, Herzog, a liar, weak person, and pathetic for not granting Netanyahu a pardon. I think that's at the helm of all of this. I'm not joking. I think the whole thing, like the continuation of breaking ceasefires during the genocide, attacking random countries, trying to make it into a regional war, which is now managed to do, hitting Iran, is all because that guy wants a pardon. He just wants a pardon. That's all he wants. And Trump, even in this crisis situation, is still hitting out at the president, saying, give him a goddamn pardon from his fraud and corruption cases that started years ago, many years, like before the genocide, as in they've been going long running. So, yeah, and the Department of State, the State Department in America now advises Americans worldwide to exercise increased caution. You know, they did this before, and I don't know what that means. Like, I don't know what it means to say exercise caution. Are they trying to just frighten, I don't understand. Are they just trying to frighten, like, Americans everywhere? What does it mean? Like, what are people going to do to Americans, like, in other parts of the world? It's crazy, the fear mongering. Also, having mocked, I'll just say this because I think it's hilarious. I can't find it now, but I did see it earlier. Trump mocked, he posted that Saturday Night Live skit, didn't he, of Keir Starmer. So after that, they've had a phone call. Starmer and Trump have had a phone call, and basically, I can't find the post, but it's something like they discussed ongoing events, typical PR language. They talked about the Strait of Hormuz. They expressed the urgency of having it open as soon as possible. They agreed to talk further, and that was it. And I thought, freaking hell, man, how spineless is Starmer? Literally, he should have said to Trump that you've been calling me out for freaking days. You're mocking me. You're trolling me on social media. Behave like a world leader if you want to engage with me, otherwise get lost. But no, it's not going to happen. Why are you laughing, Suleiman?
Rumor has it.
You should say
Rumor
it.
has it. Starmer tried to punch him, but it didn't work out too well.
Spineless Starmer. I'll pass it back to you and Jonah. Jonah's got a new name. It's DJ. Davos Jonah. DJ.
That's kind of.
I've been called Jua, Jonah now, thanks to you. Now DJ. Like, I don't care. Go ahead, Solomon.
No, I was going to say, I think it makes sense, Beatrix, that he's trying to push Herzog to pardon Netanyahu, so that way he can then have an excuse to step down and end the war, because that's probably what's keeping him in office, whether he's alive or not, whatever. But that's what to keep him in office. This is why he's trying to. He won't step down. Netanyahu won't step down because obviously he's going to go to jail. He's going to be in court and found guilty and tried, etc. And that's it. So this is why, I mean, Trump is desperate for this war to end, and he thinks this is more likely that this could happen. He can then say to the Iranians, "Look, Netanyahu stepped down. The whole we're taking control of the situation now. Israel's not going to bother you. Let's talk. Let's do a deal. Let's negotiate. Blah blah blah." I think that's probably where I think his angle is, but. Yeah, I mean, I think that's been the case for a long time. He's been critical of Herzog. And Herzog on the 13th, he said, we'll consider it. So I'm going to consider pardoning him. And he's obviously, he was talking with the courts, and we're going to consider pardoning him. And obviously now, I don't know what happened, but maybe Herzog said, no chance.
I got a question. What is stopping Herzog from pardoning Netanyahu? I mean, aren't these people are all part of the same den of vipers and thieves?
There's no honor among thieves, that's for sure. They hate each other as well. Netanyahu is amongst the political class. He's a very, very disliked person. I don't know anyone that likes him. Like everyone, all the comments are about from political leaders. They're always very disparaging of Netanyahu. They say even Trump hates him. We know that. It's so many times he said it. So I'd imagine that he's hated and despised by lots of people, but because he's so powerful, he's so interconnected in Israel and in the United States, and with the billionaires. Don't forget Larry Ellison and they're best friends. And obviously Kushner, his dad, Charlie Kushner, they were best friends. He stayed over at Charlie Kushner's house, and Jared Kushner, he stayed in Jared Kushner's bedroom even. Slept there. So he's very well connected, Netanyahu. And Larry Ellison once said, and you can check it for yourself, he offered Netanyahu to be a director of Oracle, to have directorial shares, but Netanyahu turned it down. Now we know why, because to be in office, you can't have these sort of conflicts of interest. But
there's video after video of Trump going to hear Netanyahu speak before he was even president, like 20 years of it. I don't know how much he hates him if he keeps, like, he's his number one fan. He goes listen to him every time he comes to speak to him in America.
I've got videos of
To the
him
public.
saying how much he's not a nice guy, and actually he likes the PA, President Abu Mazen. He's lovely, but Trump, he's terrible. Sorry, Netanyahu's terrible. You know, I come in thinking I'm going to be welcomed, and he's just straight away lashing out at me. He's very rude. He's not considerate man. And this is before he became president of this term, Trump. So we've got videos there. You can have a look on YouTube. There's plenty of them.
Did you guys see what Ethan Levins just posted? Well, 4:04 p.m. March 22. I guess that was just recent. He just posted the coordinates to where Benjamin Netanyahu sleeps. I don't know if you noticed that.
Handala, the hacker group, the pro Palestinian pro resistance hacker group, they've sort of dumped, like, I don't know how many terabytes of sensitive information and given it to the IRGC. So they've got much more credible information than I admire the guy, but I know they're all publicly available information, but Handler's got the private and meant to be military grade secure information of loads of sensitive sites and the people, the personnel, where they're based, etc. And they've just given it to the IRGC.
Yeah, for sure. God, Andy.
Yeah, like Benjamin Netanyahu, he's so well connected. Like when he was studying in the U.S., like he hung around Mitt Romney. So for all these MAGA people glazing him, like, yeah, you're glazing someone that was friends with one of Trump's top ops, Mitt Romney, which just further shows that this whole MAGA thing is a facade. That like Trump and Netanyahu pretend to get along, and Netanyahu was close with Mitt Romney, who obviously, as we know, was one of the Republicans that was very against Trump. And this whole thing is just a complete facade. And I mean, Mitt Romney was only against Trump, not because, I mean, obviously Mitt Romney is a neocon, all of that stuff. But I think one of the main reasons Mitt Romney is against Trump is just he's like, oh, I don't like Trump. His rhetoric's too edgy. I mean, in terms of the actual war policies, I mean, Mitt Romney was like a neocon, probably technocrat, like kind of something like that. He probably would fit into that Peter Thiel type camp. He just was more of the old guard politician that didn't like some of the more edgy, offensive stuff Trump said. But it just shows you how interconnected and disgusting this whole web is. Like he freaking knows everybody, and it's absolutely insane. And honestly, I wonder if Netanyahu wouldn't be so desperate to do all of this if he wasn't under criminal charges. Like, I think this is his way of staying out of prison. Like, he wants a multi-year war with Lebanon. If he gets a 2-year or 3-year war with Hezbollah, hey, we're under war. Hezbollah's firing rockets at us. We can't have an election. It's not safe. So if he can drag a war out with Hezbollah till 2028, 2029, that's no election. He can postpone the elections. He's like, well, Zelensky did it, and the international community's okay with Zelensky postponing elections because he's at war. So then I can postpone elections because I'm at war. It's no different. And Zelensky set the standards. So then, even though obviously it's messed up and Netanyahu literally started this war, he's going to use that to stay in power and evade justice.
But we know he believes that people are easy to manipulate because we have the video from him in the early 2000s speaking to the Knesset saying, oh, don't worry about the Americans. They're easy to manipulate. We'll just tell them that it's defense, but we're going to crush Palestine. Right?
Yeah.
And that video came
Yeah,
out.
and didn't Trump allegedly say in the 90s that if he ran for president, he'd run as a Republican because they're stupid and they just watch Fox News?
Yeah, he did.
Got some more breaking news, and obviously I'm a bit tight, so I'm not exaggerating as much as it is, but it is. Tel Aviv has been hit hard. There's craters there. Now I'm seeing Ashkelon has been hit as well. So there are significant hits on Israel. Where's the air defense? Where is the air defense? This is the $1 million question. People tell me they got the best air defense. I can't see it. Where is
and
it?
what's so sick about this is we all know the American taxpayers are going to foot the bill to rebuild Israel after all of this, and we're not going to rebuild our roads and bridges. We're going to be
Have to pay
paying.
for it, bro.
Exactly, that's what's so sick about all of
Yeah,
this.
you gotta accept it. We've got okay, some super chats. I think this is from earlier. Bro, Mancos is literally sat on the space several times, insisting that the strait wasn't closed, and now he's sitting here arguing that it is. What WTF? Crypto says, yeah, Suleiman, stop laughing, bro. Stop laughing, bro. To Beatrix, she is right. She is always right. Crypto, she's never right. What do you mean? What kind of chat is that? That's not going to convince anyone. She's right. She's so wrong that there needs to be a new category of wrongness. Like, even I can't say she's wrong. It's like she's so wrong. There needs to be a brand new category. There needs to be a brand new definition. You need to have her name on there and then be doing a Beatrix. Like, doing a Beatrix has been more wrong than any other type of wrong. This is a new definition in the dictionary.
Oh my God, don't say that. They're going to be, don't say that. They already call me Beatrix Space Crasher and God knows what else on that YouTube. Now they're going to feel like, oh, they've done a Beatrix. Like, seriously, I'm right. Look, Andrew's giving me thumbs up and he's giving you thumbs down. I see nobody else on the panel bothered giving me any support, but thank you, Andrew. I appreciate it.
Being more wrong than anything else that you could be wrong in. And doing a Joa is being right, bro.
Oh my God, Joe, why you, Joe, literally, they called you DJ Mazuza on there, right? They called you DJ Mazuza on the YouTube.
Joa's been get.
Yeah, but they're not saying I'm wrong all the time though.
But what's up with the and the Fed crowd? Is the and the Fed crowd out there anywhere? Anybody on the space all about the Ron Paul and the Fed?
Don't know where that came from. But okay, we got another one. He said, nah, bro, she is right. Let's press a dot.
That comment
here.
was like a
bro, there's no dot. That's not going to convince anyone. I would say she is really wrong. Like, that's not going to convince me. I need more convinced. She's like so wrong. It's unbelievable. I'm literally going to create a new dictionary. It's going to have just word and word on there. Beatrix. It's a brand new dictionary. It's called the Beatrix Dictionary. It's called Beatrix. Being more wrong than even being wrong. There needs to be a brand new definition. Being a Beatrix, doing a Beatrix, new dictionary. And then I'm going to ask, have you got the Beatrix
so from
dictionary?
first
Have
is
you done a
saying,
Beatrix?
so that's laughing at DJ Mazuza. Look at that. From first is saying leave Beatrix alone, and one could be saying never go full Beatrix. He's on it already. And look at Going South saying she Beatrixed it. They're
Never
so
go
bad.
full Beatrix. I love it. Where?
Hey, so I think I should explain the and the Fed comment.
Wait, it's just that it's not. We understand it.
Just
we
before
understand the
you
comment.
do,
It was just a bit random while we were having a discussion about something else.
Just before we move on, sorry, Suleiman. Andrew gave me support. Musti saying Andrew lacks sleep, so he makes bad decisions. It's understandable. Look at that, Andrew. They're even demeaning your support for me.
Yeah,
sorry,
right.
Suleiman.
Andrew, the basically saying you need another cat nap because you're not understanding what doing a Beatrix is. Where's the Iron Dome? This is the $1 million question. Where is the Iron Dome? Mike says W Suleiman every single time. Yeah, like I'm never wrong. Like I'm like okay, so we should create then another dictionary, and that could be doing a Suleiman. That means never being wrong, always being right about everything. So doing a Beatrix is the opposite of doing a Suleiman. One is always being right, one is always being wrong. We should create a brand new dictionary on that. Actually, that's a very smart point. See, Andrew's getting tired now. Andrew, I think you need a cat nap. I think you need another cat nap.
Sully, I'm just going to say, like, you're saying where's the Iron Dome, right?
Where is it?
We're establishing, so it seems like, well, certainly against the supersonics missiles, it's non-existent, right? And if Iran is if Iran is just launching 2 missiles, taking out six blocks with those 2 missiles, and there's like 600 blocks in Tel Aviv, which I just checked. That's 100 days. That's 100 days it takes just to take out all of Tel Aviv, and that's 4.9 million people in Tel Aviv, the whole area. So, and I'd imagine a lot of them would have left well before that complete destruction. So, if you think about it, for 100 days, that's 200 missiles, which we know that Iran's got at least 200 of those hypersonic missiles. So they could launch that over 100 days and make it extremely, extremely painful for Israel. I don't believe that they can withstand another 2-3 weeks like this. Certainly, I think they should just stop with the older ones. Just keep pummeling them with those two every day, and one in Haifa, one in Tel Aviv, or maybe just mix it up a bit. 2 days in Haifa, 2 days in Tel Aviv, 1 day in Haifa, or maybe three. Some days launch 3 of those missiles. Just to mix it up a bit. That's what I'd say.
So I just put a tweet out, and it was a very important tweet, and I'm really looking for this. It's like, where's Wally? And I'm saying, where is the Iron Dome? Where is the Iron Dome? We're looking for it. We just can't find it. Crypto has said, let's call the space the righteousness of Beatrix. Well, Crypto, the problem with your statement is that one thing about our space is it's a truth space. We're the purveyors of the most accurate information there is. We relay the true information. We don't allow falsehood. If we make an error, we immediately rectify it. So how can we call the space a Beatrix? That's the opposite of what a space is. So that's not going to work. Maybe you can call it the righteousness of Suleiman. That makes sense. That actually makes sense. Okay, let's give some more breaking news. Lots of news coming through. Let's see. Joe, are you there? All
Yep.
the 114, Joe, what does that mean? Do you think, like, based on your experience, it's going to carry on going up till tomorrow when the
It's come down. It's come down.
Oh, what's it
though.
down to now?
It came down back to 107.
Whoa, so it spiked to 140 and then dropped immediately. Are you
Yeah.
sure?
Yeah.
Gary,
That's what I'm seeing.
yeah, but Gary, what are you seeing, Gary?
Who?
Gary's not here.
Oh, Gary's not here anymore. I see him on
See,
the
Andrew,
speaker.
you do need a catnap. I told you. This is why you're getting delusional and saying all those things about Beatrix. I told you. This is why you're putting the thumbs down when I'm speaking. It's not your
Did you
fault,
just
Andrew.
do a Beatrix? He just did a Beatrix.
He did a Beatrix, bro. He did a Beatrix. Andrew, you did a Beatrix. I love it. Joe, I love it. I love it.
I'm not simping from Beatrice. I'm speaking the truth, sir.
You just did a Beatrix again.
DJ Mazugo.
I mean, it didn't go to 114 recently. It went to 114 on Friday, I think. 113.
Yeah. Now it's at 106.68.
Yeah, exactly. It's just grinding up to 107.6.
But when the market opened, it dropped from 112 to 108 right away, which is the opposite direction you would expect it. But like I forget who it was saying, Thomas was saying, you can't really tell with futures. It just gives you an indication if it's going to gap up or gap down. And right now it's barely a gap up. Barely. I doubt it would even gap up at all.
Yeah, it's because it's priced in. We've already had a very large increase. So the market's priced a lot of this in, and there hasn't been any new news to cause any other big swing in direction.
Well, if you say you're going to attack the thing and they're going to attack back, I think that is new news.
I mean, if the market's already priced in that the Strait of Hormuz is going to be closed for a while, then that's not moving it in a different direction from that.
Yeah, but we're seeing a lot of manipulation. There's tons of huge short sales coming in, which obviously, who would short this at this price? Unless they had inside information, it would be way too risky.
Well, no, it's
and
a
they're
bet.
humongous shorts that come in.
So let's say, for example, even if it's a 10% or less than a 10% chance, if you bet that it's short and then Iran decides to back down and say we're gonna reopen the Strait of Hormuz, we're not gonna attack shipping anymore, don't attack our power plants, then whoever made those bets they're gonna make a tremendous amount of money.
Yeah, but these shorts have been happening all week. Michael, it's not because of that announcement. They have been coming in since the beginning. and a lot of like even like huge investment banks are saying like, if this is the Fed doing this, we need to know, right? If this is the government, we need to know, because it's strange the size of the shorts. They're huge, and they're keeping the price down.
Yeah, I just saw it actually. So I just saw the Brent futures actually, and it did spike up to like 115, and then now in the last that was around about 10 o'clock. So they opened and spiked at 115 because it opened at 112, small gap up, and then it went to 115, and then it dumped to 110, and now it's at 111.49. So that's the Brent futures.
What was the price before the announcement? Where was the price
On
48 hours ago?
Friday, yeah, it was 112.
Right. See, it's below that,
Yeah,
which is
it's below the Friday close. But it spiked as soon as it opened, it spiked to 115, 115.08 or whatever, and then dumped. This is in the last hour, dumped, and now it's just slightly recovering to 111.6. So yeah, that's the BZ1 ticker.
She's got a huge super chat from Crypto who says, "Just kidding, I'm messing around a little bit. It's the best stream ever and gives us really fresh, huge news about the actual situation, all of you. And I sure don't gonna let this part down. Beatrix gave us her huge news. It's always good, haha. I don't get it. I don't get what he's saying there, Beatrix. He's saying that he wants like the fake news of you or something. He wants a Beatrix of you.
He's saying that I'm right. He's saying I give good news. He's saying he appreciates me. All the things that nobody on this space ever says to me. That's what he's saying. Appreciate you, Crypto, very much. Thank you.
So he's saying he's getting confused about you doing a Beatrix. Okay, I was it.
Oh my God! Please don't coin that, please.
That's already coined
I'm
now.
I'm going to be UAE and pretend I'm neutral.
What? And you're going to be secretly attacking?
Exactly.
So who are you secretly attacking?
Silently attacking Beatrix.
Permission to just lay into Sully?
Sorry?
Hey, Sully, can I get Beatrice's permission just to lay into you and correct you?
Not possible. It's not possible, mate. Okay, let's go to Eucalyptus. Eucalyptus, jump in.
How's it going, Sully?
Doing well, doing well. How you doing?
Not bad. A little earlier, somebody had mentioned the Netanyahu pardon. I don't know how much you guys have covered this subject, but obviously it is a serious subject because Netanyahu does plan big events, major events around his court dates in order to avoid these court dates, you know. So in the discussion, you guys were talking about basically, hey, like, hey, what's going on with these? What's going on with this pardon? Why is it not happening? Well, you know, it doesn't work like it does in the U.S., where the U.S. president has like broad preemptive pardoning authority. In Israel, it does require an admission of guilt prior to pardoning, and doesn't mean like a trial needs to move forward. And even Herzog weighed in on this, saying like, hey, look, you know, I wish I could pardon him, but I can't without an admission of guilt. So there is some precedent in Israel where, you know, such a thing has happened. And even trials have moved forward regardless of the pardon being issued. So Netanyahu is obviously trying to avoid this thing as a whole, doesn't want to do an admission of guilt. And it, to me, the way I've been viewing the whole thing, he has been kind of holding his own country hostage throughout this entire process. He wants to avoid it. You know, he has 3 cases that have been lumped up into one proceeding. I don't know if you guys have heard a breakdown on them, but you know, it's fraud, bribery, breach of trust. The main one being a financial incentive to a media company for which happened in exchange for basically positive media coverage. Okay, he didn't give them money, he didn't pay them, but he did create financial advantages for this company. He does have another case that you hear Zios mention all the time about receiving gifts and cigars and champagne and jewelry, which amounts to like around $200,000, which is not that big of a deal. And case 2000, where there was no financial incentive, but there was, you know, where they call a breach of trust because he made an exchange with them for influence again, which is for positive media coverage. So the U.S. has been pushing heavy, specifically Trump has been pushing heavy for these pardons. They are important for their administration to get them to go through. I'm not sure if anybody else wants to add to this. You know, there wasn't much of a discussion you guys had on it.
I think it's one of the things Beatrix talks about quite a lot. Beatrix?
Yeah, it was me. So when you say eucalyptus, somebody mentioned it. It was me. That was somebody who mentioned it. There is a separate committee set up now to bypass the normal process. I don't know if how like you've kept up to date or not, but there is a separate committee to bypass the normal process. I'm trying to find it because I did cover it recently, to allow Netanyahu to get his pardon without admission of wrongdoing. So I'm just trying to find it.
That would be a first for Israel, by the way.
Yeah, it will be. It will be a first, and it is a first. They actually say it's a first. Let me have a look. So 5th of March, for example, Trump said Herzog should grant Bibi a pardon. I don't want anything to bother Bibi except the war with Iran. Herzog's a disgrace. I've been talking to him about this for a year. He promised me 5 times he would grant Bibi a pardon. I told him I wouldn't meet him. I'm trying to see where that's gone. I did cover it and I have it bookmarked somewhere, but I can't find it. But you should have a look at it if you can. And it was a separate committee to give him a pardon. I'm just not finding it at the moment. Let's have a look.
Now, the broader discussion I want to have, let's just say he does get this pardon. Does anybody see him stepping down and moving on with his life? Because me personally, I don't. I think he'll hang on to that position for as long as he possibly can.
I think he will. I think he desperately wants to get. Nobody wants him. People have been protesting against him. He's held hostage in that country. People hate him. I think he'll move on. And I think the only reason he's kept, it's not just Israel, but the world, and especially the Middle East, in a state of chaos is because that's his excuse. So I do cover every single court case of his and why he doesn't go. The last one was because Modi was there. The one before that was because he had to go and meet Trump. One of them was because he ended up in hospital. One of them he broke the Gaza ceasefire for. So he keeps Israel in a perpetual, in the Middle East, state of war to avoid these court dates. He bombed Syria once. He bombed Lebanon. He bombed the embassy, the Iranian embassy in Lebanon, one of the court dates he had. And then said, oh, we're at war now, with Syria as well, so we can't go. So this is crazy. This is crazy. And I think he desperately wants this pardon before he leave. Because, look, if it wasn't for that fact, why is Trump hammering on about it? Like, you're in a war. You're getting annihilated, right? And yet you've still got Trump asking for his pardon constantly. In the last 3 weeks, he must have made at least 3 statements. That's extreme. Calling the president out publicly. Because I actually said this earlier today, that I think that's what Netanyahu wants in exchange to pipe this down. He's got Trump over a barrel. Get me my pardon, and I'll, you know what? Then you do what you want. I'll step away quietly. And sadly, that's the way I see it.
I don't mean any insult to you, Beatrix, from this one, but I think you're suffering from logic. Netanyahu is a very sick puppy.
Yeah, well, I do take that quite insultingly. I'm not suffering from logic. I have my own opinion, Eucalyptus. I have covered this a long time. I think you're deluded, and I think Netanyahu wants out, and that's why he's created these wars. Anything else you want to say?
No, that's all. Thanks for having me.
Great. Let's move on. Over to you, Suleiman.
Cool. Let's go to Dr. Sami. Go ahead, Dr. Sami.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right, perfect. So I was just thinking about the scoreboard right now, and so Trump is basically getting us kicked out of the Middle East. He's about to make Israel go the way of South Africa. He's managing to do it without getting like assassinated by the Israelis or the military-industrial complex. I know that he didn't plan it this way, but like, do you think that he's, after all of this is said and done, he's going to use any of that to like salvage his reputation?
Who's this talking about? Netanyahu?
No, Trump.
How would he salvage his reputation?
By taking credit for all of that stuff that just happened and basically saying, hey, this was all a feint and I got us out of the Middle East.
Thanks for the super chat. Says good night, brothers and sisters. Peace and love. Appreciate you. I still don't get the logic of what you're saying. So he pulls out of the Middle East and he says, "Guess what? I got you out." After he put him in.
Yeah, basically, like, so he's doing it in a way such that he's not, I'm not saying that he is pretending to be on their side. He is on their side. I'm saying that after all is said and done, when the Zionist project is like clearly gone and they have no more leverage over anybody, he's going to basically claim that all of this was a ploy, essentially.
How was it applied though? That's what I don't get.
So, in fact, we're seeing Iran destroy like Israelis' ability to do anything and our ability to do anything in the Middle East, right? That's what's about to happen.
Oh,
right?
so you're saying it's like 5D chess. Like he's intentionally did this to lose.
I'm not saying he's actually doing 5D chess. I'm saying he's going to claim that he did 5D chess in the future when it all is said.
So he's gonna say, "Oh, guess what? I intentionally allowed Israel to get destroyed, and I intentionally allowed the Gulf states to get hit so bad, and it was all part of my plan."
Yeah, and yeah,
bro, why would he? And so why would he say that? That's like literally harming all your allies. Like, why would anyone have an alliance?
Well, I mean,
why would anyone have an alliance?
All of that is already harmed, right? All of that, once all this is said and done, we're going to see that Zionists are not going to have leverage over them anymore, right? So this project is coming to an end because Iran is not going to let it continue on, right? So he'll have something at the end of this to say, all right, I can take credit for all of this.
Basically saying he's going to turn it around and make it as if he can take credit. Like, look, I got us out of the Middle East.
Yeah.
What do you think about?
Because that's what he was saying. It's so expensive, and we should never have been here. We should never have been in the Middle East. So that was the message at the beginning. Like, was it like a first week of the war or second week? Where he's saying we should never have been in the Middle East, and it's costing us a lot of money. Blah blah blah. So he could actually take credit at the end if the bases, if they remove the bases. But it sounds like when you speak to the Gulf countries, they're doubling down on the America Zionist U.S. alliance there. So this, you heard the UAE foreign minister. She said, no, we're doubling down. We're doubling down on our alliance with Israel and the United States. She said this yesterday. Oh, is it yesterday? She said it. I got the video.
Yeah, but they don't add anything, right? They're not going to change the balance of this. Iran is still going to come out on top.
Yeah, but they can pay for the bases. They have the money. They can pay if they're stupid enough, foolish enough, which I believe they are. They're foolish enough to align themselves with the United States and Israel. I think Israel and the Gulf countries might say no. Actually, let let us have the bases there in our places. It's fine, Trump. It's not a problem, and we'll pay for it as long as you can guarantee further safety in the future. We're dumb enough to believe that.
How are they going to pay for it with the Strait of Hormuz closed?
I mean, this is assuming they win. This is the miscalculation that the Gulf countries, in my opinion, are making. They're doubling down on thinking that the United States and Israel are going to win. That's why they're doubling down with them.
Okay, I guess that's like an interim state of affairs. That's not what's going to be at the end. So what I'm talking about is when all is said and done, which it seems like it will be, I don't know, maybe years, but I don't know when we're going to actually find out that, hey, we're going to give in and say, okay, Iran, you can have what you want. But when that happens, that is the situation that I'm talking about.
When that happens, these GCC countries will have nothing. They won't be able to do anything.
Agreed. And they'll probably be overthrown because they won't have the ability to pay for it anymore, right? So
they may not be overthrown immediately, but if the bases are gone and all of a sudden they're, the leverage or the protection, so-called protection of the United States is gone and the bases are gone there as part of the conditions of Iran, then I don't see what's stopping a revolution in those countries over the next 2-3 years from that point.
Agreed.
So guys, we've got another shot that's come out. The tweet is in the nest. It's of Ryan Dawson. Ryan Dawson, the legend. He comes out on Spaces a lot. What did he say in the shot? I forgot even what it was about. He says, Iran's losing and global economy collapse. That tweet is in the nest on the space and it's in the YouTube comments. Actually, the views have already come, so I'm guessing nobody in the space actually ever even goes and watches it. But if we can get the likes up on that one and the previous two, that'd be awesome. We haven't even hit the 100 likes on those. Come on, guys, sort your lives out. I know we got a lot of chicks I know we start getting a lot of chicks in the space now, but come on. Let's get the likes up, guys. Let's get the likes up on those. Okay, let me give you some news.
I mean, if we're led to believe that Iran's going to win, right, and the terms as part of that win, their terms are going to be agreed to, then I don't know where the GCC will stand in going forwards, because they've admitted that they're going to double down on their relationships with the United States and Israel. The United States are going to leave their presence in the region. Israel will likely be neutered at the very least. And in that scenario, and I don't know what would I just don't know what they can do, because if this war prolongs further, their oil refineries are going to be damaged considerably, because the escalation path, we can already see it. It's increasing, and I think it's going to take ages. I'd say a year, 2 years, to rebuild that production capability of energy, of oil and gas and other crucial elements and natural resources. So they won't have the revenue to maintain their sort of current lifestyle. They're only saved by the fact that they got such a small population, but they won't be able to exert any of the financial dominance that they once had, because there's no daily revenue coming in from their energy production facilities. So I don't know what's going to come of that. I mean, it could be also Iran will not have that ability as well, because of how much the United States and Israel would have degraded that energy production, and it means that it will plunge the world into something so dark. But in any case, if Iran does actually maintain its win and actually impose their terms, they'll still get some sort of revenue, I guess, from their oil because they will control the Strait of Hormuz, unless they've agreed to open it, relax it. But then they need to have reparations as part of their terms. So they will probably be in the driver's seat if that's the case. Okay, they will be battered and bruised, Iran, but no more. I think no less than what the Gulf countries are, because all they have is just energy, the oil and gas, and certain natural resources like aluminium, helium, fertilizer, urea, or rather. So that's all they've got. So what? I just think that whole region will probably be licking its wounds for the next 5 to 10 years.
Yeah. Israel is being hit really hard right now. Israel is being pummeled. I've just seen now there's Netanya has been hit with a direct hit as well. So Israel is being hit quite ferociously. Joe, can I just pass the mic to you?
Yeah.
Just need to
Go ahead. Just curious to see. Just curious to see some of the videos that you're. Are you putting out videos? I'm gonna check real
bro.
quick.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me see.
Joa, what do you think? Because the helium, because of the Qatar is not able to export helium, and that's 30% of the global helium supply. What do you think is going to happen to the semiconductor and AI and chip manufacturing space?
Yeah, it was already a big problem, and I forget. Ukraine is a huge one, as well for helium production, and the area the helium was also put out of commission. And you need them to make certain chips. I forget what it is. It's like it has to be a certain type of steel you're making in order to get the helium. Something like that. I don't know if anyone else on the panel knows, but I know that's going to be a problem. But I mean, there's a bigger problem is the fertilizer, I think, which isn't talked about enough.
Yeah, I think Russia's in the driver's seat for that one because they produce a lot, don't they?
Who? Sorry.
Oh, yeah. Well,
Russia.
that's what we've been laying out, resistance. And Joe, we've been laying that out daily on how the world global effect. And that's why, folks, please repost that video that Julie was talking about, the short clip with Ryan Dawson talking about that, is the global economic effect here. I just made a comment there myself. But see, we always think, okay, the oil, of course, oil, but then the fertilizer alone in some farmers who posted the Joa or resistance, the one the farmers weighed in on in Canada and well throughout the world. This is a big deal. Fertilizer.
I think it was Mancos actually, wasn't it? Wasn't it you, Mancos, that talked about what farmers were saying in Canada? They were getting paid not to plant.
Yeah, and someone even
No, that
posted a
wasn't
big.
me.
Yeah, a farmer came on here, some lady farmer. She said people have no idea. Yeah, no one talks about that enough.
Yeah, I'm looking at some of these videos on Sully's timeline. They're pretty crazy. The hit in Tehran as well is quite bright. I wonder if they would the leadership even be in Tehran right now? They wouldn't, right, Andrew?
So they got the bunker complexes in cities. Cities. These aren't just little hole in the wall little shelters. These are like underground cities, from what I've been reading, and Ryan's talked about extensively. I seriously doubt it. But there again, they're with their people. I mean, we've seen this over and over again. So really, we don't know.
I wish there was like a site. I'm sure you could probably vibe code it real quick that would show the amount of missiles on Iran versus the amount of missiles on Israel.
Oh yeah, it's out there.
Over and over again, we see the same paradigm. The Israelis, the IDF, they hammer innocent civilians. This is not a conspiracy, or I'm not just talking about it, but we have the evidence. And well, Gaza, that's our example right there. That overwhelms any argument. Right there, we have the evidence. Lebanon, why are they blowing up apartment buildings? Oh, they have soldiers in there, or they have Hezbollah hiding in there. No, Hezbollah is at war. They're in their positions, okay? But anyway, nevertheless, they're taking out civilian structure after structure. Raid could come in here and tell you all about what they did, and that other lovely young woman. That woman she left Lebanon in 1984. I left there in 1983, and I had never seen and up front, close and personal. It's watching a video or a picture and one thing, and then when you're actually standing there watching it, witnessing it, it's overwhelming. And to know that that city of Beirut was done by the IDF shelling and everything like that. And then my point I'm trying to make is they can't hit the right target. So what do? Start taking it out on innocent civilians.
But it feels like that's what I mean, look, that was an opening strike, the thing on the girls, right? And the very next day they hit a hospital. Like, it just seems like it's policy, not desperation, just policy.
Yeah, I'm terrified to go there. I wrote, if this is true, and believe me, I highly respect and honor Professor Maradi. And God forbid, if the United States really did do that purposely with intent, which it seems like it's going to come out, but the truth will come out. God help us. God, I don't have words to describe how. And I know, let's take it to the international court. And I think domestic, you up there, he said, no, forget the domestic court. Excuse me, I'm sorry, international court at The Hague or something. That's not going to happen. But God's justice and vengeance will be done. But there's no way, if America's stooped that low, and I personally have my personal thinking on this, and I know people can back me up on this. I know that we've used and are using, and I think Anthony Aguilar talked about, the Americans will, if they don't have the human intelligence boots on the ground to gather the latest intel, we're using and have used IDF target packages. Now, I have not personally been involved in that ever, but that's inexcusable. That's unacceptable. That is, and I know it wasn't just a mistake like, well, we didn't really do the latest intel. No, I would have to say it was an error, but the double tap, it seems to be overwhelming evidence coming in, and there's no position of defense on that.
I think. Go ahead, Resist.
I was going to say, I think, look, yeah, I both can be right? Like Professor Morandi could be right in the sense that US and Israel deliberately attacked the school. But the military, I'd say all the way up to probably the generals, probably wouldn't be aware that the deception is from Mossad themselves, deliberately providing them with targets, outdated targets, knowing that it's a school for that, and that people like Jared Kushner and Witkoff and all them they would be fine with it. But the military itself, and certainly the commanders pushing the buttons, or the soldiers the troops pushing the buttons, are completely unaware. They just think this is a military site. They've given a bank of targets that they need to attack and double tap because it's not just maybe there'll be reports saying there's still soldiers alive and they have to kill the remaining, and so that's what because they believe it's a defense site, military site. So that's all they can see, and that's easy for them to pull the second trigger on that. But yeah, I think that's my opinion on it. I think that I suspect it's Mossad and their deception and deliberately providing that sort of outdated data, or just incorrect, knowing full well that's a school, but not necessarily the US military, all the way up to certain, just on maybe only a few really, really top high-ranking guys, or maybe even just the government knows that, the US government knows that.
Yeah.
So yeah, could be right.
Yeah, resistance. Absolutely correct. I'm going with that. But then there's another layer here. call it conspiracy. I know for a fact, I was in touch with a retired Green Beret Colonel, Green Beret. He is very connected there in D.C. And we know that Mossad has infiltrated our DOD and DIA. It would not surprise me at all. They did that cleaning. They cleansed great generals and great men in the military. And it would not surprise me at all if those target packages were, quote, I'll say tainted, were compromised, and where the commander, boots on the ground, would receive, because we do. When I was on submarine patrols, we had target packages. You know, it was all laid out, order of battle laid out clearly. And so they were executing, quote, orders. Now, is that, and that Katie, she was so brilliant young lady. We are trained about what's lawful and unlawful orders. And that, she didn't go into the moral aspect of it that much, but there's a morality of this also. Never would any sane commander, even down to the NCO level, down to the operational level, would we ever conceivably say, let's go kill some kids? God forbid. I can't comprehend it.
I just don't believe that either. I personally just don't believe that the American troops would go out there and kill a bunch of kids in schools. Like I'd only believe mercenaries who are paid by Israel to do that, because that's what they want. They don't care about anything except for money. And certainly the Israeli army, all of them, I wouldn't put it past them for them to pull the trigger. I don't believe a single soldier, personally. I mean, there'd probably likely be a few soldiers that would not obey, but I don't. They would all knowingly full well that's a school. They still bomb it. Whereas the U.S. troops, I just don't believe that.
Right. In Resistance, did you hear Anthony Aguilar's his whole story when he went to Gaza as a contractor with the GHF, that contractor to provide security there in Gaza? Did you hear his whole story? How those Americans there, remember the American contractors? Many of them were Christian, right-wing, evangelical freaks that were like, Dad, we go kill the Haji. And Anthony was like, what are you talking about? These are children, because the old and infirm, they send the youth to pick up the food supplies. What are you talking about? Hamas. Are you insane? And they're like going, whose side you on? You Hamas? And Anthony had his life threatened. And, and Anthony said, come on. And he even I talked to him offline. His own family, he was threatened by these groups. These are American. I love America. I'm going to kill some Hajis. And this is what Anthony was dealing with. Why do you think he could have a very comfortable life? Oh, trust me, he could be living, sucking up the money on contracts. But no, he said no.
Yeah, I agree 100%, Andrew. This is what makes me believe, because I've seen it in Gaza for 2.5 years. I've seen some, the mercenaries, whether American or from others, they would happily do whatever they want, and they deliberately recruit people that are aligned. Israel would deliberately recruit people that are aligned with their ideology, and pay them enough money. But there'll be occasions where some troops who are there thinking they thought they'd come there to sort of protect the fact that there's aid and ensure that the people are fed, and they thought that there is a terrorist group, and then they go there and actually their eyes are wide open, and they realize, actually, I'm part of the enemy here. I'm part of the evil force, and that's why I got to leave. And that's why you got people of conscience like Anthony Aguilar, who would, had multiple tours, thinking he's doing the right thing, and then he realizes, oh my God, this is satanic. I'm not going to. I'm hearing on the radio, shoot that kid, shoot that kid, shoot. I can't do this. And then obviously they gave him death threats and stuff like that, and then obviously he had to leave. But anyone that remains are ideologically, as well as being paid, ideologically aligned to the satanic, demonic sort of goals of Israel and the IDF.
Before we go to Ali, Andrew, I wanted to ask you something, because you said the truth eventually comes out. And I remember in Iraq, it was the first time. I wasn't really into politics back then. I just followed it loosely, not like I do now. But I remember we hit a children's hospital, and we hit a wedding. And although a lot of truth did come out about what happened in Iraq, those two things never came out that that I can remember. Do you remember those two
Yeah,
things?
I remember the wedding. That I remember very well. And no, that got buried. That's why I want to interview Ryan Dawson when this all settles down. But I begged Ryan, please, Ryan, I want to work with Ryan on this. When I was in Lebanon, we kept hearing about all the bodies. These bodies. There was a mass grave that no one would talk about that belonged to the IDF. Oh, don't talk about that. Don't talk about that. But no, back on that, I do remember the wedding, the hospital there. I don't really remember, Joe, but yeah, the wedding there. And then WikiLeaks, of course, we know about gunning down those people that were standing there. Yeah, they could have been combatants, but they were not armed and gunning them down like that. Yeah, the truth always does come out, but then there's those cases that will go buried forever, but God does not forget. God will not be mocked. And I know people think, no, we want vengeance now, but vengeance is mine, saith the Lord. And that's why I believe Israel is brought into derision now. And that's why America is coming into open shame, derision. God will not be mocked.
And let's not forget, in the Iraq War 2003, you had things like the Abu Ghraib incident with U.S. soldiers literally torturing detained POWs and civilians. But let's not forget, they had 9/11. They thought this is the enemy. They came to attack them. So they have been indoctrinated. Now the current army, I don't believe so. I think they've gone through that. They've broken through that propaganda, and they're realizing, what are we doing here? Especially this war. Like, what are we doing here? They're probably thinking, this is not our war. These people are not a threat to us. So
Let's
they'll be
get
much.
let's get Andy in just because I just want to bring some new speakers up. Ali, if you want to go, I think that's how you say your name, the gecko.
Oh yeah, thank you so much. Appreciate it. I'm just gonna be very quick. First of all, thank you so much. I'm such a big fan. Always great information and analysis being provided here, and I believe lots of fellow Iranians are sitting down there and listening desperately and being super concerned. And please don't look at the streets, the Toronto streets, Iranian diaspora. We're all so ashamed of that minority group of Iranian carrying on Israeli and American flags and insisting and asking Trump to bomb their own country. But believe me, there are a majority of Iranians who are supporting, who are concerned about the situation, are begging for this war to be stopped. I just wanted to quickly, I hope it's not inappropriate to ask, we just, a flow of Iranian and I, just like half an hour ago, put together a petition to condemn Trump's threat to bomb Iranian infrastructure, civilian infrastructure. So wanted to ask if it's not too much, if you could just consider taking a look at the petition. I'm just going to put the...
Just put it into the put it into the comments, Ali. Yeah, it's not asking for money, Beatrix. It's just asking for a petition. So put it in the comments, Ali. I had seen
Thank
it
you. I will
as
leave.
well. Yeah. And thank you, Ali. Yeah, it's funny. I know.
I think you've got nothing to be ashamed of, right? Those people, we all know those monarchists don't represent you at all. The people of Iran are beautiful, they're brave, they're warriors. No, those are Zionists, and you don't have to be ashamed of the fact that they're trying to cling on to your identity. They're trying to occupy your identity. We see the difference. So, thank you for coming up. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, appreciate that. Thank you.
It's funny. All the Iranians I do know are from Toronto, and when I ask them about this conflict, they all say they feel mixed. But after the attack on Khomeini, they're all like, "Yeah, this is completely wrong. U.S. should not be involved." U.S. They never thought U.S. should be involved, but they weren't happy with the regime either. But now they support the government. Like, it did the exact opposite to every Iranian I know.
Yeah, I know some people on here who don't really talk about the Persian background.
I
And
think that like this
literally
whole
up until
colonization
the
thing, I always find
war,
that people in the
they
left
were
always
like
talk about
on other
colonization, but then
spaces
they do
saying,
want to colonize,
the
but
regime
based
should
on the
go, the
psychology
regime
of the
should go.
mind.
And I'm not convinced they've changed their mind. I think they're just going along
one
with
of the
this
things that
narrative
you're
now because it's
doing
popular.
is you keep referring to the
I just think
uprisings
they
like
go with the
Women Like
flow with
Freedom
whatever's
as if
popular
it was
at the
like a
time.
Mossad or
But
CIA
yeah,
operation, which
I just
takes
want to say this
away
discussion that
the
you guys were
agency that the
having was
Iranian
really
people have.
interesting,
So
right?
I've been to
I
Iran.
actually
I
take
know Iranians. I
I don't know if it's just
have
because of the moment in time
a
where
little
we
bit of
are with
inside
this war, but
information.
I think that
And if you look
overwhelmingly
at what happened with Mahsa
there are
Amini, the
young
woman that was
people who
murdered that
join
triggered
our
Wing of
armed
Life Freedom,
forces
the reason
with
she
good
was
faith and
murdered, the reason
intent.
she
Some
was beaten.
people don't even know their faith and intent. They just do it because they're young and it's a job. But I do think they're capable of intentionally hitting that school with a double tap. And if you ask me, I think they did do it intentionally, knowing it was a school with a double tap. And I think if one thing WikiLeaks taught us is the crimes that they have committed across the world intentionally. And what you were saying, Resistance, that you think now, the armed forces, the people in the armed forces have woken up. It's not post 9/11, but it's a long way down the road. If they've woken up, they would refuse to serve in the armed forces.
Dr. Roy,
Anybody who
thank you so
serves
much for
in
taking
this
your time
war,
out to join us. How are you?
knowing what they know, is a war criminal. And I'm really feeling that harsh about it. I've got zero sympathy for anybody who serves in the armed forces in
Look
this
at the
war. You're
protests in
killing innocent
January.
people.
The very
And I'm
first
sick
day,
of
the
it.
protests
I'm
were
really
very
sick
legitimate.
of our
People
armed
were
forces
concerned
going
about
out
the
there and
economic
doing that.
issues
They've never been held
in Iran.
accountable.
There were many
They've
people who
never
were
been held
pro-government who
accountable
were
for
part of
any of the
those
atrocities.
protests.
Look at some of the
And then those
videos that
protests
WikiLeaks
were
released.
commandeered by the
Nobody was held
CIA,
accountable
by
for that.
Mossad,
These
as
lives are not
confirmed by
easily
Huckabee and Scott
dispensable.
Bessent, admitting
Every
that they
life
destroyed
matters. And just
the
because
Iranian
they're from a
currency for the
different
same
country,
reason.
or, they were like Afghani farmers or Iraqis just walking down the road, and these people treated it like a video game. It's disgraceful. And I think we need to call it out as such. And all of this, I was even questioning. Okay, I'm just going to say it because I share my thoughts anyway. A couple of nights ago, I was even questioning, why do I say thank you for your service? Service to what? What service have our armed forces done that's brought any good for the last 20 years? They've killed tons of people under fake war on terror. It's disgraceful. And I think we need to start calling out our governments for actually recruiting young kids and sending them out there to do this dirty work. And that's all they're doing. Like Trump's doing that right now for Israel. Right. So what did I read today? It was in one of the newspapers. When they expelled in the armed forces all those that had refused to take a vaccine, Trump's now calling them back, saying, come back. You can join the armed forces again. You can join the armed forces again. Right. Those people that he'd expelled. And he's going to send them to their death for a fake war. Some of them may not even know, these young people may not even know what's happened in this war and what's going on, like the reality of it. They may just stupidly believe, oh, we're fighting against, Iran because Iran's threatened America with nukes. That's what they may believe. Naively, it's wrong. It's so wrong. But anyway, I'll pass it back to you, Joel.
Yeah, I don't take it like you, Khaleesi. I understand your point. I just feel like if people are in the military, they're going to be inundated with what they need to hear to go act. Like if I were to ask Andrew when he was in the military, was he able to, open his eyes and really see what was going on? I doubt it because probably surrounded by so much of the programming that's, it's really hard to see it any other way because everyone around you thinks one way. I mean, that's why religions are geographical, right? They're geographical because everyone around you thinks one way.
I think
And
that like
it's
this whole
probably the same with a lot of
colonization thing,
these
I always
kids,
find that
right?
people in the left always talk about
They're
colonization, but then they do
they're
want to
following
colonize,
orders. They're
but
hearing
based on
things from
the psychology
colleagues
of
that
the
are
mind.
coming from up high, and
So, one of the things that
unless they go through the difficult work of getting away from their entire surrounding and being able to look at this from a 10,000-foot view and listen to other people, it's not going to it's not going to happen, right? That's
Joe, if
why
I
I don't
can
blame them.
jump on that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, please
Joe.
do.
Yeah. And by the way, I had to block you out there, Sam, whatever your name is. I finally blocked you. I've been kind to you, but I keep getting these DMs, these comments posts. We don't want to listen to him rant on his stories. We sick of hearing him rant. Well, whatever. As long as the host and co-host allow me to, I will. And so I blocked you. I'm tired of you. Anyway, people don't understand the hive mentality of the military, the discipline that goes into that. I'm not going to go on. I could go on for an hour rant on the discipline of the rank and file and the decimating structure that happens psychologically and the stripping down in the military. And then especially when you get into the combat units, and that includes the Navy. I don't even talk about special forces. Yes, we had a SEAL platoon with us when I was in Lebanon. In fact, my OCS classmate was the SEAL platoon leader. but they're in a whole different category, like Delta and those guys. Yeah. But I'm talking about the combatants that are pushing buttons and doing those things. The discipline, they're so, and I want to use the brainwash word, but no, we were a hive mentality. It's like you don't even question it. But I'll tell you what, though, what happens. Beirut, Lebanon was my first starting to wake up. That was like, okay, something's wrong here, but it hits and it keeps you kind of mull it around your mind. And then you see other things. And then wait, there's no weapons of mass destruction. I was at the Pentagon in Desert Storm 1. I was involved in that. I was doing 12-hour watches, 12 on, 12 off. And then I had to go do my regular job. So I was averaging 2 hours of sleep there for months. So we started saying, wait a minute, there's no weapons of mass destruction. The emperor has no clothes. So slowly but slowly, you start to figure it out. And as time goes on, and then when I actually lost my son in combat and I actually stepped out and really started to study this insanity from a biblical point of view, I then was like, oh my dear God, the shock, the horror, it is gut wrenching. It's terrifying. I hear people coming up here all the time. I voted for Trump. I feel so stupid. Well, how do you think I feel? How do you think I feel for serving in this military that was destroying people's lives? I mean, I'm ashamed of it. I'm saddened by it. I can try to say we did some good, but I can't go there. I agree with you, Beatrice. I really, when people say I'm going to go serve my country, I would tell them. I told the guy the other day, a young man the other day. I talked to him for 20 minutes, and I said, "Really search your heart. Do you really, really understand?" And he was so hardcore. No, I'm going to do it. And I said, "Okay, I'm praying for you and your family that your eyes be open." So people don't understand how it works. It's very deep brainwashing.
Beatrice, I'll bring up
You know
some
what it is,
brainwashing
Andrew,
now.
right?
Oh. Beatrice,
Yeah, no, but Joe, when they come back, right, some kids from war, they've got PTSD. These are the innocent ones, right? They've witnessed things that they don't know how to actually process. They come back, their wife and young family are waiting here, and they can't comprehend it. They can't communicate it. It breaks down their family. They have no home. They have no job. They end up on the streets, and our government does nothing. Absolutely nothing to help them. And there are those other ones. Look, even if you're indoctrinated with the belief that there are weapons of mass destruction, as an example, or there's a real terrorist threat from Iran, as an example, how do you justify being in an Apache helicopter and just shooting farmers or shepherds and laughing about it as though it's a video game? Like, you must be devoid of humanity to be able to do that, right? Irrespective of the rules of war, irrespective of what you believe, irrespective of anything, there's something really sick. And then I think it's based in Islamophobia, in all honesty. I think they just think that a Muslim life is like worth nothing. I think that's what it is. It's the supremacy, because they think that the Middle East is a third world place, and it's been destroyed by America, and they're indoctrinated by that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Beatrice.
that
So
too.
speaking of brainwashing, I did something pretty funny. In my timeline, I posted a video, right? And it goes through like all the leaders that America has replaced. I mentioned this earlier: Mossadegh, Arbenz, Luamba, Aldene, like all the leaders that we've been interventionists in, did regime change, or just outright assassinated them, right? And I have literally like 12 DMs from people, MAGA, you retard, low IQ asshole, sorry. Basically getting attacked. And you know what's funny, just to show you the brainwashing, and then this is actually why I posted it. This is exactly what Trump ran on. The only thing that is there is what Trump was talking about. We need to end all the interventionists and all the regime change. And I just showed what the regime changes were. And now, because Trump's on the other side, all these idiots are writing me, calling me an idiot, when all I did was repeat what Trump said about we shouldn't be in these wars. Like, this is how brainwashing works. Like, they don't even realize they voted for the guy who was against all this, and now that he's for it, they're for it, and they're attacking me for saying the same thing Trump said 6 months ago.
Wow.
It's crazy. Go ahead, Andy. Get in there.
Yeah, so I just quote tweeted Sneako's post about how what Israel's doing to Lebanon, and I'm like, yeah, this is just pure evil, and they want to turn into a second Gaza. I'm like, just so you know, it's 40% Christian. If you just in case you didn't realize that Israel hates us just as much as the Muslims, because you have it is true. You have these sick people out here who don't value Muslim life, but maybe if they realize that Israel is killing Christians, then maybe just maybe they might actually care. So they're so ill, and like it shouldn't take that for them to care. They should value human life regardless. But maybe if they realize that Israel is massacring Christians in Lebanon, then maybe they'll realize this whole Judeo-Christian values thing is a farce that is just used to get us to support Zionist genocide. And then when they see Christians being slaughtered in Lebanon, they might be like, what the heck? I thought this was good for Christianity. They're just killing the evil Muslims. But if they actually see Christians getting killed, maybe some of these soulless people that support this might actually
But
wake up. Might.
but Andy, they just wiped out the last town in the last Christian town in Palestine, right? They just wiped it out. They basically tortured the people there since August. Like there's videos of them going into their farms and killing all their animals, not even taking it for their own use, just simply like slaughtering their livestock, things like that, throwing rocks onto their cars as they pass by, setting fire to their farm equipment and into their homes. And now that town is nothing. Like there is no Christian town left in Palestine, not a single one. They got rid of all of them. And it wasn't the Palestinians who did that. It was the Israelis who did that. So it doesn't wake up America. They'll still, a lot of them will still keep saying Judeo-Christian values while they wipe out Christians from Palestine and now Lebanon.
Exactly. It's just truly sickening how soulless again some of these people are. They just see people getting bombed and they're like, who cares? And it's like, so it's like how in any way is that America first? America first is rebuilding our roads, rebuilding our bridges, and fixing our failing infrastructure, not funding a war where Israel gets bombed and then having more of our tax dollars fund Israel's reconstruction, because that's what's going to happen. Oy vey, Israel got 30 billion in damage. Oy vey, then we have to spend another 30 billion rebuilding it. It's completely ridiculous and self-defeating.
Yeah, and it doesn't make sense that we could actually turn and start like redoing our infrastructure, which America needs desperately, and it would give a lot of money to like construction companies and increase jobs. The issue is that's not who donates to the political class. So they'd rather start war than focus spending money on actually rebuilding America as it's
Yeah, and
falling
those blue
apart.
collar construction workers, those are the types of people that made up the backbone of Trump's base. And the sick logic irony of this is those are a lot of the people that are cheering this war on.
He doesn't pay construction workers, and just so you know, he never has. My dad was one of them. He
Well,
didn't pay.
I'm saying
Uh,
blue collar workers are the people that voted for
yeah, I
Trump. I'm
know.
not saying he genuinely cares about them. I'm saying they voted for him. Blue collar workers did.
Yeah, 100%. Black Swan, you want to go? You had your hand up, then you put it down.
Yeah,
Then you had it up, then you put it down.
yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Joe. Obviously, this is my first time speaking on this forum, so thank you guys for all the hard work you put together to inform and educate. But I actually have contrary opinion and maybe different way of thinking. So, Joe, I don't agree with you, and maybe resistance as well doesn't make any sense from logic. How you guys think the tragedy and maybe soldiers are brainwashed to carry out single or double tap to kill kids. So you guys are kind of sounding very much like the lady from economics, I think economics auditor, who said when innocent kids are killed in Palestine, it's a tragedy to um, existence of Israel or something like that. So we spent quite some time talking about 168 kids that were killed in Iran. But the whole idea is um, resistance think maybe he doesn't think when they are pressing the button, they think it's kids, maybe kids school or something like that. It doesn't make any sense. And I'll lay out my logic here. So when the kids were killed, there was no any accountability or any sense of responsibility from American military. So which means obviously they push aside and they push back on. Actually, it was Iran. It wasn't them. It's military from Iran that killed their own kids. So and historically we know that obviously there are lots of massacre, a lot of criminal activities, a lot of uh, with all due sense with that we know military obviously they do a lot of um, um, I mean, killing and things like that. So when we spend so much time, and I think we are trying to kind of somehow justify if an IDF kill innocent Palestinian kids, we all feel, oh, it's terrorists, and maybe IDF, they are obviously merciless and they are killing people and things like that. But when American soldiers do carry out the same acts, we're now trying to kind of justify, maybe they don't think, maybe they don't know, maybe it's IDF period. If you're the father or the parent of one of those 168 kids, you wouldn't think like this. And if somebody killed my kids, and I think the first thing I would want to know is maybe sense of responsibility and accountability. Oh, it was a mistake. We actually thought XYZ. If they had come out and clean out the mess, I think that would make it a little bit more humane, and because there's some responsibility and maybe ownership of mistake. But resistance is sitting here comfortably and he's thinking how the mind, what was going through the mind of American soldiers when they are pressing the button and when they press it the first time and second time. He's saying that he doesn't think. That's what he's saying. And I'm sure he wouldn't say this exactly if he's the father of one of those kids that were killed. And when Joe is keep kind of going back around brainwash, it's responsibility. If you're a soldier, you know that obviously you're going to carry out stupid stuff and maybe based on order that you receive. So we have to take responsibility. We have to take ownership. And obviously, if somebody attack America, I'm going to fight to do whatever it takes to protect this country. But if American soldiers go out and kill innocent people, I think we have to take responsibility for that. So it doesn't make sense. IDF is carrying out the same.
Black,
Oh, go ahead.
let me ask you a question.
Yes.
If I gave you the location, if you were sitting at a panel that controlled the missiles,
Yes.
okay, on a ship near Israel, and I said, look, here's the location of Netanyahu and all his cabinet are in this location. Hit the button. Are you going to hit it?
So in what role am I going to act? Is that because I'm a soldier or what?
You're a munitions expert or whoever it is that launches
Yeah.
the ballistic missiles.
Yeah, if I'm a soldier, let's say I'm working for Iran, I'm obviously a military, yes, I'm gonna press it, but I'm gonna take responsibility for it. I'm not gonna argue that I was brainwashed or I'm not responsible. It's all about lack of
Okay.
responsibility. That's why I'm arguing. My argument is when you guys keep talking that kids are brainwashed, no, they're not kids. They are 18-year-old, and I could have joined the military and I decided not to. And it's all our responsibility. And we don't have to, how do I say, we don't have to shame our military for acting on behalf of this country, but we also have to understand, obviously, they're going to carry out a lot of illegal and criminal and stuff that obviously based on the order they receive. I wouldn't necessarily blame the young officers. I will most likely take
Yeah,
yeah, go ahead.
that's all we're saying. We're saying the same thing. Like, I wouldn't blame the guy that hit the button. It's not his job to check what it is and everything else. It's his job to launch it and make sure it's going in the right direction. Someone else gave him the information. I'm sure he did not tell that person, "Hey, here's a girls' school. Go hit it." And that's all I'm saying. It's. Do you blame that guy
I'll
who
blame
hit the
everybody.
button
So
when?
the problem is, I think that's where the logic breaks down. It's a military. You don't I think Joe, to be candid, can you answer this question? If you have three kids in that school and they're all killed, will you sit down and start thinking that, okay, so the young military officers, they are not at fault, and maybe the senior officers, they are at fault because you wouldn't think this way. It's lack of empathy for you to think this way.
No, I
You
wouldn't.
wouldn't.
If I was the
You
father,
wouldn't.
if I was the father,
Yes.
I'm sorry. As humane as I
Yeah.
am, as humane as I am, if it was an Iraqi,
Yes.
if it was Japanese,
Yes.
if it was Chinese, I'd kill any of them that I see in front of me. Like, I'd be outraged. Like, I'd be outraged. I would have lost my mind if I lost three kids in a school.
Excellent. So let me ask
Right.
you one argument. So
Right.
would you?
And that's the same thing that happened to Americans on 9/11.
Okay.
They were told
Yeah.
it was the Muslims, so every American's like, get the Muslims. It was the same thing that
My
happened.
argument is we need to sound more like the parent of the kids, because I'm sure you wouldn't sound, if you're the parent of the kids, you wouldn't start arguing about whether the young military are at fault or not. It's just American military had attacked and killed your kids. That's all you care about. whether you can take revenge or you cannot. The only question that goes through my mind is military had acted. Obviously, somebody is going to give the order and somebody is going to execute the order. And that's how it works everywhere. So telling the kids are brainwashed or no, they're not even kids, they're adults in the first place. And
But Black Swan, that is our job. Our job is we try not to be
yeah,
emotional and we try to report facts. That is the job for the people who are involved. They're going to be emotional. That's why I always say polls right after a war don't matter because everyone's emotions are inflamed. You can't go to them to make a rational decision. And that's what our
my
job is
question,
up
so
here
how
on the
is it,
thing.
how,
Like my heart
yes.
bleeds. My heart bleeds for the parents of those girls and for those girls 100%. We're just reporting on facts so people understand,
No,
yes,
no, I
people in the
think everybody
military do
understand.
get
Everybody
brainwashed.
understand how military works. Somebody is going to give an order and somebody is going to execute it. So how is it different in this case if an ADF goes to gather and kill and put sniper bullet on because he had an order. They were asked to do.
Because a
Yeah,
sniper bullet, but a sniper bullet, they're seeing who it is. The guy who launches a missile is not seeing who's inside that
it
school,
doesn't really matter.
right?
I think it's a
It
target.
does. There's a
It's a
difference.
target and somebody executed and somebody was giving order to execute. So you think if they knew the kids are in school, they wouldn't do that? As if it has never happened before that maybe civilians were killed.
Yeah, I
And
do.
that's I
I
did
do.
that.
I
Okay,
personally
so I'll
do.
push back on
I
you.
don't think American
How
soldiers. I don't think American soldiers, if they knew they were girls, if that was a girls' school and there was no thing there, that they'd be hitting a
but the
button.
discipline of military, they are required to act when they are giving an order. They usually wouldn't act. They usually act 99% of chances. They are more likely to act. They are not going to say no to their superiors.
Well,
So
Black
it's
Spot.
But by law, they can't act. Like that's the thing. If by law they knew that they were just innocent targets there, it would be illegal for them
by
to
law,
act.
this war, entire war, is illegal.
No, even by American
No,
law.
no. By American law, this should be considered illegal war. But we are still doing it, right?
No, it's not. By American law, they're playing the loophole of the fact that it's not a war, and therefore it is not illegal in America.
Uh,
That's the loophole
Okay,
they
so
play.
by
But an American military
yeah,
man who goes and shoots at an innocent target and knows it is illegal by American law.
yeah.
Like he can be tried.
And he can be tried, but I think the law does not work when you're weak, right? If Iran has a nuclear war, the law is going to act differently. I mean, if you are strong, so the law applies uh selectively. Let me just put it this way: it usually
But
applies selectively.
we saw it in Iraq,
Yeah.
Black. We saw in Iraq any video that we had, whether it was torturing people in Abu Ghraib, whether it was those guys in the helicopter that were shooting at innocent people, whether it was the guy that started going around shooting farmers, whether it was the soldier that raped 20 women, all of them got tried. All of them went to jail, right? And one of them was following orders. The one about the farmers, he was following orders. Him and his commander went to jail,
I think
right?
usually military and a lot of our leaders, they clean up the mess when there's a public backlash. That's when they act. It's not because of if the information does not go out, they are going to obviously they put it under the carpet and just move on. Usually, this is what
This
happened,
this
right?
is
This is what happened. So
this
let me ask you this.
this is
Let me
something I
ask you.
looked
Let
into.
me ask you this.
Black,
Okay.
hold on, Black. Before you ask me, this is one thing I actually really looked into because America has some of the highest conviction rates for soldiers. Okay, when they do illegal acts, Israel has one of the lowest in the planet, and that's why I keep saying that Israel is a terrorist state, even if you just look at their legal process against their own soldiers. The incarceration rate, the incarceration time is so low that almost only countries that America considers a terrorist country have numbers that low.
So
They
Do you
remember that
understand? So
Joa,
I've looked at this a
you're
lot.
right, Joa, because remember they just recently just dropped the charges on the 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 soldiers that raped the prisoners in the prison. They dropped those charges.
They
when it,
they have a commander on audio with his entire platoon telling him stop, stop, stop. She's 13. Where he's emptying his rifle into a 13-year-old girl in her back as she's walking away, in her back, and he's screaming, I'd do it if she was 3. He went to trial and they dropped the charges and charged him for illegal discharge of a weapon and did 3 months community service.
You don't have to.
Like, this is what happens in Israel, right? This is not a moral country.
It's not, but we all know how.
Like,
Go ahead.
just 1 second, Black Swan. There were only like 10 or 15 soldiers that were sent to prison after the Iraq War.
Yeah.
And I believe war crimes were massive. You don't kill 1 million people without committing mass war crimes. You know what I mean? So I just think.
Thank you, Beatrix.
Yeah.
So this is like moral equivalence. So Joe was trying to convince the audience, but he kind of take the worst and compare US with like really the worst. Despite, I mean, millions of people were killed in the Middle East and all over the world, and all these orders were carried out and executed by American military. So I'm not trying to say they are criminals or whatever, but Joe, when you try to make this is like you try to establish a moral high level, and this is what most people try to do, to say, oh, actually, we are actually modern military and whatever. But you compare them with the worst, which is the Israel military, right? But that doesn't mean the American
No,
military it's okay. Let me tell you something. If they are good, if it's legal, they could have easily come out and just say, oh, it was actually carried out by mistake, but they denied. That's the first thing they did, which means that they're not morally sound.
You're
If they're
seeing a lot of
yeah.
mutiny in.
Yeah.
You're seeing rumors of mutiny in the Gerald Ford. You're seeing lots of things that they have to look. I guess I just know a bit too many soldiers based on where I've been brought up, and I used to hang around with them growing up, and they're very professional people. And I know I'm not trying to justify the war crimes that the U.S. soldiers committed and British soldiers committed in Iraq. Of course, there were lots, and they should have been tried. I get it. I'm just saying this sort of generation, this current generation, I don't, especially in this war as well. And I agree with Beatrice. They should not, or should protest and should quit. But a lot of these soldiers, if you ask them, this is their only job. They've got no career. They didn't do very well at school. Some of them just wanted to be soldiers. That's all they wanted to do. And I guess this is their life. They're being in the army, being in the military. So it's difficult just to detach yourself or let that go, something that you've always liked, and always being part of a group that they feel comfortable with. I'm not trying to justify that, honestly. I'm just saying I'm giving another perspective on things, and that I personally, I'm with Noah on this.
I think resistance, you have the weakest argument, because you keep saying that you don't think they think at that time. That's how you keep saying it, but as if they never think. So the problem with that argument is, this is what you're thinking, right? But you really don't know what they're thinking at that time. You don't, and you are not.
No,
You don't have no way of knowing what they're thinking.
Okay,
You're just
but
assuming.
Black Swan, it takes some level of human being
Yeah.
to pull the trigger or press a button to launch at a school, knowing that it's a girls' school.
No.
Right?
It doesn't.
That's
Actually,
what I'm trying to say.
was there any presidents in the past? Maybe they pulled trigger on innocent civilians. Yes, that was. I'm not talking about American military. This is military all over the world. They've done that, and usually they put it under the carpet. Obviously, they usually don't. You hardly hear them coming out, the young officers coming out, or the senior officers coming out and really spilling the beans. And usually they don't. Maybe if there's a backlash, maybe there's a public cry about maybe some criminality, then they obviously take responsibility and do some trial, and maybe some identify some scapegoat and dealt with them. But 99% of the crimes committed during war are not prosecuted. They are not.
No, I agree with you. I agree
So
with you.
stop thinking that what they are thinking at that time. So in that case is, if the American military had really come out after that incident and take responsibility and ownership, that would be considered a mistake. But they didn't. So that's the issue with you thinking that they don't know. And let's say they don't know, then it means that they can take responsibility. Yeah, I made a mistake. We made a mistake. We actually, but there was no any sense of ownership or
Finding
responsibility.
a distinction, Black Swan, between
Yeah.
the American military, as I said in my original argument, the United States and the soldiers and the commanders that were involved in the exact operation that led to the bombing of that school.
Yeah.
Right. That's what I'm trying to distinguish. I'm saying the top brass, the ones that have been invoking or spreading this holy war, they're Christians. I'm separating them and the the Trump administration and whoever, between those and the people that are doing their duty, thinking that they're attacking a military base. Right, that's what I'm distinguishing with.
Yeah, so
Because
I think if in that case, then obviously there would be some responsibility. So whoever pressed the button or whoever gave the order should obviously be able to take responsibility, take ownership, and maybe the command would take ownership, take responsibility. But the reason why I'm arguing is because they don't do that. So actually they blame Iran
Okay.
for
but we
doing
don't know.
for killing. Yeah.
Thanks, Black Swan. I think you've had more than your fair
Thank you.
share.
Thank you.
Appreciate your
Thank you.
perspective.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. No problem. I'll pass it back to DJ. Joe, go ahead.
Gabriel was next, actually.
Gabriel, jump in. Thanks for waiting.
Yes, good evening, everybody. I don't know what was the point of the conversation. There are definitely moral human beings and less moral human beings, and the moral ones, they wake up and pull out of these organizations, and the less moral, they take advantage of it. No one can know who pulled the trigger and what were they thinking. Maybe they were drinking beer and cheering it up, or maybe they did not know. So I don't think that is a relevant conversation, to be honest. What is relevant here is that what we see on media for the past, let's say, since the Trump first term, 2017, because he was the one that started all of this type of political thinking against, let's say, immigrants, Middle Easterns, Muslims, and so forth on. This also came here, and I'm located now in Sweden, but I'm originally from Iraq. So this was also influenced by the government here in Sweden, and there was this Nazi party here in Sweden that came up to the parliament, and we're all suffering from the same ideology. This is not a coincidence. This is a cohesive planning, cohesive attack to justify whatever goes on down there in the Middle East. Why? Because at that time in 2017, with Gerard Kushner, and the deal of the century was to kick out Gazans from Gaza and to build the harbors there in Gaza, and even they changed Jerusalem to become the capital and so forth on. They were preparing for something. So before you go into a war, you have to demonize your enemies. You have to have some kind of a moral justification for doing whatever you want to do. Otherwise, you cannot drive normal people to commit atrocities or whatever can happen in war. Now, war crimes happen all the time, we know that. Depends on which country is doing it. Either they come to the day of light, or they stay under the table. So this goes for everybody. I mean, even for the US. I don't think any country is humane, or they have a moral higher ground. I don't believe that at all. I believe most of the countries are corrupt. Most of the laws are corrupt, and now we're seeing that what is going on. But there are some good things in the US, in the system, how it is, what it was based on, and so on and so forth. But unfortunately, for the recent years, let's be honest, since the Second World War, the only country that used nuclear weapons is the US. So you don't have any moral ground to stand on and start giving lecture about how morality is. Even if we listen to Carl Jung, he said the West is giants in invention, but are midgets in morality. I'm sorry, the West have no moralities. If no matter how you rotated it and disagree with it. The West have no morality. Now, what is the West? Is it the people that live in the west
Yeah.
of the continent of the globe? No. The West that we're talking about is what started from the Marxism, the Zionism, and all these ideologies that came to compete with each other. These are the ones that have no morality, not the people that are living in the West. People are the same no matter where you go. So that is a very important point to make. It's the same as we say the Islamists, they are unhumane. We're not talking about Muslims, we're talking about these political parties that become extreme groups that are like the Muslim Brotherhood and etc. These are the unhumane ideologies. So the same here. There is no difference. Each and every ideology.
Gabriel, I would say ISIS and Al Qaeda, created by the West, by the way, are the inhumane ideologies.
Yes, of course,
because
with
they're the people who've done
the
the
help of the Muslims, with the help of Saudi and Qatar and Egypt.
They were actually funded by the West, and then propped up by these GCC countries.
The fatwa. Okay, let's talk about that.
No, I don't want to talk about it because I want to stay on. I've got news to give, Gabriel. So if I can ask you just to wrap up your point, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you for having me. It was a pleasure talking, and I think my point was clear.
It was. Thank you, Gabriel. I appreciate you, and I agree with you in what you've said, that the people are the same everywhere. I do agree with that. Because the good people of America, the youth in America, the first people that stood up against the genocide, those student encampments at universities started a global movement, and literally they were warriors. Those people in America, they were warriors. So yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you, Joe. Back to you.
I just want to say to Gabrielle, I think like everyone here in this space are in agreement with you that we are not here preaching morality or Western morality. We are actually complaining about it every day, about the hypocrisy that's going on. And that might is right, it seems like, in this world. And we're totally in agreement. There's some nuances here that we're discussing, and it could be, you might find it very big nuances, and I'd certainly understand, and I agree with a lot of what Beatrix said. I have some own views based on experience, but I could be swayed. But I'd like to think, like myself, like Andrew, I think there are some things in the military that sometimes it's just out of your control to some degree, and that's where I think in that position, that's where I have that position. But yeah, I totally sympathize. Believe me, I've got lots of friends and family who are like you and Beatrix, so much respect and love.
Yeah, I agree. Thanks, Brother Resistance. Joe, back to you.
You go ahead.
Let's have a look. I don't know who came up next, but let me just go to some of the news. Oh, guys, listen. Really quickly. Oh, no, just 1 second, Joe. Sorry. Suleiman released a couple of videos, right? And they're on his wall. Let's have a look. Oh, where's his profile? There's his profile. I want everybody to go down to his Twitter profile. Not the Boom Boom Tel Aviv one he's just done, but he's done one with Professor Morandi. I can't actually put it in the nest. I don't know if I send it to you, Joe, if you can put it in the nest for me, please.
Yeah, DM it to me.
Yeah, I'll DM them
Which
to
one?
you. They're shorts. They're just little shorts. This one and this one. Where have you gone? I hate this new thing. I can't even put these things in the nest. And this one. There's 3. I haven't mentioned these yet, but I just want to mention them really quickly. So, guys, there's 3 videos that are going up in the nest. One of them's Israel losing the war, global economy collapse. It's Ryan Dawson, right? It's a brilliant little short. So please share that. Please retweet it. And if you're on YouTube, that link should be out there. In fact, I don't know if Sadat's on YouTube. He may not be, but I will send these to Sadat if he is. And if Sadat can please take the link for these and put them on, or I'll actually copy the link and put them on YouTube in a second so you guys have got them. And the second one is Iran protests Mossad infiltration. How Mossad had infiltrated the Iranian protests. Remember the ones from 3 weeks ago and the massacre that they caused? Literally just went round, just slicing up people. It was horrific. And the third one is America and Israel target civilians, Iran targets military assets. And that's Professor Morandi's one. It's a short from his interview with Suleiman, where he talked about generally how they don't care, but that school, they knew it was like the people in the military, it was their daughters that were going to that school. So they targeted to teach the officers a lesson to not be part of it. So please, they're all in the nest now. Above where you see Suleiman and Joa and myself, if you can actually share those, retweet them, and click on the YouTube link. Just go to the YouTube link. If you click on that link, it'll take you to a YouTube page, and give it a thumbs up. Watch it. The shorts are really short, so they're like really on point, but probably only 30 or 40 seconds. So, and give it a comment. That's how you can really help and support. You know, we run these spaces for 15, 16, 17, 18, 20 hours. We've done 24 hours straight for 21 days. And now we're doing, yesterday's one was 17 hours. Literally, Suleiman only closed it to go and sleep for a little bit, and also then set up interviews and everything else. And we don't ask for a lot, but just if you could do that, it'd be really helpful. There's 3 videos that Joe has put in the nest above where you can see him and Suleiman on your screen. Go to those 3 YouTube videos, each of them, click on the YouTube link, and then go and watch the 2 shorts, give it a comment and a thumbs up. And the same for the people on YouTube. I'll post it on YouTube shortly. Thank you very much. And we'll bring some more speakers up as well. If you're requesting, guys, if you'd like to speak, do request and we'll bring you up. There's panic across Israel. Multiple missiles streaking across the sky. Suleiman's posted a lot of this footage. Have a look at it. Panic across Israel. Absolute mayhem. Bish bash bosh. Who was next, Joa? Is it Kissiman, did you say?
Hello, guys.
Yeah, he was the next one up.
Yeah, go ahead, Kissiman.
Hello, guys. Hello.
Hi, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, guys. Okay, thank you so much, for having me, and thank you also, for all the work you're doing here. Try to gather the information, regarding this conflict. It's something really bad happening, and I just have a question for you guys because so from everything that you were hearing since the beginning of this conflict, even before. So I think we have two persons here. I mean, two principles. I mean, we have Donald Trump, right, and Benjamin Netanyahu, Bibi. So Donald Trump doing this war because of Epstein files, his implication is Epstein, scandals, and so that's the reason why it's being manipulated and dragging into this conflict. And on the other hand, we have Bibi. Bibi also who is in Israel, or also there's a pending trial on his head. So to maintain his position and to avoid going to jail because of, I don't know, you know about the story, the corruption that he had, in his government. So doing everything to stay in power, so to avoid the trial. So so my question is here: is that the reason that we are experiencing this conflict? Because so far, what I can say that we people, I'm saying people around the world, because if tomorrow Trump, execute his threat that bombing, Iran infrastructure, and then will he have the retaliation from Iran, bombing all this, neighborhood infrastructure, okay? So that's gonna affect everyone, right? US, Europe, Africa, everyone. So this is my question: so we're in this conflict because of these two guys, acting like kids, right? That nobody in this world can handle these two guys. So this is my question. So what do you think about it? Yeah.
Question. What your question? What is, just put your question. Give me your question. What is it? Because you said a lot of things, but I didn't catch your exact question.
So the exact question is this: how is it possible that we people are trapped by two guys acting like a baby, like a kid? Okay.
Okay.
I mean,
Okay.
Bibi and Donald Trump.
Got you. Kissy man, we got you. How is it that the
Yeah.
world is ruled by Netanyahu and Trump acting like babies? Okay. Did we lose Joa? I was going to actually ask him to respond to that because I don't think it is by two guys. But Resistance, do you want to take that?
Sorry, I was away. What was the comment?
He's asking how is it that he believes that the world is trapped by two guys acting like babies, i.e. Netanyahu and Trump. I said, I don't believe it is just two guys, but that's his question. How is the world trapped by two guys?
Yeah, two guys with a lot of connections that are supported by a network of Zionist lobbies and financial interests that probably add up to like $1 trillion, $2 trillion, and lots of connected interests like the military-industrial complex, the Jewish Zionist lobby, the Christian Zionist lobbies. They all are supporting. They prop up these two guys. So it's not just these two guys. It's these two guys and their entire networks that feed in, as well as the U.S. government as well. And obviously, we know almost the entire Israeli nation there. In the Israeli entity, rather. That's why we're there. And because might is right, and because the US is the global superpower with the biggest military and the biggest navy and the most powerful navy, and they're literally lobbied by the military-industrial complex, then this is why we're in yet another war. And these are just the two of the faces of this war. That's it. That's in my opinion.
Thanks, Resistance. Let's go to After Action Review. Then we come to you, Brother Snoopy. Go ahead, After Action Review.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
We can, loud and clear.
Hey, thanks for what you're doing. Maybe Andrew can help me out with this, but as far as Black Swan, I do agree with Joa. I see where he's coming from, and I don't think, if I can ask, Black Swan, have you ever been in service? And how old are you?
I am 42. I've never been in service.
Never been in service. We're both 42. Okay.
Yes.
So the whole idea of going to basic training is to basically break down your personal identity. They will strip you of any kind of identity so that you can conform to a group of people and so that you're a one unit. So that right there is just like, I wouldn't say it's brainwashing. My military experience, I found camaraderie, I found family, I found structure, I found extremely good mentors. This was all before 9/11. Now, as far as that individual, when you put blame on, and this is where Andrew might come in because he's worked on ships, and I'm guessing the Tomahawk came from a ship. Andrew, is it one person? Do they have to be a certain rank? Or do they have to have two people involved? Do they surveil it prior?
The target, yeah, the target package. They already have the target package. We operate with it from an order of battle. We already know the battle plan. We know our position, longitude, latitude. We know, in this case, let's say it's a submarine, and which we did launch. We have launched. We do launch Tomahawks from our submarines, and then surface ships launch them, aircraft launch them. So you got an op. I'll just give you just a real brief synopsis of one of the patrols I did, and that I can talk about. Is you have an op order, you know where you're supposed to be, longitude, latitude, depth, everything, parameters laid out. Then you get, if it's a fast attack will do this, not an SSBM, God forbid, an SSBN or the big anti-continental ballistic missiles. You have an order to do this, to that, to that. Okay. Now, if the order comes in to launch, and you already know exactly the target packages, the commanding officer of that ship does not drop those target packages. Certainly the officer of the deck, and this most likely the commanding officer will have the deck and the con. He'll have total control of the fire control, and it'll usually be at battle stations. And when you're at battle stations, for example, my position was a plot coordinator and a backup surface coordinator, surface observation coordinator. It goes like this. It's step 1, step 2, step 3. You're just following directives, but they are not drawing those. Let's go hit a school here. No, they already have the packages. Now the package, I'm using the word package. The plan, the attack plan has already been laid out, strategized. That comes down from an op immediate message that submarine will get to any changes. So yeah, absolutely not. And the guy that pushes the button, man or woman that pushes the actual launch, are you kidding me? Come on. But you're right. No, they don't see what that's going to hit. They just know it's going to be a target, and it's designated by a letter, code, and number.
Do you have to be a higher ranking individual? Say like it won't be like a what do you call them, a seaman on the Navy?
Yeah, but on a submarine, you won't have a seaman at that position. They'll at least be an E5, and oftentimes even an E5 minimum. Rarely to even have an E4 there, and fire control.
Right. So, and you can have E5s that are 25, 26.
Right.
I see that in the Air Force. They're very young. Our brain does not fully develop until we get older. And I think with males, it's actually longer, like 28. So when they get that order, they don't necessarily, they just know it's a target. This is their job. If they don't do it, they'll get a dishonorably discharged. They'll be ashamed. They'll get sent home. They'll have trouble finding a job. There are other things that they have to take in consideration. Had they known, more than likely, if somebody told me, hey, you're going to bomb a school, there's no way I would do it. No way. And to think that this individual who was ever put in that place is not going to go home and completely be shattered once he found out after the fact. If he had any human conscience, I would not be able to carry that weight. So I would give him a little bit of leeway, thinking that he was just told it was a threat. This is what you were trained to do. We've been over this for years. I need you to execute. After he finds out what happens, he's going to go home. He's probably going to end up with PTSD. He'll have a hard time finding a job. He'll have to go through mental health issues. Probably maybe suicide. That is a high count to carry. And the individuals that are involved are the same people that are high-level government, that have no interest in the cannon fodder that they're going to send in, the Marines. They don't care. They just want these individuals to carry out these actions. They're not going to be held accountable. And that poor guy, whoever it is going to have to carry that for the rest of his life. He could have been under the impression that that was just like a fuel or infrastructure. I don't think that anybody that I know in the military, had they known that information, would have been okay with that. And that's all
But
I got to say.
what's worse is there's multiple strikes that day, so every person who hit a button thinks it could have been maybe that was me, right? I mean, we have such a high suicide rate of vets, um, and this is what happens is they come back and they hear things that happen on the day they hit a button, let's say, and they don't even know if it was them or not, but they live with that on their conscience, and that's why we have one of the highest rates of suicide from our vets in the world.
After action, I have a question for you. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Just
Do you have any kids? Do you have
before
any
you go,
kids?
just before you go, 1 second. And I don't know if After would want to answer that, but I'll let her decide. But I want to welcome Casey and I want to welcome Brother Omar. Long time no see to both of you. I'm glad to have you back. I've got a question for Andrew or After Action, if you guys know about military. Now, it could be possible, and this is what Joel was saying, that the guy who went out and hit the school was told it's a military site, and therefore he hit it, knowing it's a military site. What I'm saying is, up above the chain somewhere, somebody knew that was a school. I'm not saying he knew it was a school, but what makes me cast doubt on the person in the helicopter or whatever, the jet who hit the site, bombed the site, was the fact that they did a double tap. So what I want to ask is, are instructions given to that detail as if to say it's a military site, we want you to do a double tap? Do they go in that much detail, or is that left to the individual to do?
No, that's given a double tapper strikes. For example, I'll just do a torpedo exercise when that Iranian ship was put down. They know exactly what they're going to use. They're going to use either a full nest, which is four shots coming at them, or they're going to do a two shot nest or a single shot. They know exactly what they're going to do. The detail is excruciating. So that double tap was already given in the package.
Now,
Thanks,
Andrew,
Andrew.
is that confirmed though that wasn't Israel coming behind them and double
Yeah.
tapping?
Oh yeah. Well, thank you. Yeah. Okay. They will know if they have to hit twice. They'll get the confirmation. But who did that? Was that ordered we don't know. I don't think we'll ever know. And maybe through FOIA, and even then FOIA that's Freedom of Information Act. I even tried to get a FOIA file on one of my submarine patrols. That there was really some things happened, and I wanted to get the information on it. And this was like 15 years later. I couldn't get it. And I'm like, you got to be kidding me. I wrote that. One of my jobs was making post deployment analysis in my area. I had to write a 20-page summary of what happened on this day and that day and that day. And I couldn't even get access to it. So we'll never know, I don't think.
But in this case, Hegseth was asked numerous times in his presser, right? And they either just shrugged their shoulders. Never once did any of the American leadership give thought or mention the 160 girls. Never once did they say it was a tragedy. We're really sorry it happened. We're going to investigate. They shrugged their shoulders and said, yeah, well, we're investigating. We'll find out. It's like those deaths didn't matter. It was like they didn't even say that, you know what, it shouldn't have happened. It was an error. We're going to investigate. There was zero remorse, which is why I believe the Americans knew. Because otherwise they would have said it was an error and we are going to investigate and it's a sad tragedy, just anything human, but they didn't give any of that.
God bless you, Beatrix. So you can imagine if 168 American kids, including my kids here in the US, were killed, how much pain and outrage is going to cause throughout the country. But like Beatrix had mentioned, they shrug up the shoulder. They really don't want to talk about it, and they lack accountability. They didn't take responsibility, and now we are sitting and asking. And we spend so much time talking about how the military operate and how these kids are going to be traumatized. They signed for it. I was going to sign when I was 27. I decided not to, and I knew exactly what I was going to put myself. Every profession in this country or in the world, they are somehow brainwashed to act in certain ways. If you talk to surgeons, there's a way they are trained to act. just like military. So it's not only military that behave in certain ways. If you belong to any group, you're more likely to act in the same fashion to the members of that particular group. So let's not just take military. Of course, they go through rigorous training and they undergo a lot of obviously not just brainwash, but programming and everything that make them to act in certain ways. But trust me, even if they knew, they'll follow the order. Maybe
Okay,
it's gonna
that's
kill
one.
them towards the end,
Mm,
but it's
Yeah,
they're gonna follow the order. Most
I
yeah,
likely.
I
I
agree.
disagree with that,
But
but
let me say something. This is why I said. This is why I said.
Hello?
I can't
Hello?
hear him. Is it just me?
Hello?
No, I can't hear him
Yeah,
either.
no.
He dropped.
Go ahead, jump in after action, and then we'll go to Brother Snoopy. We can't hear
so I know
resistance.
Black Swan was trying to bring up the fact. Look, I don't think this is ever really from my time. I don't know, Andrew. Like I totally left my whole military ID when I came back and had to rebuild myself back up because I mean, the whole 9/11 thing was just a lie to begin with. And I felt guilty. Like I can't believe I was so stupid and easily influenced, that I was doing something good for my country, when all actuality, the only people that benefited was Halliburton, the government, Bush. So when I say when we're young, if we can look back when you're like 19 to 25, I'm surprised I even made it through. I've done some really stupid stuff in the military that I'm surprised to be alive. Now that I'm 45 and then I've done more research, I take full responsibility for participating. I feel guilty. I met some of the greatest people. And by the way, I was so dumb that when I went over there in Iraq, I thought they were all Muslim because of what was on the news. I had no idea that the guys that I was working with, who I bonded more with, didn't speak their language. But because I had to intentionally listen and connect, I bonded more with the Iraqis there, the local nationals. I had about 30 that were working with me, up to 13 in age and above, around ammunition. I really had my heart broken when I had to leave them behind. And I came back with the same mentality. These guys can't even afford socks. They're not a threat to me. So, and I would have never known that in my young years, where I didn't know where I was gonna go in life. I knew I was headed in the wrong direction. I had to go get a GED. I dropped out of high school. My option was the military. And I think a lot of people, even the guy that's in Jerusalem, sorry, right now in a bunker, who worked with me, kind of had the same path. He was hanging out with the wrong people. And he's now hoping there's a ceasefire because he's stuck there. I told him not to go, but his response was, well, what else do I do? They don't have much options. They're not trust fund babies. So, and I know Black Swan, you're asking me if I have kids, right? I don't need to have kids to know how devastating. I have a niece and nephew. I would have loved kids. I don't that and that's after the fact. You could ask me that before that happened. If something happened to a child, I would be devastated. Like all those pedos out there, I would punch them in the face in a heartbeat. Like I would protect kids over anything. They're the most innocent, malleable little things out there that need to be protected. So when you ask me, do I have kids after it was hit by a school? I can't even imagine the devastation that those people are going through. Honestly, if that was my kid, I would be picking up a gun and going straight to the border and getting my revenge. I would be so united with the other people that lost that family. I would be so motivated. So I totally get it. Thank you for letting me
Thank you.
speak. Sorry about
Thank
that.
you very much. After action. So I don't mean to, by any means, to disrespect you or anything. So the only reason why I mentioned about do you have kids, I have 3 kids, and the only thing that keep coming to my mind if my three kids maybe went to school, I have 9-year-old, 8-year-old, and I have 6 month. So just maybe I got this news that they're all killed by a military aggression, maybe mistake or intention. I don't think it really matters. And I think we spend so much time. We are talking about devastation and maybe the pain and the discomfort and whatever the military young officers that are going to feel. But I think we've spent quite some time really caring about their emotions, but not focusing on how much pain and really damage is going to how much damage is going to cost the families if they are to. I don't think I consider myself very strong emotionally, physically, mentally, but I think I'm going to break down. I don't think I can pick my life together if all my three kids are killed in this manner. And I wouldn't give a damn about American military or whatever military or even whatever country's military. I think I will only care about the pain they caused and how I could get revenge. And I think the next thing is I'm probably going to join the military and just fight. And I'm fighting not just to protect the country, but just so that I could find somebody that I can kill to feel better from that opposition or from that or whatever country that attacks our country and kill my kids. I think that was the only thing that would come to my mind. I don't really care. I wouldn't care because there's so much pain and anger that is going to cause. I don't think I would have maybe the emotional, maybe the clarity, the mental clarity to be able to act. So thank you very much for your honesty. I think you add a lot of insight into this conversation and I think people are naive and I think we don't learn lessons. It's like teenagers and they make a lot of mistakes, stupid mistakes. When they reach 40, then they realize they make stupid mistakes. And I think we all made those mistakes. So thank you very much, After Action, for your honesty.
Yeah, and I just like to say that
Black Swan.
there is that whole thing with like the Iraq War. When we went in there in Afghanistan, we created more what they would call terrorists. But when you have nothing to live for, and I've seen it in the eyes of these guys that came to they hated me. They would have killed me in a heartbeat. Some of them, and I did not blame them one bit. When you lose everything, you have nothing to live for. You create some of the most motivated people out there. So I'm right there with you. If anybody, like even with my animals, if they mess with my animals, I go into an instinctive mode that I need to protect or, you know, fix it, I guess you can say. But they describe it as like terrorism. I don't necessarily consider that. I see how it happens.
Yeah, I'm just real quick. I lost my son to that war. Okay, Second Ranger, 75th Regiment, a great captain. I lost him, and I buried his sergeant. Okay, and I'm not going to go into the depths of that, but no, I had skin in the game, and you should have heard his commentary before I lost him. You should have heard him talk. I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Andrew. And she's dropped. Thank you, After Action Review. Appreciate you and your honesty. Let me go to Brother Snoopy, who's been waiting quite a while. Then we go to Casey. Then we come to you, Silver Sailor, for the highlight of the day. Go ahead, Brother Snoopy. Sorry to keep you waiting.
Good evening to all. I want to start to say Bish Bash Bosh, Boom Boom Tel Aviv, and the Alpha Lion is always right. I don't
Oh.
care what others says, but Alpha Lion is always right. In regarding to this lovely missiles you talk about, and I like Andrew's honesty because he's a really honest guy. The time has changed from the year 1995 to 2026. Every one of these missiles, and this is why I disagree with the chap which was here. I forgot resistance. The missiles they use, every single one of them has got a nice camera on it that knows what is it, where it's going, how is it maneuvered, what is it gonna hit. Beside that, the sailor, the army cadet that's sitting, he's sitting in front of a lovely desk with most advanced technology in front of him, and those satellites know every ant that is moving per millimeter in Iran because they have mapped it from north to east, south to west. They have mapped it all, so they know exactly what that place was. And when you hit it and the camera show you that was a school and you hit it again, wow, that's on purpose. And half an hour later, that nobody talks about. They hit a school gymnasium that killed 30 17-year-olds. That was double tap too. Next morning, they hit the Gandhi hospital, which is a free hospital for the people which really cannot afford medicine, the poor, the very needy. That was hit, and that was double tapped. So yes, the guys who are doing this, what the Black Swan said, they are the same guy that's sitting in Tel Aviv behind the sniper and take off the head of a child without care. And you worry about the 268 kids, the Iranian are mourning for it. I want you for 1 millisecond, think about the 40,000 children that was perished by the special people in Gaza in a concentration camp, which they did not have food and they did not receive love because the parents were already dead. Just think about that. This is why the Iranians, we fight for the justice for the people of Palestine. And regarding what Joa said about currency, as I live between London and Guangzhou, and I've got a business in Foshan, and during the 2020 and 2024, when COVID hit, my business was at the highest peak of manufacturing and profit. But the reason for that was what the Chinese did. They shortened their own currency and the dollar was booming. The dollar dropped from 7 RMB, $1 to $7 RMB to 1 to 6. So the dollar became so much stronger. 6 to 7. The dollar became so much stronger. So the people, most of the trades that we do, even in Europe, they want to hedge it in dollars so they can get dollar interest. That's how we I was so busy. And after that, suddenly when the COVID faded away, I realized that there's a lot of companies in United States and Europe that I supplied have one by one gone under. I mean, I'm talking about serious companies that have gone under now. They are no longer in business, and business is tightening up in Europe and the United States. Actually, I don't have any more U.S. customers, and the Chinese customers now 90% of my manufacturing is for the Chinese, and 10% or 12% for the Europeans. That's how the game has changed. And the guy who was saying China is not growing, is slowing down, is this and that. I don't know what pipe he smoked, but it's got the wrong tobacco in it. I really mean it. And now again, what the Chinese will do, the reason the dollar is still here, the Chinese are shortening their own currency to keep the dollar high. So that guy sitting in Zimbabwe, that guy sitting in Peru, that still trades in dollar, keep on buying the Chinese stuff. This is the main reason the dollar still at its level. And it comes to the oil, the lovely oil we talk about, that the American things. You guys think the problem is there now, and most people just think of today and tomorrow, maybe next week. I want you to think about a year time. If for at one point the oil has hit $250 a barrel, $250 a barrel, and just imagine those average man, that average worker, how is he going to pay his mortgage if the food prices are tripled? Poor people of America that's run by the Zionists that sucks the blood of American daily. This is the truth. Thank you for letting me speak, Lioness.
Well, Beatrice, can I just make a comment on what Snoopy said? Real quick.
Yeah, sure. I'm going to thank Snoopy for his insight. And Andrew, just before you speak, there was a comment as well on YouTube, and let me just give that to you, and then I'll give the mic straight to you, and then we go to that girl, Casey. So quite a few people are commenting, because when I mentioned the double tap, oh God, where's it gone? Let me say, What they're saying is that the Tomahawk was loitering before the second strike, and they watched the kids run out of the school before they hit it again. And I've just remembered that was the case. They actually knew it was a kids' school before the second tap. Imang 4804 kept repeating that. So yeah, that's fine. But you can respond to Brother Snoopy. Go ahead. Thank you.
Yes, Snoopy, I respect you, sir, to the highest levels. You are a lion, sir. Beatrice is the lioness, and you are the lion. Well, no, Sully, Sully. But no, you are absolutely correct. There is someone that has guidance over those tomahawks when they're flying, but it's not the commanding officer of the submarine. It's not. It's not the person, the E5 that pushes the button, if you will. Those are done by the tactical weapon control systems, done at much higher levels. That's all the way up. That's pretty consistently high. Now, you can go up depending on what the mission is. Depending on the mission, it could go all the way up to the JCS, even fleet level. But the crew does not independently guide or decide retargeting. Sir, and I understand. But to answer your question, I mean, to make your point, Snoopy, absolutely. There was someone with knowledge there, and there's no way to escape that. And this must be. The truth is going to come out, but it must be investigated. They're not going to sweep this under the rug like Hexeth did. It angers me beyond words to watch the insanity of what our country has turned into.
You see what the people, the special people, as I call them, they think this is Beirut or this is South Lebanon by taking of the leader. They don't understand Iranian government sets up is a mosaic. One drop swells up. There is many more, fourth in line, fifth in line to take place of one. There are so many in queue until the last 3-year-old. There are so many people in waiting in orders. What Khamenei did that the others didn't do. He educated and educated and educated his people to become so advanced in mathematics, science, algebra, astronomy, and every sub engineering, chemistry, whatever you think about. This man did, and he sent these people not to study in Harvard, but to study in the university in China or Russia, and to learn from the guys that one day he's gonna rely on. And if you go and back to Khamenei's last visit ever abroad was in Beijing. And since then he fell in love with China as he read Mao. And he read the book of Mao 3 or 4 times, and he understand what is the new China is about. And there was a guy kept going yesterday. He wouldn't allow anybody else that yes, we're gonna send troops down. The troops gonna go down. I don't know. Is it gonna be Star Trek that you're gonna beam them down, or how they gonna get there? Whatever naval or a vessel they're gonna use, those speedboats, those lollipops that the Iranians use will shoot it out of the sky, and those 5,000, 2,500 poor souls gonna go back in body bags. So what is the end game of America is to use nukes. But there is the other side of the coin here. By doing that, I'm gonna go back to Iraq and Syria. Iraq and Syria. They're going to create refugee. In Syria, they had 65% refugee. In Iraq, they had 50%. Now, I'm going to be conservative here and not use out of the 95 million, 50 million. I'm going to say 30 million. Good luck to those guys in Europe, Middle East, Russia, Afghanistan, Pakistan that going to receive 30 million Iranians running away. I didn't say 45 million, I said 30. Forget that, 20 million. Just imagine coping with 20 million Iranian arriving at your shores. Good luck to that. All those hardliners that want to get rid of the so-called refugees. That's one that the Americans, I'm sure, talking to everybody, especially the European. That's why the European doesn't want this, because they know they're gonna take this refugee. They don't want to be part of this 20 million refugee coming on their shores. They are not gonna go to America. They're gonna end up in Europe or Middle East. Next thing is the Iranians gonna blow up every sanitation plant and oil facilities. Not all of them, just damage them. But sanitation plants for sure. If Kuwait relies on 100% of the drinking water, or let's say forget about 100%, 80% of drinking water from desalination of the sea, and those plants are gone, what do you think the Iraq is going to do? This is the time to remap the whole of Middle East. And Bahrain, that 80% of the population are Shiite and ruled by brutal Sunnis, the brutal regime that is in there, that run by Saudi Arabia. What do you think is going to happen to Bahrain? Uprising, back to the 1917 borders, return back to the Iranian base. So the Iranians here got a footstep to the other side of the Gulf. The geopolitics of this is mind-boggling, that how America is making mistake after mistake, foul by foul, breaking the Geneva Convention by day, and the I'm saying it again, the poor people of America is going to pay for it. And you think the revolution is coming to the Middle East? No, sir. The revolution is coming to America. If not today, next week. If not next week, next year. You wait and see.
Thank you, Brother Snoopy. Hopefully it'll come to the UK as well, and we can all get our countries away from occupation. I want to give some breaking news really quickly before I go up to Casey. But really quickly, guys, there's a new short out. It's in the nest. And it's Rathbone, who Suleiman did an interview with, but this is just a short. It's literally, 30 or 40 seconds. And it's a clip of Rathbone talking about Iran is winning the war and why he believes Iran is winning the war. And he breaks it down in that short clip. So if you go up to the nest, which is above where you can see Suleiman, Jonah, and myself, if you just go above to the nest there's a tweet there. Please retweet that. Quote tweet it. I will read out all the quote tweets. There's over 2,200 people on this space. Please quote tweet that. And then once you've done that, put a comment underneath it. Once you've watched it, it's only 30 seconds. Click on that YouTube link for me. And when you click on that YouTube link, go and watch it, please. Put a comment there. Open it in a separate tab if you need to. And give it a thumbs up. And if you haven't pressed the bell icon on Suleiman's YouTube channel, please press the bell icon, because that way you can subscribe to him and it's free. And guys on YouTube, I'm seeing some of you already over here. Fantastic. The mods on YouTube are fabulous. They're on it. They're on it. They've already posted the link. Suleiman's posted it out as well. So guys, please, everybody on YouTube, click on that link. Come on over. Say hello. I see Going South. I see all of you guys. Deborah, come on over. Dynamic. Click on that link, please. Marigold, thank you. I know you're giving people the news that Netanyahu's still alive, but if you can take 30 seconds out of that to go and click on that link, Sadat is posting it continuously in the chat. Just click on that link. You'll see it above. Suleiman's posted it as well. And come on over and watch the short, say hello and give it a like and put a comment in. I'm not seeing as many comments. I'm seeing... Andrew's there. He says 2 thumbs up. Thank you. Sadat says Iran is definitely winning the war. Quite a few comments are building up now, guys. Give me some more comments. It's a very short clip. Appreciate all the support you're giving. Thank you. Now, let me just give some real news really quickly. It's very short news, but I think it's important just to keep abreast. So Trump was asked, he's in the White House doing some sort of gay press conference, and he's asked about NATO allies in Iran, and he said, I think NATO's making a very foolish mistake. We don't need them, but they should have been there. Ro Khanna has said, Democratic Representative Ro Khanna has said, random bombing of Iranian power stations would violate fundamental principles of the laws of war. See that? Power stations would violate fundamental principles of the laws of war for him, but bombing schools full of children didn't really violate anything for him. Interesting. Trump, in the Oval Office, has said, I do believe I'll be having the honor of taking Cuba. That's a big honor, taking Cuba in some form. I think I can do anything I want with it, if you want to know the truth. Like, how is America not in a revolution right now? I have to ask you. This is the guy that's ruling over America. He's just talking over going in and taking a sovereign country. Like, this is like gang warfare, mafia rule. We're all being ruled by this Zionist and this dumb Trump mafia. He's going to go into Cuba. He can do anything he wants with it. That's what he's saying. The price of gold has fallen to $4,340, the lowest price this year. Explosions have been reported in Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Erbil, and Baghdad in the past hour. Russian defense minister said this: yes, what we are saying is true. Iran possesses an offensive missile system that the United States does not have. They are highly advanced missiles that have not yet been used. Iran has a stockpile of missiles capable of destroying the entire Middle East, not just Israel. Freaking hell. We call on the United States and Israel to immediately stop the war and declare the military operation against Iran a failure. Otherwise, the losses and damages will be a surprise. That is all. My God, Russia's laying it on proper, nice and thick, literally. Okay, let's have a look. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Beatrice,
Just let me
before
yeah.
before I leave you, Solomon was asking who shall be invited to the panel to speak, and I wrote to Andrew as well. There is a incredible Chinese man called Victor Gao, and he appears on shows like this. If you can get Victor, I mean, he is the real daddy of geopolitics and macroeconomic. And I would like to see George Galloway with Solomon. I think these two will get on with you, will get on House on Fire. I'm sure you can get these two on board. And I really, as much as I like your show, I like their shows as well.
If you just DM Brother Snoopy for any recommendations, if you just DM Suleiman, and that'd be great. Appreciate you. Thank you. Let me just wrap up with the news. Ehud Barak, right? Ehud Barak, who's the ex-Israeli prime minister, he has said this. He said, this is crazy. He says, don't lie to us too much. We cannot open the Strait of Hormuz nor destroy Iran's nuclear and missile capabilities. Like, what the hell is going on? Literally. And NATO is calling out Israel as a liar. Mark Rutte is, but obviously he doesn't have a spine, so he's not doing it directly. He says the NATO alliance cannot confirm Israel's claims that missiles targeting Diego Garcia were Iranian intercontinental ballistic missiles. So let's get that right. Some missiles targeted Diego Garcia. Iran said they're not ours. So Israel's now jumped in and they're saying to NATO, no, they are Iran's. Take our word for it, Gov. Take our word for it. And NATO knows they're not stupid. So they're like, yeah, no, we can't confirm what you're saying. And I did find that post that guy came up and was talking nonsense about Netanyahu's pardon. It was in Hebrew. That's why I couldn't find it at the time. But I'll read it out tomorrow maybe or later on. A spokesman for the Israeli army has told Israeli citizens that they should prepare for weeks more of fighting against Iran and Hezbollah. The timeline came during an update on how the military failed to intercept 2 Iranian missiles on Saturday. Weeks more of fighting. They're so spineless, they ain't going to last weeks with that, I'm telling you now. They're going to have absolute meltdowns. There's going to be Karen syndrome all over Israel. Karen syndrome, guys. Karen syndrome. I'm talking men and women alike. It's going to be pure Karen mode all over Israel. They're going to have meltdowns. They can't survive weeks. They can't even survive hours, let alone days. Forget about weeks. What else is there? Oh, and I think it was an Indian national has been killed in one of the attacks. I did see it somewhere. I think it was in the UAE. This one says he suffered minor injuries, but I saw one earlier saying he'd been killed. So I don't know if there were 2. But in the UAE, they said that. Okay, that's it. Jump in, Casey, love. And then after Casey, we'll go to... Oh, where's he gone? Has he dropped? Oh, he dropped. Anyway, Casey, jump in.
Okay, I guess he must have dropped. Hey, Beatrix, thank you so much. Guys, please, real quick, go to that short, hit that like button, Put in the comments. Let's get that ball moving, because when we do that, when we give it that push, the algorithm will then pick it up and get the Suleiman's channel moving around the algorithm. And we know that they're trying to censor real news coming out. So we definitely want to do that to support the channel. Subscribe to Suleiman's channel. This is where you get the real truth. Hit the notification bell, retweet, and reshare the space. So much has been said, and I'm glad to see everybody. Hope everybody's having, well, anyway, I'm glad to see everybody. So so much has been said, but there was somebody who made a comment about killing people, like killing the leadership thing that I see people on this app, these fake influencers, whatever they call themselves, these MAGA shills, robots, whatever. And they're so excited about it, like, oh, we're going to kill this one. We're going to kill this leader. Oh, we'll kill you too. And it's like, well, first of all, you people sound disgusting, right? Like, when did we promote war crimes? This is crazy. But not even just that, it makes you look weak. They don't fear death. I just keep coming back and saying this, like, Iran, you could tell, like, these people who are in control, who are the people in the army, the generals, the people, the leadership, they are a focus group of people. And the more and more you think you're going to inflict some sort of pain by doing something like that to them, they just become more focused. Okay. They knew this day would come. Okay. So it makes us look very weak. Our president lies to us all the time. Now there's some 48-hour, deadline that I'm praying about, to be honest, because I just don't want it to escalate this way. And I'm praying for the resistance. I am. We are being ran over here by a bunch of people who don't know what they're doing. And that's not me trying to get the cool take. It's true. 1 minute Trump is saying we've won, we've decimated everything. We've taken over their Air Force. And then the next minute, we're going to bomb everything if they don't close the strait. Which one is it? It's very embarrassing. I think that this is the most embarrassed I've been of this country as far as like our so-called leadership, our establishment. This might be the most embarrassing one, because it's obvious we're declining. It is just obvious. It is. This is a suicide mission, and I won't stop saying that. So, there was just a lot of other things. And then I think Suleiman put it out too, the Ted Cruz clip where he's saying that he pushed Trump to attack Iran. He said, we're never going to have a chance like this. We need to do it. These people are delusional, and these are the people in charge. He should be impeached. He should not be in charge of anything. There has to be a cleanup of our government when all is said is done. I don't even know what's going to be left of America, to be honest, as far as our infrastructure, our, quote, establishment, because nobody is answering to the American people, and we're being dragged in. We're in this war, and it's senseless. And then to talk real quick about the schoolgirls. Yeah, Ro Khanna didn't say anything about the school. Nobody said anything about the kids. Nobody did. Not even. I'm gonna keep it real. Not even Ilhan Omar. Did she say anything? Rashida Tlaib. Did they say anything? Like, why is that not the biggest thing coming out of our Congress, the people who hate Trump and all of that? There's your ammunition right there. That was a double tap on a school. There's nothing moral about this. There's no winning. This isn't how you win. It's not. But anyway, like I said, I pray for the resistance to remove this Zionist stranglehold from the world, because we are being held hostage. And that's not an excuse, by the way, for Trump. I'm over it. I'm not giving him that excuse anymore. You were put in the office to say, no, enough. I am going to stand up to you. That's it. But you didn't. So you suck too, and you need to go. That's just me venting for Sunday, just getting ready to see what happens tomorrow, guys. Thank you for all the news that you guys, all the updates, everything. This is where I come to get all the updates.
Thanks, Beatrice. Max Resistance and has been sending me messages. He's trying to his hand is trying to raise it, and it keeps falling out. And then they have Ray. Cool.
Yeah, thanks, Andrew, for that. Matrix, you can just hang on a minute, and then we'll go to Ray. Hopefully Ray has something of value to say today, apart from his activism that he does on the streets. Ray, what do you have to say on the Iran war?
I appreciate all you guys for taking your time on this Sunday to, supplement the Zionist controlled media because you won't even find 1% of what's being said here, in the Zionist media. But, activism is important. And, I give you an example. Like, I was on the street actually, what's that? You'll see the sign. No, I'm being serious. This Rebel News guy was following me. This guy had his dick hard following me. I had a sign saying, pedophile Trump and Israel bombs
What are you
Iran.
talking about? Ray, how is that relevant to the Iran war? I'm not interested in who's following you around wherever you live. Let's talk about the Iran war. Go ahead, Ray.
No, 100%. I get it. What do you call it? As for the Iran war, I mean, Trump is just, you know what it is? It's really about building consent. It's just, he'll put something out there and he'll see, I guess they can see real time with the polls, how people feel about it. And it's just trying to move the Overton window with with the warmongering. The best is Dan Bongino. God is, that was the best. That video was amazing. This is how you're supposed to talk to these people. This is how people should be confronting these people in the streets and talking them down like that. Find out where Pete Hegseth lives. Go see him when he's grocery shopping. Don't be
I'm gonna have
violent
to
or
stop
anything.
you right there because we are on a live stream. I can't let you finish the sentence.
No,
I'm
no, I'm saying
sorry.
you
This is
got to
YouTube,
talk down
and
to
we
these
already
people in
had certain
public.
people. But just let me finish. There are certain people who are watching this, waiting for the slip
I'm
up.
not saying
Please,
anything. I'm not saying
just
anything
say
This is
bad.
something
why
But
I
about
don't
anyways,
them,
bring
Miss
Ray
Al.
up.
as for Max
This is why
Prime.
I don't get why we bring him up. Like, he does it on purpose. I don't know if he's slow or he just is the way he is or he gets sent, but like something like that could be taken. Wait, why is keep muting? Something like that can be keep taken out of context by someone. Someone might do something crazy and then we get blamed for it. So that's not happening. I don't want him up on the spaces ever again because he just does it every single time he comes up.
Oh my God, I even gave him a helping hand right at the beginning and said, what do you have to say about the Iran war? Hopefully Ray won't talk about his activism
When's he
on the
ever
streets.
talked
In
about
case
the
he was
topic?
giving. Yeah, true. Okay, let's go to Matrix. Go, Matrix. Your turn came a lot sooner than you expected, huh? Like that lasted all of 20 seconds. Go ahead, Matrix.
Yeah, hi, thanks, Suleiman, for having me up. Hi, Joa, Andrew, Casey. So should we go to
Hi,
the same
Matrix.
phase we expected in the region from like if you
Matrix, can
remember?
you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear
Or
you.
maybe
Yeah,
you just can't hear me. Okay, it's Beatrix. I just want to tell you. Okay, go ahead.
yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can now.
Yeah. When in the space of Suleiman, in during the 12-day war, like people from the GCC were saying that there should be no attack or their countries are not going to be attacked at the same time. But we have now seen, we said the Americans would use the military bases to do offensive military operation against Iran, and they said no, they will choose if America can do it or not, and they had independence and this and that. So I wanted to ask Andrew, and I DM'd him about it, that basically the US fired hundreds of Tomahawks within the first 3 days, right? And the nuclear submarines fired also probably 40 or 50 missiles, I think, already. And on a nuclear missile, as far as I'm getting, 120, 130 maybe Tomahawks can fit and be launched from different cells in total, I think, right?
Well, I'm not at liberty to go into our inventory quantities on each submarine, but yes, we carry several. Yeah, exactly.
And they cannot go to Bahrain to reroute and get extra logistics for submunitions and for offensive capabilities against Iran. Because why would they use Tomahawks? I still saw a new clip. It was very far from Iran, and they used 2 or 3 Tomahawks again.
Because because the U.S. has no air superiority. If we got in close, we would get hit.
Yes, and the standoff missiles the Israelis need to use, and even the Americans need to use, you don't have unlimited offensive capabilities from launching standoff missiles from various fighter jets, right? And you don't even have like full logistics on GBU deep penetrating bunker busters, and you cannot use 50 of them because you don't have 50 of them. You can use the entrances, and I got this part when the heat infrastructure gets hit. But Iran, before they launch a missile like that, they have a special camouflage that hides the heat signals. And when they get launched, they don't go a couple miles away. They will stay 50 meters from that tunnel city, and then they would go right back into the tunnel city because the CENTCOM has not confirmed and has not shown a video of more than 50 launches even getting it. They have shown only for 23. And many videos are the same videos, but in a different location and position.
Yeah, Matrix, I'm glad you're bringing this up. Suleiman, in the speakers he's brought on, the military experts that he's interviewed, I'm sure you've watched them. Please do like and subscribe to those videos. But absolutely, what you're saying, we've been saying, Suleiman has been saying over and over again, we're expending the ordnance, the far-reaching ordnance. We're very limited in the supply. We're running into crucial shortages. We can't resupply. So, and we cannot go close in with the dumb bombs. That's been said over and over and over again. Iran has the major advantage here in this war. Absolutely. Yes, sir.
Yes, it was the founder of asymmetric warfare in South Asia and the Middle East.
From day one, we've been saying we're fighting
Vietnam was
against
a
an
different war.
existential
Like
with
Vietnam was in
asymmetrical.
the jungle, right? So they had asymmetric capabilities from the jungles, but having that in the desert, in the sea, in the air, defensive force, paramilitary forces within security sites within Iran, tens of thousands bases and police stations in Iran. So you cannot target five, even if you target 1,000 of those. They don't target 1,000 of those, but they targeted headquarters, police stations, and BSCG bases. But it's not like a military base, so they have thousands of assets where they can mobilize. So, and there's been no sign of any uprising against Iran. Many people became against the aggression. Many people are talking about Trump's tweets or claims. So they know that they don't like Trump that much. And people want to say, oh, a lot of them like Pahlavi. That's actually not true. And he got exposed even by a Russian comedy person.
I wish, hey, Matrix, I wish that people could understand every time Trump makes those outrageous claims, it's so embarrassing to be an American where many Americans are believing that when the rest of the world that even opens that book is very knowledgeable or is laughing. It's
Yeah.
a joke.
But also the Pentagon. Before several years ago, I respected the Pentagon's claims, or not respected it, but the CENTCOMs. I trusted some of their capabilities. But now they're straight up lying, saying Iran has no navy, no air force, no bury any missiles. They say Trump said they destroyed most of Iran missiles. That's actually not true. We just saw with one place yellow smoke coming. Because for a missile city to get hit, you need to see a lot of red and yellow smoke, and then it gets huge flames, black smoke, when it's stopped burning. And every missile city, we've seen video footage of it in a map, and it's one of them is 8 miles long from different entrances. And you can bomb the entrances, but even those penetrating bombers, you have hundreds of them maximum that go 10 meters deep, but that's not enough to that's only for ground. It's good, but not for through concretely mountains, hardened even.
Yeah, exactly. America bombed and bombed and bombed and bombed with B-52 strikes at Cu Chi, north of Saigon, Vietnam. I've walked in those craters myself personally, these massive holes, and we knew we had bombed the Vietnamese into oblivion, and we just came in to clean up, and then we lost a regiment of Marines were gunned down from the Vietnamese that were in those tunnels, and that's ancient technology to what's in Iran. It's insane what we're watching.
Even some water floats that were made in Iran 2,000 years ago, they still work if it rains a lot.
What? I don't know what you're talking about there, brother.
So, like, you got right along standing concrete, but it's very old. It's like ancient. And if rain comes, it can go through. It's like a pipeline, but very ancient.
Oh, wow.
And if there's enough rain, then it goes always like that. And we have seen the Israelis, right? Within 24 hours, we saw Netanyahu came, we saw Ben Gavir. He looked very shocked. I don't know. I think the left in Israel is getting more attention in Israel, and more people are thinking about what the left is thinking about this endless war that it doesn't even bring down Hezbollah. Hezbollah has been targeting Hermes drones right now. Those drones cost tens of millions. And they targeted 2 vehicles. So they have gone in an offensive capability far from its borders and launching barrages of missiles that overwhelm even the Iron Dome if you launch it too many a day.
But Suleiman says, where's the Iron Dome? Where's Bibi? I mean, come on. I need to answer this question, but I don't think we're going to get an answer.
Guys, Bibi is alive. We can agree Bibi is alive. Maybe we don't agree that he is alive, but he is alive. But he was hiding in a bunker the whole time.
The little rat is either hiding or I believe he's dead. But hey, I'll get beat up if I say it, so I'll be quiet.
Do you guys mind if I go? I don't want to talk out of turn.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Appreciate that, Joe. I'm all about respect when it comes to spaces and shows. First and foremost, I want to thank God for this opportunity. Thank you, Solomon, sir. I'm a big fan of your work, attacking Israel head on. I respect what you do. Thank you for giving me a platform tonight to speak as an American citizen who is running for office soon. Thank you, Joa. Thank you, Beatrice. I appreciate your guys' time. Now, what happened, right? We had a leader who was promising us no new wars, who was promising us a thriving job market, who was promising us that we were going to win more than we ever have. And I was sold. I was a bit of a fool. We've seen none of that. And I want to focus tonight directly on the Iran war, because when you promise your people no new wars, and now there's American and innocent Iranian blood spilled at the hands of private entities pressuring and focusing you to move a certain way because you don't have the balls to do it otherwise, that's a problem. And I think Beatrice is dead on when she says, where's the revolution, right? Where are the Americans that are stepping up? And I worry that maybe we're sedated, whether it's through our food that we eat, whether it's through the drugs they put into us, whether it's through the TV they're numbing our brains with. We have to rise. We have to bring God back to America. We have to have guts, America. We have to say, listen, this is wrong. And the innocent Palestinian women and children that are dying by the thousands is wrong. And the war and the money and the pressure and the blackmail that pushes one individual man who is nothing but a sinner just like me is fucking wrong. And I'm sick of it. And that's why, and I don't mean to self-promote here. My name is Alfonso. Sorry, miss?
So, Alfonso, can I just ask you not to swear, please? Because we are live on YouTube as well.
Yes, ma'am. My apologies. I got passionate. I apologize, miss. I'll keep my mouth clean. My apologies, miss. Let me say this to America. I am very small right now. I'm simply running for mayor of Kokomo, Indiana, but you have my word. If I can get into Kokomo, I'll get into government. If I can get into government, I'll make it into presidency, and I will make sure that we cut the head off of this snake. The death count is too high. The debt count is too high. We pay too much money and we unalive too many people. This is disgusting. Our founding fathers would be sick. They would be sick. And what do we have? We have a Jewish president who LARPs as a Christian to gain the Christian vote, which is the majority of the population of America. We have a candidacy and a campaign and a cabinet that sucks, that takes AIPAC dollars by the millions. We have no real Americans left in Congress. We have no real Americans left in the White House, and I'm sick of it. And guys, if you pray for me, and if I do right by you and the American people, I promise I'll make a change. We will bring God back to America. Now, as far as the Iran war, it's simple. Whatever happened to congressmen and politicians having a pair, where they would fly out and have a sit down and not leave that room until a deal was brokered so no blood was spilt? You think Bibi's some genius? He's easy to read. He's been doing this since the 90s, since the 80s, since the dawn of time. Christ warned us about these entities. We got to move accordingly.
And that's the reason why Jesus, peace be upon him, would come back and make peace with the Christians, even with the Jews and with the Muslims in the Middle East and in the whole Islamic countries and the West.
And Matrix, this is why, and I think you might appreciate this. I think the focus, when we look at the readings of the Quran versus the scriptures, there is a certain reverence that your beliefs pay towards Christ. Now, you don't give him divinity, which I disagree with, but there's a certain reverence you pay to the Blessed Mother. That if we open up the books of the Babylonian Talmud, they do the opposite. We have to realize that Zionism was founded under.
Yeah, Alphon, we don't really go down the religious line here with, talking about Talmud and Torah and stuff. And I appreciate that you're running and you want to do your political speech here, but this is not really the space to get support. It's really about people being killed in Iran. It's about Iran. It's not about anybody's upcoming political career or campaign. So, yeah, is
He
there
got
anything
my
else you want to
support
add
though,
just about Iran
Beatrice.
then?
Look, I don't even know if he's Democrat or Republican. I assume Republican, but
I mean,
I
you
would
voted
vote
for
for
Trump,
that
though,
man.
so I didn't
Sorry.
know. But anyway, go on.
Thank you, Joa. Thank you. Beatrice, this is not about me. I apologize. I don't want to make it about me. This is about the disgusting innocent lives that are lost. It goes everything against what my Lord said. It goes against what everything that was promised by our current president that he did not hold his word on. So I'm passionate. It has nothing to do with me. Like I said, I'm a nobody. I'm a sinner. But we have to pray and we have to make a difference. And I want to be a part of that difference.
I'd vote for you, Alfonso. Thank you, brother.
Can I speak?
Thank you for your time.
So I just want to talk about what I believe is going to happen in my beliefs. So I think this whole thing was already planned, basically. Iran, America, and everything. He was talking about the founding fathers. The founding fathers, the first one, he was Freemason. George Washington, the first president, was Freemason. And the Jewish temple is going to get built before 2027 October. And we going to be soon in a new astrological new year. I'm sorry for my English. That's not my first language. I'm from Europe. But I'm saying everything is a scam. They're all scamming. People gonna die. America gonna send their soldiers there. The soldiers gonna die. They're gonna send a small nuclear. Many stuff's gonna happen. So I'm just saying, man, just turn around to God. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I love that, Matrix. The best thing we can do is pray.
Right, let me give some news and let's bring the conversation back to the political situation. Give me 2 seconds. Let me get the news up. Here we go. Less than 24 hours remain to end Trump's warning deadline for Iran. The question mark is, what will Trump do?
Do you guys mind if I jump in real quick?
He's giving the news.
So it seems that the rocket launch from Lebanon to Ashkelon was a clear message, namely that an attack on energy will be met with targeting energy facilities in Ashkelon from Lebanon. Saudi Aramco has informed at least 2 Asian buyers that they can only load Arab light crude oil from Yanbu port in April. So that's just some of the news. Let me just go to this. Ukrainian forces have recaptured the village of Kalinovets, which is in the Oblats. So that war is continuing on. And British Prime Minister held a call this evening with US President to discuss the escalating situation in the Middle East. They focused in particular on the urgency of reopening the Strait of Hormuz to allow global shipping to resume, stressing its importance for stabilizing the international energy markets. Both sides agree that restoring maritime traffic through the waterway was essential. Okay, that's just some of the news. Let's go to Pitch. Pitch, go ahead. You wanted to jump in? Was it Pitch? Was it Pitch who interrupted me? I wanted to jump in.
Yeah, it was.
Paige Plunkett, do you want to speak? You interrupted earlier. Someone's asking you to go ahead. Okay, no. Um,
Okay.
let's go to Mr. Jamie.
Hey, yeah, this is Mr. Jamie from Oklahoma, and I really appreciate what you guys are doing. I listen all the time, and I've learned a lot. And I have a question. You know, Trump's arrogance and the way that he's approaching this, he's acting like China and Russia and North Korea aren't even a part of the equation. And I feel like, well, we know China and Russia, their economies are like so heavily intertwined that you know they're going to align with each other. Russia's already assisted Iran, from what I understand, militarily. So I just wonder, like, does he expect to do this? Does he expect Iran to really do this alone? Because I don't. I just feel like the potential for a greater conflict, and I hate to say World War III, but I feel like that's really a possibility that he's created this vortex, and Russia and China and North Korea. It seems like they just have been salivating at the mouth to get to Israel. So I just wondered if there's anybody out there that could just touch on what they think Russia and China are going to do. I feel like they're going to choose Iran, and at that point, it just seems like Iran's already doing a job by itself on our military alone. But if we pull in China and Russia and North Korea, does Trump and NATO, do they honestly expect to pull that off?
Yeah, I mean, look, when you say what do you expect Russia and China to do, like, what do you mean? Like, in terms of support, in terms of military equipment, intelligence, soldiers in the battlefield? What do you mean?
Yeah, well, I guess all of it. I just feel like he's treating them like they're alone, and I don't feel like they're alone. And we know that China and Russia's military, they have, they have, I guess, they have stuff that's capable of giving us a fight by themselves. And I don't know if, I just don't see Iran doing this alone. And I wonder, if because isn't, a lot of China's oil, doesn't it come through there from Iran? So they have an interest in making sure that oil flows through there. But I just feel like not much has been said about Russia and China in this thing, and I don't know why that is. I guess maybe they just want us to not think about it.
Maybe have you not been listening to our spaces?
Yeah, I've listened. I heard, I guess, was it Craig Murray earlier?
Yeah.
I heard part of that, and I didn't catch, but I wanted to know what his take on it. I think I missed part of that. Did he touch on that?
No, he didn't. But
Okay.
one
Sully,
thing.
Sully, can I just
One
answer real
second.
quick?
Can I just finish, please? So the thing is, we've covered this extensively on this show for the last maybe 23 days, extensively talking about Russia and China. So I just assume you knew, and that's fine. Obviously, not everybody knows about us 23 days ago. Maybe you only found out about our space today. We've done a lot of content on Russia and China. We discuss it quite extensively on this space. We talk about it quite a lot on the YouTube. There's a lot of YouTube channel videos on this, which go through it. So it's quite clear, evidenced, that from a military perspective, China has been providing Iran with military equipment, radars, defense equipment, HQ-9s, YLCABs, and various others, surface-to-air missiles, etc., that we know just on the basis of the fact of the way the engagement is going. In addition to that, they've been providing them with satellite imagery, satellite information, intelligence. Some say Russia has also been providing them with that information. The Russians have given them underwater torpedoes. The Russians also gave them intelligence. The Russians also helped them take out the Starlinks, which were attempted to help the rebellion in Iran. So they're helping them militarily, they're helping them with intelligence. So the only thing I assume, then the only other thing is boots on the ground. And both countries want help with the boots on the ground. The Russians are engaged in Ukraine, they want help with the boots on the ground. The
Chinese are not really fighters.
Okay. Well, I mean, that's sufficient, I guess. I don't really think boots on the ground is going to work for anybody when it comes to Iran. So I think that'll be a bloodbath, and I think maybe Iran won't need help on that front. And their missile technology has pretty much shocked the world. And from what I understand, we haven't seen the best of it yet. And so I feel like any kind of ground invasion, where are they going to assemble? I mean, Iran can reach out and touch people really far away, and I just feel like that is a strategical blunder to even consider.
Well, I would add too, Jamie, if possible. I hate to interrupt. I'm
It's
not trying to
okay.
interrupt. I think it's a good point. The geography of Iran is very tricky. People forget, man, like there's a lot of different mountains and areas you'd have to pass through. I think it's disgusting, Solomon, frankly, I would say to you, because you have people affected by this war, that we're even having this conversation, right? Are we doing boots on the ground? Are we doing this? We should have never even been in this effing war to begin with.
Well, I don't.
But I
don't
was,
have people. One
but
second. I don't have people
yes, sir.
affected by the war. If you mean directly, I'm not from Iran. But if you mean from a human,
I mean, community-wise.
I mean, like just from a human perspective, yeah. But like, I'm not a Shia. I'm not from Iran. I'm not any of those things. But
Right.
obviously, from a humanity perspective, of course, we all equally care about what's going on. But Andrew, you're gonna add something to the conversation. Go ahead, Andrew. Andrew, are you there?
Yeah, sorry about that. Mike stuck there. Yeah, absolutely. Jamie, we for 23 days, I've been with Suleiman over a year now, but for 23 days, 24/7, except for yesterday, we took a break in the evening, 24/7, other than doing cat naps. I've been locked in, engaged here. This China, Russia, we've gone over it in every way you can imagine, from military experts, from geopolitical experts, from financial experts, inside, backwards, forwards. And the overwhelming amount of evidence is absolutely Iran is not in this alone. Russia is heavily invested. China is heavily invested, other than boots on the ground. And it's there's without a doubt, and like Alfonso was saying, we shouldn't even be at this point, but we are, because America is being, and we've gone over this, where America is being dog walked into a meat grinder, a war that is beyond insane. So yeah, absolutely.
All right. Well, that's all I have. I appreciate the answers.
Thank you. That will jump in.
Not to ask necessarily, Jimmy, because people, I hear somebody said North Korea is salivating to get at Israel, and I just kind of thought that was weird. So I feel like North Korea is minding their business, and I think that they know that they would be in line for us to attack them. So because eventually that will happen, because something is wrong with us. But other than that, I mean, that was just the point I was gonna say. But you know what? Since I have the mic, I can't help it. Guys, please, above Suleiman, Beatrix, and Joa, there is the link
Wait,
of.
let me help you out. I didn't
yeah.
realize you're gonna do it, but now you're gonna do it. Let me just quickly, give me 2 seconds. I'll put it in there. Tell him, bro. Tell him the consequences as well.
I just had to remove
Tell him the consequences as well.
I had to remove a post from the left. Ray, he pinned a freaking post in there before he got booted.
I told you, don't bring
Clown.
him up. But go ahead, that girl, and tell him the consequences as well.
Yeah, y'all ready? All right, bet. So the consequences, yeah. I'm Haitian, so listen to what I say. No, but no, guys, seriously, above Suleiman, Beatrix, and Joe. Come on, I'm getting in the space to do it. So yeah, above Suleiman, Beatrix, and Joa, the link is up there to support Suleiman by subscribing to his YouTube and hitting the notification bell. This is day 23. Suleiman, Beatrix have been here, and everybody else everybody on the panel, but Suleiman has been using his platform to tell the truth with his platform, and we see a lot of people aren't doing this today. A lot of people who we used to watch, they are failing us today, right? So we have Suleiman here, who is putting in mad work, doing the interviews, doing all, you know what I mean? Bringing you all of the information from analysis who are realistic. It's not about my side, you sound like me, echo chamber. No, it's about talking about inconvenient truth. And, and a lot of people aren't ready to hear what's going on with America and our supplies and everything, but you get the truth with Suleiman, and that's just it. It's not about just cheering. We have to have the truth. So please hit the subscribe to Suleiman's channel. Definitely hit the notification bell, because it doesn't work without that on YouTube, and we have to get the channel moving on the algorithm. Retweet, reshare the space. And I think that I'm just trying to hit all the links you got here. And if you guys want to support his Patreon, everything, all of these links are up here. So just go ahead and check it out. But definitely subscribe to Suleiman's channel. Now more than ever, you're going to have to do it. And I'm just going to say one more sentence about that, because it has to do with everything. So David Ellison is getting ready to even buy CNN. All of these news sites are going to be owned by Israel First Zionists, okay? They're not going to allow you to even say that America might have made a mistake. They don't want people to hear that on television. They don't. They want to control the narrative. On this space, that does not happen. So we have to support independent content creators, such as Suleiman, who's giving you the real news. Back to you guys.
And the consequences of not doing it, we leave it to your imagination. But I appreciate you, Casey, as always. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And by the way, guys, do check out Casey's channel as well. She's got a really good channel on YouTube. It's called Asteroid News, where she's busting the lyrics for reals.
Thank you.
Hey, Solomon, I have a question.
Yeah, bro.
If you know what's going on. Yeah, the NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte, right?
Yeah.
He was saying he can't confirm that the attack on Diego Garcia, that Israel's claims that the missiles were Iranian on the attack on Diego Garcia, they cannot confirm that it was Iranian. But now today he's saying that he expects NATO to step up and back Trump after Trump kept calling NATO a paper tiger. Like, what's it like? This guy is going back and forth like a ping pong. Do you know anything more on this guy?
So just repeat the last bit again, sorry.
He's saying that now. Yesterday it was that he can't confirm if they're Iranian. Today it's he expects NATO to back up Trump. Although Trump's been calling NATO a paper tiger for God knows, probably almost 10 years now. This guy keeps bouncing back and forth. Like, what's the deal? Like, does he have any power? I don't really know.
Oh yeah, so
this guy.
I mean, he don't really have any power, but I guess the countries isolated within NATO, for them, it's like it is an important decision. Now, even though NATO is what he calls a paper tiger, in reality, what NATO is but a collection of countries that are there to be subservient to the United States of America. And when you look at those countries, he's right in the sense of, like, individually, those countries are extremely weak. Like, UK on its own can't do nothing. France on its own can't do nothing. Germany on its own can't do nothing. So these countries on their own can't do nothing. But one thing is, if this war continues, America needs help from other countries. I mean, they've not really... If you remember, the Afghanistan war, the Iraq war was based on a coalition, and this is going to be a lot more of a difficult war. So he's going to need their support, whether they do a ground invasion or not. So that's why he's trying to get them on board. And with the NATO, like, he's not, like, they've got no specific power. Like, there's not a holistic decision like NATO just has to do something. It just demonstrates this whole thing about NATO was always fake, about in terms of, like, one country gets attacked and Article 5 be instituted or whatever. So it's going to be about the individual countries, and it's going to be interesting which country join in, because obviously, logically speaking, none of the countries should, but such is the power of the United States of America, and more so than that, the Zio lobby, that they will, the Zios, they may join the war, even though it's, like, makes no sense for them.
Yeah, it makes sense. I'm very curious what they're going to do. Of course, they have been, the reason why America paid so much to NATO is because they were basically they were basically Americans, mercenaries, let's say.
Exactly.
right? They were just there to stop Russia. That's all they were. For America, not for anyone else.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'm just very curious what they wind up doing, because you're right. Together, they could actually, their military wouldn't have spent as much, but when it comes to manpower, it's double that of America if Europe stuck together.
In terms of
That's why,
manpower, yeah, that's right.
yeah, like
Can I
that's why I've always said
can I ask?
I wish Europe. I know they'll never do it, but I wish Europe not only had like its own unified currency, they'd have a unified military and adopt more of an American style model.
Well,
would make more sense. Except there's way too much cultural differences between countries.
well,
I don't think that would
to
ever
be
happen.
honest, but they benefited a lot from that, right? And like I was one of the big people that was against Brexit. You know Brexit, right, Joe?
Yeah, of
Yeah,
course.
and like I was one of the biggest people.
I have to treat my girlfriend like a Mexican in Europe because she's British and have to get her citizenship in Europe. It's crazy.
What do you mean she's British? She'll get a passport. She'll get their citizenship immediately, bro. We got the highest rights in the world. What are you talking about? But anyway.
No, in Europe you got to wait 5 years, no matter what country you go to. Now,
bro,
7.
we'll walk into Portugal and we'll take our visa whenever we want, bro. But coming back to it, actually Portugal is beautiful. But what do you call it again? The no, so look, at the end of the day, I do believe the Zionists intentionally separated the United Kingdom from Europe to harm it and to again asset strip it and strip it from everything. And if you look at it, the people who were pushing it and behind it, and this is why I'm not like one of those like pro-Russia people. Like I'll appreciate some of the good stuff that Russia's done, and then I'll disagree with some of the negative stuff they've done. And the negative stuff they do is because obviously it's in their interest. It's in their interest to weaken Europe, and so they'll like fund anti-Islam hatred in Europe as well. But also on top of that as well, they did fund and support Brexit. And if you look at many of the people who are Russian funded, they were definitely like, you know, these UK politicians who are Russian funded, many of them were pushing Brexit. And after Brexit, like the UK people struggled even more. The prices of things went up, the costs of things went up. Small businesses became bankrupt because there was no free movement of goods, there was no free movement of people. And then what happened was the free movement of people was replaced with like cheap Indian labor anyway, from like, which was even, you talk about culture, like, I mean, European culture is going to be a lot more similar than like, for example, Indian culture. So there were like many things that occurred through Brexit that I think were extremely harmful. And it was like, from the UK perspective, it was like one of the dominoes that dropped that's completely just decimated the UK. So there was Brexit, then there was COVID, then there was the Ukraine-Russia war. All of these things just massively just decimated UK, and UK is just, and now this with this war here. So UK is on its knees for all these reasons. So you can see why there's so much animosity.
America,
and like,
I feel like America and Russia attacked it, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I agree. America, it's in America's America, of course they did. Like Nord Stream is a good example of them attacking Europe. But yeah, of course, the reasoning for weakening Europe is to vassalize it. And I actually think that there's other agendas behind it as well. I think that they want in the future to have, they want to weaken Europe a lot, especially the UK. And there's many reasons for that, obviously, to asset strip it, to control economy, but also to replace to bring over British people back to America as well, to replace some of the population collapse that's occurring.
Or also bring the global financial center back into the United States, which it kind of is already, but you always had London, and that has changed a lot.
True.
Joe, do you mind if I ask you and Solomon a question? You guys are much more educated than me when it comes to the geopolitical warfront.
So just before you do, Suleiman, most of the people on YouTube are saying your volume's fine, but a few people are saying it's not. So without saying it's fine, but there's somebody on iPad saying it's a bit low.
Yeah, no idea. It's just the exact same. I'm just talking through. I don't like just talking on my phone without a mic. I don't get it. There's a couple of people on YouTube who just troll on purpose. I bet it's new people.
Oh no, I think they genuinely can't hear, but they'll just need to turn their volume up anyway. But thank you, Suleiman. Sorry, back to you.
Well, it depends if they're new or not. If it's like new people, old people, new people, some of them do it on purpose. So yeah, Joe, what were you gonna say something?
No, Alfonso, I think, was asking us a
Oh,
question.
Alfonso, go ahead.
Thank you, Solomon. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. You gentlemen are much more educated than me in geopolitical tactics, war, and astuteness in that department. So let me ask you: when we're sitting here on the knock of the door of World War III, we're like, I mean, we're literally just knocking on it, which is very scary. We got to pray. What do we do, right? I mean, it probably won't happen through my leader. It probably won't happen through the leader of my country. It certainly won't happen through Bibi Netanyahu. What's the best thing we can hope for, gentlemen, that leads to the less casualties as possible, and eventually just a walking away of this war and a stopping of this war? And is that even realistic?
Joe?
I can go first. I don't think it's realistic. I wish it was. Only because I think America's put itself in the situation. Well, Trump has put us in a situation that's, um, if the allies don't back us, Iran has shown a weakness into America, which is the control of flow of oil, right? Which is actually the same weakness that's Germany had. Um, if that can now be stopped without having a navy fleet, which now the Houthis have showed us before, and now Iran is showing us once again, um, you show a weakness. If once you show a weakness, allies start to back away. If allies start to back away, empire starts to drop, and we're seeing allies back away because we've had the talk of, NATO is a paper tiger. You better just bow down and give me Greenland. Canada, that's just a 51st state. Like all this
Right.
talk.
This sort of dictator rhetoric, sort
Yeah,
of.
it's pushed away our allies, to a
Right.
point where now, I don't think they would help anyway, but that just made it easier for them not to help, right? Because now the people of Europe will be like, no, screw him. He's been saying that we're trash and we we need America to fund everything and that we're a pariah and everything else. So it just made it worse, and that's where the situation I think we're in. Because if Trump does make a deal with Iran, he's going to look extremely weak to other partners, and then other people will veer away from the dollar. If he goes too strong, he's going
Yeah.
to look like very not dictate. He's not going to look. American empire is not going to look like the good guys anymore, which you could debate.
We're going to look like a
Yeah, we're going to
regime.
look like a regime. So I mean,
Yeah.
he's kind of put us into a between a rock and a hard place, in my opinion.
Joe, let me ask you this. Do you see a world, if you could put a percentage behind it, what percent do you see this possibly getting nuclear? Not in the rhetorical sense, but I mean in the literal material sense, a nuke has dropped to some degree. Do you think we
I
see that since the first time since Hiroshima?
I
Or
personally don't think we're close, but I can see
okay, thank
the
God.
argument. But look, I can be completely wrong on this, Alfonso, because I think America
Yeah.
will go down swinging. And if things get that bad that that's the only option they have, I think Trump would use it, and that's
Well, Joe, and
scary.
not
Yeah.
to Yeah, and not to steal a talking point, but there's a very, very handsome and popular political commentator from an objective stance. He said if there was one president that was going to do it, right, in the sense of his pride, his love of self, his wanting to always be the one
Who's
who
this
does the first thing.
handsome political commentator?
It's tough to say, Solomon. It's tough to say. But
I wonder
he
who's
made a
talking
statement. He said
about.
if there was one president to do it, it would be this one. And I think he's dead on. He's actually quite right about a lot of things. But does that make sense to you, Joe? If there was one president who says, you know what, I'm Trump, I'm the man, I'm the king, to just press that red button, do you think that
Yeah,
makes
I mean,
sense?
when you look at the fact that he wanted to get rid of all the Mexicans, but now he's letting them in. He was the no new war president, but now we have new wars. He's the no regime change, but now he wants regime change. Don't forget that for about a
Sure.
year, he was telling Putin, you can't use that N word. You're not allowed to. Don't say it. Don't say that N word. So don't forget. 10 years ago, he was calling um, Obama ineffective because he couldn't negotiate, and he was a weak negotiator with Iran, and he was going to wind up getting us
Sure.
in a war with Iran. And look what he did. So everything that man
Yeah,
says,
I don't know.
opposite happens. So yeah.
Sure. He's not a man of his word, Joe. And I'll be honest, dude, I was pro-Trump his first term. I didn't think his first term was that horrible. He kept us out of certain wars. He kept us out of a proxy war. But that's another thing, too. MAGA's got to relax because they're trying to compare this actual, on the cusp of world war to some type of minor proxy war. There is real blood being spilled every day, and it's bad. So I guess the best thing we can do is pray. Thank you for answering my questions, gentlemen. I appreciate
I'm
that.
curious, Suleiman, how would you answer that question, though? I'm curious.
What was the question again?
If you think that it's possible that we would use nukes.
I didn't think that America would use nukes. I thought it was highly improbable and the chances of it happening were extremely low. But as time's gone on, obviously the chances of it occurring has escalated significantly. And I would say that just let me 1 second. Yeah, I would say that the reason is escalated is because things are just not going for the United States of America, and his easy out is to just pull out like he did in Yemen. The problem is that how can he pull out when he's basically in a kind of situation where Israel controls him? If there was no Israel, I think he could pull out, just like they pulled out in Yemen after 7 weeks of losing. But Israel won't let him pull out. And so when he can't pull out, then the situation is, what does he do? So it's just escalation after escalation. So you look at every single thing that's happening, it's just escalation. And, you look at going for Karg Island, that's escalation. His statement that he's going to give them 48 hours and he's going to bomb the power plant, that's escalation. And so escalation brews more escalation. So when they go into Karg Island and things don't go well, which will happen, may not be immediate, but will happen, then he's going to have to escalate even more. And so the question mark becomes, what is that escalation going to be? Is it going to be boots on the ground or the nuclear bomb? Now, logically speaking, if you put yourself in the mind of Donald Trump and you think, you have to escalate, these are the two options. Option one is boots on the ground. One of the things you always said is, you're not going to have a long-term war. You're not going to, get stuck in the Middle East for 10 years. You're not going to be in a forever war. And you'll end up sacrificing a large number of Americans. And the other option is to use a quick bomb and then make an excuse of why you did, like it's tactical, it's this, that, we had to do it to save America, whatever it may be. So then when I look at it, I think the chances, if I had to choose the chances of the two, I'd say probably the bomb's more likely than actual boots on the ground.
Wow, that's really
In terms
freaking
of a
scary.
full-on invasion.
Holy sh!
I think Karg Island he'll do, but in terms
That's
of a full
extremely
invasion,
scary.
yeah, I think the nuke's more proper possible. A tactical nuke.
Well, then let's play that out. Let's say the nuke does happen. Surely we're in full force World War III, right? Russia takes their side with China and Iran.
So I heard
You don't believe
I
so?
heard Colonel McGregor say this, and I don't know anyone who's been wrong about everything other than Colonel McGregor. He gets most of his predictions wrong. And he was like, oh, guess what? If Israel or the US use a nuke against Iran, they're going to use a nuke against Israel. There's no chance whatsoever. Do you know how many Russian, Jewish, Zionist oligarchs there are in Russia and how much control they have? They have quite a lot of control in Russia. There's no chance Russia does that whatsoever. And there's no chance that Russia uses a bomb for another nation. But what will happen is there'll be a major escalation towards a nuclear proliferation. Those countries who have the skills to make the bomb will make the bomb. Those countries who don't have the skills, such as Saudi Arabia or the GCC countries, will just pay for the bomb. But what will happen is everyone will have a bomb. And then when there is a disagreement amongst these countries, rather than
fight it out like sometimes you do, they'll end up using the bomb against each other, especially some of these more emotional, delusional countries like the Gulf states. So I think the chances of a nuclear winter increase a lot. And I'm someone who, as I mentioned many times in these spaces, I'm someone who's vehemently against. I've always fought against this idea about nuclear winter. I used to think that the scientists used to do drama about it. Many of those scientists became like, these climate change scientists. But this will be a real situation where it could occur.
So, like, connecting the dots here, when is this 48 hours? I think this 48 hours ends tomorrow, or we're coming into the 48 in here
Yeah, tomorrow
right
night.
now. Tomorrow night, right? Okay,
Yeah.
so yeah, man. So we're coming down to that 24-hour window here. So yeah, man, it's going to be interesting.
Hey guys, can you see me?
Hi Simon, how you doing?
Yeah, cool. How you doing, guys?
Yeah, great.
Hey Simon.
Yeah, the market says that there will be a deal. Gold's crashing. The US market is holding up. The Asian markets are not doing well, or they closed down. Korea and Japan. Oil prices are fairly flat here. The US market is not spooked at all. So, and the fact that gold's going down, oil flat, that's just the initial market. Don't read anything too much into it.
So you're saying
But it's not taking the 48.
So you're saying they're opening the straight? Are you saying they're opening the straight within 48 hours?
That's what the market's pricing. But the stress is on the bond market. The bond market says if Trump doesn't open, if Trump and Iran don't open next week, the bond market is spiraling. Like this is gonna you can't have bonds at 5% and the 30 years at 4.9. It's up about 45 basis points since the war. You won't be at like the cost to refinance the debt is going to be at this rate higher than the growth. I mean, you're literally, if a deal's not reached ASAP, the bond market is going to force a deal. Is that like Trump had to give up on tariffs because of this exact scenario? And yeah, like all the mortgages are about, like, the mortgage rate is now up from 6% to 6.4%. The market is saying, like, bondholders are telling Trump a deal has to happen. And people aren't fleeing to gold, and the US market is holding up. If the strait isn't open, the bond market's going to rip out.
So, what do you mean by like bond market? If you can explain to the audience why that is a cause for concern.
Yeah, so the America has to continually refinance its debt, and bondholders are demanding a higher and higher interest. And so the yield on the bonds is spiraling. And last time it got to these levels, Trump had to reverse his tariff policy. And he had to, that's when the whole taco thing came along. Because
What taco thing?
when everyone started calling him Taco, Trump always chickens out.
Oh,
that was
okay.
when he did Liberation Day, if you remember.
Yeah.
And then the bond market started to approach the 5% mark.
Mm.
And then he gets a knock on the door from Scott Bessent, and he has to reverse his whole policy. Because the bonds above 5% break everything. That was the key number, and they're hitting that stage now. If the strait isn't open by next week, though, I reckon the 30-year yield will be above 5%. That's the point of where he has to tackle. So we're at that critical stage now.
So this is
in
what
the market.
Joe meant by Joe. Remember you were debating who were you debating today? It was Manco, wasn't it, Joe? And he was like, "Oh, America doesn't really receive anything from the Strait," and Joe was like, "Yeah, but America's impacted by a wide range of financial implications that would cause catastrophic situations."
Yeah,
So
he
this
was
would be
saying China suffers the most, and I'm saying, yeah, rationally, if you're only looking at the oil, but there's a multitude of things that get affected besides the oil that affects America more, which is this, it's the bonds.
and that would be like, so when because you know what you guys keep be like, you both always are like, oh, it's gonna break, it's gonna break, but what does it mean by break? Like, obviously we're not looking at a bond and
If
it's breaking
people,
in
if
two.
people stop,
Stagflation, and you can't use US bonds as collateral anymore, which mean you have to unwind like so many derivatives contract and crash the entire real estate market.
So
At these rates, like, you know, you can't roll over, like, you're
wait, can we?
taking all of the leverage in the system and you're hiking the cost.
So can we deal with that though? Each element. So one thing you're saying is that it will crash the real estate market, correct?
Well, yeah, real estate's already stressed. Yeah, you could
Okay.
get a correction in real estate, which breaks banking.
But can we just deal with that? So when you say there's gonna be a correction in real estate, about that, I'm only asking. There's not. I'm like, I don't even know. I don't know this, right? So when you're saying there's gonna be a correction in real estate, are you saying that there's gonna be like a 10% drop, a 20% drop of a home, 50% drop, 70? Like, what do you mean by?
You won't know that until 6 months from now because it's all delayed data. But everyone's going to start putting more and more people are going to start putting their real estate on the market.
Okay, so people are gonna put their homes on the market. That's fine. But the thing is, you're saying the prices will drop. Okay, that's fine. But prices drop all the time, right? Like, what is
No, they
the?
don't. The US banking system at these levels of leverage
Mm.
means that real estate can't crash. You can't have these corrections
But when you
because
say
everything is
crash,
so over leveraged.
but is like 5% a crash? 5% drop?
Yeah, yeah.
What?
In
A price of a
the
house dropping 5% is a crash?
every yeah in US every time it depends on
Oh, is it
which
just
market.
US solely, not the world?
No, I mean we're talking US market because the whole thing is underpinned upon the US
Okay.
financial
Because,
system
like,
right
for
now.
example, my sister's house in the UK, that has already dropped by like 10, 15, 20%. And, like, that doesn't mean, like, everything's broken. Do you know what I mean?
No, it's the US market that matters.
Okay, so in the US, if the price of someone's house drops by 5%, it means the whole system collapses.
No, it doesn't mean it doesn't mean it collapses. It means that they have to do a bailout, they have to do QE, they have to print more money, which then at the moment means that every time they try and sell bonds, the rate that you'll have to pay for them
will be more.
for the government will have to pay for them. The bond holders are requiring more and more and more, and so you're hitting a point where the interest on the debt is currently 1.2 trillion. Now it's getting to 1.4 trillion. Then it goes to 1.6 trillion.
Okay.
And we're just having a blowout.
Okay, so can we just do? So basically, what's gonna happen is the price of houses is gonna drop. The price on houses dropping, you're saying can't happen. So then the government's just gonna print more money, which is gonna devalue the dollar. But then
they can't print if they can't sell the. Well, yeah, they're gonna have to print because they can't sell the bonds.
so they're gonna print more money, right? And what that does is increase the amount of debt. But like, so what?
No, well, it just means if bondholders are requiring a higher and higher interest, they're saying that they don't trust the American economy. And so you're going further and further into risk capital.
Right.
And then the only buyer is the Federal Reserve.
Right.
And then so you're completely demonetizing, you're losing, you're weakening dollar, and you're you just at a blowout phase, and then all of the
So what?
derivatives
So what?
well, because you remember 2008?
Yeah.
Yeah, derivatives. Once you have one of these market disjointing, you get someone on the wrong side of a trade, which is normally a bank, and then you get some kind of you get some kind of market, where someone's on the wrong side of a bigger and bigger trade. Now, if you have to do very, very large money printing, then the inflation is unbearable already. But the current construct of the U.S. economy is that the growth rate has to be greater than the average cost on the debt.
Yeah, you explained this to me before. Yeah.
Yeah. But I still don't.
That's the current construct.
But just like, cause I'm like asking questions, and maybe I'm kind of, I don't know. Like when I'm asking the questions, it doesn't seem that bad. Like the way I understood it previously, when you and Joe were like, "Oh my God, it's the end of times. Like it's gonna break this and that." But what you're basically what you're basically saying is like the situation, like let's say the value of real estate goes down. America's gonna have to print more money. Long term, this will be a problem. Short term, it should be fine. And obviously there'll be inflation, things will be a bit more expensive, but that's not like entire, like maybe there'll be bank runs. That depends on the banks, or if they made bad decisions or not. Maybe there'll be certain companies that collapse because of like interest rates or whatever, but like that's not like, what's the kind of, for an average person, what's the kind of doom and gloom? Do you know what I mean? For like an average American, what's the doom and gloom about all this?
The average American, it depends if they're in debt or in assets. If they're in assets, then the assets will go down in value.
Okay, yeah.
If they're in debt, then they're going to be,
Can I add to this, Simon?
Go for it.
If they're in debt, what'll happen?
Let me just add real quick.
Then they're just going to be suffering the inflation, the higher price cost.
If you think the inflation from COVID was bad, which a lot of people don't give it to COVID, they think it was Biden. But really, that was just aftershock from all the printing we did during COVID.
Yeah.
If you think that was bad, you're about to experience it again, and probably worse, right? That's where the real negative side is too. And if there's a lot of people suffering right now that weren't suffering before COVID,
True.
and that number is going to go up a lot.
Okay, so
what this does,
and then companies are going to start laying off. So you lose your job, the cost of living goes up, and we enter into a negative growth environment, and stocks go down.
Yeah.
How do
you lose your job? Because you said some industries will fall.
In an environment, in a recessive environment, that's the definition. People start laying off workers.
Interesting. Okay, yeah, that happens, but I just don't get the whole week thing, right? So I get it now. But I think I get what you're saying, but I don't know, it doesn't seem that bad.
It is bad. Loads of people lose their job. The cost of living crisis gets really bad. The dollar weakens as world reserve currency. The collateral that backs up the entire banking system stops working. And that breaks a lot of things. And eventually, we're used to an environment where you can always find demand for the treasuries. The price of the price that the bond market is saying that the market, that demand is not there. That you have to pay the US has to pay a higher and higher price.
Right. Joe, is there anything you wanted to add to that?
Yeah, if you think it's not that bad, I don't think you're getting it. Like the erosion of the middle class is huge. Is going to continue to happen. If you look at, well, I forget what the number was someone put out not that long ago, that the 1% own more than 50% of the total wealth in America. And it didn't used to be. It used to be like 30, 30, 30 or something close to that. That's about to explode. And like everyone, if you look at like the 10 richest men in America during COVID, they doubled their net worth. That's going to happen again. This is monopoly, right?
Yeah, so it's a wealth transfer where Trump and his cronies make money and everybody else suffers, right?
Yes, exactly.
Because COVID was one of the biggest wealth transfers in human history.
if not the biggest, it might be
Yeah,
the
probably the
biggest. I
biggest.
think.
Yeah, actually was. That girl, jump in.
Yeah, thanks. And speaking of spending high prices and everything, I just saw your post. I just reposted it about Fox News telling us that it is our patriotic duty, basically, to spend more money for Israel's war in Iran. That hey, don't listen. I want to be clear, okay? Because I do come at this from kind of the same point, but not the same angle. Because I mean, I want Iran to do what they need to do to, rid the world of this Zionist stranglehold. But so I'm already telling myself things are going to be expensive. It is what it is. These people have to do what they need to do. But this isn't what Fox News is saying. They're saying it is your patriotic duty to pay high prices so that you could also send your family members to go die for Israel in a suicide mission, right? So any kind of ground invasion is a suicide. The whole thing is, right? And it's just crazy because I just want to remember the time when Kamala Harris said the same thing about Russia. She said we have to incur costs with high gases and all that, so Russia wouldn't take over. And MAGA went off. I went off too, right? But MAGA went off. And to see Fox News saying this, it's just like the hypocrisy. I don't know. The hypocrisy is beyond belief. Like it's just the whiplash can give you a neck. You know what I mean? Like a neck injury because though there's nothing they won't say. These people should not be listened to, which is going to bring me back to it again. Every time I talk about the news or sharing any kind of information, I don't care. I'm going to plug Suleiman's channel. Yes, please subscribe to the channel. Hit the notification bell. Nobody's telling you, over here that you got to do silly things for Israel's wars over here. You're getting the truth updates, discussions on finance, weapons, geopolitical discussions, everything, diplomacy, all of it. You're getting it here. Don't forget to retweet, share the space, have your notification bells on here as well. Oh, and if you're on the stream, like the stream as well, guys. But it's just funny to listen to these people. Like, it's disgusting. I'm like, oh my God, did I ever used to watch this channel? But I did.
Yeah, but what you tweeted, Casey, that's not just Fox News. That's a different media. That's CNN, News Nation. It's all of them. They all got the same script.
Yeah, you know what they do? Yeah, it is a bunch of them. Because they're all, and let me just make that point, right? Because I saw Laura Ingram's face, so I thought Fox News straight up. But don't you see how CNN, Fox News, and they're all saying the same thing? They're all owned by the same military-industrial complex. They've never met a war that they're not going to promote. This is all they push. And then they push the fear mongering. Well, you don't want Iran to get a nuke, right? So go ahead and pay extra money for things so Iran doesn't get a nuke. This is the kind of messaging that we get here in America, the superpower country. While they try to tell you, Pete Hegseth says that the people in Iran, he calls them the regime. I call them the leaders. He says that they lie to their people. No, they don't. They've been keeping it real with us and their people. But we get this sick messaging. Disgusting.
That's crazy. Andy, tell me why you think it may or may not be a good idea that you're going to starve while Baron Trump is making back.
I mean, yeah, the way this is escalating, I mean, yeah, we're going to see what happens. I mean, as long as Iran gets what they need in the deal, I mean, I'm fine with ending tomorrow. Iran cannot cave. And according to Breakin' 911, they're claiming a major anti-Semitic arson attack. It destroys 4 ambulances of some Jewish volunteer group in London. So who knows if it's actually a real attack or just another false flag. I mean, it's hard to know what's authentic or what's just a false flag. This could easily be a false flag then to try to get England into the war. That seems kind of fishy. Because, I mean, medical ambulances is not typically a target of what would be a terror attack. I mean, that seems just a bit shady. But I mean, yeah, it is. This is interesting. I mean, and then according to BRICS News, Israel and the IDF also posted that they started targeting terror regime infrastructure in Iran, in Tehran. So I don't know if that means they're actually going after power infrastructure or just government buildings. So who knows if that means they're preempting Trump's 48-hour deadline or not. We'll see what they actually end up hitting.
I think we're seeing more and more as all the thousands and thousands of puzzle pieces, a massive jigsaw puzzle, start coming together clear, that we're actually going to, when we get to this dead end here, moment of crises. Yeah, and to clarify there, I think he's still there. Is he still there, Avanto? I don't know if he's still there, but when Suleiman was saying the nuclear option can now be looked at more realistically as a possibility, we're not talking about ICBMs here. We're talking about tactical surgical strikes with nuclear missiles, which is still hard to even imagine. But and believe me, I'm not a Simon simp, but I've been listening carefully to Simon. I really see his deal coming more and more into fruition. I know I'm going to get some hate on that, but I do, Sully. I see a deal coming out of this where he says he wins, but really Iran will win this.
I mean, yeah, as long as Iran gets all of the conditions they're asking for, I mean, I don't care if it happens tomorrow or it takes 6 months. I mean, the U.S.
Yeah.
needs to get the heck out of the region, and Israel
Both
needs to.
both will give both will give concessions. It won't be all the conditions. It will never go that way.
Yeah,
Well,
Then
then
that
they
would be
should.
then that would be stupid of Iran. They should keep fighting.
It's not stupid. Like you ask for the worst deal possible up front, knowing that you won't get it, and then you get closer to something that you actually wanted. So you normally ask for like 10 things you want, and then you end up with 5 things in the end. That's how all deals work.
Yeah, I understand the big. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Casey.
I
I
understand.
just want to say, so let me just jump in here because Andrew, Simon's never claimed what you're saying that Iran's going to win this. He's never claimed that. He's always claimed that there's going to be an adjustment. Hardliners, and correct me if I'm wrong, Simon, but hardliners are going to go in whichever way, shape, or form from Iran, from Israel. And they're both going to all parties are going to give concessions. The dollar's going to weaken. America's going to be much more weakened. America's going to exit the region. So it's going to be like a juxtaposition of each of the entities that is involved in this shifting their position slightly. It's not going to be a victory for Iran in the way that you perceive it at all. So I'm just waiting for America to exit the region, to be honest, because they're dragging their feet a little bit. But Casey, jump in.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't want anything where the hardliners come over. If that's what I call them, the people who make the decisions that are hard, that are necessary. I don't like taking on like I'm not saying that's what you're doing, Simon, because I heard somebody else to say it like on another show or whatever. Not you know what I mean, but I don't. I want people who are focused to stay. Anyway, I understand the big ask. Oh my God, Black people really can't say ask. I understand that. I do. I just feel like in this life or death situation, and this is life or death, that it just can't go down so easily this time around. Like it just can't, because they're literally fighting for their lives. Like this isn't like theater. They were attacked. They're going to keep getting attacked every time they think they're going to sit down for negotiations, and then they're going to get attacked again. I mean, how many times, like, before they sit down to do anything, I think that they should have everything they need met, and Israel should not be allowed to be bombing their neighbors at all. Frankly, I think that part of the concession should be that Israel just totally removes its infrastructure completely, and America leaves the region. And I'm praying for that, but I don't think this should be something, so easy to go. They killed way too many people for that. And we've showed our hand and what we do, and this cannot be allowed in this world. No, not for Zionism. No.
Yeah, but Casey, Americans, we left 1 million plus Vietnamese dead. No one ever wants to talk about that. And 57,000 of our young men dead. Hundreds of thousands wounded mentally, but yet we walked away with. We walked out of that Paris Peace Accords.
Yeah, but this is different. You know what I mean? Like, it's one thing to me if Look, I know how I sound, and it is what it is. I serve the Lord, not people. So it's one thing if it was, back then people didn't know what America was going to do, whatever. In hindsight, for Iran to see everything like what you just said, or the 1.5 million that was slaughtered in Iraq, and everything with Israel and Gaza, Lebanon, everything, us gonna go back, we will go back there again. They can't take this easy. This isn't even just about deals of like oil and stuff. This is about lives and everything. Like, they have the opportunity to look back and see Libya, Syria. Look at Syria. I mean, all of that. No, you can't trust our establishment. It's just the truth. It's just the truth, and I think they should know that by now. So they just have to put their foot down.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
can
well,
sorry, go ahead.
where I differ here is, as you know, the surface is Iran, Israel. The real deal is China and American financial and military powers. That's the negotiation, and I think they've reached a deal, and they are trying to get it to that deal. And what we are witnessing is the execution of what they have already agreed with those, and then those that want to derail that plan because they have a different desire of what's going. But the real negotiation here is China. That's the real negotiation, and China don't do press releases or Truth Social posts. They just get on with it in the background, and they have power, significant power. And if they want to pull the rug on Iran or the Gulf countries or America, they have the power to do that. They're just not going to post it on Truth Social.
Exactly. So yeah, but I guess for me, I'm saying Iran. While I understand China's looking at where they fit in, and their I don't doubt China's power and how they move. Okay, but this is Iran. This isn't like Ukraine, where we took Ukraine and we proxied Ukraine into a war with Russia, which that should have never happened. But I don't see where China can proxy Iran, but they're making the deal in the back.
Because if they stop buying oil, Iran is over.
I think that when you are fighting for your life and they look at all these people.
You can't fight for your life when there is no money.
Again, I feel like these people they need to stand down and have their concessions met, because I feel like they've been preparing for a long time. Nothing shocks me that comes up.
Yeah, I believe they will get their concessions, the ones that China and American financial powers can persuade Israel and Iran to agree to. And those are the real leverage.
Once again, all right, I don't want to keep going back and forth, but I'm just saying, if it's me, my people are being killed, they're being bombed, and constantly my country's name is coming out of the mouth of Israelis and Americans. Nuclear bomb. I mean, look at the lies too that we're told to go try to slaughter these people. The fact that we even have the discussion wondering, is Trump going to use a nuke on Iran, is already, that talk really shouldn't be normalized, but we normalize it because this is the kind of people that we're dealing with. I just can't see
I don't see why Trump would I don't know why you would take that seriously. If Trump drops a nuke on Iran, then the entire markets around the world, global markets, blow up with it.
Yeah, but let me just finish. But the whole thing is bizarre. We shouldn't have been in there in the first place. That's what I'm saying. So the fact that we're even talking like this about Iran, been talking about Iran for the longest time. These plans, these clean break memos. I mean, they changed the American structure just to make sure we would be in this war with Iran at some point. It was supposed to be sooner, to be honest. So they know we're coming, and I just can't see where they don't hold the line to be left as a sovereign nation, and also to have America get out the way, and then Israel cannot be bombing their neighbors or something like that. This cannot go on like this. So I just can't see how it's just money things.
China won't allow Israel to bomb their neighbors. That's the whole point of this negotiation. They don't want a US proxy in the region. They want a different region, a region that is optimized for China's interests. And they're negotiating with US financial powers to recognize that reality.
Casey, the United States has already left the middle. We're not in the Persian Gulf anymore. We've lost that. It's done.
Yeah, but we still are in this war where Trump is, saying that he's going to send soldiers and, boots on. He's not finished with this. He's not, because, and this part.
No, they're still there. Like all their corporations are there. Mossad is still there, infiltrated. They've still got the CIA there. The bases aren't completely destroyed either. They need to be out completely. They need to start fixing America and be out of the Middle East totally. That's it. That's what Iran wants as well. Get out.
And that's what Americans want as well, too. Like, not the leadership, but Americans we want out. We don't want to be there anymore. We cannot keep infiltrating these countries, sending in spies and doing all kinds of things like this. This does not work. We could have had real deals with Iran. It makes me angry. We could have had real deals with Iran where, who knows, I could have been a nurse out there and everything or whatever. We can't have it because of Israel. Right, and so
they would have let you in as well. They would have let you in as well, Casey. They would have given you a high-level position. They don't mind the Haitians.
Yeah, my thing is glitching. Yeah, and I would have been more than happy to be there. I wanted to go there, last year before, but then all the war talk. It shouldn't be like this. Anyway, the point that I'm making is, and I'll just end with this, is that this can't be one of those like, oh, we're watching a show, but the background, this is happening. That. No, this right here is to me the war that will, or the battle that will tell us who's in control. Will Iran continue to stay a sovereign nation? And I believe that they will, because these are some focused people. So I believe that they will, and I'm praying for them to do so.
Well,
I think they're right.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, go on.
Sorry, man. Sorry.
You want to go?
I don't know. You go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, look, I know it sounds offensive, and I'm always trying to find the right words because it always is. But you have to. I think in this situation, you have to think of Iran and Russia as powerful proxies of China at this stage, and China's not engaging in an actual war, but Iran is and Russia is, and that's and America
Sorry,
has lost that
Russia,
war. I think you need to think of Iran and Russia as China proxies, for want of a better word. And so China's not going to engage in any kind of physical war, but they've got Iran and Russia engaged in a war. And to end those wars, or to negotiate what the future of those battles are, China is negotiating, and America has lost those wars. And that's, I think, the way that I think about it, like in terms of if you get at the surface level, like and every layer down has another layer down. You got like Hamas, Gaza, the Palestinian cause, and then it goes up and up and up. But at the very top, this is a battle between China and those that control America.
Casey? Oh, we got. Oh my God! You said China, and my China man just turned up like that, bro. It's like magic. It's like magic. My boy just turned up. It's like if you say finance, Simon turns up. You said China, inevitable turns up. With Joe just is my guy.
The reason I say it though, because China, if it
Trump, Jonah turns up.
The reason I say that though is because China, if it wanted to fire a nuke, it doesn't need to fire a nuke. It just switches off. And it can switch off Iran. It can switch off Russia. Well, not Russia. Actually, Russia's got quite a lot of autonomy. But it can switch off the Gulf countries. It can switch off America. It can switch off the military-industrial complex. It can switch, like, it has the switch, but it's not pressing it because it's negotiating.
But so you think, I'm sorry, I know inevitable was here. I'm going to make this but you see how you did that with Russia? You were like, well, no, not Russia because it has a lot of autonomy. I know Iran is under a lot of sanctions, but you don't think that these sanctions and all of that have made them be able to come up with a system where they have their own autonomy too. I mean, obviously they're working with China, yes, of course, but
No, they're
again, this war was
dependent
brought
upon
to
China.
them. So
They are a dependent economically and militarily. They are a dependent upon China.
Yeah, I've
but
got to
what?
So is
co-sign Simon
US.
there.
So is
That's just
US.
true.
US is a dependent upon
Oh,
No
China.
way, Mr. China telling us China's doing great.
Yeah, what a shock, right?
What I'm saying is,
I've got to co-sign.
if China were switched off, everything would be radically different. Radically different. And so it's not that Iran has a boss, and that boss is China. That's just the reality.
Yeah, I said
I
it pretty
think
early as well. I totally agree there. Oh, sorry, Casey, go ahead.
I promise I'll make this the last thing. I think the words mean something. And I think, okay, Iran may have a sponsor and China is helping to sponsor things that are going on and they make deals and
They're not
understandings and
even a
stuff.
sponsor. Look, China isn't some benevolent place, right? I know. Listen, inevitable China. Don't get the CCP on me. But let me look. At the end of the day, what the situation is I like inevitable China's jokes. But the what it is let's be clear on this. Iran has been put in the situation he's been put in because it's quite simple. Israel controls the United States of America and they've isolated Iran. They've put extreme sanctions on them. Because of those extreme sanctions, Iran's having to desperately look elsewhere to be able to get some kind of trade agreements. And you're right, China could say, guess what, we don't want to trade with you, and Iran would be stuck. That being said, China also would be stupid to do that because what they're getting from Iran is discounted, cheap oil. Cheap in the sense of they're getting the best oil for bargain basement prices. And so if Iran could actually sell that oil at market price, Iran would flourish. Now, China could buy that oil at market price, but it decides not to because it's not in its interest to do so. It's not a sponsor of Iran. It's just looking at a desperate person and buying something from a desperate person at a cheap price. And so by doing that, China has been able to amass a large amount of oil and a large amount of resources based on it. So China is not a sponsor of Iran, and neither is it that Iran exists because of China. In reality, what's happened is, it's like, for example, you want to buy let's say you want to buy you want to buy something, I don't know, what is it, like the latest, I don't know what the latest thing is, it's Sony PlayStation. We still got PlayStations, right? You want to buy the latest Sony PlayStation, and you're like, listen, I want to buy this Sony PlayStation, and you're like, and so like America, like you buy in America and it's going to cost $200, and then you realize that actually this Casey's place, and Casey's basically been sanctioned because she's Haitian. They're not letting her sell her PlayStations to anyone. So I'm like, Casey, listen, hard times for you, blood. And you're like, oh, but listen, this PlayStation's worth $200, Suleiman. Like, you know what I mean? You go to Best Buy, you're gonna pay $200. Like, just give me one night, and I'm like, nah, Casey, blood. Listen, you only gonna live for me. Like, you're only gonna live because I'm gonna allow you to live, but I want to buy your PlayStation for $40. And Casey's like, oh, Suleiman, like, give me $45. I'm like, nah, blood. Now you said it, I'm gonna give you $39. And she's like, okay, I'm desperate, so I'm gonna take the $39. So that's basically what's happening here. So bringing it back to the situation, China is benefiting. Iran has no choice. They have to sell the oil at the discount prices, and that's what's occurring. Now, China is now using that as leverage in order to substantiate the impact in terms of Iran, and they're using Iran as a proxy to specifically fight this war, in the sense of Iran's not a proxy, this war's against Iran, but they've realized quite smartly, because the Chinaman's very smart, they've realized that actually this is a good way of weakening America, because the more they help Iran, the more they help Iran, the weaker America will become. And so this is the aim they're going about in terms of weakening what you call it, the United States of America. And so you see it through the defense equipment they've given them. But they're not giving them it. They just bought it off them. Now, again, the Chinaman could be like, listen, we're going to give you full priced equipment. But they're like, no, listen, we want the discounts. We're the Chinaman. We're going to get it cheaper. So in reality, yes, if you say China is doing well in the sense of they're not fell within the American sphere
and not segregate Iran. Yes, but then that's also in their own interest. A, because of they get the stuff for cheap. B, they know that there is going to be possibly an American-China war in the future. And they're making moves right now because if Iran is able to substantially knock out America, then that war may not even happen. So many people believe that war was meant to happen by 2027. So that's next year. So there is complex geopolitical situations occurring, but it's not, oh, guess what? Like, in the situation in terms of, what's happening. And in terms of we look at Iran now, Iran, if anything, the leadership of Iran is becoming congruent with a leadership that is going to have a more long-term war. And if you look at that, like, I don't like separating people into hardliners or reformists or whatever, but if you want to use that separation, the hardliners are in charge. So if the hardliners are the ones who want war, then where's the, then obviously there's not going to be an agreement. And so bringing it all back together, I don't see China as like, listen, I think there's a good thing. There should always be a balance in the world. So there shouldn't be one country that controls everything. I think China does have a good counterbalance. I don't think China's all positive as well, but there's a good counterbalance there. And so this is what the situation is. This is a geopolitical warfare, and this is why China's with Iran on this. This is why Russia's with Iran on this. Now, in terms of some of the intel China's given, is it that intel is being given for financial benefit, as in Iran's now going to give them even more discounted oil or free oil? Or is it because they are just thinking, let's help out in order to weaken America because that's going to be our interest to do so? Whichever one of those two things is, yes, of course, this was in the Chinese interest. But it's Iran fighting this war. It's Iran dominating Israel and the United States of America. And this is why they've put them on their knees. And this is why you're seeing major escalation, because the Americans can't think of a way of getting out of the situation.
Yeah, I mean, would you agree it's similar to the Hamas-Iran type of relationship, that there is a mechanism for weakening Israel, but Hamas are fighting the actual resistance. They're doing that part of the work. So and it just goes down in all of these layers. So it's
Do you mean in terms of like they're giving them because I think it's slightly different, because Hamas, when Iran is supporting Hamas, Iran is actually supporting Hamas. They're actually a proxy. They're not like, guess what, Hamas, you haven't got anything to eat, so therefore, our glorious weapons, you're gonna now pay us more money for them or whatever. They're just giving them the equipment. They're giving them. China's not giving. China is financially benefiting from basically taking advantage of a desperate Iran.
Yeah, but I'm just,
I beg to differ there.
the transaction is slightly different. But in the end, there is a leverage relationship for a goal, because you can still.
I think it's significantly different, because one is like a extension of the other. So Hamas, as an example, you would say, is almost like an extension in the sense of they're getting financed, funded, and supported. With Iran, it's the opposite. It's that basically China is charging them, or basically, charging them for their support. So that military equipment that they're buying, they're not getting it for free. The only thing I'm not sure about is the intelligence, which we don't have any information on, so we can't make any assumptions on it. But the equipment, the defense equipment that Iran was buying, they're paying China. They're paying big bucks in oil.
But
so they're actually paying
the
more.
bigger,
in a way, they're paying more because
but the bigger goal, as I see it, so Iran has so it has presence
But you
in
agree,
Yemen.
you agree with that bit, that the Chinese military industrial complex is financially benefiting by almost double, triple charging Iran for their equipment, because Iran has no choice and can only buy from them. So they've monopolized the situation.
Yeah, and Russia as well.
Yeah, but is that even true? Like, well,
Yeah.
again, like the YLC-8Bs aren't even being purchased. Like, there's zero evidence that they're in Iran. Now there are parts of it. There are certain parts
then there's not. Then they're not
of
even.
Chinese
Okay, let's go with
technology.
your
No,
idea.
there'll be
They're
a
not even
back and
helping them out
forth.
then.
So
That's fine.
basically,
that
that
just proves my
discount.
point even more. They're not even helping. Okay, so let's say they're not there. That means you're not even helping with equipment. So that's even more.
Well, we are, but it's just from an extent, right? Like, it's not going to
Okay,
be.
but what I mean is,
for example, go ahead. Go.
No, but then what you're saying is, if the biggest equipment China's not helping with, and there's just more minor, you're actually adding to my point that actually you're now saying actually China's not even helping in the larger part of it. They're doing a tiny little bit here and there, but they're not doing much as your position because they're not really helping with the big equipment.
Well, for example, the ballistic missile system wouldn't even exist without trade with China, and to get a lot of that stuff
What
over,
do you mean? How wouldn't it?
because of like the ammonium perchlorate and sodium perchlorate and things like
how did
that
Iran
are
get that?
through trade with China.
Exactly.
Yeah,
They
through
bought it. They bought it from China,
right.
and they gave China discounted oil. So therefore, what Iran actually did was double, triple pay for something because of the monopolization of the situation, which is fine. I'm not trying to make China as a bad guy. It's just what's happened way too much is not in this space. I mean, generally speaking, people have got it in their mind that like China's some kind of benevolent Santa Claus that's just literally giving presents to Iran, and it's basically not the case. It's basically that well, what's Santa Claus? China Claus. People think it's China Claus coming into the year of the dragon to like burn some goods or whatever. But in reality, what's happening is even those things, yeah, you said, and which are important components, right? Because what those components that you're mentioning do is they allow Iran during the war to reproduce important military equipment, which is very important when there's a siege going on. That being said, it wasn't free. Iran paid for it, and they actually double, triple paid for it.
Yeah, I mean,
I
look,
think
this is
oh, go ahead.
commercial, but let's getting back to where we are now though. Like this is no one's again. Everyone wants to add like ethics on top. This is just cold hard geopolitics, realpolitik. What do I get out of it, and what am I giving you? And now, when you have the strait, I believe the strait wouldn't be closed unless China and Iran had agreed to that strategy. And so now, what you have done is rather than having a slow change in the world order, China has effectively used or tried to get what they can out of Iran by fulfilling their
I
needs.
agree with that. But can we just do each bit at a time?
Yeah.
So China and Iran, because I think it's really important to have this discussion and break it down. I think it's interesting, and even if people don't find it interesting, you can just leave. Like I don't care. But the point is, so China and Iran have what do you say? China and Iran have agreed to the
Yeah,
decision.
closing the
Yeah,
strait
yeah.
was, I think, a joint, mutually beneficial agreement,
I
and it
agree.
required both of them to
I
do it.
agree. I agree. That's there's no. I vehemently agree with that, and the reason for that is because if Iran was to shut the Strait of Hormuz without China agreeing to it, you would then have China becoming a volatile a group within the situation, and then they'd be having to fight China in a different front. So what they've done is basically bring them on board to say, look, like, yeah, we're going to agree to shut the strait. You're still going to get your goods out of it. Yeah, so I agree with that. But that, again, was a logical decision to make based on a agreed upon alliance, because in a warfare, you're not going to have a situation where you're just going to fight the whole world. But sorry, yeah.
Correct. And so, yeah, we agree that that was a joint decision. Now, why did they do it? Well, China has effectively said, instead of this small, slow transition, chipping away, we have waited for this perfect moment.
True.
When American financial stress is at its peak.
True.
The tension after October the 7th and the dislike of Israel and the distaste towards America because of the Israel-American relationship is at its peak.
I agree with that.
And now let's close the strait. And Trump and American financial powers and Israeli elites and whoever's involved in the top of that power structure knows that I'm not just negotiating with Iran, I'm negotiating with China. And so
So on that, I agree that when you look at the situation from China's perspective, and this is again what I'm saying, this isn't China acting out of benevolence, but they're acting strategically, smartly. It's the exact same decision I would make, which is they're thinking America, as per what you said, financially isn't in a great situation. Militarily,
I don't think they thought. I don't think anyone thought that America would be this bad militarily, but this has become extremely beneficial for China, where Iran's been able to dominate them in the manner that they have militarily. And the Strait was always their plan because they knew the financial impact it's going to have. So this is an opportune situation for China and Russia because you basically got Iran acting as your essential proxy to fight this war, which isn't really a proxy. They're fighting the war themselves, but you almost benefited from it. And this is why China should have basically helped them a lot more in terms of not basically charging them for some of these goods, but that's fine. But the point is, they're basically like, look at Ukraine, they were getting stimmy packages from everyone, you know, all the time. But that being said, yeah, this is in China's interest. And this is why, yeah, they're benefiting a lot from this, no doubt about it.
Yeah. So now we take this up to the highest level of negotiation, which is the current superpower, America, and the one that has significant leverage because the strait is closed, which is China. And so that is what I believe to be the real
Iran.
Yeah. And then Iran has its demands.
But the
And
Strait,
those demands.
no, but this is just this bit because I just want to clarify because you said America, China, but Iran's the one that shut the Strait. Iran's the one that's fought the war. China is benefiting because they've got some kind of understanding that this is going to be the best thing to do to weaken America. But Iran is still separate to China in my view, but do continue.
Yeah, correct. So Iran, again, and we think of China and Iran as monoliths, but it's not quite accurate. But the Iran,
you see them as one entity.
No, I see disjointed factions within a country as well, because we often just say this is what China wants. China's a bit easier because the CCP.
Yeah, you're right about that, Simon. Because G is going to be. They want to take G out. Inevitable was telling us the other day that they're trying to take G out. There's a coup.
Whoa!
Well, you do.
I never said that. Whoa!
Listen, Mr. CCP. Inevitable was telling us on this space. This guy called Inevitable China was telling this space there's an attempted coup in China. I was.
You must mean Inevitable West. I think that was him.
I think he lives in Beijing. I think he lives in Shanghai. But anyway, do continue, Simon jokes.
But it is incredibly important to understand those dynamics because people really understand the dynamics between America and Israel, and everyone has their opinion in it. But the same relationship between oligarchs in Russia and the Russian government exist, and the same dynamics between, and I know like CCP is like a powerhouse, but there are they don't let corporate power, so you haven't got corporate power, but there are military power and other types of internal politics.
Inevitable, you'll flip it. Bro, Simon, this Inevitable China, you're literally going to get him taken away by the secret police. What are you doing?
But yeah, understanding those power dynamics are very important because you end up with too simplistic view of what the actual who's in charge of the decision making process in these things. And a recognition that the internally people start to take advantage of these changes as well. But inevitably, this comes down to Iran has its own checkmate. It controls the strait.
Yeah.
But there is a codependency between what China wants and
I don't think it's a codependency though. I think it's a mutually beneficial situation.
Correct, yeah. But
because I don't think it's codependency, and I'll explain to you why. Because codependency is what? One is dependent on the other. If Iran wanted to, if China didn't want to be part of this war, Iran could still fight this war without China. If China didn't want America to lose this war or weaken America, they could just stay out of it themselves. But both have decided that this is kind of like in a way like a mutually beneficial situation where China, it benefits because it weakens America, and Iran benefits because it weakens America and Israel.
Yeah, but with one exception, that China could just give up on this strategy and get on with something else.
Yeah, that's where I disagree with, because the reason China is doing that is because China knows that there may come a time where they may need to fight America. Hence why they've spent so much on their military. This is why they've spent so much on their navy. Like this notion that China's like lolly 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 la. Oh my God! Like let's so it's the year of the dragon. Let's go and chill out and play around. Like no, China's like definitely planned, prepared, and prepped. And if you look at a lot of their military literature, they've basically worked out and war gamed all strategies of a possible various wars with America, both on their front and in the American front. So I don't agree that could just go away and be like la 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 and just hope that nothing ever happens to them.
Yeah, I mean, China's definitely not complacent. Their whole ideology is based upon a century of humiliation and all their imperial background and the Japan situation, everything, and that is deep in their psyche in terms of they don't take anything for granted, and they're planning for everything on a very long term horizon here. But all this to say, in the current situation right now, Iran, because of the sanctions, if America lifted the sanction, then Iran would have more leverage. But because of the sanction, Iran, Russia, and China have created this alternative route for settling economically and allowing money to get through, trade to get through. But there is one reality that every country in the world is dependent upon China's manufacturing base, and they have to have exports from China. And that's the same with Iran. They have to have financial flows with China, and they have to have exports from China. Whereas China they wouldn't want to because their economy is dependent upon exports. But they can, if they really wanted to, just switch off exports and find another plan for one country. And so that gives them a
But
deeper leverage.
even that wouldn't be easy to do. It's not like a click of a finger where you basically remove all your exports. And
Well, if
change your
any
entire.
if any country can do it, China can do it because they can just inflict upon.
Well, yeah, they could just put their people through slave labor like they did in the past.
Well, they just go to the companies like they did in silver and put a mandate out there and just say you're not allowed to export any silver without a license, and if a business doesn't comply with that, then there are severe consequences on them functioning as a business in China. That's
But
that's
also
their
they
function.
do. Oh, but for the economy, they do require the exports help the economy quite a bit.
Well, that's their whole economy, and then that's their weakness. Their weakness is they have to export, and they wanted to, and the reason they wanted to, not continue to weaken their currency is because they wanted to focus on wealth within the country so that they can build consumption within
And
the country.
I'm not someone who thinks that it's not possible to change your economy. You quite easily can restructure your economy, especially under an extreme situation. But again, it's not easy to do so. It takes time, depending
It's
on.
definitely not easy, but
Yeah.
that's what we're witnessing right now. If there is one thing that defines this relationship in the global environment right now, it is that America strengthened its currency and destroyed its manufacturing base, and China weakened its currency and built its manufacturing base because exports are cheap in China by weakening the currency, and exports are expensive in America by strengthening the currency.
That's true.
And that is the definite. That is the if there is one thing that is being negotiated here, it is that those two currencies and those two relationships is effectively what needs to be restructured in this entire situation. And then it comes down to all of the different proxy wars and battles that make that negotiation stronger or weaker on both sides.
Yeah. So the way I view it, though, is just coming back to the point, and I think this is why it was important to have this discussion. The Iran relationship is a relationship of mutually beneficial. The war that's happening benefits China. China is definitely the big winner in all this because they don't have to even risk my boy Inevitable West. He's chilling on a Twitter space while everybody's fighting. On the other hand, they're basically fighting the war. They're gonna, if you look at it now, it's the hardliners in I mean, I don't like describing it as hardliners, but just to use the kind of colloquial Western terminology, it's the hardliners who are in charge. They're in power in Iran now after those assassinations took place. This war is happening, and I believe that this war isn't determined. It's a war that's gonna it is a war that's gonna shape the way the future goes because it's such a pivotal moment. I think we both agree it's a pivotal moment, even though we may disagree in terms of whether this is predetermined or not.
Yeah, the outcome of this is the most defining moment of our lifetime. We
Yeah,
won't see it more.
I
This is the
totally
biggest
agree.
thing we'll ever experience.
100%. In my model and in your model, I think we both agree that this is literally the most pivotal moment in a very, and even Joe's model as well, is the most pivotal moment in a very, very long time. I think
Of
our
our
main.
lifetime, we'll never witness anything more consequential than this
I agree.
while we're alive.
I agree. I think so I think the main thing is I think the only point of real disagreement is whether this is predetermined or not. And I think I know you do. You believe it is, and I don't believe it is.
Well, I'll give an adjustment to that. Predetermined with people with a plan that is also being derailed by somebody that doesn't want that predetermined plan to happen, and so that's created an escalation cycle that I didn't factor in.
Yeah, there's a lot of escalation, Simon. A lot of escalation, my friend.
But the economics, and again, like it really comes down to this: is there an ideology that drives us over to rationality, and that is what takes us to World War III?
What do you mean?
Or is there a power structure where?
No, wait. Can you can you just explain what you mean by that? Is there an ideology that moves us to rationality? What do you mean?
As in, right now, if the strait doesn't get opened,
right,
and the powers that be don't agree to significant concessions, then there is an irrational outcome where everybody's going to lose.
Okay. So what you're basically saying is, based on if things were based on rational thinking, there should be a deal tomorrow, basically. Maybe.
Yeah, I think all countries acting in what's right for the country and understanding what's right for the country, or the entire big picture, let's say, there would have to be a deal next week. If we go beyond the deal next week, then things get worse and worse and worse, and it
But
hits.
also your position, I assume, is going to be that. I think you mentioned it earlier. Didn't you say that you thought this threat by Trump was fake, and in reality, nothing's going to happen from it?
There's two options, and again, you'll probably say this is a cop out.
Yeah, the two options are he might do it, he might not do it.
It might just be a negotiation tactics to draw this to a close, but I do think that to end this, there needs to be a predetermined, agreed, dramatical closing action. And I do believe that if any agreement has been reached, it will consist of, we need this narrative, you need that narrative, and they need that narrative. And we need to agree that this gets blown up, that gets blown up, and then we reach a deal. I think that's how this ends. I think in a deal, they would define the optics and the narrative of how it looks as well.
But then you're basically saying both are possible, right? Which we all agree with, like everything's possible.
Yeah, but if we get we've done a deal, and as part of that deal, we will blow this up, blow that up, make it look like it's about to go World War III, but then we all announce here's the deal, or however over the next few years we ratchet this, whatever it is that they're agreeing.
Yeah,
there's a couple of ways of executing it.
I guess you're gonna be right no matter what, because the thing is, like, I don't agree with any, like, your position at all, but I think in the end you will probably say, "Oh, you were right," because there will be a deal at the end. Because there's no such thing as a war without a deal at the end. It's just where we disagree is you believe that that war in itself is not real, whereas I think
No,
it
not
is.
not real is the wrong way of framing it. Everything's real, but certain the factions of power have
No, no, but
agreed
you
to
believe
parts of it.
no, no, but you just said that in the sense of they agree that we're gonna blow this up, we're gonna blow that up, we're gonna blow this up. So yeah, is there really something being blown up? Yes, there is. But is it an actual real like I'm hitting you, you're hitting me? No. So it's like for example, me and you. If I say, okay, Simon, punch me on the face, and then I'll punch you back on the face. Yeah, I'm getting walloped in the face. That bit's real. But is it really a fight? No, it's not. Is basically the point, right?
Yeah, so that's what I think a faction of power has come to an agreement to. And then
Yeah, but I guess what I'm trying to,
competing factions of power that I think
yeah.
escalate it because it's not because they have another plan.
But I guess where I think that there's a problem is because, like in your kind of framing, you could be wrong about almost every single specific thing that happens, but then you'll be like, oh, guess what? There was a deal. But the thing is, like any logical human being knows that there's always a deal at the end. There's no war that doesn't end without a deal. There's no battle that doesn't end without a deal. There's no situation that doesn't end without a deal. So, for example, when this does end, there will be a deal that ends this. There's no doubt about that. Like we're not unless because if there was no deal, it would continue. It's just like logical. But the point is where we and so what that deal is going to be, I believe, is going to be based on how well the situation goes, who's gonna, how well Iran does or how well Israel does. All of these things are going to determine what the outlook of the final deal is going to be. Because if Iran gets eradicated or the government gets changed, then it's a totally different situation how the deal is going to be. If Israel gets eradicated, America gets eradicated, then there'll be a totally different situation where the deal is going to be. And if there's something in the middle, then that'll be a different thing. Because there's no war that doesn't end without a deal. But I think and then I think your position is, oh, guess what? There was a deal. But the point is that that's going to happen no matter what. But the pathway is where the disagreement is. I think with you, the pathway is I don't want to say it's it's predetermined. Yeah, yes, predetermined is actually the best word because it's been decided and then people are just acting it out. So yeah, it's predetermined. Whereas in mine, it's not predetermined. There's actually free will in this entire situation.
Yeah. I guess like what, trying to predict all the different I mean, the one thing I've learned about this whole thing is that a couple of years ago, like right during the October the 7th phase, I was saying this will lead to a multipolar world. This will lead to the weakening of the dollar, and the only way to defeat Israel is to defeat America, and this will be the fall of America. And I think that the Trump was installed in order to implement tariff policies because his job was to switch to a multipolar world, and therefore there is a predetermined path where Trump looks like he's working on one goal but is taking the world onto another goal. And I still believe that that's actually happening. And that's kind of the subtle difference. Whereas Joa I think that Trump is desperately trying to save the U.S. empire and will lose. I think that Trump isn't as dumb as everyone says. Trump is meant to look dumb, but yeah.
But I have
But
I
Joe's
have
position is Joe. So do jump in. I think your position, even though I guess your position though is that it's also not predetermined, right, Judge Joe? Because from my
yeah,
understanding, your
it's not
position.
mine is not predetermined. And yes, you have two factions fighting each other. One's the treasury and one's banking. Or it's a final fight just to keep global reserve currency, one or the other. But to me, the way he's acting seems more like the to put in the stables, crush the banks, put in the stables. So it's really a treasury versus banks, and that's what we're seeing.
Yeah, mine is military versus financial.
But how is Joe? But how is yours?
But mine's not
Yours
mine's
is
not
totally different to
predetermined.
his Simon's position.
Yes, it's not. It is different. It's who's fighting, but mine is not predetermined. There's no one that has a predetermined. There's no predetermined deals. This is all U.S. It's not. It's not being done well. the only way the oligarchs are involved is almost all of them. Like Elon's launching a stable coin. Trump launched a stable coin. I think there's a couple other people in line to launch stable coins. Yeah, so that's the only way that they're involved. But
Like, would you, Jared? Let me ask you a question. Would you
Mhm.
find it inconceivable
Mhm.
that Putin and Trump, as part of a negotiation between what Trump representing financial power does for with Xi Jinping, that they agree that there's going to be like another 3 wars to destabilize Europe? Sorry, another 3 years of the Russia-Ukraine war in order to destabilize, and we'll agree that Ukraine's going to get this amount of money and they're going to purchase this amount of weapons. And would you see it as inconceivable that Putin, might be able to agree to something like that through some kind of channel?
I do for one reason, Simon, and this has been the why I have a hard time believing your theory is I can't picture America giving up the empire, and by doing that, America gave up the empire because you're weakening your allies in
So
Europe.
you think Trump's a patriot, basically?
No, I think he cares about his pocket, but at the same time, his
So could you
assets
care?
are tied to America.
But what if his assets aren't tied to America? The vast majority of his wealth isn't.
Then it would be a different story.
Which is it is. I've looked at his wealth, and the vast majority of his wealth comes outside of America, I think.
How's that
But
possible?
why? I'm sorry, I had to cut in because it's at 16%. I'm really sorry to do this because I have a position too. But like, I know I'm not one of the boys. I'm just gonna do this real quick. But why are we just only factoring Trump? Trump isn't running anything. And so my position is that the fifth column of I'm going to say Zionist because I'm on YouTube. Have made the decision that we were going to go after Iran in Trump's term. That's why, yes, I do believe he was installed, Simon, for them to have their war so that they can get, the domination over the Middle East so that they could go after Iran, the last country that was left to go after. And then even if Trump has wherever his money is, we have a fifth column of elite, Zionists who when you say keep the American empire, this is because this is their playground, right? We'll call it that. I mean, that's what it is, right? So it's not about being patriotic because they don't care about us, the Americans, but then they want to keep America going because they get to suck out of it as much as possible. And, as rich as America is, they get to take as much as they want from it. So why isn't that factored in? Because that is part of it. And I feel like we can't kind of act like that's not a part of it. These, because this has been a plan for a long time. And this country actually was infiltrated since World War I to get us in certain wars. So I just don't understand. It's just like,
Yeah, so in my map, I think that neocon model of keeping the empire alive for Zionism and whatever, if you say it's Israel, that is more of a Biden strategy. I think that Trump is aligned with a financial powers that have a different track and don't want to keep the empire alive, and they're okay switching to multipolarity. And Trump is ushering that in. And of course, it's not Trump in charge, but it's just a question of who does Trump answer to more. I think Biden answered to Israel and the military-industrial complex and Zionism to keep the empire alive, so that America could be the superpower and Israel could benefit from it. But I don't think Israel succeeds with America falling, and I think Trump is okay with personally enriching himself, answering to financial powers that want multipolarity, work with China, work with Russia, and Israel won't do well in the end in that situation, but needs to be compensated in the transition.
But the only reason why, again, I'm just cutting you off, is because when you say Israel, you're talking about the place, and that's part of it too. But I have to keep it real. I'm talking about the people. So, and there's a lot of them who are here. And really, when also too, when you say that
But
neocon
do you mean
Israel,
elites, or do you mean elite Jews, or
I
do
don't
you
mean
mean
the regular
everyday Jews?
people. I'm not, you know, I don't mean that. I just hate that I don't, you know, I don't mean that. But like, we just keep it to the term Zionist, just because we'll do that. But that part that you said, though, even about the neocon model being under Biden, but that, again, we were infiltrated again. Like, this has actually been going on since before Biden. I mean, even back when Pat Buchanan tried to run for president and they smeared him because he was saying we can't go to certain wars. I think it was Iraq, where he was saying we can't go to war with Iraq because there's going to be a certain group of people who's going to go to that war. But the people who want it, we'll call them Israelis, just, you know, because of where we are. They're the ones who want it, and they keep sending America into their wars. This is a pattern that's been happening for so long. I don't know why this time is any different to me. Like, I don't think that there's anything any different about it this time. They've even changed the way our American society runs. With going to churches and telling people you have to, you know, bless Israel, or, you know, Muslims are after you, and all of it. They changed the trajectory of this country just so these wars could happen. And then when you get to Iran, the last one, the kingpin, I don't see why it's anything any different. I think other things are added, but I think that's the core thing.
Yeah,
This is what America vassalized to do.
I think what's different is I don't think Israel and Zionism controls China, and so what was the difference between the previous 6 wars? And that clean break memo was all about America as a global hegemon and being able to do that. What's different now is that Israeli power is a function of the American empire. And if the American empire is being depleted by China during the time of this Iran war and everything we were talking about before, that's why this time is different.
And I agree that, and I'll end with that. Like, I agree that this time is different because we're going to see a real pushback, a real fight, right? Because, yeah, China's involved in all of that, and Iran has been preparing and everything. So, yeah, this time is different for that reason. But it's still the same plan that had to happen. It's bizarre that we're even in this war because we were not prepared. I did expect America to do this bad because from Ukraine started, people were complaining that we're not ready to be sending Ukraine all of our weapons, our stockpiles getting low. And then we were sending weapons to Israel. We've been sending stuff away. And then here we are. Now, I sometimes do believe that this is a suicide mission, that kind of like a punishment. That's a different story right now. I'm not going to go all the way into that, but I think what makes it different is that Iran is able to stand up. That's what makes a difference to me. But thank you guys for letting me talk. And guys, please, just real quick, this is where we have the deep discussions. I have to plug it. I can't help it. Please make sure you like the stream. Subscribe to Suleiman's channel. The link is above. Suleiman, Beatrix, and Joa's head pictures. And make sure you put your notification bell on when you subscribe to the channel. Retweet, reshare the space. And back to you guys. Thanks for letting me.
I'll read a couple of these super chats. Ita Manaria says Iran could have stopped backing the axis of resistance, hugged Israel, $1 trillion GDP unlocked, no need to fight 2 nuclear powers only to become a Chinese proxy. I mean, I disagree. I think the fact that Israel and America are so linked, and obviously I believe Israel controls America, why would they make a deal with, why would the enemy want to make a deal with them? It makes no sense. Is it bad that I can hear Beatrix's voice all day and not get bored? Lord help me, yeah. You're a simp, Buffalo. A simp! Wetch back to wedding party, Kunduz hospital, etc. Don't pretend this is the first time. I don't even know what that means. Sully, get a respectful conversation, not this pompous jackass Mango. He probably has a slanted head and drinks Mountain Dew surge soda. No one likes that. I thought, what's wrong with Mountain Dew? I thought Mountain Dew was decent. Okay, cool. So there's with the super chats. Joe, you were gonna say something. I did want to hear your response to Simon as well when Simon said. Simon says when Simon said that that Trump has most of his wealth outside of the United States of America.
I just looked it up, and including him and all his kids, because it's even worse for him. But including all his kids. First off, I didn't know that Dubai is 49% owner of World Liberty Financial, which is where he has a stable coin. But US is overwhelmingly 90% of all his wealth. UAE is now 7% of all his wealth. UK, Ireland, mostly Scotland, is 3% of his wealth, and then the rest is everywhere around the world. Like this seems like the fact that UAE is such a
Say it
big
again, Joe. I
investor in
got
World Liberty
distracted by the
Financial.
chat. They were talking smack, so I was about to smash them. Go ahead, say again.
Yeah, 90% is in the US. Okay.
Who's this Trump's wealth you
What
talking
was
about?
it again? Yeah, Trump and his kids combined, because I'm including World Liberty Financial. 7% is UAE because UAE owns 49% of
This is what we
World
want
Liberty
down with the
Financial.
UAE, but do continue, sorry.
Yeah, not me, but
yeah, not Joe. Joe
but
loves him.
I do love Dubai. 49% of they own 49% of World Liberty Financial, which I didn't know, which is a stable coin. Then it's from the golf courses in Scotland and Ireland, and then the rest all around the world. So it's majority US. And don't forget that there's the story that's kind of disappeared very quickly, which will bring him a lot of wealth, probably double his wealth, which was the merger of Truth Social with a nuclear energy company in the US.
Fusion.
Yeah, Fusion, which happened a week after my friend, who was the nuclear scientist, got killed, which is quite strange. Still don't have a lot of answers on that. That's going to be worth more than his current net worth. That deal. So he's very tied to the U.S.
Yeah, so that's
and
US
UAE,
capital
which
market.
but he's also not putting. But it's also UAE, right? Which he's not putting in a great position right now.
Yeah. So I think that's his declared US capital market. And my definition of US falling as an empire is that it becomes financialized and the capital markets remain, but the people are not a factor, or the economy is not a factor, which is so, you still have very buoyant liquid capital markets, which allows for the extraction of wealth from the American people. So, but what's not factored in there, I don't think, is all the billions of dollars that have come from a future vision through Affinity Capital, all of those different things, all the wealth that's been done via his sons, various other structures.
But that got but we know what that went to. The 2 billion that Saudi gave Kushner was to buy the PGA, and then they merged the Live Golf Tour with the PGA Tour, and then made Trump's golf course in Jersey the crown jewel of the tour. Right,
I
which
don't think it's been
increased
done
his wealth
via
greatly.
Affinity, has it? Is that
Yeah, it was.
okay?
It was.
Because it was zero invested money for ages, right? With zero returns.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I don't know if they've given them more than 2 billion. Oh, and part of that also went to Ivanka speaking at the WEF, by the way, which they paid millions for.
Who paid millions for Ivanka? UAE.
Saudis.
Oh my god, I told you they're such simps. They're
Yeah.
bold and beautiful white woman, blonde and beautiful white woman. These Saudis, bro. I'm telling you, bro. Gotcha.
Yeah. So they did use that money to merge Live and PGA. They used it to buy the PGA.
Yeah. Okay.
Which makes it super obvious that it was money, a bribe money for Trump, because who the hell cares more about golf? Kushner, who doesn't even play golf, or Trump, who has played the most golf out of any president ever?
Yes, I reckon these backdoor deals have tied his future family wealth. So all of his leveraged wealth is tied to America, but all of his future wealth, I think, is tied to this multipolar world. And
But how can you give me an example of something he has where his wealth's tied to a multipolar world?
yeah, I think he wants to build all those Trump towers across the Middle East. He
But he's getting them attacked. Like the ones he has relationships with, which is UAE and Saudi Arabia, he's getting attacked.
Oh yeah, but I mean, personally, I think that that's just a vassalization of UAE into the financial industrial complex, and then Dubai will do very well in the future after it. Like, I don't see this as systemic or something takes it away. I see this as a wealth transfer from retail to institutional at a deep discount in distress. And I think Saudi's going to end up the hegemon once the deal is announced, and UAE the vassal for the financial industrial complex, just like India will be. And then that gives, the financial powers that Trump is affiliated with, their little vassal states where they try to get a footlock in the multipolar world into the GCC and BRICS. And I think those have been chosen for that. But yeah, I guess we shall see. How could we define it, Joe? How could we end up proving this in the end, or we can't?
I'll think about it. But
We already saw it.
Yeah, but how
We
could
saw it
we
happen.
how could we define? Because Joe and me have the same outcome, but different understanding of how we got there. In Joe's world,
Wait, but
Trump,
how does Joe have the same outcome when Joe's position is not predetermined?
because Joe believes that Trump will fail and we'll end up in a multipolar world and the dollar will weaken and we end up with the same outcome.
But Trump failing is not determined, right, Joe? It could be that he ends up winning and you didn't expect it.
yeah, but in my scenario, I think mine would have hyperinflation in America. Would yours have hyperinflation in America?
No, I don't think we'd have hyperinflation in America.
Right. So then that would be the differentiator, I think.
Okay. Let's think about that.
No.
But yeah, the difference is that Joe believes Trump is doing his job to try and save the empire, but he's an idiot and he's going to kill the empire, or circumstance have put him in an impossible situation.
No, but Joe, you don't believe he's an idiot, right? Like you believe it's like a last ditch effort. Like, let's
Yeah,
say
I
it
think-
was me trying to make a last ditch effort. It's so hard to do. I'm probably gonna fail. It doesn't make me an idiot.
Right. That's why I call it a Hail Mary.
Yeah.
I've always said a Hail Mary because a Hail Mary is
Yeah.
like, the buzzer's about to buzz and you do a play that's super risky, but if you win, you win. But if you don't, you lost. It's I think this is the last ditch effort.
I agree.
But there's moves that he's making that makes it seem like he's doing it on purpose. That's why at times I feel like it's for the stable coins. Pushing away the allies, doing the tariffs. They just sometimes it feels like he's doing it on purpose.
And the data showing that. So let's think about the next moves, right? So he's entered into war that reversed the dollar weakening trend just temporarily at the moment, and the dollar is strengthening. Which means the whole build the manufacturing base, decouple from China. That's not happening because the dollar's strengthening. And then you enter into a war. The effect.
Wouldn't the dollar strengthen if people are selling off assets? You know what I mean? It doesn't mean it's going to stay there. I'm more interested in the bond market.
Okay.
With that.
So then, what yields just spiral from here?
Yeah. Well, no, it won't be like markets are never straight. It's always a roller coaster.
Cool. Yeah. But what do you think comes next? So, to me, there needs the longest, and I think it has to be next week or this week or whatever we're on now. But the longest, I can't see a set of circumstances where the strait is closed without a way of getting the price of oil down and then continuing this war beyond the meeting that was meant to happen in April between Xi Jinping and Trump. Like, do you think this just goes on to like a full ground invasion, occupation, and just an epic failure? Or
I think there's one thing that differentiates us. I think he wants, at the end of the day, this oil to be, although what he's doing to the public, as you said before about that, we agree on this and that. I think he wants this oil stopped for longer. He wants the pressures on the banks.
okay, cool, yeah. No, I think he needs to get the price of oil down, and the deals have been done, and now this needs to lead to an
Right.
outcome and a crash of the oil price. But
Yeah, so
you
that
think he wants
differentiates
to
us.
kill the banks by keeping oil price and creating a systemic risk in the Western financial system?
Yeah, forcing force majeure, and then creating a credit issue, and then he's going to come in with, a new way to save the world, which is the stable coins, and yeah,
Okay, cool. All
it's
right,
going to take a while, but
that's
we'll
quite
see.
easy to tell.
Can I chime in real quick?
Yeah.
Hey, Omar, what do you have to say on this, there, brother?
So sorry, just to be clear, to
Oh
close that
no.
conversation. So Joe, under your model, he wouldn't taco. He'd blow up the financial system and go all guns blazing.
Yeah, he would blow up the financial
That,
system before he would taco.
And under my
that's not good.
model, there's a narrative and a theater that leads to a taco.
What do you mean taco?
As in a deal's done in the near short term with a three-way exit narrative, and yeah.
But what short term to you? Because this
Before
war
the
now is
meeting
basically.
before the meeting with Xi Jinping, which was scheduled for April.
But I thought that was delayed.
Well,
That's been delayed. That's been delayed a few months, right? 6 weeks, I think. Something
okay,
like that.
yeah. Well, I think we start to hit Joe's territory. Like, if a deal's not done by the end of next week, we start to enter the phase where there is deliberate sabotage of the financial system, and I don't believe there's a set of circumstances where the people around Trump don't know that.
And
They know
but that
the
goes.
next, yeah.
But that would go against your view, right?
Yeah.
Because you believe it's the financial industrial complex that's deciding all this. They wouldn't kill themselves.
Yes.
Correct. And Joe believes that there will be. Actually, this is very easy to see. Your positions are very arch away immediately. Whereas Joe believes that they are going to be, the financial industrial complex is going to be harmed by this because Trump's going to is destroying it on purpose, correct?
Yeah, destroying the
Yep.
traditional system to replace it with a stable coin.
with his new stable. But it means in Joe's system, there won't be a deal, and the financial industrial complex will be harmed in its current iteration.
Yeah, exactly. So we'll find out soon. In a week and a half.
This
Can
will
I
be
just chime
determined in the
in
next couple
real
of
quick?
weeks.
Yeah. Well, I don't know, because it just depends, isn't it?
Yeah, if there's like, to me, like, if he finds a magic trick to pull a cat, like, to continue this war, not reach a deal and get the price of oil down. But then under Joe's model, he'll want the price of oil to blow up and break things.
Yeah. Isn't Anis predicting that the price of oil is going to go to $180?
I don't know what his prediction is. In his map, he thinks like Trump's doing this for big oil, isn't it? To try and get and he believes that America's patriot, Trump is patriot, and they're going to win in every aspect, I think.
Yeah, obviously he's a flipping Zionist, isn't he? What do you expect? But I meant in terms of the price of oil.
I don't think he's predicted a price of oil unless I've missed it.
I'm sure I saw him say $180, but
Yeah. Can I chime in real
Yeah.
quick just to say something? With all due respect to Simon and Joe as
expertise and financial knowledge. I think just to say from what Casey was coming from, I mean, she was coming from a point where this is war and it has nothing to do with where reading the charts and oil prices up and down. I mean, this is like a change in regime and a change of power shift. So I think that's where she was coming from. And I think where Simon's coming from, which is very valid, is also reading the financial charts where it can, when I read the charts, I can tell you the news beforehand. So that's what he's trying to do. And all at the end of the day, it's just conclusions, and we're just gonna have to see how it plays out. But I mean, they both make valid points. Even Joe's point's valid. So at the end of the day, it's really like just conclusions. But yeah, and it's to predict oil going up to 180. So if they do end up making the deal, it'll probably be a deal which I highly doubt for a short term, just to bring the oil prices down or something. But after that, I honestly don't see the oil going down. I think it's really going up, and things are going to escalate and escalate and escalate, and the U.S. dollar is going to weaken. Obviously, it's already weakened. Its purchasing powers is not at the same. We're already in inflation, so I mean, no disrespect. You guys have all the financial knowledge. I mean, I just have a little basic background, but from what I'm just hearing, it's just everybody's coming from a different standpoint. So, with all due respect, that's all I want to say.
Thanks for that, Omar. But yeah, I don't think they'll come to like a temporary agreement. That would be like the most horrible decision to make whatsoever. Like Iran agreeing to like a temporary decision would be really, really bad. And to be honest, I don't see Iran coming to the table at all in this current situation. I think I mentioned this before you came on, I think, Omar, but when you look at the demands of Iran, so I think the reparations is probably an extra one, but the rest of it, they want those demands met. And when it comes to the Americans, if they meet those demands, then it will be a major loss. So it's going to be interesting what happens. And I don't think I see this concluding that soon, to be honest. I think
Yeah,
they'll
Iran. I can't imagine Iran doing a
I mean, just
temporary deal to get the price of oil down. Like if they do that, they're over. Like in terms
if
of
they do that,
yeah.
then you're right, Simon. Then it is all. Then they're all working together. It's like then there is, because that one is like, why would you do that? It makes no logical sense.
I mean, but when you think about it, Operation Roaring Lion, it's failed completely miserably. The United States has completely withdrawn, basically, and now Trump's trying to find a way, in a schizophrenic, manic way, trying to find a way to make a deal. And at the end of the day, the Roaring Lion is holding all the cards, and they're playing silent, and they're saying, we are waiting for you. Do whatever you want. You ordered this war, so come take this war and come see and see the reprimands of the war that you guys wanted. So when someone speaks like that, they're speaking out of a long-term plan. I don't think this is a plan for a month or two or a year. I mean, this is a plan where they want to achieve something, and it's going to be achieved for once and for all. Where we have always spoken this, and I hate to repeat myself, but for the people that are listening, it's just in a way where it's like this is the final way where the West is going to control the whole entire world by putting its basis, by controlling its monetary system. So that's why we're going towards a new global reset and a new financial system. And this is why CBDCs are coming into play, digital voter IDs coming into play. So I mean, I'm not saying tomorrow or today, but this is a whole change in a whole regime. So the markets do have a lot to play. Oil does have a lot to play. Energy is going to affect the whole entire world when things go up. But the fact is that the roaring lion is still holding silent while the Houthis are still silent. I mean, they've all discussed and said we're ready, but in reality, they still haven't done anything. So that's why Trump's going all over the place trying to figure out a way what to do, what do I do, who do I do, and in the end, what I truly believe, it is a conspiracy of mine. So take it with a grain of salt. But I truly believe he's gonna try and make a deal with Iran in a way. They're not going to negotiate with him, and they're not even going to give him the time of day, not even a phone call, not even a second of their time. But he's going to keep trying, and then what's going to escalate the war is Israel's not going to want that, because after what they've boom, 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 bish, bash, bosh, I mean, they're not gonna go quiet on this. They're gonna go all
You're
haywire and
doing so
trying to
well.
make this escalate this into something much bigger.
You were doing so well, Omar, until you had to say the BBB.
But great points.
Hey, I'm simping for B, man. I'm a
Don't do,
confident man, but I gotta
don't do
simp
it,
for B,
bro.
man.
Don't do
She
it.
holds it
Don't
down
do
for
it, bro.
you.
Don't do it.
Hey, she holds it down for you,
Don't do it.
brother.
Don't simp, bro. Please, I beg you. So, but yeah, coming back to the conversation, yeah, I think it was a good conversation because you just see like three distinct positions on this between myself, Joa, and Simon, and then we'll see we'll see which way it goes, guys.
But I think we all agree there's no pause button, right? Whatever is the outcome of this is a
Well, I mean,
permanent
I
is
don't
a
know.
trajectory, right?
Yeah, me and you do. I don't know about Joa. Joa, do you agree as well?
I don't understand what you mean by pause button.
Like a temporary ceasefire, like a temporary agreement to put the oil
Oh.
prices down for like 1 or 2 weeks and then go back to fighting again.
No, but I thought in Simon's model they would come to a deal.
Overall, yeah, but not a temporary. He's the one that says that the deal that happens will be permanent as opposed to a temporary.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree too, Simon. In my position, that it's like no, but no, yeah, I don't think there's going to be anything temporary. Just wanted to throw that in.
Yeah, we don't really take a women's position. I don't even know what your position is, to be honest.
My gosh, whatever. It's all
I'm joking. We love Casey. She's
no,
awesome.
I know it's all good. It's all good.
Now Casey's position is your position. You got to own it, Suleiman. Israel rules the world.
Yeah, that is my position.
Oh,
that's the best
damn.
position. I think she's had the most articulate position on here.
Thank you so much.
Well, Sully, you're simping here for Casey. Whoa.
No, I'm just being nice. She's literally just copying my position.
Yeah.
So I'm literally saying my position is the best position.
Huh?
Come on, Andrew. Come on. And Andrew's got the same position as Simon. That all of this is. Andrew, you got the same position. This is all fake, right? And no, the war's not real.
Well, no, but I agree with Simon, full 100%. But it's real.
But to be clear, Simon's position is that everything that's happening, Iran is all predetermined. Iran's not really fighting; it's all predetermined. It's already been decided.
Oh,
so that's your
no,
position as well.
No, sir, he didn't say that.
You said you agreed with him 100%.
Oh, but he's not really saying that. This is really real. People are dying. Iran made it happen.
No, he doesn't mean there's no real people dying. But like, for example, his position is that, like, America will bomb Israel, Iran will bomb back. Like, all of this has been agreed upon between Iran, America, and Israel.
Oversimplifying it. I don't think Simon's really saying that. God forbid. You're not saying that, right, Simon?
No, oversimplification. Yeah.
Thank
you. What do you mean oversimplification? Wait, what do you mean oversimplification?
I'm saying there is a track of power that is agreed, and it is multi-country. There's factions in Iran. There's China. There's factions of power within America. And they have agreed on a plan. And there is factions that don't want that plan, are resisting against it, which is creating an escalation cycle.
That doesn't even I don't even get your point then, because Joe, like, do you? I don't get it. I thought your position was, so I wasn't trying to oversimplify. I actually thought your position was
the 12-day war. I think was very orchestrated, and I believe that they thought this one could go that way. But there are other factions within IRGC. We call them hardliners.
Who are in
neocon? Sorry.
Who are in charge now?
Yeah, that are resisting against that plan and against that track.
But how can they even be in agreement on a plan if the people who you're saying working against the plan are the ones in charge?
I think the people that that China would sit down and agree such a thing with were the Iranian government, and then I think Khamenei was on board with it. And I think everyone else that hasn't been on board has probably been eliminated. Or there are some people.
No, I understand your position, but I don't get it. It doesn't follow through, because the people I actually don't even get your position at all now anymore, because I thought I understood it. So because the people in charge of Iran now are the people that you would call hardliners. So Ali Larijani, for example, was the negotiator. He was more of a open person in terms of negotiation. You would call him not a hardliner. And the people who replaced him are hardliners. You'd look at Ali Al-Khamenei, and he was a lot more
not a hardliner, and now you would say the people who replaced him are hardliners. If you look at the IRGC now, the people in power now are very much hardliners. You look at the body of three people who tried to decide the next ruler, it was based, and they chose a more hardliner. So I'm trying to say that if your position is that the hardliners are not part of this deal, well, they're in charge. So that means Iran's not part of the deal, even according to your position.
Yeah, so I believe there were some people that would be on board and some people that won't be on board. I don't know exactly who they are. And so I think there is a faction of IRGC hardliners that are resisting against such a plan. And they either are eliminated or they completely derail the plan and take it off track.
Okay, I don't get. And then the other one is you said that even because if your point is that it's not predetermined, it means this fight that's happening. Like I don't get it. I thought your whole point was that this kind of battle that was going on was something that was it was predetermined in the sense of like all you even said on here, oh that person you said bomb that place and then that person will get bombed, but then you're saying that's not your position.
No, there are people that are doing that. And then I think that there's an internal struggle around people that wouldn't be on board with that plan. But I do believe there was a plan, and this was meant to look something like the 12-day war. And then I think there are people within the IRGC that are not on board with that plan and have resisted. There's meant to be an internal regime change by the people that are functioning that plan.
So your
and maybe that's not happening.
So your point is this war was meant to be like the 12-day war, but what's happened is the plan's gone wrong now, and now it's just become it's like a wild card now, isn't it? Everything that's happened is not part of the plan.
Yeah, but I think it gets back to the plan.
But how you decide, that's just an assumption, because what you're basically saying is you're hoping it gets back to the plan, because what you're basically saying is there was a plan, a 12-day plan, a plan that should have been like the 12-day war, and now things have gone so off the rails away from the plan that you would need to get back onto the plan, and you're like, oh yeah, trust me, it will get back on the plan, but the only thing is that you believe it'll happen, but it's not happened.
Yeah, but I just think that I think ultimately the factions of aligned power will be able to get it back to an agreement, and that will be the agreed plan.
Okay, I never knew this was your position. So okay, okay, cool.
Could I just to chime in, Sully, if you're not gonna say anything?
Yeah, go for it.
I mean, let's say when you have a plan, let's say like when Trump puts Jolani and he's Al Qaeda and then ISIS and this and that, and then they come, they bring him in and put him president for Syria, they get him PR ready. I mean, that's all pre-planned. But when you have Iran and other people in the streets chanting in their cars, driving, raiding music, having parties in the middle of the streets, these people are waiting for what's to come. And plus their military is ready, plus their inner cities underground are ready. So like this is not something that you can pre-plan, especially with someone that's been deceived for 40 years over and over again. So no matter what, I don't believe they can pre-plan anything, whether it's Khamenei or whether it's someone more open. They've learned their lesson. I mean, fool me once, shame on me. If it's shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me. And they're not gonna be shamed, because the whole resistance, whether it's Hamas, whether it's the Houthis, whether it's Lebanon, Iraq, or them, I mean, they're all unified. So if one messes up or one takes a deal, I mean, they're all gonna basically turn on each other, and that's just gonna turn the whole world into turmoil, and that's not gonna happen. So I understand where you're coming from, Simon, 100%. But the thing is that this is not something you can pre-plan at all. I mean, you can pre-plan it in a way where it's if things were good, economy was good, they didn't have sanctions, and they just want to do a couple shows here and there just so they can get something out of it, or they can lower gas prices or increase them, or play with the markets or whatever it is. But this is a total different scenario. This is boom boom Tel Aviv. This is a war towards the holy mosque of Al-Aqsa and the freedom of oppression for Jerusalem and for all three religions. So there's so many things to factor in here. And I know you're a geopolitical and financial analyst, and that's what I'm saying. With all due respect, I'm saying this, and I don't want to come off as someone that's coming with more knowledge. But this is not something that I think that could be pre-planned at all. Not even the 12-day war. Not even this. The 12-day war was basically something they got hit with and they got played with, and then that was Israel's part. And now that Trump's really going off the walls and off the ramps, and he's not doing what Israel wants. Look at how Israel's speaking. They're speaking in a totally different manner, and that tone is showing me that okay, yeah, Trump's not going to play fair. Then we can eliminate Trump, or we can play with the mess up the administration and escalate the war the way we want, and then just go all haywire. Because these people are nuts, and then they get what they want in the end. And there's still a bunch of Mossad, there's still a bunch of Americans, there's still a bunch of people inside Iran. So there's so many things to factor in here that I don't believe it's just based on oil, just like Casey said. It's oil has to do a big part of everything, whether it's energy, Bitcoin mining, whether it's electricity, whether it's or oil and gas, every single thing. So you're right, but the thing is, this is not something that can de-escalate and escalate, de-escalate and escalate. This is something that's going to start and it's going to finish with whoever's going to win, and obviously, the person that's got the upper hand here is Iran, in my humble opinion.
Just want to thank Freedom Nomad for becoming a member of the community. Appreciate you, and appreciate you becoming an important member of the community. Much love and much appreciated. Who wants to go?
Yeah, let me just, I know Andy, his hand is up. I know I'm rude to Andy. Let me just give me 3 seconds.
It's all
30
right.
seconds.
He expects it of you.
I know, is that that's fine. I'm just fitting into the stereotypes, and I'm done. That's cool. It's just real quick, but you know, the derailing factor, I think, is Israel. I mean, it's that was shocking, but because I don't think that it's the possible hardliners in Iran that are derailing anything. At first, I really do hate using that name, that label. Because I think that these people, they've all been moderate. I think they've all followed their doctrine, and they've been moderate and restrained and everything, but still focused and doing what they have to do. But also, when you kill people's family members, right? Like, there's a psychology that we're not adding in. Mujtaba Khamenei, he lost children in that. I don't know who I would be. And they're still showing restraint. I heard, and I can't confirm this, is unconfirmed, but let's say it was true, that some of the kids who died in that school, who were killed, they're the generals. They were like some of the generals that was their like children. I'm not sure, okay? But it's not above Israel to do, you know.
That's what Professor Morandi said. That's the shot we put out.
So it is true. Oh, Jesus, God. Jesus. Oh, yeah, they definitely.
Remember, Professor Morandi said in the shot that we put out that they intentionally targeted the children in that school because they knew that they were children of the Iranian army in order to make them suffer pain and for them to like kind of lose their minds.
You just took my breath away, Father God, Jesus. Lord have mercy. That is. You just sent a shiver down my spine. I didn't.
Hey, Casey, if you think that's bad, Israel used to wait until 11:52 to bomb Gaza because that's when children would be going home for lunch during school.
And I know this is what they do. I mean, they bombed Lebanon with toys, but this time it was, you know, we did that. That's America. And I'm not gonna hide behind Israel with this one, because we should not be in this war at all. This is an abomination upon the world. And so even more, I look at Iran with so much, I'm sorry, I do admire them. I mean, in a time where they were, I'm sure, fasting as well. And then that happened and they still been this focused. So the hardliner is not even a fair name anymore. It's like the decisions need to be made. No, I don't think there's going to be ceasefires and simple negotiations. And America did that. America has to suffer the consequence as far as like not getting quick deals to shut down all of that. America has to deal with that. No, this isn't going to be as easy as people think it is. That's all I wanted to say.
So I think we should give Inevitable the chance to speak, because if not, we're all gonna go to hell. We're gonna get messed up. Sorry.
I cut in on Andy though.
Just kidding. Go ahead. Sully or Casey, continue.
We could go to Andy real quick, just because I feel like I cut him off, and I just feel so bad that I did that.
Yeah. Yeah, so there were some reports that Israel struck Iran, causing some blackouts. So I'm wondering if Iran's going to follow through and actually target the Gulf oil like they promised. I really want to see them actually follow through because they need to establish that deterrence that they have the red lines that can't be crossed. So it's going to be interesting to see whether they follow through tonight. I know Solomon posted that that there were the strikes causing some blackouts in part of Iran. So that's really interesting. I really want to see Iran follow through on that retaliation because that deterrence needs to be reestablished.
Yeah, I did see that. There is reports that Israel's already went ahead and went after Iran's energy infrastructure, so they might have already started this escalation before the 48 hours.
Yeah, Iran needs to retaliate. They need to do it.
I think they will. I mean, they've already promised things and delivered, and plus they've been saying you can target our infrastructure and electricity grid. It's easily repairable, and we have our measures. So, I mean, someone that's been preparing for war for 40 years, or let's say 10 years or 5 years, I think they've got plan A, B, C, D, all the way up to Z, and even more. So I think they'll follow through. Honestly, and like you said, Sully, they're probably going to escalate it right before the 48 hours and make Trump even look even worse.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they retaliate now right before the markets open. That's perfect. That's exactly what we want to see.
Yeah, let's go to Inevitable China.
Yes, sir. True that. No, you guys, it's been a great conversation, and I've enjoyed listening to it. Um, there's quite a bit I agree from pretty much, what Simon said, and as well as you, Suli, and Joa as well. You guys really, again, have made a lot of points that are salient, and I can see both sides to it. And a lot of it is factually correct. The U.S. and Israel, I do consider them to be um, a coalition that are run by and governed by a genocidal death cult. They have obviously their long-term leanings that come from multiple, sectarian, groups that are obviously tied in with theology, and I think that's obviously where it's playing out. They've also had this, they've had long-term plans, and a lot of it has come to fruition, such as the clean break, for example. I think pretty much everything, every part of it, in some capacity, has come to pass, other than the final step, which has been Iran. And when the clean break memo was formed, this was something that was provided to Netanyahu, and was not actually created by him, right? It was provided to him to present to the world, and to the United States rather, and to inflict upon the world. And Iran was not nearly as prepared as they are now. The axis of resistance wasn't nearly as developed as they are now. China was not nearly in the position as it is right now to provide support and beneficial help with Russia to Iran as it is now. A lot has changed since the clean break came into fruition, and they've had to adjust their plans too, just regarding everything from economic conditions to the state of their military, which in my view is actually kind of like degraded from an operational standpoint. The U.S. military really isn't what it was even in the early 2000s. Now it's completely, in a large way, it's been degraded, it's burnt out. Just operationally, it's not there. But I think the couple of things I just wanted to piece in there was, with this in mind, Iran is not a vassal of China, and Iran is, and it's always been intended for relationships that China has to make it a mutual benefit, as Suleiman said. The foreign minister of China came out, the foreign minister spokesperson rather, on Friday. And I think the quote was, China opposes the military strikes against Iran by the U.S. and Israel in violation of international law, and supports Iran's sovereignty and its territorial integrity and the safeguarding of these things. Specifically, it's like defending its legitimate rights and interests. That's been China's position. And, obviously that allows us to be a lot more open in terms of the support that China provides to Iran. Of course, I think it's just, to be honest, Iran wouldn't really be able to get like a missile off the ground, frankly, if not for the existing relationship that it has with China, which I think we all understand. But I think the other thing we need to recognize too is, the even from the conditions of mutual assistance, when Iran is able to sell oil to China, it is through an interconnected, vast system of dark fleets, of rather, what are they called? They're like shadow fleets. And I think Iran has like thousands of them across the ocean. But it's a significant cost that China has to pay. A lot of the teapot refineries, for example, are private companies in China that have to go quite a bit of out of their way in order to foster the volume of shadow fleets that go through like the Malacca Strait and even just housing them. And a lot of them are also stored in Shandong, for example. And yeah, I think because of the costs and the workarounds that have to be implemented, you find that a lot of the discount, so to speak, that Iran has to give China is based on the risk, the overall risk, and the sanction evasion. Obviously, if China ended up trying to purchase Iranian oil without using shadow fleets, it would face really significant financial repercussions, such as like trade. And trade, that would obviously involve mainstream shipping and banking and insurance. And if it becomes traceable through U.S. sanctions, which would be the cheaper option if not for the sanctions, these actions would trigger secondary sanctions automatically. And they can imply those on private companies of China too, without being state sanctions, rather. But that being said, I think one thing we need to understand is a lot of what we view as this sort of like really like I don't know, like what's the word for it? Sort of I guess like complicated structure. It is complicated in terms of the factions that exist. I think there are many different factions, even within different countries. Even within China, there are factions of thought within the CPC, for example, as to how to navigate, foreign international relations. But China does have only two allies that are considered to be like all-weather allies. One is North Korea from a mutual military cooperation perspective. That's the only country that China is technically beholden to for automatic like military support if and when they are attacked. The other one is Pakistan. Pakistan is not quite the mutual military cooperation deal in which, say, if Pakistan gets bombed, that the next day, CPC or rather PLA soldiers are going to be on the grounds. But I think Pakistan has probably the best exported weapon system of any country, as far as like the best exports that China sends out to fellow countries. Iran, however, is in a position where obviously there's benefit in China providing assistance to Iran, and I think Suleiman really laid it out very well as to why and the mutual benefits. At this point, I think we have a lot to look at when it pertains to the way Trump addresses China. There's a reason why he has postponed the meeting with Xi Jinping. I don't even think they have a date for when it's supposed to happen again. But not only has it been postponed, I think he was expecting to go into it with a position of strength. They were expecting a clean and swift, short operation from an Iran that, by all stretch of the imagination, was destabilized, and an IRGC that was weakened and basically ripe for the taking upon, of course, military action. And every action, including the bombing of children of IRGC family members and the attacks on IRGC banks and critical points, all of this was designed again to weaken that structure. They obviously underestimated the IRGC, and now it's been extremely rough for them as well. If America did not step in and it were just simply Israel initiating the attack, as we all know they would have, Israel would have been destroyed. And that is the king that America has to protect. If anything, that is the brain of their operation in the Middle East in the first place, the foreign policy, if you will. It's not just the nation state, it's the fifth column, I think, as some people say, providing of little hat ownership. I think maybe that's the best way I can put it on YouTube. That fifth column has been crucial, and everybody in China pretty much like openly talks about it. Like, I won't say everybody, but everybody that pays attention to Western politics, that's pretty much like an open joke. It's like not just a joke. Obviously, it's serious, but it's well understood that they are pretty heavily in control, and that's why people like Jeffrey Epstein weren't even allowed to step foot, in the country for like a visa, or at least to have a visa in China, because of subversive he is and how subversive people like him are. Not to say that there aren't any of his type of people in China, but certainly there's a watchful eye for it. The last thing I'll say, when it just in general, is like Andy mentioned, there is a it does look like Israel has, and I literally said this verbatim look, I'm gonna pat myself on the back a little bit. 24 hours ago, right here in this space at this time, this channel, I did say that Israel is going to front run America and Trump by starting to launch attacks on Iran's infrastructure first, because they are using this sort of schizo diplomacy, Hegelian dialectic. They're going to pretend in kayfabe that they're stepping on each other's toes, and that, oh yeah, Trump says one thing and then Israel does another, and then Trump like backs it up and then pretends to wag his finger. It's all by design, and we're seeing it play out. There's a reason for that. It's because that's completely their part of their strategy at this point, and it really has always been. They always like to pretend that they're not just completely hand in hand and mutually coordinating. But I think we're seeing it play out again. This is all by design. This is going to give Trump permission now to either change plans based on the infrastructure attacks that have already happened. And if anything, he's probably going to attack again. The biggest production plant is in Boucher, I think it's called, and that's like the nuclear energy plant. So technically, I think that was where Trump would have had to attack anyway, if he's going to start with the biggest. Granted, we don't have to be so pedantic about it. I think Trump could probably just join in and maybe bomb Tehran and wherever he wants to as far as energy systems. Whenever Trump says, hey, I'm going to make a deal and here are my clear terms with countries that he is at odds with, typically, especially in the second term, he goes back on it, and he tends to do it before the timeline that he provides. He was that way with the tariff wars. He's done with this multiple times with Iran, doing these red wedding sort of style of attacks against Iran, and he's doing it now. So, yeah, we're already in it, guys. Interesting times.
I mean, exactly. I mean, like you said, just to add, I mean, if this is the multipolar solidarity for Palestine, Lebanon, Iran, all the resistance, it's the same selective game. You screaming about Western hypocrisy, but then you play nice about when your economy is on the line. So it's like the true axis of the resistance doesn't really evacuate and hedge; it really commits, and that's what Iran's doing. They're really committing, and the whole entire resistance, as the unified resistance, is committing alongside with Iran. But like we always know here, China and Russia, but China mostly, what I feel is has multipolarity. It looks China's multipolarity looks like a lot like opportunism, and it's for the benefit of them and for the benefit of the region. So let's see how it plays out.
Yeah, there's no interest in like vassalizing, the Persians or any country in the Gulf or in the GCC. It's just like literally unconstitutional. It's against the PRC constitution. And again, the two countries that are most likely to have significant military support, at least in a way that is considered China showing its absolute best, would be North Korea and Pakistan. And Pakistan, it would be in the case if they request it and if they obviously are in a situation where they need it. I'm almost positive they have a lot more of the newer, more modern stuff. Now, granted, obviously, quite a bit of what Iran look. We got to remember too. Khamenei had a specific policy, I think, in 2014 of establishing sort of like a resistance economy without the need for just like wholesale weapon systems from other countries. Like I think they turned down the S-300s from Russia, for example, when Russia had offered it to them. Even the Mutual Comprehensive Military Pact that was created in 2025 and established between Iran and Russia, that military pact did not include like security guarantees. It did not. When you go through it, it was not. No, it does have mutual military support, yes, and they do, of course, have weapons exchanges. And Iran has been a wonderful ally to Russia. They were a huge deal when they provided Shaheeds for Russia during a critical time in the war in Ukraine, when the West was pretty much ganging up on Russia, and the Shaheeds were really important. However, the other side of that is true too, that Iran would much prefer to have a governance of like a structure of self-reliance in the IRGC, and it's paid in dividends. I think Iran has pretty much gotten, for the most part, like everything it needs other than a nuke itself. uh, frankly, that they are incredibly well prepared. Israel would probably be using, and this might even lend some credence to what Marco Rubio and some of these other guys are saying. Israel would have literally probably used nukes by now because they would have been pummeled if not for the United States kind of being in this with them. I think Iran would have probably taken like most of Israel off the map, just or completely just brought them to their knees in terms of overwhelming dominance. They wouldn't have needed to attack the GCC outposts because America wouldn't have gotten involved in this point. The Strait of Hormuz would have remained open. It would have just been Israel getting its ass kicked for the second time in the second year in a row, except with way more damage. I think Israel would, and America kind of realizes, hey, this death cult is kind of yeah, we can't really afford the Middle East to be a nuclear hellscape, but that's why I don't think nuclear is the first option. I think it's something that they are looking to scale up the ladder of escalation and will eventually use using tactical nukes. Israel's nuclear weapons, from my understanding, are not tactical nukes. From my understanding, I could be wrong, but that Jericho missile or that Jericho system, I think that's pretty much like rather conventional, and their nukes are pretty old. So yeah, it would be an absolute mess, a huge mess. And this makes sense as to why it's obviously not ideal. I think obviously if it made America should just decouple from Israel and maybe do regime change there, that should be the regime change effort. But we know that's not in America's power, unfortunately. So here we are.
As always, well said, man. Amazing stuff.
Thanks for that. Let's go to Silver Sailor. Silver Sailor, jump in.
Yes, hello everybody. Thank you, Sully Man, for the microphone. I'm kind of caught in the middle of going through a gate right now, but let me get through this gate real quick. Sorry, I'll be back on the mic. Hold on.
I love it when Inevitable said people like Jeffrey Epstein couldn't come to China. I thought that was pretty cool.
Okay, I'm gonna jump back in.
Don't sim for China. They'll put you in a camp. Then what are you gonna do?
Yeah, you know who I'm actually simping for? I got caught simping for North Korea. I don't care. They have that nuke, and they know who that nuke really is for. They don't want to be bothered. Leave them alone. They have their nuke. Don't look over here. Because everybody was mad because Kim Jong-un won again. So what? So what? He's keeping them safe. Maybe they just like him.
You do know North Korea is a different country to China, right?
I know. Damn, but that's racist.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. I'm asking you about China, and you're talking about North Korea.
No, because I said I'm actually more of a simp for North Korea, but I do like China. Because, all right, this really will connect, right? So in the moment when I thought I was a MAGA person or whatever, and I, was waiting for Trump to come back for presidency, I would listen to these other Republicans talking about, we have to go after China, we have to go after China. And I remember saying on a live one day, like, I was like, oh, we got to make sure Trump doesn't do that, guys, because they're gonna want Trump to go to war with China. We can't let that happen. And but obviously, today, look at Trump, he'll go to any war, it doesn't matter, there's no pushback whatsoever. But the propaganda that was done against China by these so-called conservatives is ridiculous. Every other day I had to hear, China's failing, y'all, China's going down, China's failing. It's like, come on, it's just ridiculous, the lies, the way they lie. But I just wanted to just add that in. So I'm slightly a simp for China, but North Korea is where it's at. It's like, no, all right.
Don't let him shame you, Casey. It's the right call.
Inevitable intercede for you. Whatever happens to you, they put you in camps, he'll intercede for you. He got you. He got your back, girl.
People like, I don't know that girl. It's like, no.
But yeah, look, it's the deadline is supposed to be tomorrow night. I could totally see Iran returning fire in Israel first because they were hit by Israel. It would make a lot of sense for them to do that first, just to kind of like prove the point. I think, they will then scale further if America, and I'm not sure, maybe America did something, but I think so far America hasn't attacked any infrastructure yet in Iran as far as like today. So we could get some breaking news any minute now regarding anything different. I don't know if Omar has heard anything regarding sirens or anything in the background, but yeah.
I mean, no, I'm traveling, but they send me updates instantly, so I would have let you know. But I wish I was there to hear those sirens. They make my heart pound like a thousand miles a minute from joy, man. But I got no info, unfortunately.
Yeah, and Israel's taking a brutal beating in Lebanon, by the way. It's really gotten bad. And I've heard some people say it in this space yesterday, but I kind of like looked into it today, and they're losing dozens of tanks alone, and they've only gotten about like what 4 to 6 miles on the southern end of Lebanon. That's just brutal. I don't know. And again, they're going to need a full scale invasion to beat Hezbollah, and even then, it's going to probably take like more than they're projecting. Like 400,000 people will not be enough for the IDF. They'll have to send like the whole country. So we'll
I mean,
see.
like Scott Ritter said, he's like, make them a million, please, at least a million. If you're gonna do it, do it with a million. But what was I gonna say? I was gonna say something about damn, I lost my train of thought, man. It'll come back.
Yeah, I love watching those videos come in left and right. They're just like rats from a sinking ship, man, bailing out. I'm like, whoa, wait a minute, man. You got to go defend your turf, bud. Come on, don't be running off. No, they're running, man. I mean, they're
I
running,
mean, yeah,
scared beyond their life.
Go ahead, Andrew. Sorry. No, go, sir. Go ahead,
No,
sir.
no, go. I finished, Omar.
Oh no, I was just saying. I mean, same thing about those videos. Even in Tel Aviv, when videos of people screaming out, I mean, my heart goes to the children because children don't deserve anything from what goes on, whether they're Israeli Zionists and that's how they grow up and they become Zionists or whatever, but they have nothing to do with it. But when I see these videos of these people screaming, crying in the street, saying, "Stop! You guys already won! You guys already won!" and I'm like, this shit hasn't even started. Sorry for that, for the curse. I'm like, this hasn't even started, and you guys are already saying you won. Like, it's unfathomable, honestly. Like, seldom have I ever thought that would ever happen, for them to start getting bombarded by Hezbollah and by Iran in a way where it's like coordinated and such beautiful fireworks. And at the same time, last year when they said, "Oh, we'll eliminated Sayyid Hassan Nasrallah and now Hezbollah's done," all they did is it got rid of communications, went underground for a year and a half or 2 years, and they came right back up. And then look what they're doing. And then now people are like, "You won, you won, you won." So it's pretty amazing to see, honestly, especially as a Palestinian. I relate to Iranians, Lebanese, the Syrians, Iraqis, because it's all Bilad al-Sham. It's called like the same. We're all the same people, and we're all in the same oppression. But as a Palestinian, and seeing that after being in Gaza, losing so many things and so many family members and all that, I mean, I'm not looking for sympathy here. Everybody's lost people and family, but seeing that just brings joy to my heart, and I wish we could keep seeing more, man.
As a Christian saying that, it brings joy to my heart. I'm like, damn, I'm praying for the resistance.
Well, they really underestimated Hezbollah, and I've said this a bunch of times before, but they send that like one division forward, right? And the problem is, even though they're focusing their operation on the borders, like just again, they have a limited footprint, and I think that's an admission that Israel lacks the immediate capacity for like any kind of overwhelming ground campaign. It's going to take them some time to mass like overwhelming campaign that would be required to truly dismantle Hezbollah's infrastructure. Now, maybe in a few months that'll change. Maybe in like 1 or 2 months, if it's still going on. If there's no treaty, but their officials have framed the goal as like removing threats rather than like a total occupation for now. But they changed that tune, I think, like within the last few days. Hezbollah, has like had heavy fighting around specific like hilltop towns, and people were mentioning, and something I had to look into was the terrain of Hezbollah, or the terrain of southern Lebanon, and why it's a very difficult, outside of the tunnel system, why it's a very difficult land to navigate for the IDF. And, Hezbollah has anti-tank guided missiles specifically for their Merkava tanks. Their drones are being jammed up. They have this new, I forgot what it's like, a Fateh 3 jamming system that's hurting their drones. Iran is helping them and doing coordinated attacks in Haifa. And Israel's only recourse has been to just like bomb civilian populations, and maybe they take out like one guy or like a weapons depot, but most of the weapons are not going to be in these buildings. A lot of them are in the integrated underground tunnel network systems, like the ones that are like 100 kilometers in total so far, if that. The fact they really overestimate how much data and info that they had. They overestimated their own capabilities and the swiftness, because I'm sure they had to expect some sort of recourse from Hezbollah upon the operation, but this was contingent upon, again, a weakened IRGC. That was the nucleus, and in some degree it still is. The tunnel network itself is like way worse than they ever thought. The pre-war estimates were like maybe dozens of kilometers, but now it's talking about hundreds of kilometers, partial degradation in the immediate border zone, and the bulk of the strategic network is much north. Like it's kind of like around the Litani River, if not higher. And that's where they're getting their resupplies in the first place. I think they had to bomb Syria this week for that specific purpose of affecting their networks in general. And I think they're probably going to need to do like a full scale blockade in and out of the country, which is obviously going to be huge amounts of terrorism that go into it. It's going to be a mess. The civilian cost has been unbelievable. It's kind of like the thing that I don't think people are speaking enough about it. But the only way for Israel to sustain this is if Iran is out of their hair, because they cannot sustain a continual front, like where Iran is still a factor in the theater, at least directly for them. So what's going to preoccupy Iran in order for them to divert their systems away from Israel? What's going to do that? What's going to do that is, I guess, the United States. That's where the Goyim come in.
Yeah, absolutely.
I was gonna ask you, what do you think about that, Andrew? I mean, do you think they can fight Israel can fight these two fights on the same time, Lebanon and Iran? Like, what's your take on that?
No way. Yeah, we the results. We could sit here all day, and someone could come in and, as opposition, and say, "No, what about this?" We have the evidence already laid out, carefully laid out. The evidence is very clear. We have a preponderance of evidence that Israel is losing, has lost, actually. So is the United States. And for any idiot to argue with that, they're either paid, and probably paid quite well, or paid off, or they're feeble-minded. And I don't use that word feeble-minded lightly. It's a very deliberate, deep, solical word. When you really study that, they can't comprehend things. They can't break down what we would normally take for common knowledge. And then there's that third category, they're brainwashed, and that's different from feeble-minded. The brainwashed are literally so deep in their delusional state that their heart, and I don't want to get in the spiritual aspect of it, but it's quite, and the Islamic scholars agree with this, so do the Christian scholars, that a person's heart can get so hard that their conscience becomes seared, and that's that third category, and those are the zombies I've been working with for 15 years, and 90% of them, I'm going to say 95% of them, I have to let go. I have to say, go thy way, do what you got to do, but I'm going to do what I'm doing. And a marginal few come out, very few come out, but they have eyes, but they're blind, they have ears, but they're deaf, and they cannot see, will not see, and their conscience becomes so seared, and they're just children of the devil, literally.
Are you quoting, is that the scripture from the Bible or from the Quran?
Both those eyes
You literally
who
said
have
it verbatim,
several.
verbatim as the Quran says it.
Yes. I spent quite a few hours with Dr. Strangelove and some Hadrith. I don't know where Hadron is. And I know we're not. Don't worry, Beatrice. We're not going down that road. But no, it's the same thing in the Quran and also in the Bible. I'm quoting the Bible, by the way, and I know that's also in the Quran. And that they're destined for literally the satanic forces. But the reason I bring that in, let's keep it. We'll keep it in the political, geopolitical, ideological stuff. But they literally think they're doing God's work, and God will not allow that. How can God stand by and allow his name to be used? And this, again, is in the Quran. I know states that clearly. I know in the Bible, that's my specialty. The Bible states it very clearly in the Old Testament. And the New Testament is very clear that God will not be mocked. And in the first temple, when the first temple was destroyed in 586, they were going around seriously telling the people, "Oh, don't worry, this is God's temple. We're the chosen people." And God raised up Jeremiah to say, no. God's left the house. You're done. You're worshiping Baal. God ain't here, man. Repent. They did not. So then, literally, the prophet told them, don't pray for them anymore. Now tell them to surrender. And that's when they beat him up. They pulled his beard out. There was 100 and some to one man standing up against them. And then when the Babylonians marshaled, the Chaldeans, like special forces, they surrounded the walls and they said, we have 40-foot walls. We've got the temple. This is God's house. Oh, we're good. And Jeremiah says, your house is laid before you desolate. And we saw what happened in 586. Sure enough, second temple, Romans said, look, don't even close those gates. We will decimate you. No, we're God's people. They got decimated. And they're going to do the repeat the third time. And that will be the third will be the far worst. And these Christian Zionists get in here. And this is what's driving our military. I guarantee you there are military officers, active duty, who literally are telling their troops, seriously, I'm being honest here, we're on a mission from God here. Well, I'm going to guarantee you I'm terrified at that. They're going to find out the hard way.
Thanks, Andrew. By the way, guys, when we're back tomorrow, we've got a big interview with Larry Johnson. He's coming in at midday. So if you want to set your reminder on the X Space, the tweet is in the nest, and in the YouTube, I think I've already set it where you can set your reminder. So both of them are available, but yeah, you can set your reminder for both of them for tomorrow. So if they need to do it, because it worked last time. But anyway, let's go back to Silver Sailor. Are you back in a better situation?
Yes, I apologize, Sully man, for
no problem.
wasting the time. Yes. Yeah, this one's going to be for our veterans, our mothers, our forgotten veterans like the USS Liberty survivors that still have not gotten their justice, and all the homeless veterans that are walking around America right now. Here we go. I'm going to read a quote from Susie Kasem. She's a Egyptian philosopher and poet. Here we go. Let us also acknowledge that the hearts which suffer the most from our wars are those of mothers. Their vital voices have been left out of the political equation for too long. More souls become casualties of war than physical bodies. Let that sink in. Thank you very much. Love you all. Silver Sailor out.
Appreciate it, brother. Wow.
Appreciate it, brother. Appreciate it. As always. Yeah, great quote.
Sully, can I ask you a question? You said when we're back tomorrow, are you guys that's it? The space is done?
Yeah, we're gonna shoot at some point tonight, and then we'll be back tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But yeah, let's go to Sangha. Go ahead, Sangha.
Hey, Sully, good question. And for the panel too, if they want to chime in, do you think if United States start attacking Iran's infrastructure, like the power plants, Iran's reaction, like Houthis are going to get activated and Bab el Mandeb Strait is going to get closed as a result?
If what? Sorry, say it again.
If United States start attacking power plants.
Yeah, that will be the legitimate escalation, or it possibly could be if they go after Karg Island, then that may be the escalation. But yeah, I do believe that that's going to be one of the tools that is used when the escalation occurs.
Mm. And that would certainly um, give another hefty shock to the oil market, right? It would send the oil price even higher.
Oh, for sure. I mean, it would. If that was to happen, the oil price will become parabolic. Like it will go extremely high.
Mm.
Can I make a comment about what Inevitable said about the prime target that Israel may strike, that Bashir nuclear power plant? I'm pretty sure that aren't there Russian engineers working at that plant? Thank you.
Yeah, I think the ambassador to Israel got summoned in Russia just because of the proximity of the strike that took place within the last week. And it didn't even hit that area, it just slightly. However, Trump, in his words, said we are going to start with the biggest plant, and that would be the one.
I thought the ambassador got summoned because there was a strike near a Russian TV journalist or something in Lebanon as well or something.
I'm not sure. That could be. It was Steve something, right? From RT. That could be. But that also did take place. So that crater that was left, there was a crater left about roughly, I don't know, like a few meters from that plant. And yeah, if the Houthis, to that other guy's question, if the Houthis got involved, or rather, if they tried to take Karg Island, really, there's a lot of reasons why the Houthis would get involved. But I've been also thinking there's a military base that's in Africa, that the Houthis have the closest proximity to, and specifically, like it's just across the Bab el Mandeb, and the Houthis could very well just target that. Hypothetically, they don't even have to necessarily hit any ships. They can make a declaration and then just immediately take that out, so that that's not a point of offense or recourse from the United States. And that's all they really need. They have the ballistic missiles. They have like the cruise missiles, the repurposed S-75s, and one-way attack drones. They've got Shaheeds anyway. They can use them. They didn't have the United States did not have an answer for them during Operation Rough Rider from last year. So yeah, that's an asset that's more than likely going to come into effect unless they make a deal.
Am I the only one that is not seeing a deal coming at all? Or am I alone on that thought?
I think in the distant future there will be one, but like in terms of an immediate one, the idea of like it being in the timeline, I'm in agreement with you that there's no like probable timeline in my view. I think that they're not playing for that quick pull out. Like that would be that would result in concessions. Iran is not going to hand over their sovereignty to the West, and the West, especially Israel, they're not going to just like roll over and pay reparations and all that other stuff. So this is going for a while. But are you saying that you don't think there will ever be an end to it?
At least for the time being, I don't see it. Because if you look at the things that Iran is asking and the things that United States is asking, they are both non-starter for a negotiation. So I don't see how they're coming to like a middle ground to even start the negotiations.
Yeah, I kind of agree. I don't think either side has any plans. It would just be like Israel is an existential threat to Iran. And yet they are feeling existential threat over the existence of Iran. So this creates a very interesting impasse. And
It's not
typically,
really an
good,
existential threat to them. It's an
right?
existential threat. It's an existential threat to the greater Israel project. It's not an existential threat to their country. Versus Israel actually is an existential threat to Iran because they're trying to topple the regime. Iran's not trying to completely destroy Israel. They're just there to be like, hey, you're not doing this greater Israel project. You're not taking Lebanon. That's why we have Hezbollah. We have Hamas because you're not just gonna take over all of Gaza and install a resort, like things like that. So it's an existential threat to their greater Israel project in developing resorts and stuff and business in the Middle East, but it's not an existential threat to the state of Israel. Israel is an existential threat to Iran's sovereignty. That is the difference.
Well, that's the interesting thing, Andy, and I totally agree. But they live in a complete different reality, and frankly, a lot of Americans do as well, which is exactly what Israel needs. I saw a post today, for example, and I've seen many examples of this, where Iran basically gives back exactly what was being dished out. But Iran posted, I think, or rather, I think a representative posted a list of potential targets should their infrastructure be attacked. And pretty much all of the comments, for example, were just literally, well, look, Trump, this is why Trump is right about Iran. This is why Trump is making sense. This is why Iran is a threat. They're a real problem. And look, I get like how bots can be a thing, but there is a large amount of Americans, and sometimes they come in here, like that guy Mankos, for example. He is not necessarily some rare outlier either. He is a large contingent of like Republicans, for example, especially those who've been, I guess I imagine like the Gen X type. A lot of them are that way. And their lives have not even been personally affected yet. They are not interested in the long version of the story. They are interested, wow, well, Iran is attacking countries that weren't attacked. Well, I guess Trump is right then. And then they go right back to the armchair and continue on where they were before. And this is something that has always existed, especially over the last like 100 years. And this is something that will be a huge part of the machine that trudges forward, over the broken bones and bodies of people in Iran. That is what they're fueled by, and that is probably why Netanyahu made that Genghis Khan message and pretty much told Christians, "Hey, your Jesus guy, like, yeah, your Jesus guy is like not gonna be what wins wars." Genghis Khan, he kind of had a good idea going himself. Like, I don't think he was dissing Jesus, but this was sort of like him telling evangelicals, strengthen your hearts because you're gonna need to, like, oh yeah, basically, yeah, strengthen your hearts, toughen your heart in your hearts. That's what I mean to say, because we're going to do some things that are unconscionable, and evangelicals have done it before. They're betting on them doing it again.
He did, and he did. It was blasphemous to Christians, though Neville, in reality, and to Muslims. It was blasphemous. I won't go into that, but yeah, you made a profound statement. Yeah, he is. That was a preparation for, if anyone even studies a little bit about Genghis Khan, laid waste in the most vile, horrific way, laid waste to the land.
Oh, he is a hero. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
He is a hero to the military-industrial complex. He is considered a idol to that line of thinking. In fact, Netanyahu and the IDF employ Genghis Khan tactics like to a T. Like in Lebanon, maybe is probably the best example. Like they literally consider, okay, Genghis Khan had this tactic where he would redirect the flow of rivers, and he would use like food aid, for example, on villages, and kind of use that as a pretense of saying, hey, well, we'll offer you help, right? Like we'll provide you support. And what does he do? That's like a Trojan horse in order for him to just eliminate masses and tons of people. And this is something that Israel has done in Gaza.
Oh, okay. I thought you were describing China there, bro.
Oh, no. Yeah, that literally. But I was just saying that's
yeah, I'm joking. So, guys, listen up. We're just wrapping up a slightly bit early today, unfortunately, because we've got to get a few things done, and then we'll be back tomorrow. Obviously, we're going a lot longer tomorrow. We just today was just a one-off, like, other than it's almost like a last day of the Eid weekend. So we'll be back tomorrow. What I've done is I put a tweet in the nest. It is the video that we did, the interview we did with Zachary Foster, which demonstrates that the FDD, where Israel, what's his name again? Where Trump copied the Israeli plan to go to war. So he basically, the Israeli said, we need to go to war with Iran because of X, Y, and Z, and then he just copied that X, Y, and Z and presented it to the Congress. So that's what that interview is about. Check it out.
it's gonna be the tweets in the nest. Obviously, if you're on the YouTube, you'll get redirected there anywhere. If you're not on there, it'll be like whatever. We'll be back tomorrow. There's a tweet. You've seen it. I've set the space. We'll be back there tomorrow. We've got a good interview straight away. We're going to start off amazing interview. Actually, we got Larry Johnson for an interview. That's going to be awesome. That's going to be fire. Check that out. And yeah, we'll be back tomorrow. And we'll be doing longer hours tomorrow, just a one-off today. But much love to each and every single one of you. I need to end the space, but appreciate you guys. We'll see you. Click on the tweet in the nest. Click on the tweet in the nest.